glared at them. They had no choice but to stop, retreat, and laugh awkwardly. There were only a few people who dared to butt heads against the infamous hothead JJ. Unfortunately, they weren't included in that short list of brave people. Just a simple bouquet toss, and they're already acting like they saw a live sex show. Bunch of gossip mongers, JJ complained. The gossip mongers pretended not to hear him. They looked at each other instead in an awkward manner. Iris only chuckled with DJ Song at JJ's tirade. Before sitting down, she glanced at her darling's direction. The smile on her face froze when she saw Jin Liwei's dark and menacing expression. She immediately tossed the bouquet of red roses carelessly on her seat before smiling at him sweetly. His expression improved seeing her charming smile, but only slightly. He gave an imperceptible nod before turning around and sitting like a cold statue. Only Iris caught his nod. She instantly recognized it as a reassurance. A big sigh of relief was released from her lips, knowing from his nod of reassurance that he wasn't angry at her. After opening her eyes to her own possessiveness towards him, she now had a better understanding of jealousy. She didn't want him to feel jealous because she now knew how ugly and unpleasant it felt like from experiencing it firsthand. As she sat down, the bouquet got squished beside her on the seat. A strong urge to strangle Jin Chonglin suddenly consumed her. Because of his action, her darling now had to suffer from jealousy. Her mood plummeted. Iris, the world is watching. Don't treat the bouquet so roughly or Jin Chonglin's army of fans will tear you apart. DJ Song whispered the warning to her. If you don't like it, just throw it in the garbage. Better yet, just burn it, JJ muttered under his breath. You. DJ Song gave an exasperated sigh at his friend. Old J, Iris is a sensible person unlike you. As her music producer, you should be advising her to protect her image. When JJ opened his mouth to argue, Iris quickly spoke to prevent them from arguing. Thank you for the reminder, DJ Song, Iris said, and then fished out the squished bouquet and tossed it on her lap. At that moment, Jin Chonglin returned to his seat beside his brother. He waved and greeted at the people, even as cold sweat soaked the inside of his pinkish-gray suit. He almost didn't want to go back to his seat where a cold and furious demon was surely waiting for him. What are you so afraid of? He's your brother. He pep-talked himself to prevent himself from chickening out and running backstage with his tail between his legs. As soon as he sat down, the hostile aura emanating from his brother almost choked him, making it hard to breathe. It wasn't only him who had to suffer. The people sitting around them were shivering. They were confused and frightened, wondering why Jin Liwei looked so pissed. Big bro, I can explain, Jin Chonglin whispered after gathering. Much courage. Speak. Jin Liwei's cold voice could freeze hell. Jin Chonglin cleared his throat and spoke in a low voice to prevent others from hearing. Because of the bombshell you dropped earlier on the red carpet, everyone is now hunting for your fiancé tonight. On the internet, they removed sister-in-law's name from their hunting list, but I heard some staff backstage accurately guessing sister-in-law's identity. They're already suspecting that the two of you might be engaged. A few of them are even examining your body shape on the cameras right now and comparing it to the photo sister-in-law shared of you and your cats during her interview with Madame Fengjiu. The hostile aura abated a little. Jin Liwei gave a side glance at his brother and said coldly, Continue. Because you're wearing a suit tonight, they can't really see an accurate outline of your body. Also, there aren't a lot of photos showing you in regular clothing available to the public. The ones floating on the internet are from way back, when you were younger in your early 20s. You were slimmer back then. Many of them are unsure whether you're the same person or not as the one in the photo sister-in-law shared. However, there are a couple of them who think that it might be you, Jin Chonglin explained. Jin Liwei subconsciously rubbed his LX bangle around his wrist, hidden underneath his long sleeve. If he pulled his sleeve up, it would expose him. The photo his baby girl shared to Madame Feng Jiu clearly showed him wearing it. A strong temptation to let others see the bangle almost overcame him before he was able to control himself. As much as he wanted to shout proudly to the entire world that Long Xiulan, aka Iris Long, was his woman and future wife, he didn't want to do it without her approval. He didn't want to give her any reason to leave him again. So you see, big bro, I did all of that to shift everyone's attention to me and sister-in-law, instead of letting them continue speculating about the possibility of a relationship between the two of you. I actually sacrificed myself to do the two of you a big favor. An unnecessary favor. Jin Liwei blocked his brother's claim in a cold voice. If people discover my relationship with Xiaolon on their own, then so be it. We are hiding our relationship for now because it's not the right time to announce it yet, but we have no intentions of denying it if we're discovered. Don't interfere next time. At the moment, Jin Chonglin really wanted to cry. Woo-woo. He did so much for the lovers, but they didn't even appreciate his effort. But Jin Liwei wasn't finished yet. You should be thankful that we're brothers. I almost lost control earlier. If not because I don't want Mother to be heartbroken, I would have already beaten you up in a pulp. Xiaolon is mine. How brutal. Am I still your brother? Jin Chonglin cried inside. He was now regretting what he did. He shouldn't have thrown the bouquet to Iris. During his performance, he really thought that he was doing them a favor, but look. No appreciation at all. Fine, he muttered and then began to sulk. Jin Liwei glanced at his brother before returning his line of sight back to the stage. Great job on your performance, he suddenly told him. Thanks, Jin Chonglin replied, feeling a bit better. Jin Liwei nodded and then added, but my wife's performance is still the best. The poor Jin Chonglin's eyes turned blank. Why did he feel like he already experienced this before? Was this DJ VU, or what? Then he remembered. His older brother told him something similar when he and Iris performed their new songs at Music Fest tonight, earlier in the year. I get it already, he said through gritted teeth. Your wife will always be your number one. You don't have to rub it in my face every single time. And Jin Liwei nodded, satisfied that his brother finally understood. If not for the fact that people were watching them right now, Jin Chonglin would have already cried at being abandoned by his own brother. However, he didn't resent them. Not at all. Thinking about the beautiful and talented Iris Long, he understood why his older brother was so in love with her. It was a pity that she was a troublemaker and nuisance when he personally met her years ago. Now that she had matured and changed for the better, he had to find out that his own brother already snatched her up for himself. Sighing, he felt a little envious of their relationship. Jin Chonglin's thoughts were interrupted when the show resumed. He was able to quickly recover from his brother's brutal abandonment by immersing himself in the next performances. Finally, it was time for the most important portion of the evening, the presentation of awards. Everyone was excited. This was the moment that they had all been waiting for. The nominees began to feel nervous. Female host, the voting polls for the People's Choice Awards are now closed. Thank you everyone for casting your votes. Male host, we will now announce the winners and present the awards. The People's Choice Awards ceremony began. The minor categories went up first. After several speeches, applause and loud cheering from the fans who voted, the last two and the most important categories in the People's Choice Awards were finally up next. Female host, the most popular female artist award goes to both Iris Long. Everyone rose to their feet and started clapping and cheering. Iris nodded at JJ and DJ Song beside her before walking amidst the congratulations to the stage. The male host helped her up the steps, not knowing that a certain man drowning in vinegar was already mentally decapitating him for touching his baby girl. An official of the Harmony Music Awards handed her the heavy golden award, which was shaped like a treble. The noise lowered as she walked in front of the microphone. Thank you so much. Iris' voice reverberated throughout the entire arena. Wow, this is very heavy, she said, waving the award with her two hands. But it's nowhere near as heavy as the overwhelming support you've given me. I dedicate this award to my fans, the Black Stars. I would not be standing here today and receiving this award if not for your love and loyalty. All I can do to repay you is to continue to work hard. Thank you, Black Stars. Thank you, Harmony Music Awards. And thank you to all who voted for me. Iris kept her speech short. She didn't want to bog it down by thanking too many people. Besides, it was indeed the Black Stars who allowed her to win the most popular female artist award. They deserved the dedication and recognition for their support of her. She was truly grateful to them. As she headed back to her seat, the ceremony was interrupted by an impressively loud cheering chant. Iris stopped halfway the steps as she looked at where it was coming from. Our boss is number one, never number two. She's always the best in whatever she decides to do. Go boss. Go boss. LOVE Iris Long. BUSS, that's our boss. The Black Stars chanted these words at the top of their lungs. They even choreographed some cheering moves to go along with it. It was actually secretly taught to them by Iris' assistant, Dominic Chua. Touched, Iris gave her fans a deep curtsy bow to show her gratitude. Then she hurried down the steps to phone Juan and her 3 friends. Since they were the closest black stars to her at the moment, she gave them a hug each, thanking them for supporting her. The 4 posh ladies wiped tears from their eyes, looking very proud of Iris. Iris turned her head towards her darling. They shared a quick, intimate look before she returned to her seat beside JJ and DJ Song. The final People's Choice Award was for the most popular male artist. There was no suspense. Jin Lin was the undisputed winner. Like Iris, he also thanked his army of fans and dedicated the award to them. Then, as he headed down the stage, another chant took over the entire arena. Linris, Linris, Linris. The Linris shippers once again became excited because their favorite couple just won the 2 most important People's Choice Awards together. They believed that it was destiny and further proof that their Prince Lin and boss Iris belonged together forever and ever. Despite Iris' insistence that her fiancé was not from showbiz, they still hoped that she was just lying to hide the truth that she and Jin Lin were really engaged. Their belief was cemented when Jin Lin threw the bouquet of red roses to Iris earlier during his performance. Jin Lin only gave a careless wave at them before hurrying back to his seat. He was praying for the people to stop chanting Linris, because his older brother might just explode. And indeed, Jin Liwei's expression became more and more terrifying the longer the chant continued. Fortunately, the chanting subsided when the show went into another commercial break. Jin Lin was so relieved that he felt like he just escaped a life and death situation. His older brother had always been scary, but only in a cold, unapproachable way. This time, however, Jin Lin could feel the fury emanating from Jin Liwei. It seemed like Iris Long had become his brother's greatest trigger. He should be more careful next time, or Jin Liwei might suddenly forget that they were flesh and blood brothers. The music awards ceremony continued after the commercial break. The anticipation reached its peak to the point that some of the first-time nominees felt like they were going to faint. Iris, however, looked relaxed as she chatted with JJ and DJ Song. For her, getting awards was not the main goal. It was more important for her to share her music to the world and to let more people enjoy it. She would never allow a few judges comprising the Music Awards Voting Council to determine her worth as a musician. Whether they chose her to win or not was not something that she would fret over. But this was not to say that she wouldn't be happy if she won. On the contrary, it would be the best for her to win because it would open up more opportunities for her to advance her career. Regardless of whether she won or not, she wanted to savor this experience. The minor categories went up first. Lots of emotional speeches and polite applause. Finally, the categories moved on to the more major ones. And the winner of the Best Instrumental Album is Rebirth Melodies by Iris Long. It was Iris' first win in the official categories. She had been nominated in 2 other minor categories earlier, but lost. JJ was very upset that she didn't win those ones. Right now, however, he looked ecstatic when her name was called. She hugged both JJ and DJ Song before heading to the stage. After receiving the heavy Golden Treble Award, she stood once again in front of the mic. She swept her eyes across the audience and smiled at the delighted black stars. The 4 posh ladies at the front row seats were wiping their tears as they looked proudly at her. Of course, Jin Liwei was also on his feet clapping his hands. She could see the pride and love in his eyes. She looked directly at him as she gave her acceptance speech, completely ignoring the man wearing a pinkish-gray suit standing beside her darling. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank my fiancé for loving me and supporting me. You've always been patient with me whenever I'm busy composing music. Thank you for not forcing me to choose between you and music. And when Rebirth Melodies was criticized as being an inferior imitation of classical music, I know that you felt upset in my stead. I just want to say that I love you and I appreciate you. The audience hooted in a teasing way at her romantic speech. The cameras zoomed in on the diamond ring sparkling brightly on her finger. Another camera focused on Jin Lin in the audience. The Linris shippers went crazy once again because they noticed that Iris was looking straight in his direction. Iris finished up her speech by thanking JJ and his music label, her manager and Bright Summit, the Black Stars, and everyone who supported her. She also complimented her fellow nominees. Then she returned to her seat, receiving congratulations along the way. A few awards later, the winner of the Best Songwriter Award is Iris Long for Rebirth. Once again, Iris accepted another award and gave another speech. This was her third award for the night and her second win in the official categories. Her first win was the People's Choice Award, but it wasn't really considered as an official category. For Best Producer of the Year, the award goes to JJ. JJ wore an extremely smug expression on his face. His chest was more puffed out than usual. He already held the record for most wins for this award throughout the years. However, he was especially proud of his work in the past year because he felt like he had grown so much as a music producer. It was the first time in a long while that someone dared to argue with him when it came to music. Iris Long was a great partner because the two of them were able to force each other to improve with their equally perfectionist personalities. Both Iris and DJ Song looked very proud as JJ gave his speech on the stage. The Black Stars also cheered for him. After all, he was their boss Iris music producer. They cheered even more loudly when JJ personally thanked Iris in his speech. "Brat, you're one of the most infuriating artists that I have ever worked with in my entire career because you're never afraid to shove the inadequacies of my music ideas directly into my face. But that's why we make such great music together, because I do the same thing to you. We fill each other's inadequacies when creating music. So thank you, Brat. But don't let it get to your head." Everyone laughed at his speech. Iris chuckled, but deep gratitude showed on her expression. JJ could be narcissistic and full of himself, but his abilities as a music producer could never be denied. She was glad that it was him she sent her early demo tapes to. There were only a few awards left, and they were considered to be the most important. Whoever won these awards would enter the annals of Harmony Music Awards history, not to mention the other benefits to their careers, such as fame, respect, credibility, and increased worth in the music industry. The nominees for Best Music Video are: there were 4 other nominees besides Jin Liwei and Iris Long for a total of 6 nominees. The award for Best Music Video goes to Jin Liwei. It was as if the entire arena exploded with all the screams, cheering, and applause. His army of fans was the biggest fandom present in this event. He already had 3 nominations earlier and won 2 of them. This was his third win in the official categories. Damn it, what are those judges thinking? So they chose sex over artistry for Best Music Video this year? JJ was displeased at the result. He thought that Iris should have won this award. Well, as they say, sex sells, DJ Song commented. Iris didn't say anything, continuing to clap for Jin Liwei instead. She knew that more people liked his music video because it was more eye-popping and relatable. Even Dom watched it more than 1,000 times while squealing at Jin Liwei's sexy dance moves. Her music video was more artistic and required a lot more brain power, specifically abstract thinking, to understand all the symbolism. Jin Liwei gave a charming speech, thanking all the key people who helped him make the music video. It was a generic speech, but his army of fans acted as if divine words were flowing out of his mouth. When he returned to his seat, Jin Liwei nodded at him. "Congratulations," he said. "Thanks, big bro. But my wife." I know. Please don't speak anymore, big bro. I already know what you're going to say. Just allow me to enjoy my win right now. I beg you, please." Jin Liwei gave his younger brother a side-eye. Fortunately, he didn't say anything more and just focused on the rest of the awards ceremony. The Best Female Singer Award goes to Iris Long. The Best Male Singer Award goes to Jin Liwei. Both their fans went crazy. This was even more amazing than when they won the People's Choice Awards for Most Popular Female Artist and Most Popular Male Artist respectively. Linris. Before Jin Liwei could transform into an evil demon once again and terrorize his seatmates with his frightening aura, the host decisively moved on to the next awards. They managed to cut off the overenthusiastic cheering of the Linris shippers. Some of the people were already starting to feel annoyed at them. The last 3 awards were the most sought after. Most of the musicians in the industry considered winning these awards to be the greatest honor that they could ever possibly obtain in their entire careers. This year, they were also the most competitive. The 2 most nominated artists, Jin Liwei and Iris Long, would be directly competing against each other for these awards. The show went into another commercial break to increase the suspense for the last 3 official awards. Congratulations rained down upon the winners, especially for Iris Long and Jin Liwei. Not only were they the two artists who received the most nominations, but they were also the ones who won the most so far. And the event wasn't done yet. They might even win more. Jin Liwei won the most awards so far. He now had 5 trophies, including the People's Choice Award for Most Popular Male Artist. Iris Long won 4 trophies so far, including the People's Choice Award for Most Popular Female Artist. However, the competition between them was bound to heat up even more. The ceremony resumed after the commercial break. Everyone was very excited. The Black Stars and Jin Liwei's army of fans were on the edge of their seats while holding their hands together to pray for their boss Iris and Prince Lin's victory against each other. The Album of the Year award goes to Rebirth by Iris Long. The Black Stars jumped up in unison and cheered loudly. Jin Liwei's army of fans looked at them in envy while politely clapping their hands. Our Prince Lin will get the next award for sure, they told themselves. Iris wasn't even back to her seat yet when the Song of the Year award goes to Rebirth by Iris Long. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She stood in the aisle while still carrying the award she had just received moments ago. But now she was being called back to the stage to receive another one. "Brat, give it to me. Hurry up and go back to the stage." "Uh-huh," JJ shouted at her in delight. She handed her award to him and returned to the stage, standing in front of the mic for the 6th time tonight. Even she couldn't believe it. "I thank you. Wow. I honestly don't know what to say anymore. I've already used up all of my speeches." Everyone laughed. "Just, thank you so very much." Although the contents of her speech was unimpressive, the context of the situation was extraordinary. The other musicians present would do anything to be in her current position. Running out of speeches was the most wonderful problem they would be willing to experience if it meant that they could also win so many awards like her in a single night. Once again, Iris didn't make it into her seat immediately because the people offered their congratulations to her on the way. But since the next award was the last one, the hosts didn't jump into it right away. They first hyped everyone up and increased the suspense. Iris was able to return to her seat beside JJ and DJ Song, who looked absolutely proud and delighted of her wins. Needless to say, the Black Stars were beyond happy. Even they couldn't believe that their boss would win so many awards tonight. With one last award left, they also wanted their boss Iris to win it. Wouldn't it be amazing if she won it? It would mean that she swept the majority of the most important awards for this year's music awards. As for Jin Liwei's army of fans, they were feeling extremely anxious. They prayed hard for their Prince Lin to win the last and the most important award of the night. Male host, the moment you have all been waiting for has finally arrived. We will now announce the nominees for the Artist of the Year award. All 6 nominees were introduced with much fanfare. Among them were Jin Liwei and Iris Long. Of course, they received the most cheers and applause. Female host, and the Artist of the Year award goes to. The male host opened the envelope. The female host peeked at it and gasped. She looked visibly shocked. Her reaction was caught by the cameras. It increased the anxiety of the nominees and their fans. Both hosts, Iris Long. Iris covered her mouth with her hands. Yes, she didn't care much whether she won or lost. But who wouldn't want to win? Even she found it a bit difficult to wrap her mind around winning so many awards tonight. "Brat, what are you waiting for? Go get that award." JJ pulled her up her seat and pushed her to the aisle. As she walked once again back to the stage, Iris felt like she was floating. The moment felt so surreal. It seemed like she blanked out for a few moments because when she regained her senses, she was already on stage and standing in front of the microphone with the heavy award in her hands. Her eyes immediately looked for her darling in the audience. When she found Jin Liwei, calmness returned to her. He was like her rock, stabilizing her emotions in this overwhelming situation. He gave her a nod of encouragement. "I love you," she told him. Her voice reverberated throughout the entire arena. The Black Stars burst into tears. "We love you too, Boss Iris. You're the best. The most amazing. We're so proud of you." Fortunately, everyone misunderstood her words as a tribute to her fans. She didn't correct them, feeling satisfied that Jin Liwei appeared to understand that her words were meant for him. This time, her speech was more thoughtful. But since she already thanked the same people again and again in her earlier speeches, she decided to mention other people in this speech. Without mentioning specific names, she thanked her beautiful cats, her godson, her assistant, her bodyguard friend who was also the mother of her godson. She also thanked her father and her fiancé's family. Special thanks was given to her mentor who she called Grandpa and her beloved big brother. Many assumed she was referring to Long Hui. And of course, she didn't forget to throw more dog food by expressing her love once again for her fiancé. Now that the last award was given, Iris Long was undoubtedly the biggest winner of the night. She basically swept the most important awards. Out of her 9 nominations, she won 6 of them. Overall, she won 7 awards tonight, including the People's Choice Award for Most Popular Female Artist. Jin Liwei trailed behind her. Out of his 8 nominations, he won 4 of them. In the end, he received 5 awards, including the People's Choice Award for Most Popular Male Artist. His army of fans felt a bit disappointed because he didn't win the most awards. However, they forced themselves to look at the bright side. Their Prince Lin still won 5 awards. It was amazing. It was just that someone else won more than him, overshadowing his impressive number of wins. The winners finally relaxed and allowed themselves to celebrate and bask in their victories. Everyone began to chatter among themselves about the awards. The event already ended, they thought, so the atmosphere was now more casual. However, they were interrupted by something unexpected. Male host: "Everyone, please return to your seats and pay attention. We have one more surprise." Female host: "Yes, even I am surprised. But before we reveal it, we would like to call the following distinguished figures to please come up the stage. The president of the Harmony Music Awards, the Minister of Arts and Culture, and a representative from an international association of musicians headed to the stage." Everyone was baffled, but also curious. They had not been informed that something like this was going to happen tonight. The president of the Harmony Music Awards spoke to the microphone. He wasn't well known to the general public, but everyone in the music industry respected him. "Good evening, everyone. With my capacity as the president of the Harmony Music Awards, it is my honor to host the presentation of this very special award. I stand here today with our very own Minister of Arts and Culture and an official from the biggest international association of musicians to give this special award to a very talented and, I dare say, a once-in-a-century musical genius." Many people were still confused about what was going on. However, a few musicians already had an idea of what was about to happen. They glanced at Iris Long with a mixture of awe and envy. The Minister of Arts and Culture spoke to the mic next. For her remarkable contribution to the field of music, specifically for creating 3 new musical techniques: 1. Instrumental and 2. Compositional. In the song Monster of Insanity, we are proud to present this special Outstanding Technical Achievement Award in Music to Miss Iris Long. The applause was so deafening that the entire arena seemed to visibly vibrate from the force of its sound waves. At first, Iris automatically clapped her hands like everyone else. It took a few moments before the words registered in her brain. She gasped in surprise and turned her head to JJ. She had no idea that she was going to receive this award tonight. Based on JJ's expression, he appeared to have already known about it beforehand. "Stop spacing out, brat. Go back to the stage and make history." JJ looked proud and ecstatic, as if he was the one receiving the special award himself. Iris nodded and made her way back to the stage. She couldn't determine exactly what she was feeling at the moment. This special award appeared to be very important because the president of the Harmony Music Awards, the Minister of Arts and Culture, and an official from the biggest international association of musicians in the world were personally presenting it to her. It felt a little weird that she was receiving such an award for an achievement that she didn't really think was very important. The 3 new musical techniques were just something she utilized to achieve her musical vision when creating the song Monster of Insanity. She never deliberately planned on creating them. In fact, she didn't even know that they didn't exist before using them. For her, they were very minor elements of the song. That was why she felt perplexed that she was receiving an award for them. And with so much fanfare too. The Minister of Arts and Culture handed her a big glass plaque. The words Outstanding Technical Achievement Award in Music stood out the most with her name, Iris Long, below it. "Congratulations, Miss Long. Be careful, it's heavy," the minister told her. And indeed, it was heavier than the golden treble trophies she received earlier. After thanking the minister and the others, She stood once again in front of the mic for another speech. The audience continued to give her a loud standing ovation. She had no idea what to say. "Thank you" seemed too casual, especially since she repeated it so many times in her previous speeches. Her eyes found Jin Liwei in the front row, silently asking him for help. He stood there clapping his hands. To others, his expression remained cold. But to Iris, they looked very proud of her. He immediately understood her current predicament. His lips moved silently. After reading his lips, a big smile lit up her face. People gasped at her blinding beauty. Iris stepped away from the microphone, confusing many. She hugged the big, heavy plaque with one arm close to her body and swept her other arm up in the air. Then her body folded into an elegant and graceful curtsy bow. It was so deep that she was almost sitting on the floor. The audience gave her an even louder standing ovation this time. Iris, Iris, Iris. So what if she didn't give a speech? They were already tired listening to what felt like endless speeches earlier. Iris' deep curtsy bow felt more sincere and refreshing than an overly emotional speech. You don't have to say anything if you don't have any words. Just do whatever you want, love. You are you. These were Jin Liwei's silent words to her earlier. It not only calmed her down, but also reminded her to be herself. This heavy award was indeed heavy. It was heavy with people's expectations of her. She realized that for a moment, she allowed herself to feel pressured by all the awards she received tonight. Fortunately, Jin Liwei reminded her that she was her own person. It was her choice to feel pressured. And in the same way, it was also her choice to just be herself. She could choose not to burden herself with other people's expectations of her. This was her own path of freedom, her own path of independence. And walking that path together with her was her darling, Jin Liwei. Her view had completely changed. Freedom and independence didn't need to be pursued alone. She was now learning that having a lover wasn't shackling her down, but giving her a boost to fly higher instead. As she straightened her body, she looked straight in the eyes of her man and blew him a sweet kiss filled with love and gratitude. ####. The Harmony Music Awards finally ended. It was an event, filled with many highlights. The majority of the people agreed that Iris Long shone the brightest tonight. If not for her presence, Jin Chonglin would surely have been the brightest star. Unfortunately, his normally impressive number of wins was overshadowed by Iris Long's insane winning streak. His army of fans were a little disappointed, but they couldn't hate Iris Long because they also felt that she deserved all of the awards that she won. After the winners' interviews with the media, the celebrities and the VIP guests headed to the after-party. The venue was in a grand ballroom hall at a 5-star hotel. Iris went with JJ and DJ Song in a limousine. The Jin brothers went together in another limo. Throughout the party, Iris stayed with JJ and DJ Song. She didn't need to go around greeting others because they came to her themselves to congratulate her. Many of them invited her to dance, but one glared at JJ and they scurried away. Do they think that we're blind or stupid? It's so obvious from their perverted eyes that they're already undressing you inside their minds. If you dance with them, I'm 100% sure that they'll start pawing you on the dance floor. JJ said. He looked disgusted at the males, many of them celebrities, who directly tried to hit on Iris. You have to be extra careful from now on, Iris. Your status in the music industry and in showbiz have now changed. You're an award winner now. And not just any winner, but a multi-award winner. You have become even more desirable now. There will be many people who will try to use you for their own gain. DJ Song warned her. Thank you very much, Mr. JJ and DJ Song. I'll be careful, Iris said. JJ and DJ Song stayed with her at the beginning, but as they drank more and more alcohol, they left to talk and party with other people. It wasn't very bad because she never ran out of people to talk to, as she was the most popular figure of the night. She actually rather enjoyed chatting with the other musicians and celebrities. However, the men trying to hit on her just kept on increasing. She had to drive them away by herself until Feng Wan and her 3 posh friends found their way to her. They were like her gatekeepers, keeping the annoying flies away from her. Despite this, there was a heavily intoxicated veteran singer who forced his way into their group. He was around the same age as Long Tingfei. He shamelessly flirted with all of them, making them very uncomfortable. At first, they were polite in rejecting his advances, but when he refused to leave them, Feng Wan couldn't hold it anymore. She directly told the man to leave them alone. What did you say to me, UB*TCH? Don't you know who I am? The veteran singer shouted in fury. Whatever I want, I get. Then he turned to Iris with a lewd expression on his face. He even licked his lips. You. Hick. So beautiful. So young yet already so sexy. Ignore these, hick. Aunties and come tea-talk to me instead. Let me show. You. Hick. There ropes in the music industry. The four posh ladies looked absolutely scandalized. Iris' eyes turned cold. Her fingers tightened around a fork, ready to stab the perverted man if he continued to harass them. Wait. Let me, hick, write my hotel room number for you. How dare you? You're such a repulsive man. Get away from us, or we'll call the police. Jin Liwei said. She was the wife of the police chief. The man threw his head back and laughed. Some of the people around them already started noticing the commotion. Most of them looked away and pretended not to see anything. Others looked around with worried expressions, waiting for someone to step in. Someone, not them. He ignored the four posh ladies and pounced on Iris, reaching for her. She was about to stab his arm with the fork when someone pulled him back and punched him in the face. The veteran male singer crashed into another table. The sounds of loud banging and glasses shattering stopped the party and caught everyone's attention. Audible gasps and screams punctuated the suddenly tensed air. Why you? How dare you, Jin Liwei? The fallen veteran singer roared. You dare, hit me? Sir, you are a great singer, and I looked up to you before this. But all my respect for you are now gone. You are a disgusting pervert, Jin Liwei told him. The veteran singer struggled to get up from all the broken debris on the floor. What did you say, Jin Liwei? You have become too full of yourself. Just be because, hick, you have won so many awards tonight. So you think that you're, hick, such a big shot now, huh? You're 100 years too early to act like that in front of me. Jin Liwei ignored the man, turned around, and headed to Iris' group. Junior Iris, let's go. Iris looked at the four posh ladies. Go, Iris. We can take care of ourselves, Phone One assured her. She nodded and then followed Jin Liwei. Huh. So you two are really hick engaged. The veteran man, who was now standing on shaky feet, cackled at them. His tone was filled with mockery. What a perfect combination. A gigolo and a SL*T. Anyone who dares to work with that degenerate from now on will become an enemy of the genes. A cold voice cut through the air. Jin Liwei stood a few meters away like the king of hell. His face was a frozen mask of cold fury. He was relieved when he saw his baby girl unharmed. Then he remembered what the degenerate called her. Oh, and his brother too, just a few seconds ago. Rage burned inside him. Watching another man, his brother, defend his woman left a bitter taste in his mouth. If it weren't because he wanted to honor his agreement with his baby girl not to reveal their relationship before she was ready, he would have already beaten up the bastard into a pulp with his own bare fists. He turned to the person beside him. It was the president of the Harmony Music Awards. So this is the kind of people you invite to your events? The president shivered. CEO Jin, it's not like that. We have no idea that he's like this. Security. Where's the security? Go kick that person out of here. Security? Jin Liwei's voice turned colder. You mean the police, don't you? From what I understand, that disgusting man was harassing the ladies. That's why my brother hit him. CEO Jin, involving the police is a little. This is an important event. Can we? It's not that serious that we have to call the police. Not that serious. Jin Liwei emphasized each syllable with a cold voice. His expression became even more frightening. The president stepped back. Don't worry. The police are already on their way. Jin Liwei suddenly interjected. It took a few seconds before Jin Liwei recognized the lady as the wife of the police chief. We'll leave everything to you then, madam. Don't worry. There are many people here who can serve as witnesses. He won't be able to escape from justice. He nodded. Then he turned to Jin Liwei. Let's go. Yes, big bro. Come with us, Junior Iris. We'll take you home. Thank you, Senior Liwei, Iris replied. No need. We'll send Iris home. JJ interrupted in a loud voice. He and DJ Song finally made their way to them from the other side of the hall. They looked tipsy. Jin Liwei frowned. Mr. JJ, DJ Song, both of you are intoxicated. Rest assured that we will send Miss Long home safe and sound. There is no need to worry. He began walking away. Jin, Chonglin, and Iris followed him. Please don't worry about me. I'll send a message when I get home, Iris reassured JJ. JJ was about to protest when DJ Song stopped him. Old J, CEO Jin, is a man of integrity. If he says that he'll send Iris home safe and sound, he'll do it. Besides, he's right. Both of us are drunk. We are not reliable companions for her at the moment. JJ grumpily allowed the Jin brothers to take Iris away. The two of you better take care of her. She's my most precious proc. If you hurt a hair from her head, I'll declare war against you. I don't care if you're the Jins. Jin Liwei's mouth twitched, but that was his only reaction to JJ's words. His expression still remained cold. Iris smiled warmly at JJ and DJ Song. And with that, the three left the after-party. They took Iris awards from JJ's limousine first before driving away in Jin Liwei's own limo. Iris and Jin Chonglin remained silent as they observed Jin Liwei. Both of them could sense that he was extremely furious at the moment. After a few blocks, the limo stopped at the side of the road. Get off, Jin Liwei ordered his brother. Both Iris and Jin Chonglin looked at him in disbelief. Darling, big bro, there's another car behind us. It'll take you home, Jin Liwei said. Oh, Iris turned to Jin Chonglin. Good night, brother Chonglin. Thank you for defending me earlier. Please take care on your way home. Jin Chonglin could only sigh at the lovers who were now kicking him out after doing so much favor for them tonight. Fine. Whatever. Good night. Bye, he muttered as he opened the door and climbed off the limo. His feet barely touched the ground when the limo sped off. Jin Chonglin staggered back and fell on his butt. F you, he shouted and gave the quickly disappearing vehicle 2 middle fingers. Back inside the limousine, Jin Liwei pulled Iris in a tight embrace. Sorry, love. She laid her head against his chest, feeling relieved that she was now back safely in her man's arms. It's not your fault. I shouldn't have left you alone at the party. I needed to take a call, so I stepped out of the hall to talk for some time. When I returned, my brother was already punching that scumbag. I wish I was the one who defended you. Let's not talk about it anymore. I don't want that incident to mar such a wonderful night as this. She lifted her head to look at him. Darling, I'm so happy you were there when I accepted all those awards. Thank you for coming. No, love. It's my pleasure. I'm so proud of you, he told her. They gazed into each other's eyes. Jin Liwei's head dipped and captured her sweet lips. The kiss was slow and sensual at first, but Jin Liwei deepened it after just a few seconds. Iris moaned and held on to him as he ravished her mouth. She could feel his fury in his kiss. It seemed that he was still very much affected by what happened during the after-party. His hands touched her all over, pressing and squeezing her softness through her dress. Panting, he sucked her lower lip as his movements became more desperate and hungrier for her. Then he pushed her down the seat and laid his body on top of her. She immediately felt his hardness pressing against her thigh. His wet kisses trailed down her neck. He was trying to find the opening of her dress. Annoyed that he couldn't seem to find any opening, he gripped her dress by the neckline and prepared to rip it off of her. Iris grabbed Jin Liwei's hand before he could rip her dress off. No, darling, stop. Not my dress. I like this dress. It took a few months to create this masterpiece for the Harmony Music Awards. Jin Liwei even took part in choosing the initial designs. He said that he wanted to see her in a red, traditional-inspired dress, so they went with it. Don't worry, love. I'll commission another dress exactly like this one, he told her. His fingers tightened on the cloth. He really wanted to rip it off of her. No, I really like this dress. Don't destroy it. Besides, I don't want to do it here. The partition wall is up and it's soundproofed. My subordinates won't see or hear us. Jin Liwei was now panting very hard. Huge droplets of sweat beaded all over his face and even dripped down on her. It was taking all of his willpower not to lose control and ravish her. All of his frustrations of not being able to claim her as his woman in front of everybody earlier, plus the fury he felt when he discovered that she was almost molested by a pervert during the after-party, were all taking a toll on his sanity right now. He needed to be inside her as soon as possible to calm his raging inner beast. However, she really didn't feel comfortable making love at the moment. Similar to him, all of the events that happened earlier were also taking a toll on her. She just wanted to be with him to relax and be comforted. She blinked her beautiful eyes at him. Can we just cuddle? Please, darling. Her angelic expression shot straight to his heart. He exhaled deeply and closed his eyes to forcefully tamp down his desire. It was damn difficult, but he opened his eyes and nodded. "All right, love," he said and sat back up. "Come sit on my lap and let's cuddle." A lovely smile lit up her face. He almost lost control again. Iris found a comfortable position on his lap and draped herself all over him. She tried not to press against the hardness pressing below her. However, the hitching in his breath told her that every single little movement of hers was affecting him. She felt bad for him, but she really didn't want to do it right now. So she tried not to move around too much. "Wait till we get home." "Okay," she whispered to him. Excitement immediately spiked within him. "Hurry up and drive faster." He wanted to shout at the driver, but controlled himself. His baby girl seemed to be enjoying cuddling with him at the moment. He didn't want to ruin it for her just because of his impatience and raging desire. He kissed her forehead and pulled her closer to his body. His hands also never stopped roaming all over her body, stroking and squeezing. He hungered for her naked flesh, wanting to taste her with his mouth and press his own naked body against hers. Finally, they arrived home. Jin Liwei carried Iris princess-style inside the mansion, all the way to their suite. He put her down on her feet once they were inside their bedroom. He pinned her against the door and kissed her deeply, thrusting his tongue inside her mouth. One hand kneaded her breast over her dress, and the other squeezed her sexy hips and butt. Both moaned. "Help me remove your dress, love," he whispered, panting in anticipation. She hesitated. "I want to shower first." Before he could persuade her otherwise, she added, "I performed earlier tonight and walked back and forth to the stage many times to receive my awards. They're very heavy, you know? I sweated a lot." "All right, let's shower together," he compromised. The two headed to the bathroom. Jin Liwei couldn't keep his hands off of her. "Careful, you'll tear the crystals off. We have to remove my dress slowly and carefully." She scolded him and swatted his hands when he impatiently tugged at her dress. He grunted and gritted his teeth as he forced himself to be gentle in helping her out of her fitted dress. When her breasts finally popped out, his mouth immediately captured a nipple and sucked hard. Iris gasped and automatically held his head. She closed her eyes and moaned. However, the rough rustling of her dress somewhat cleared her mind. "Darling, my dress." "To hell with your dress." "No. If you damage my dress, I'll sleep with ice cream and popcorn in their room tonight. You stay here by yourself." He immediately stopped. "Love, don't be like this. I'll be good, okay? Now let's slowly and carefully remove your beautiful dress, all right?" She harumphed before they worked together in removing her dress. Her lids were becoming heavy, and she started yawning. Finally, the dress was completely removed. Jin Liwei released a big sigh of relief. He was about to toss it to the laundry hamper, but Iris scolded him again. "Darling, no. We have to hang it nicely for dry cleaning." He groaned, starting to hate the damn red dress. He had already forgotten that he was the one who insisted that she wore the dress for the music awards. After taking care of the damn dress, Jin Liwei quickly removed his own suit. Iris only had her panties on at the moment. "Where are you going?" he asked when she walked away. His upper body was already naked, and he was in the process of removing his trousers. "I need to remove my makeup." "Oh, hurry up, love." "MMN. Okay." She yawned again. Now fully naked, he didn't immediately go to her. He stood back instead and watched her remove her makeup in front of the mirror and sink. She was so beautiful, so sexy. He started stroking himself, slowly to ease the ache. Craving the feeling of flesh on flesh, he walked to her and stood behind her. His hands wrapped around her body and kneaded her bare breasts, while he kissed her neck. Her breathing sped up, but she continued to gently remove her makeup. One of his hands moved downwards and slipped inside her panties. She was already wet when he touched her. Liwei, darling." She threw her head back to his chest and moaned. He slid a long finger inside her and moved it in and out slowly. She trembled. My makeup. Don't mind me, love. Continue what you're doing." He whispered into her ear in a husky voice before nibbling her earlobe. She clumsily removed the rest of her makeup, not really doing a good job of it, especially when he inserted another finger and sped up the pace of pleasuring her. Moments later, she stiffened and started shaking. Her cries and whimpers of ecstasy echoed inside the bathroom. He could feel her inner contractions as she squeezed his fingers inside of her. He groaned. His erection twitched, hardening even more. He couldn't wait to replace his fingers with his hard length. When she finished, her body felt like it melted into a puddle of jelly. She felt so relaxed that she didn't react much when Jin Liwei carried her into the shower. Warm water rained down on them, as Jin Liwei hungrily kissed her on the mouth. She sighed in satisfaction and closed her eyes. "Touch me too," he gasped between kisses. "Love?" Her head lolled and dropped onto his chest. Her knees also began to buckle. He quickly wrapped his arms around her to prevent her from falling down. "What the? Love, are you all right?" She opened her eyes and squinted at him. Then she yawned. "Oh, we're still in the shower?" So sleepy. Her eyes began to droop close again. Jin Liwei stared at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She was now practically sleeping on her feet. Although what he wanted the most right now was to make love with her, he could only sigh at their current situation. His baby girl must be so exhausted. "Love, can you stay awake for a bit more? I'll wash us quickly, and then we can sleep, okay?" he told her in a gentle voice. She acknowledged his words with a soft sound. Her eyes opened sleepily and looked at his erection. "Sorry, I'm too tired," she mumbled. He chuckled softly. "It's fine. You deserve to have a good long rest tonight." Jin Liwei quickly washed and dried themselves. She was already sleeping deeply when he carried her to the bed. He rubbed lotion all over her body and applied moisturizer on her face. When he was done, he kissed her on the lips and covered her with the duvet. Then he looked down at his still hard erection. Sighing, he returned to the bathroom for a cold shower. He refused to touch himself. After reciting the value of pi inside his head and almost freezing from the cold water, his little brother down below finally softened on its own. He staggered back to the bed and slept like a log beside his baby girl. For the next few days, the news were all about Iris Long's impressive wins at the Harmony Music Awards. Not only did she win the most awards and defeated Jin Chonglin many times, but she also received a special historic award. Iris became even busier after the music awards. She sat for many interviews and posed for a lot of magazines. Her status within the music industry was elevated. People now respected her more. Other record labels were also starting to poach her, angering JJ to no end. Iris assured him that she still wanted to work with him. They created great music together. Why would she abandon him? She would rather produce her own music herself than leave JJ to work with another music producer. For her, he was the best producer in the country. In addition to their effective work relationship, she also felt grateful to him. She was now seeing how he really cared about her. He treated her like his favorite niece. She experienced his concern for her again when he scolded her for forgetting to message him when she arrived home the night of the music awards. "You damn brat. Did you know how worried I was? I thought that those Jin brothers had their wicked ways with you. I almost stormed Jin Corporation and declared war against them." JJ yelled at her on the phone. It was weird because she was smiling even though she was being scolded. After pacifying JJ, she checked for updates about the veteran male singer who harassed her and the four posh ladies at the after-party. She was about to perform her own investigation when Jin Liwei stopped her. "Don't waste your time with that scumbag. I already took care of him. It's not only me. The chief of police is furious at him as well. That bastard is already in police custody," he told her. "Oh, okay." With that, she already tossed the matter of the veteran singer out of her mind, leaving it to her darling to handle. She felt no mercy for the veteran singer at all. He was absolutely disgusting and had no respect for females. Whatever punishment he received from Jin Liwei and the chief of police, he totally deserved it and more. ####. After consecutive days of working hard, Iris finally had a much-needed day off. Unfortunately, Jin Liwei had a pressing matter to attend to at Jin Corporation, so he couldn't spend it with her. As compensation and also as a sort of reward for her triumph at the music awards, Jin Liwei gifted her a full day of pampering at the spa. He also made Dom, Mimi, and Jiang Yingyu accompany her. "Oh, this is going to be so much fun. A girl's day out. Yay!" Dom clapped his hands in excitement. The group enjoyed massages, facials, body treatments, manicures, and pedicures. Of course, the twins Dom and Mimi chattered nonstop. After gushing about Iris' impressive award wins, they focused the topic of conversation on Jiang Yingyu's reignited relationship with Long Hui. Now that the tabloid scandal about Iris and Jin Chonglin having a love child together died out, Jiang Yingyu and Little June left the mansion and moved back to their unit at Gold Heights condominium. Iris and Jin Liwei improved the security system in the entire building. During one of her speeches at the music awards, Iris inadvertently revealed that her bodyguard was also the mother of her godson. There were already several photos of Jiang Yingyu floating around on the internet because she frequently accompanied Iris as a bodyguard. Jiang Yingyu's image, including Dom's, were often included when fans and paparazzi snapped photos of Iris. Added to the fact that Long Hui also publicly admitted that he was the father of Iris' godson and nephew, it was very easy for people to figure out that Jiang Yingyu was the mother of Little June. Iris repeatedly apologized to Jiang Yingyu for her carelessness. "No, Xiaolon. Please don't apologize," Jiang Yingyu said. "It's the truth, anyway. Little June is indeed my son with Hui. Besides, I'm very happy that you consider me as your friend. If your relationship with Big Brother Boss continues its progress like this, I'm sure that in addition to being friends, you and Boss will also become sisters-in-law." "Yeah," Dom said in excitement. "So true. Big Brother Hui is so in love with Big Sis Yu that he even left the Long ancestral residence to move in with her." Mimi added. Indeed, Long Hui moved into Gold Heights to live with Jiang Yingyu and Little June. Iris. Careless mention of Jiang Yingyu in her acceptance speech at the awards show revealed Jiang Yingyu's identity. Fortunately, not many people were interested in Jiang Yingyu. After all, she wasn't a celebrity like Iris. It was only the Longs and the people in the same circles as them who fretted over her. She was now labeled as Long Hui's mistress, the mother of his illegitimate child, and the bodyguard of Long Xiaolon. Needless to say, the Long elders were absolutely horrified, ashamed, and infuriated. This was also one of the reasons why Long Hui decided to move in with her and their son. Of course, he wanted to be with them as a family. However, he also did this to protect Jiang Yingyu. By showing everyone that they were living together, he was making a statement that Jiang Yingyu was the woman that he wanted to marry. She wasn't a mistress, but his future wife. Iris also let go of Jiang Yingyu as her personal bodyguard. She assigned Jiang Yingyu as the head of security at their Gold Heights condominium building instead. This way, Jiang Yingyu would have more time to spend with Little June and also wouldn't expose herself further to the public eye. Back at the spa, Jiang Yingyu blushed at Dom and Mimi's teasing. It was obvious that she was in love with Long Hui. However, Iris could still sense an uneasiness in Jiang Yingyu's eyes. It didn't help that Mimi was telling them that the Long elders and the other Long relatives were making things increasingly hard for Long Hui recently. According to Mimi, the Long ancestral residence was becoming more and more unpleasant to live in. The elders and other relatives would come almost every day to complain to Long Tingfei about Long Hui. Jiang Yingyu looked upset, but she didn't say anything. Finally, Mimi realized how her words affected Jiang Yingyu. She immediately stopped. Then she and Dom started talking about other more cheerful things instead to lighten the atmosphere. Iris observed Jiang Yingyu in silence. She didn't know exactly what Jiang Yingyu experienced in the past, but she always acted troubled whenever the Long family was mentioned. What a bunch of nuisances. Iris thought about the Long elders and the other Long relatives. Putting the annoying Long family out of her mind, Iris enjoyed the rest of the spa day with the others. Finally, their day at the spa ended. They prepared to go home. While walking along the hallway, they met another group consisting of 3 women in their early 20s. The woman leading them suddenly stopped. She looked surprised when she saw their group. Then she spoke directly to Iris. "Little sister Xiaolon, is that you?" Iris blinked, not recognizing the woman who spoke to her, nor the other 2 women accompanying her. Mimi stepped out from behind Iris and exclaimed, "Long Jing. It's me, Young Mei." "Oh, Young Mei. You're here too." After hearing the woman's name, the original Iris memories flooded her mind. Only then did Iris recognize the woman to be Long Jing. She was Long Tingfei's illegitimate daughter with a former mistress, meaning she was Iris Long's older half-sister. She didn't recognize her right away because for some reason, there was a bit of a repelling force surrounding the original Iris memories about Long Jing. Then she understood why. The original Iris absolutely hated Long Jing, feeling jealous of her especially when it came to their father's attention. She also felt threatened by her older half-sister because Long Jing was smart, ladylike, and admired by many. The Long elders might discriminate against her because of her illegitimacy, but the younger members of the family and the servants adored her. They always compared the original Iris to Long Jinjing, expressing their disappointment that Iris was the legitimate daughter and not Long Jinjing, who they thought would have been the perfect young lady of the Long family. The original Iris heard them saying that Long Jinjing was many times better than her. All of these made the original Iris develop an inferiority complex towards Long Jinjing. It made her hate her older half-sister, treating her like a mortal enemy. Iris couldn't sense any hostility from Long Jinjing directed at her at the moment. But even if she was hostile, Iris wouldn't be surprised based on the memories of the original Iris currently flooding her mind. Fortunately, Long Jinjing was acting very nice to her. There was no reason for Iris to be rude, so she greeted her. "Big sister Jinjing, lovely to see you." Long Jinjing looked surprised at the nice greeting. Then relief flashed in her eyes, perhaps because Iris acknowledged her. She smiled at Iris, acting friendly and even shy. "Pretty and dainty." These were the first words that would pop in one's mind to describe Long Jinjing. She was a petite woman, a head shorter than Iris, and looked fragile. She was the kind of woman who at first glance would make most people want to protect her. Although she didn't have Iris' stunning beauty, Long Jinjing was attractive in a pretty way. "How have you been, little sister Shilon?" she asked. Her voice was surprisingly deep and firm in contrast to her petite and fragile appearance. "I watched the Harmony Music Awards. Your performance was amazing. Also, congratulations on your many award wins, especially on the special award." "Thank you, big sister Jinjing," Iris replied politely. Then they made small talk. Long Jinjing mentioned that she would be graduating in about a couple of months and would start working at a small branch division of Long Industries. Then she suddenly looked worried after realizing what she just said. It was as if she was afraid that Iris would think that she was bragging. When Iris didn't react negatively, she looked visibly relieved. Then one of her companions began tugging her arm, silently asking Long Jinjing to introduce her to Iris. The two groups began formal introductions. Long Jinjing and Mimi were already acquainted with each other. They met several times at Long family reunion dinners or when Long Jinjing visited Long Tengfei at the ancestral residence by herself. The two were rather friendly to each other. One of Long Jinjing's friends was almost trembling in excitement as she greeted Iris. She looked very starstruck and couldn't make herself call Iris as Shilon. Can please give me your autograph." "Of course," Iris replied. Iris signed an autograph for Long Jinjing's friend and also posed together for a photo with her. In contrast, the other friend accompanying them kept her distance. Her name was Chun Fei. She was polite and answered when asked but didn't initiate any of the conversations. It was from Chun Fei that Iris detected hints of hostility towards her. She wasn't the least bit surprised because Chun Fei was Long Jinjing's best friend. The original Iris got into several catfights with her in the past. They fought because Chun Fei was defending Long Jinjing from the original Iris bullying. Iris didn't mind the slightly hostile attitude of Chun Fei towards her. It was understandable. In fact, Iris even admired her for still acting civil despite their past feuds. Finally, the two groups said goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. "Boss, your sister seems nice," Dom commented once they were inside the executive van. "Yeah, Long Jinjing is nice and kind. She's also very humble. Totally unlike most of the Longs," Mimi said. Then she realized what she just said and added in a hurry. "Of course, Shilon is also very nice, kind and humble. The two of you are the best among the Longs. Even Uncle Tengfei and Big Brother Hui can be snooty sometimes." Then she paused when she thought about something. "Well, actually, sometimes you're not humble at all, Shilon. But in a nice, non-snooty way. Perhaps it's because you're such a straightforward person that you never deny or devalue any of your achievements when others praise you. It's not bragging. It's more like you're confident of your own abilities and achievements. Of course, that's because boss is the best," Dom declared. Jiang Yingyu nodded in agreement. "It's weird because I heard that the two of you are not in good terms," Mimi said. "I was afraid that you'll get into a fight with her earlier, but you two acted really friendly to each other. What's up with that? Oh, is it like when you used to bully my Auntie Jiahui before? Did you bully Long Jinjing too?" Iris nodded. "Wow, you were such a B***tch, Shilon," Mimi said. "I'm glad I didn't meet you back then, or I would most likely hate you. That was back then. Boss is the best now. Dom immediately defended Iris, glaring at his twin. Mimi rolled her eyes. Duh, that's what I said. That Qin Fei has some ill feelings against you, Xiaolon. Jiang Yingyu observed. Really? Both Dom and Mimi didn't notice. While the three chattered about their encounter with Long Jingjing's group, Iris inwardly prodded some of the original Iris memories. She sank into deep thought because she discovered that on some of the memories regarding specific people like Long Jingjing, emotions that weren't hers began bubbling inside her. Her eyes darkened with suspicion at this implication. Meanwhile, Long Jingjing and her friends were also on the road, talking about their chance encounter with Iris group at the spa. Qin Fei was driving her car. Long Jingjing sat beside her on the front passenger seat, while their other friends sat in the back seat. Long Jingjing and Qin Fei were best friends. They met each other in middle school and became inseparable ever since. They went to the same high school and university. While Long Jingjing majored in finance, Qin Fei majored in marketing. They met their other friend in business school. That was why Iris didn't recognize her from the original's memories. Wow, Iris Long is even more beautiful in person. She's also very nice, their friend commented. Totally unlike how you painted her, Xiao Fei. Whenever you talk about Iris, you make her sound like a monster. That's because she is. You have no idea of the hell Jingjing went through in the hands of that evil B***tch. Qin Fei spat. That was all in the past, Xiao Fei, Jingjing said. I heard that my sister has changed, and it seems that it's true. Our father is very pleased that she has matured and became sensible. You think a person can change just like that? I don't believe it. Qin Fei looked very skeptical. People can change especially after experiencing a traumatic event. Remember that my sister almost died in that car crash and went into coma for an entire year. Her personality change must be because of that trauma. She has experienced a lot. Let's not be so harsh on her, Jingjing said. Qin Fei harumphed and then sneered. I still don't believe that she really changed. I will never forget how she bullied you before, Jingjing. I also will never forget about how I suffered bald patches on my head for a few months because she ripped my hair off my head. That's because you scratched her face, Xiao Fei. She's a celebrity and her face is very important, Jingjing said. She started it. She insulted you, so my hands automatically moved on their own to attack her. Qin Fei tried to justify her past action. Then she shrugged. Whatever. I don't think I'll ever like her. Don't worry. I won't fight with her as long as she doesn't do anything to you. She better not bully you again, or I'll expose her black heart to those brain-dead black stars in the whole world. Hey, I'm a black star, and I'm not brain-dead, their other friend complained in the back seat. Want me to whack you with my mighty slippers? Huh, Xiao Fei? Qin Fei ignored her. Please don't do that. She's my sister. Father will be sad if people attack her, Jingjing said. You're a very kind and compassionate person, Jingjing. That's good. We love you for that. But more often than not, you're too kind that others are taking advantage of you. You have to realize that there are people in the world who don't deserve your kindness. You call that evil B***tch your sister, but does she even consider you as her sister? Uncertainty flashed in Long Jingjing's eyes. See? Even you're not sure. Don't be fooled just because she acted nice today. Remember that we're in a public place. She's a celebrity, and she has to watch her image and reputation. We'll only know if she really changed once we meet her again without the prying eyes of other people. Their other friend interrupted them. I don't really know exactly what happened between you and Iris before, but I think that everyone deserves a second chance. Xiao Jing, I hope that you can have a good sister relationship with Iris. Me too, Long Jingjing whispered. Qin Fei snorted, still not trusting that Iris really changed for the better. Meeting her in person again after more than 2 years made her feel some phantom pain in the previous bald spots on her head. Her grudge against Iris was something that wouldn't be so easy to forget. ####. When the media got tired of featuring Iris Long's incredible award wins and moved on to more recent stories, her endorsement ads started rolling out to the public. The commercials played on TV and even on radio every day. Her posters could be seen in public places all over the country. The Black Stars swarmed the stores and crashed websites in order to buy the products their boss Iris was endorsing. Nail polish by Mailing Nails. All sold out. Latest phone model? They lined up hours before the stores even opened. Some even camped out the night before. The high-end headphones and earphones didn't sell out because they were so expensive, but the sales definitely spiked higher than normal. Many people also switched toothpastes, hoping to at least obtain even just 1% of Iris Long's beautiful smile. Similarly, Serenity Premium Tea also sold out within just 2 days, specifically the varieties Iris Long endorsed. The stores were calling Lin Yihan's company nonstop to place additional orders. Lin Yihan and his employees were all taken aback, not expecting this kind of development at all. They were so unprepared that their current inventories weren't enough to supply all of the orders. As a result, Lin Yihan had to choose carefully who to supply first. His company produced premium tea. He didn't want to compromise the quality just to increase the supply to meet the current insane demand. Serenity Premium Tea's price point was also higher compared to its competitors. Lin Yihan already accepted that it wouldn't appeal to the majority of the consumers. That was why he never imagined his tea products would sell out in just 2 days. So this is the power of a celebrity, he thought to himself. Ever since Iris' multiple award wins, she had become more famous. She was quickly becoming a household name. Although she still had a long way to go until she reached Jin Chonglin's level, she was already headed in that direction, especially if her career continued its upward trajectory like this. The most important thing was that she had now finally stabilized her position in showbiz. She was also now a respected figure in the music industry. Her next career choice from here on would be extremely critical on whether she could move forward or grow stagnant as an artist. ####. In response to her growing fame and influence, Bright Summit placed more importance on her. Tang Yi was now one of the star managers in the management company as a result. More resources were allocated for her. More offers were also coming her way. Inside Tang Yi's office at Bright Summit Entertainment Company. "I'm so proud of you, Iris. But don't let all of these go into your head. You worked hard to achieve all of these, but the moment you grow complacent, you'll start losing everything," Tang Yi warned Iris. "We need to continue working hard." "I understand, elder sister Yi," Iris replied. "Don't worry, big sissy. Boss isn't like that. She always works hard." "I'll work hard as well," Dom declared. "Good." Tang Yi smiled. Then she grabbed a pile of documents from the mountain of files on her desk. "Ever since your wins at the music awards, we have received many offers requesting you to write theme songs for TV dramas and movies." "What? That's amazing." Dom bounced on his seat in excitement. It also worked to your advantage that a big part of the success of Strong Yet Broken can be attributed to the theme song and the film score you composed. I suggest you consider composing for a TV show this time. "I'll keep that in mind, elder sister Yi. Please allow me to look into the offers first," Iris said. Tang Yi handed the pile of offers to Iris. Then she moved on to another topic. "Did you know that we also received acting offers for you?" Dom gasped. "Really? OMG. Iris tilted her head to the side, waiting for her manager to elaborate. "Iris, you've already stabilized your position in the music industry. I think it's time to diversify and try acting." Although Iris was curious and interested, she hesitated. She knew herself. Sure, she could act and portray simple emotions. But if she was required to portray deeper and complicated characters and emotions, she had no confidence in herself at all. Music and acting were similar in that they could portray a wide range of emotions, stories, and characters. However, music wasn't acting and acting wasn't music. She was confident when it came to music. But acting? Tang Yi could guess what she was thinking. "Don't stress about it for now. We'll put you in acting workshops first." "How's that?" "I'll leave everything to you then, elder sister Yi," Iris finally said after much thought. "Don't worry, boss. I'll help you. My gorgeous self is good in acting too." "Hee," Dom said. They chuckled before continuing to discuss Iris' next work schedule. Shadow Wind's compound, main headquarters. Liu Zihao and his subordinates worked tirelessly in the last few months to obtain more resources and manpower. They already destroyed quite a number of small to medium gangs. For now, they hadn't touched any of the biggest triads in the country yet. Those powerful triads, however, were already cautious and guarded against the Shadow Winds. The group's rise to power was too rapid and yet stable that it was alarming. The Shadow Winds were disturbing the power balance in the country's underworld, and many weren't happy with it. Some of these triads even reached out to the Shadow Winds, wanting to acquire and swallow it within their own respective organizations as a subordinate division. Of course, Liu Zihao declined. Apart from his most trusted subordinates, nobody else knew Liu Zihao's identity as the grandson of the business legend, Sir Liu Jianhong. He was only known as Mr. Z. He also started wearing a mask even when inside the Shadow Wind's headquarters as a precaution to the new members of the group. Although he was fairly confident that the original members of his group were loyal to him and wouldn't betray him, the same couldn't be said to the new members. After an exponential growth in the number of members, Liu Zihao recently slowed down recruitment. He wanted to focus on training these new members, while at the same time weeding out those whose loyalty he wasn't sure of. Aside from their exploits in the underworld, they also targeted publicly upright businesses and organizations, but were actually running illicit activities behind closed doors. As a result, Shadow Winds had now acquired several legitimate businesses they used as cover for their own activities. These businesses also served as major and sustainable streams of income to the group. Liu Zihao also ordered several small branches to be established in different parts of the country and even in select other countries abroad. The teams he sent to build these branches were small in number. A team ranged from only 2 to 6 members each. This was to avoid arousing the suspicion of both the authorities and the local criminal groups. Overall, the Shadow Winds had grown quite powerful, and standing behind this rising power was its leader, the mysterious Mr. Z. Inside the control room, Liu Zihao played with his black blank mask with his hands. The subordinates present were among the original members. They were fiercely loyal to him and knew his real identity. They were also only the ones allowed to refer to him as Boss Hao. The new members had to call him Master Z instead. Boss Hao, regarding the person you instructed us to monitor, we are sorry and ashamed to say that we have lost track of him once again. He's a very slippery guy. It also doesn't help that he has various powers that are assisting in hiding him and covering his tracks, the leader of the hacker team reported. However, we are able to discover signs that he has contacted several international publishers, mostly in the US and the UK, using his other identity, Edward Coben, the one who is an American investigative journalist. Liu Zihao stopped playing with the mask. His eyes narrowed. This might be an indication that the biography is nearing completion, or maybe it's already finished. We are not sure, the hacker leader said. His subordinates didn't visibly cower anymore when Liu Zihao released a murderous aura. Their intense training helped a lot in hardening their bodies, minds and wills into sharp blades of steel. Nevertheless, their hearts still trembled inside at their leader. Give me a copy of that F*King biography, he ordered. We'll do our best, Boss Hao. The hacker leader hesitated before saying, but we can't guarantee that we'll succeed. We already tried many times to obtain a copy, or even just some parts of the biography, but to no avail. That man is very careful. We suspect that it's either he's writing the book by hand, or he's using a separate device to write it that isn't connected to the internet. My hacker team is helpless in these cases. That is, unless we send a team to where he's at, wherever he is, and snatch the biography directly from him. Liu Zihao stood up and started pacing back and forth in the control room. He moved like a restless and bloodthirsty panther, silent and dangerous. What else, he asked in a tone that exerted a very heavy pressure upon his subordinates. There is also the possibility that he's using a highly advanced concealment or encryption software that prevents us from accessing his data, specifically his files regarding the biography. If this is the case, we still have a chance. We just have to dig harder and deeper. Do that then. It is just unfortunate that our skill level as a team is still not enough to increase our success rate in obtaining more information about the biography. It is highly likely that either he or the major powers assisting him hired some hackers to help conceal him. We are only able to obtain traces of him before he disappears again. The hacker leader took a few deep breaths, looking nervous while wanting to say something. Spit it out. Boss Hao, we already suggested this before, but, realization flashed in Liu Zihao's eyes. Then he scowled. No, I already said before that we will not involve Draken in any of this business. The hacker leader already expected his boss' decision, but he still wanted to try persuading him to change his mind. Boss Hao, I think you should reconsider your decision. Boss Draken is the only top-tier hacker that we know of who's the most likely to willingly help us because of your connection to her. All of us in the hacker team are confident that she could gather everything you need more quickly. Lu Zihao glared at his subordinate, making the guy lower his eyes to the floor. Boss Hao? We got a hit, an excited voice interrupted them. It was a female hacker who barged inside the control room, carrying a tablet. She panted as he handed the tablet to Lu Zihao. Then she explained, "We found traces of our target in South America." South America? Lu Zihao frowned as he studied the information displayed on the tablet. The information was incomplete, but his eyes widened when he realized something. He instructed, "Continue monitoring him. Do everything you can to get me a copy of the biography. And also," the hacker leader and the female hacker paid attention, "look into the latest activities of the Alcatraz organization." Hatred boiled within Lu Zihao when he mentioned this group, which was one of the biggest archenemies of the Vetrovs in the past. The female hacker gasped aloud. "Boss Hao, don't you think it's still too early for us to mess with such a gigantic organization? We haven't even dared to cause trouble with the biggest triads in the country, and now we're going after the most powerful organization in Latin America? Isn't that too much?" All of the subordinates inside the control room paled. "Shush! What are you doing? I already told you to control your mouth when in front of the boss," the hacker leader reprimanded her. Then he turned to Lu Zihao and bowed, forcing the female hacker to bow as well. "Boss Hao, please forgive her this once. She's still young and doesn't yet know what's good for her." Lu Zihao nodded but made sure to give the female hacker a warning look. Although he didn't really mind what she said, he needed to instill discipline to all of his subordinates or things within the Shadow Winds might spiral out of his control. "Sorry, Boss Hao," she mumbled, trembling. After instructing his subordinates on what to do next, Lu Zihao dismissed everyone. They went to do the tasks assigned to them. As for him, he wore his mask and headed to his room. He wasn't really sure whether the Alcatraz organization had something to do with the man writing the biography about the Vetrovs. It was possible that the Alcatrazes might have something to do with the Vetrovs' downfall and annihilation. Everything was still a conjecture on his part, though. Lu Zihao wanted to know the truth. It was an obsession. The progress of his hacker team was too slow that he was starting to run out of patience. There was also a sense of urgency, especially now that the biography might be published soon. He fished his phone from his pocket. He tapped on it a few times, but suddenly stopped when he realized what he was doing. His thumb hovered over Ira's phone number. "No, it's better not to involve her in this dangerous business. She's living a great life now. I should let her enjoy a life of peace and happiness," he told himself. A sense of loneliness bubbled within him. He sighed and tried to shake it off. "She chose her path, and I chose mine. Better keep it that way." Lu Zihao looked straight ahead, determined not to falter in his path of revenge. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Jin Liwei arrived home late that night from work. It was already past dinner. The butler told him that both Iris and Dom were in the cat room, so he headed there. He was about to open the door when he heard some muffled voices inside. Curious and not wanting to disturb them, he quietly opened the door just a crack to eavesdrop. He heard his baby girl and Dom talking inside. The cats meowed now and then. Well, it was actually just Popcorn asking for attention. Jin Liwei couldn't hear Ice Cream at all. She was probably sleeping like usual. "No, boss. Your expression still looks flat. You need to harness the emotion of shame," Dom said. "Let's go through the scenario again. You are a teenager and you have been caught smoking at school grounds. Your teacher and the school principal scold you and call your parents. Your parents come to pick you up. They are very disappointed. Now you have to act guilty and ashamed of yourself. Okay, boss. 3, 2, 1, action. I don't like this scenario. It's so stupid. I never smoked and I don't want to try it. So I have no idea what it's like. Let's change it," Iris complained. "But boss, this is the scenario your acting coach gave you. We have to practice it. Or if you want another scenario, we can practice the other emotions instead. Oh, here's a good one. It's for the emotion of surprise. You receive a letter informing you that a great-grandfather that you've never met before has died and left you 50,000 renminbi in his will. Now you have to act surprised. 50,000 renminbi? Is that supposed to be surprising? But I'm already a billionaire." PFT. Jin Liwei couldn't stop the laugh from escaping from his lips. Meow? Meow. Popcorn ran like an orange rocket and launched himself at his daddy. Jin Liwei caught him and immediately started petting the needy cat. "Darling, Sir Boss." It was Iris' turn to come running. Then she threw herself at him, hugging his waist tightly. Popcorn meowed loudly in complaint as he got squished between his mommy and daddy. "Sorry," Iris mumbled before quickly taking Popcorn and putting him on the floor. Then she returned to hugging Jin Liwei tightly, rubbing her face against his chest. Jin Liwei wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer to him. He kissed the top of her head and rubbed her back. He could feel her frustration in the stiffness of her body. "What's wrong, love?" he asked. She didn't answer, continuing to bury her face in his chest instead. "What happened?" Jin Liwei asked Dom instead. "Oh, the acting coach told Boss earlier today that she sucks in acting. Boss has been in a bad mood because of it." "What?" Jin Liwei's expression turned ugly. "That acting coach is a quack. Fire her. Let's get a new one. How dare she say that to my Shalon? That acting coach doesn't know what she's talking about." "No, don't." Iris finally spoke. "Elder Sister E says that she's one of the best acting coaches in the industry. Apparently, many of her past students are now some of the top actors and actresses in the country. She's only one of the best in the country. Let's get you a better acting coach from abroad," Jin Liwei suggested. Iris was feeling better now after hearing his words. "It's okay. There's no need to go that far. I'll stick with her. I heard that Bright Summit made a lot of effort to persuade her to take me in as a student." He gazed down at her beautiful face. Then he stroked her soft and smooth cheek with his fingers. "So what if Bright Summit made a lot of effort? Don't force yourself to endure it if she's being mean to you." Then he asked her, "Do you even like acting?" She tilted her head to the side and thought about it. "No, I don't think I like acting." "Then there's no reason for you to do it," he told her. In all honesty, he didn't want her to go into acting. When she first informed him that she was going to take acting workshops and start working with an acting coach, he was taken aback. She said that she wanted to try acting. He didn't stop her, but he made her agree to certain conditions first. First, she needed to consult him before accepting an acting project. They would decide together if she should accept it or not. Second, absolutely no love scenes allowed. No kissing, no hugging, and no intimate touching with the opposite sex. Third, she needed to bring her bodyguards to shoots all the time. Fortunately, she accepted all of his conditions without any protests, even the one about the bodyguards. Then she started going to acting workshops and working with an acting coach. At first, she was very excited. But after a few days, he noticed that she was increasingly becoming downhearted. "You're right, but I still want to try acting. I'm struggling right now and I'm starting to dislike it, but I don't believe that I can't do it. I already attended a number of acting classes, so I might as well finish what I started. I want to at least try working on an acting project. I want to take on this challenge and see how far I can go. If in the end, I still suck at it, then I'll stop and stick to music." The corner of Jin Liwei's lips lifted into a smile. It seemed that his baby girl's competitive spirit had been ignited when the acting coach told her that she sucked at acting. Seeing her trying so hard like this, even though she was bad at it, he couldn't bear to discourage her from acting anymore. She did say that she just wanted to try and experience it. His baby girl was still young compared to him. He should allow her to experience new things and enjoy herself before they married. "All right, love. Do whatever you want, but remember our agreement." "Okay." Iris gave him a sweet smile and pulled his head for a chaste kiss on the lips. "I love you, Jin Liwei. I love you more, Long Shilon." "So much," he replied in a serious voice. "Ehehe. Meow meow." Ice Cream opened her eyes and looked at slave number 1 and her brother Popcorn spying on mommy and daddy. Yawning, she closed her eyes again and went back to sleep. "Have you eaten dinner yet, darling?" Iris asked Jin Liwei. "Not yet." They all headed to the kitchen. Dom, the glutton, ate dinner again with Jin Liwei, even though he already ate earlier with Iris. "Oh, I almost forgot," Iris suddenly said. "I'm writing a theme song for a TV drama. It's a love song. You're my inspiration for it, darling. I think of you whenever I'm working on it." "Yeah." Jin Liwei looked extremely pleased and delighted. "Can I hear it?" "Yes, of course. It's not finished yet, but I'll play it to you later in our room." Jin Liwei nodded, a faint smile on his face. "Oh, I also forgot to mention that it's a duet. I'm planning on inviting Brother Chong Lin to sing it together with me. I think his voice will be perfect for the song," she told him. His smile instantly disappeared. A chill suddenly permeated the air. It made Dom shiver, but even so, he didn't stop eating. His chopsticks continued to shove food into his mouth. However, he did glance warily at his Sir Boss, who now looked like a frozen statue of the King of Hell. Iris stood up from her seat and walked towards Jin Liwei. Then she squeezed herself between the table and his body to sit on his lap. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she began raining kisses all over his face. "Darling, don't be so jealous of your own brother, okay?" she said in her sweetest voice. "You're the one I love and the inspiration of the song I'm writing, not him. Brother Chonglin is just a mouthpiece, yes. He's just a mouthpiece that I need to use in order to produce the song I'm envisioning." A giggle escaped from Dom's mouth, but he forcefully stopped it when Iris gave him a warning look. Then she returned to sweet-talking her darling, making sure to kiss him every few sentences. Jin Liwei's mouth twitched at his baby girl's new method of persuasion. However, he fought against the smug smile threatening to break out of his face. He was enjoying her actions immensely and wanted to experience it longer, so he maintained his cold and displeased expression. "As a fellow musician, I want to experience working with Brother Chonglin," she continued. "Besides, I'd rather work with Brother Chonglin, who's a family member, rather than with a total stranger. Don't you think so too, darling?" One of his hands wrapped around her waist while the other hand fondled her thighs. Despite the shamelessness of his hands, his expression remained unmoved. To be honest, he didn't really mind the idea of his baby girl and his own brother working together. He trusted both of them. She had already removed his misconception from before that she had feelings for his brother when she pursued Jin Chonglin as a teenage pop star. Despite this, he still couldn't stop himself from feeling jealous. Iris pouted when he didn't respond. She felt disappointed, thinking that he didn't want her to work with Jin Chonglin. "Fine then, I'll just give the song to others and let them sing the duet instead. I'll just be the songwriter," she said in a sulky tone. She unwrapped her arms around his neck and moved to stand up from his lap. However, he pulled her back down, refusing to let her go. He kissed her shoulder and sighed. "No, love, I want you to sing that song. Didn't you say that I'm your inspiration for writing it? Then I want nobody else to sing it but you. Use my brother if you need to. Really, thank you, darling." She gave him a peck on the lips. A lovely smile lit up her face. "If my brother does anything bad to you or doesn't listen to you, feel free to smack him." Iris giggled. "You're so mean, Liwei. That's your brother. But I'll keep that in mind." In a good mood, she took his chopsticks and began feeding him the rest of his dinner. Of course, Jin Liwei was more than happy to let her feed him. He even deliberately chewed slower so that the moment could last longer. After dinner, they headed to their own respective bedrooms. Dom gave the couple 2 thumbs up and before leaving the two of them. On the way to their suite, Iris regaled Jin Liwei with her activities during the day. He listened attentively. He felt happy that she now had become comfortable enough in their relationship to talk about trivial things without needing him to ask her. It was completely different now compared to the early days of their relationship. Before, he needed to coax her and even trick her into making her talk to him more. But now she was doing it on her own volition. He felt very happy that they had reached this point. "Long Xiaolon, thank you," he told her in a voice so soft that it was barely audible. Fortunately, Iris had great ears. She tilted her head to the side. What for? Thank you for accepting me and also for loving me." She hugged him. "I'm glad I met you, Jin Liwei. ####. Congratulations to Manager Long for his promotion to the main company." The branch director raised his glass in a toast to Long Jian. "Congrats, Manager Long. Please don't forget about us. We'll miss you, Manager Long. Please visit us whenever you have the time." Long Jian's colleagues at the small branch division he had worked at since graduating from university offered their congratulations and well wishes to him. They were at a popular restaurant near their workplace to celebrate his promotion to the main company. They also treated the dinner as his farewell party. The females were very sad to see him go. He was their office crush and dream guy. To them, he was perfect in every single way. He was tall, handsome, smart, cool, and charismatic. The performance of their small branch division improved by leaps and bounds because of him. Everyone knew that he was President Long Tengfei's illegitimate son. At first, they thought that he only used his father's influence to obtain a position right after graduating from university. However, as soon as he started working, they discovered what an outstanding businessman he was. He was a born leader who knew how to push his team members to work harder and become more ambitious. They were sad to see him go, but knew that he already outgrew their small branch division. He deserved to reach higher up the hierarchy ladder at the main company. They believed that he had the skills, abilities, and drive to be an executive one day. However, not one of them thought that he could be President Long Tungfei's successor one day. After all, it was an already widely accepted fact that Deputy CFO Long Hui was the heir of Long Industries. As for Long Jian, he was relieved that he finally received a promotion. He couldn't wait to leave the small branch division. The 3 years he worked there felt like 3 decades. He resented the fact that his father sent him to such a small branch division after graduating. He felt that it was unfair because Long Hui directly worked at the main company when he graduated. Even though both of them graduated top of their classes from the same C9 League University, why was the treatment of them after graduation so different from each other? Was it because Long Hui was the legitimate firstborn son and he was illegitimate? Despite the unfairness of it all, he worked extremely hard to boost the small branch division's performance. It was now one of the top branches because of him. His hard work finally paid off. By next week, he would start working at the main company under the COO. Although the position given to him was too low for his liking, it was all right. He just needed to work hard again in order to climb the ranks. He couldn't wait to show everyone at the main company his capabilities and to prove that he was more worthy than Long Hui to succeed as the head of Long Industries. This was his chance, and he was going to seize it with all he had. Long Jian excused himself and left their private dining room. He headed to the men's washroom to relieve himself. While doing his business, he heard a group of college students talking to each other. "Man, I'm exhausted. I played this new game for the past 2 nights. It's called Supreme Ascension. Do you know it?" "Of course I know it. I'm actually one of the first people who bought a subscription when it officially launched last week. I discovered it at a gaming convention about a month ago. They let people play the sample. Before I realized it, I spent my entire time at the convention just playing the game. The storyline is different depending on which class you choose. I think that's very cool. The graphics are just freaking awesome. And the world building? Don't get me started. It's so detailed and so on point that I think it's going to be the next big thing in the gaming world. I was so disappointed when they told me that it wasn't available yet during that time. That's why I've been waiting for its official release and immediately bought the subscription. And I'm telling you, it's so worth it. Ah, damn. I'm only playing the free version. Maybe I'll buy the subscription, too. The pricing is reasonable as well. It won't bankrupt us poor college students." Another slightly older man in his mid-20s piped in. "Sorry to interrupt. I just overheard your conversation. Are you talking about the MMORPG Supreme Ascension?" "Yeah, man. You play it too." "Yes. Actually, my older brother was one of the beta testers of the game." "What? For real? That's cool as F***CK, man." The newcomer looked pleased at their reaction. "Yeah. Apparently, it's made by a completely new gaming company called Planet Monkey. It also seems that the game developers are total newbies. Kinda unbelievable, right? With that kind of quality, you'll think that the game was created by one of the big companies with numerous other games under their belt. But no, this is apparently their first game. Wow, I didn't know that. That's insane. They must be loaded to be able to create such a high-quality game and even build a company. Nah, my brother said that the CEO is only in his mid-20s. That's around my age. And the CFO is in his late 20s. They aren't rich at all. Both were office workers living paycheck to paycheck before they decided to quit and build their own gaming company. Huh? Where did they get all of their funding then? I heard that the president owner of the company is the one who's super rich. My brother has never seen the owner, but he heard from the employees that the owner is apparently a beautiful young woman. They say that she's very generous. Whatever they ask, she provides. That's why they have the best environment to create the game compared to other indie developers and maybe even some of the big gaming companies. Beautiful young woman? Come on. That's pure bullshit. The owner is probably a rich, young master who has more money than he could spend, plays video games all day, and has never had a girlfriend before. They all laughed. But that is amazing, man. I wish I could be a beta tester, too. That would be so freaking cool. If you're serious, I can connect you with my brother. He's still working part-time as a tester for the company, even though the game is already released, mainly to check for bugs and to evaluate user experience. that kind of thing. And he says that the job pays well. For real. Man, let's exchange numbers. When I graduate, I'm so going to apply to Planet Monkey. Me too. But what I really want to know is if it's really true that the owner is a beautiful young woman. Long Jin washed his hands, feeling a little annoyed that these guys were being so noisy inside the washroom. He looked down on people like them. For him, any adults playing video games were lazy bums. That beta testing, or whatever, was not a real job. It could only be a side hustle for desperate people who were too lazy to put in the effort to get real jobs like him. A faint sneer marred his handsome face. However, Long Jin envied the owner of that Planet Monkey company. He didn't care whether the owner was really a beautiful young woman or a rich young master. He wished that he could also have the freedom and the money to build his own successful business from scratch. Even though he was a Long, his finances were limited to what he was currently earning as a corporate worker. His father stopped sending him allowance when he started working after graduating from university. Fortunately, his mother was able to invest in several small properties while she was still his father's mistress. She rented these properties to others, providing their family with a continuous stream of extra income. He wasn't like Long Hui or Long Xiaolon, the legitimate children who grew up with silver spoons in their mouths. Their other half-sister, Long Jinjing, had a similar upbringing to him. Although he and Long Jinjing were richer compared to the average people, they were nowhere near as wealthy as the young masters and young misses from other affluent families. Well, it didn't matter if he couldn't start his own company. He wasn't that interested in trying it anyway. Why start his own when he could get his hands on an already established and successful company? What he wanted the most was Long Industries. He would work extremely hard and do everything in his power, even sell his soul to the devil, in order to achieve this ambition. As he made his way back to the private dining room, he thought about his youngest half-sister. He heard that Long Xiaolon started her own company and begged their father for some sort of a business deal. He chuckled, the sound filled with mockery. What an idiot. A person like her who barely graduated from senior high school and never attended university started her own business? Does she think that running a business is that easy? What a joke. I'll bet that her business, whatever it is, will fail in just a few months. She has the money, yes, but skills? How laughable. Not everyone can be like the owner of that Planet Monkey who seems to run his or her company very well despite being a total newbie in the gaming industry. Long Jin didn't consider his youngest half-sister, Long Xiaolon, as a threat. The one he wanted to overpower was the heir, Long Hui. He heard from Long Xiaoping's latest report that Long Hui was having a difficult time with the elders after leaving the ancestral residence to move in with his lover and his child. The elders thought that it was disgraceful. They were accusing him of disregarding his duty as heir of the Long family. Their father's birthday would be coming in a few days. All of the Longs would be gathering together for a grand celebration in honor of Long Tingfei. Long Jin couldn't wait to witness with his own eyes how Long Hui was being suppressed by the elders and the other members of the Long family. Now he'll experience something similar to the oppression that I experienced just because I'm an illegitimate son. Let's see if he can handle it. The crown prince will soon fall, he thought. Long Jin passed through other tables along the way. It was dinner time, so there were a lot of diners eating at the moment. A lineup also formed by the entrance for people waiting for the next available tables. The restaurant was very busy. It looked like a small accident happened between a waiter and a diner. There were spilled food and broken plates all over the floor. Long Jin's way back to the private dining room was currently blocked until the mess on the floor was cleaned up. Annoyed at the inconvenience, he sighed and waited by the side. A group of young office ladies were dining at a nearby table. Did you hear about the latest news? Iris Long is nominated for Best Original Score in the upcoming Diamond Guild Film Awards. Of course I know. I'm a Black Star, and we're the first ones to hear any news about our boss Iris. She's so awesome. After winning those insane number of awards at the Harmony Music Awards, she's nominated again for another award. I'm just in awe of her. The competition is much fiercer this time than at the music awards, though. She's up against veteran composers who already won this award several times in the past. Based on what most of the film industry experts are predicting, Iris Long is not a favorite to win. I don't care what those experts say. I believe that Boss Iris will surely win. The film score she composed for Strong Yet Broken is just superb. I'm kinda disappointed that she didn't get nominated for Best Original Song, though. She totally deserves that nomination. Phantom of Your Love is just out of this world. Whenever I hear the cinematic version of it, I just burst into tears and remember what happened in the movie. That's because the song has been released as another version before. It's not eligible for Best Original Song. How unfortunate. I think that if it was eligible, then it has the best chance of winning among the nominees in that category. Too bad that it wasn't nominated. But still, it's already impressive that she's nominated for Best Original Score. That's another achievement under Iris Long's belt. As a Black Star, I'm so proud of Boss Iris. This is definitely her year. Her star is just getting bigger and brighter. Finally, the mess on the way had been cleaned up. Long Jin gave a last glance at the office ladies before heading to the private dining room, where his soon-to-be former coworkers were waiting for him. He thought about what he just heard about his youngest half-sister. That's all she is, a showgirl. So what if she shines in showbiz? She'll never be an important existence in the Long family. The final battle for succession will be between me and Long Hui. According to the elders, Long Xiaolan was even more of a bigger shame to the Long family than Long Jin and Long Jinjing, who were the children born from mistresses. As a public figure, every scandal she got involved in would be exposed to the masses. This was absolutely shameful in the elders' eyes because they thought that it tarnished the family name. And by getting closer to her, Long Hui was damaging his reputation and standing within the family. Long Jin's lips lifted into a smirk at the thought. When he opened the door to the private dining room, the smirk transformed into a gentle smile as he greeted his co-workers. ####. Gold Heights Condominium. After putting little June to sleep in the bedroom, Jiang Yingyu headed to the open kitchen where Long Hui was working on some documents by the granite island. The laptop in front of him displayed a spreadsheet with complicated numbers. Despite being busy with work, he still paused what he was doing to smile at Jiang Yingyu when he heard her approach. "Is our son asleep?" he asked. "Yes. It's harder to put him to sleep now because he has more excess energy." When Xiaolan was still living upstairs in the penthouse, little June would play with ice cream and popcorn until he tired himself out. Jiang Yingyu said, "Should we get him a cat, then?" But I personally prefer a dog." Jiang Yingyu smiled. She stood behind him and started massaging his shoulders. He groaned and enjoyed her massage. "Finish your work. We'll talk about getting a pet next time," she told him. "Give me a kiss." First, her cheeks blushed, but she still leaned forward to kiss him on the lips. It was a soft, lingering kiss filled with sweetness. Nice. His hands tried to pull her hips closer to him, but she gently slapped them away. "Hurry up and finish your work. I don't want you staying up too late again," she told him with a light laugh. He sighed and smiled at the same time before nodding. Then he resumed working. They were at the unit gifted by Iris to little June. Before Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu got together again, she and little June barely stayed at the unit. They only used it as a place to sleep. They mostly spent their time upstairs at the penthouse. But now that Long Hui moved in with them, the place was feeling more and more like a home. They were spending more time in here compared to before. Of course, they still visited Mei and the others upstairs at the penthouse, but Long Hui preferred that they spend more time as a family together. As the new head of security of the condo building, Jiang Yingyu didn't need to leave the place anymore for work. She now had more time for her family. It was like a dream come true. Her earlier worries about her relationship with Long Hui gradually stopped bothering her so much. Despite this, she still couldn't completely erase the fear that this happy moment would be shattered someday. But she loved Long Hui and wanted to have a happy family with him and their son. She already gave up on him once before when she was a vulnerable young pregnant woman. Although fear and anxiety still lingered in her heart, she wanted to try again with him, especially since he was trying so hard to assure her with both his words and actions. If she still pushed him away, then it would truly be unfair to him. She left him to his work and headed to the living area. Then she switched on the TV to watch the evening entertainment news. She started watching them because of Iris. Successful interior designer Wu Qianxi finally returns to the country for good after living and working on and off in America for a number of years. Her clients include some of the most famous celebrities in the world and even designed the home of a Danish princess. She says that she is excited to be back home and to reconnect with old friends. Some may remember that she dated Long Hui a few years ago. Long Hui is the heir of Long Industries and also the elder brother of multi-award-winning musician Iris Long. The Entertainment News report continued. Wu Qianxi is also the young miss of the Wu family who are longtime friends with the Long family. The Longs and the Wus have several business collaborations over the years. Many expected that the connection between the two families would deepen with the marriage of Long Hui and Wu Qianxi, but they suddenly broke up. And now we recently learned from Long Hui himself that he fathered a child with another woman. The TV suddenly turned off. "Don't watch that anymore," Long Hui's cold voice said. He held the TV remote control in his hand. He looked furious by the news report. Jiang Yingyu also felt upset, because the news report made it sound like she was the reason why Long Hui and Wu Qianxi's relationship ended. The two already separated when Jiang Yingyu and Long Hui began their affair. "Do you still have feelings for Wu Qianxi?" she asked him. He scowled. "No. But you were engaged to her before." "No, we weren't. I never proposed to her. It was more of a verbal agreement of marriage between our families when we were children. It's not an engagement because we didn't agree to it. Yes, we became lovers, but it didn't work out." Long Hui tossed the remote to the couch and sat beside her. He grabbed her hand and held it tightly. "She's just someone from my past. You're the one I love now and the one I'll continue to love in the future. Don't think about her anymore. What if your father wants you to marry her?" "Father will never force us to marry people we don't like," he told her with certainty. "What about the elders? I'm sure they prefer for you to marry Wu Qianxi more than me." Her voice trembled a little. He pulled her into his arms and embraced her. "The elders don't rule the Longs. It's my father who's the head of the family. He already loves and dotes on our son. I'm sure he'll accept you." Although a great sense of insecurity pervaded her, Jiang Yingyu still nodded. She hugged him back, not realizing that. She was squeezing him hard. He didn't mind, though. He loved her physical strength. "Yingyu, why don't you come and attend Father's birthday party with me this coming weekend?" he asked. "No." Her answer was quick. She didn't even think about it. Anxiety filled her eyes. "Please, my sweet Yingyu. I know that you'll feel uncomfortable there, but can you do this for me? For our family? I want to introduce you to everyone and let them know that I'm serious in staying with you and our son." She felt torn, so she didn't answer right away. "Little sister Xiaolan will also be attending," he added as additional persuasion. "Is she?" Actually, he didn't know. "Wait a minute," he mumbled. He grabbed his phone and called Iris. When she answered his call, he didn't even greet her. He immediately asked, "Little sister, you're attending Father's birthday party this weekend, right?" "No." "What?" Long Hui was surprised. Jiang Yingyu's expression cleared up. It was obvious that she already decided not to go like Iris. "I already called Father and informed him that I'm not attending the party. I'll just send him a gift via delivery and visit him in person the next day," Iris told him. He saw Jiang Yingyu's decision on her expression and panicked a little. "Come on, little sister. Attend the party. It's our father's birthday. Father says it's okay if I don't want to go." He took a deep breath and decided to just tell his sister the reason why he wanted her to attend. "I want to bring Yingyu and formally introduce her to Father and to everyone. She won't go if you're not going. Can you change your mind and accompany her?" Silence. Long Hui waited for her decision with bated breath. "Fine," Iris finally said. He exhaled a big sigh of relief. "Thanks, little sister. I owe you one. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for my friend." Her answer made him chuckle. He didn't mind it at all. In fact, he was happy that the two got along with each other and were even friends. After speaking a bit more, the call ended. "She says she's coming," Long Hui told Jiang Yingyu. Although she still felt unwilling, she agreed to attend the upcoming birthday party, as long as Iris went with them. He could sense her unwillingness, so he tried his best to reassure her. "Trust in me, my sweet Yingyu. With or without little sister Xiaolan, I'll protect you. My priority now is you and our son." Okay. Long Hui decided to stop working for the night. He needed to give his lady some tender, loving care tonight in order to dispel her worries. ####. Gold Heights Condominium, Iris Penthouse Unit. Night of Long Tingfei's birthday party. Long Hui and Jin Liwei were watching a football tournament on TV in the living area. Long Hui was in a formal tuxedo suit with a dark red tie, while Jin Liwei was in casual clothing. Little June was also there running around chasing popcorn. His nanny followed him, making sure that he wouldn't get hurt. As for Ice Cream, she was sleeping on Jin Liwei's lap, enjoying her daddy's gentle strokes. She lost a lot of weight, but still looked fat compared to her slim brother, Popcorn. All of them would be sleeping in the penthouse tonight. Mommy, Mama. Little June's excited voice interrupted them. The two men turned their heads at the same time. Their breaths also caught in their throats at the same time. Jiang Yingyu wore a traditional red qipao. The skirt hung just below her knees. The toned muscles of her arms and calves stood out the most. She looked strong and tough. Beautiful, Long Hui whispered. He looked at her like he was in a trance. As for Iris, she wore a modern qipao-inspired dress. Its color was more magenta than red. The upper part of the dress looked like a traditional qipao, but the lower part was a floor-length flowy skirt. It was elegant yet also sexy at the same time, with its thigh-high slit. The slit was unnoticeable at first, but when she walked, her smooth leg would pop out of the dress. Jin Liwei gently transferred ice cream from his lap to the couch. Then he stood up and walked to his baby girl. He grabbed her waist, pulled her to his body, and kissed her in front of everyone. Seeing them, Long Hui also stood up and walked to Jiang Yingyu, intending to kiss her too. However, he was too late. Another guy reached her faster than him. Mommy kiss, Little June demanded his mother. Jiang Yingyu picked up Little June and kissed him on the cheek. However, the little guy was unsatisfied. He grabbed his mother's face and gave her a kiss on the mouth instead. Then he turned to Jin Liwei and smirked. Everyone laughed at the toddler's antics, except for one person. Long Hui glared at Jin Liwei. Stop corrupting my son. Look at him. He's emulating your shamelessness. It was Iris who felt offended at his accusation. She snapped at him. Don't blame Liwei. You're just salty because your son is more romantic than you. Dom, the makeup artist and the hairstylist snickered a few steps behind them. They just came out from the walk-in closet after glamming up Iris and Jiang Yingyu. Long Hui glared at them next. The makeup artist and the hairstylist immediately shut up, but Dom didn't mind and continued snickering. Then he whipped out his phone and started snapping photos of the smug little June. Junie boy, hold your smile and look at Uncle Dom's camera. Yes, good job. My cutie patootie pie is so handsome. Even more handsome than Dada and Papa. Ehe. Both Iris and Jiang Yingyu chuckled at Dom's claim. Jiang Yingyu then wiped the small lipstick stain that got on little June's lips. As for the makeup artist and the hairstylist, they retreated to the background with the nanny. They already discovered Jin Liwei's identity about a month after they started working for Iris. Needless to say, they were very shocked. Even without the signed NDA, they wouldn't dare divulge this piece of information to the public because Jin Liwei was a fearsome enemy. It wasn't worth it offending the most powerful man in the business world of his generation just for some quick cash. They might get away if they betrayed Iris, but to anger someone of Jin Liwei's caliber? That would be pure insanity on their part. Besides, they already began respecting and liking Iris as a boss. Loyalty for her was already growing inside them. Long Hui scowled when he saw Jin Liwei smirking at him. The expression was so similar to his son's own smirk that it was as if they were the father and son. It also didn't help that little June looked a bit like Iris. They seemed more like the actual family. The thought depressed him a little as jealousy filled him inside. Finally, it was time to go. Dom and the nanny diverted little June's attention so that Iris and the others could leave the penthouse. The two pairs rode Jin Liwei's limousine on the way to the party. I guess you're not coming with us judging by that outfit of yours. Long Hui commented as he looked at Jin Liwei's casual clothes. Did father not invite you? Of course father invited Liwei, Iris replied instead. Originally, both of us aren't coming, but since you asked, I'll attend. Liwei and I will only attend events together as a couple after we officially announce our relationship. Besides, with the three of us gone, he needs to stay at home to babysit the cats and little June. Right, darling? Jin Liwei readily agreed. Long Hui scoffed. You're letting this brat turn you into a house husband. Iris pursed her lips at Long Hui. Then Jin Liwei replied, that would be nice. Long Hui looked at Jin Liwei as if he transformed into an alien. Iris, on the other hand, looked delighted. Don't worry, darling. I'll work hard so that if you ever decide to be a house husband, I can support our family. Then you can stay at home and take care of our kids. She realized what she just said and blushed. I mean, our cats. Our cats are our kids. Jin Liwei chuckled and nuzzled her neck. Long Hui shook his head at them, and then turned to his Jiang Yingyu, expecting her to have the same reaction as him. However, Jiang Yingyu had a slightly envious expression on her face as she watched Iris and Jin Liwei. He cleared his throat and asked her, "Do you also want me to become a house husband?" Jiang Yingyu looked at him like he had lost his mind. "We have a son to support. Both of us need to work." "Ahaha. Of course, of course. I was just joking." Long Hui laughed awkwardly. It seemed like his little sister was right. The romantic advances of his son, learned from that damn Jin Liwei, was more effective to Jiang Yingyu than his own attempts of romancing her. ####. The Long ancestral residence wasn't ideal to host a grand bash because it housed too many priceless treasures that could be damaged by the guests. Even the compound was a treasure in itself. That was why it was decided that Long Tingfei's birthday party would be held at another property of his. This property boasted a contemporary and chic mansion with a tropical-style landscaping. He recently acquired it as one of his real estate investments. At the moment, a line of luxury cars slowly made their way inside. Only people who showed invitations were let through the massive gates. Even if someone was a member of the Long family, he or she wouldn't be allowed inside without an official invitation. Inside the mansion, the guests mingled with each other. Most of them were individuals or from families who were around the same level as the Longs in high society. There were a lot of business people and socialites among them. The status of these people were impressive, but they weren't at the top of high society's hierarchy. Their levels weren't high enough to invite the likes of the Jins, the Lus, and most especially the Fengs. Nevertheless, this birthday party was still filled with a lot of different personages who were connected to the Long family one way or another. Long Tingfei welcomed and briefly chatted with the people who came over to greet him a happy birthday. Yang Jiahui and Mimi were beside him. His second son, Long Jian, and first daughter, Long Jinjing, also had arrived. Her first daughter came with her best friend, Chen Fei. He asked them to accompany him in greeting the guests. Long Jiufeng, Long Meng, and the other elders were displeased by Long Tengfei's decision to display his illegitimate children in such a conspicuous position beside him. To them, it was like showing the whole world their family's dirtiest and darkest stains. How shameful. The conversations suddenly stopped, and heads turned towards the entrance. Long Tengfei and the others followed suit to see what was going on. Audible gasps could be heard when everyone saw the new arrivals. How stunning. Iris Long looks even more beautiful in person than on TV. Look at that dress. Oh, that hidden slit is just ingenious. I need to ask her later who designed it. Iris walked in together with Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu. The ease and confidence of her movements looked graceful and elegant. With her extraordinary beauty and statement dress, it was no wonder that she caught everyone's attention as soon as she arrived. As the heir of the Long family, Long Hui was used to being the center of attention in events like this. However, this was the first time that he experienced literally everyone looking at him with so much interest. Well, technically, it was his sister they were looking at, but he could still feel their eyes on him just because he was together with his sister. Jiang Yingyu's already straight back became even straighter, and her expression reverted to her neutral, emotionless bodyguard expression. She could feel the curious and judging eyes of the people around her. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. She wanted to go home to his son, but steeled herself to stay for Long Hui. Calm down. Xiulan is here, she told herself. The three passed through the whispering crowd, headed to Long Tingfei, so that they could greet him a happy birthday. Who's that woman beside young Master Long Hui? Wow, look at that body. You don't see muscled women like that often. So unfeminine. She looks even more masculine than most men. Who would want a woman like that? She looks familiar. I think I've seen her before. Oh, I know. She's Iris Long's bodyguard. You can see photos of her with Iris on the internet taken by fans and paparazzi. So is she here to accompany Iris as a bodyguard? Wait a minute. Did you forget Iris Long's speech during the music awards? She mentioned that her bodyguard is the mother of her godson. And we now know that her godson is also her nephew, young Master Long Hui's illegitimate son. So that woman must be his mistress. What? Is that true? He brought his mistress to a formal event like this? How audacious. If I were a member of the Long family, I would feel extremely ashamed that our heir brought his mistress who's a mere bodyguard, and even presents her to everyone as if he plans on making her into the next madam. Now we know the reason why Long Hui and Wu Qinshi broke up. A third party destroyed such a perfect pairing. Jiang Yingyu's steps faltered when she caught some of the things they were saying about her. She almost bolted out of the place. Long Hui clasped their hands together. He squeezed her hand, trying to reassure her. The murmurings became louder when they saw the two holding hands in front of everyone. With her great ears, Iris heard almost all of their words. Her eyes turned cold. However, she had developed enough affection for Long Tingfei to not ruin his birthday party by creating a scene. So she flipped her hair and gave everyone a bright smile. Her smile bedazzled all of the people, effectively diverting their attention from Jiang Yingyu back to her. Finally, they reached Long Tengfei and the others. "Happy birthday, father." Iris and Long Hui greeted him. Long Tengfei nodded, pleased that all of his children were present for his birthday. He was especially delighted that his youngest daughter still came, even though she already informed him that she wouldn't be attending. Despite his joyful feelings, his expression remained cold and strict. Then Long Hui pulled Jiang Yingyu closer to him. "Father, let me introduce Jiang Yingyu. She is the mother of your grandson, my son Long Jun Yingyu. This is my father, Long Tengfei." Jiang Yingyu bowed her head in respect. "It's an honor to meet you, Sir Long. Please accept my birthday wishes." "Happy birthday, sir." Long Tengfei nodded. "I believe we've met before." "Why, yes, sir," she replied in an awkward manner. Indeed, they had met before. She was Long Hui's former bodyguard. She would follow him around as part of her duty, so it was inevitable that she encountered Long Tengfei, who was Long Hui's father. "Well, do enjoy yourself tonight," Long Tengfei told her. "Thank you, sir." Long Tengfei turned to Iris. "So your fiancé didn't come?" "He's at home taking care of the kids, the cats, and little June, too," she replied. His mouth twitched, trying to imagine Jin Liwei babysitting 2 cats and a toddler, but couldn't. The president-CEO of Jin Corporation, the #1 company in the country, acting like a house husband? It was too unbelievable that his brain couldn't imagine it. He was once again impressed by his youngest daughter's capability. Only she could make a formidable man like Jin Liwei listen to her and stay at home like a good housewife. Cough, cough. "Husband, even though my fiancé couldn't attend tonight, he sends his birthday greetings to you." "Father," Iris added. "Tell him my thanks and send my regards to him," he replied. "Yes, father. I'll tell him." He nodded. Then he told the 3, "Go greet the elders quickly and then return here. I want you beside me to greet the rest of the guests." The 3 obeyed. Jiang Yingyu paled. Beads of cold sweat formed on her temples. "Are you all right?" Long Hui asked her in a whisper. "Are you stupid? Of course she's not all right. Look at her. Does she look okay to you?" Iris told him in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm all right. I'll be all right," Jiang Yingyu told them. "Sorry, Yingyu. Please bear with it for tonight. Just ignore them. Focus on us, our son, our family." "Okay," Jiang Yingyu forced a faint smile and then nodded at him. The 3 headed to the elders and greeted them. Long Jufeng and Long Ming looked disapprovingly at them, especially at Jiang Yingyu. "Since your father appears to have accepted your bodyguard mistress as his guest tonight, I will not contradict his decision," Long Jufeng told Long Hui. "However, I hope you realize that your actions are very disgraceful and shameful. Bringing this woman and parading her in front of our important guests? As the heir of our Long family, you are turning all of us into a joke." Jiang Yingyu paled even more. She avoided looking directly at the elders. Her neutral expression cracked. She even looked like she was going to faint. Negative feelings simmered within Iris. However, she didn't notice that they weren't completely hers. She only knew that she felt indignant for her friend, Jiang Yingyu. Unbeknownst to her, something began stirring inside her. It was affecting her own emotions in an inconspicuous and subtle manner. It made her loathe the elders and the other members of the Long family, despite not meeting them personally after waking up as Iris Long. Huge drops of sweat began dripping from Jiang Yingyu's face. Her skin felt cold to the touch. It was not noticeable, but her hands were trembling. "Elders, please excuse us. Father says we need to return quickly to his side and join him in greeting the rest of the guests," Iris interrupted in a cold, emotionless voice. Then she grabbed Jiang Yingyu's hand and pulled her away, not waiting for the elders' permission to let them go. Long Hui was only momentarily surprised by her brusque action before running after them. "How disrespectful. I was feeling optimistic that Xiaolan has finally changed for the better, but look at her. Still the same rude, willful, and spoiled brat. Long Jufang complained. He hadn't finished scolding Long Hui yet. He also planned on warning his bodyguard mistress away and on lecturing Iris afterwards. He was very displeased that Iris dragged them away before he could finish everything he had to say. Young Master Hui started defying us around the time he grew closer to young Miss Xiaolan, Long Meng commented. I think that young Miss Xiaolan is the bad influence to young Master Hui. She has corrupted him with her bad behavior. What's even more disgraceful is she's reportedly friends with that bodyguard. It's no wonder that young Master Hui has become so rebellious because he has been hanging out with bad company. The elders continued to grumble about Iris, Long Hui, and his bodyguard mistress, Jiang Yingyu. Iris and the couple joined Long Tengfei and the others in greeting the visitors. Long Tengfei knew by their expressions that the elders must have said something unpleasant to them. He inwardly sighed, feeling a slight headache. He loved his children and wanted to protect them, but as the head of the family, he also had a duty to take into account the opinions of the elders and the other branch families. It was difficult balancing his duty as the family head and his personal feelings as a father, but he must do it. In between greeting and chatting with the guests, Mimi stuck with Iris and Jiang Yingyu. Her constant chatter gradually eased Jiang Yingyu's nerves until she was able to calm down. Mimi also included Long Jinjing and Chun Fei in the conversations. The guys, Long Hui and Long Jian, were involuntarily excluded from the girls' group. Chun Fei acted polite throughout the conversations, but she ignored Iris. She was still hostile towards Iris and unable to forget her grudge. As for Iris, her bad mood didn't go away after leaving the elders. In fact, the negative feelings simmering inside her gradually grew stronger. The more Chun Fei blatantly ignored her, the more Iris wanted to slap her face. She also felt annoyed at Long Jinjing, who acted nice and shy. Long Jinjing was very considerate with her words. Iris could almost see a bright halo floating over Long Jinjing's head. It made her feel surly. The change in her emotions was so subtle that Iris treated these irrational feelings as her own. Despite the tense undercurrents between them, they still interacted politely with each other. It gave the guests an impression that all of Long Tengfei's children got along with one another. After greeting most of the guests, Long Tengfei asked for everyone's attention. They stopped their chatters to listen to him. My dear friends, I would like to thank all of you for coming to celebrate my birthday today. My wife and I appreciate your time and your well wishes. I am very happy today because all of my children came tonight. My firstborn, Long Hui. My second son, Long Jian. My first daughter, Long Jinjing. And my youngest daughter, Long Xiaolan. You may know her as Iris Long. The guests murmured among each other. So her real name is Xiaolan. Some of the Long's closest family friends already knew her real name, but most of guests attending the party didn't know. This was the first time they heard of Iris' real name. I am very proud of all of my children. They are the greatest blessings of my life. My biggest wish for my birthday is to watch all of my children develop their own set of strong wings and fly high towards their respective successful lives. The four Long siblings smiled at their father's words. Whether they were acting or not, the guests couldn't be sure. Long Tengfei spoke for a bit more before ending his speech. Everyone clapped their hands when he finished speaking. Then they raised their glasses in a toast to a long life for him. The party resumed. Long Jian excused himself to join Long Xiaoping's group. He was closest to Long Xiaoping's branch family. He never experienced any discrimination from them for being illegitimate. This branch family was among the weakest and least influential in the Long clan, but Long Jian planned on elevating their status when he succeeded as head of the family and Long Industries. Long Tengfei and Yang Jiahui began moving around to entertain the guests and also to personally speak to the important personages who attended. As the heir, Long Hui was instructed to join them. Come with me. Long Hui asked Jiang Yingyu. She quickly shook her head. You go ahead. I'll just stay here with Xiaolan and Mimi. He hesitated for a few moments before nodding. There was even a faint hint of relief in his eyes. Then he followed Long Tengfei and Yang Jiahui in going around. Iris clicked her tongue, displeased at his actions. He wanted you to come with him tonight, but he's leaving you just like that? I thought he was going to introduce you to everyone. What's he doing now? How irresponsible. The ill feelings inside her magnified all the shortcomings she noticed among the members of the Long family, including Long Hui. surrounded by the Longs in this party. These feelings only solidified even more inside her. However, Iris still failed to notice the qualitative change in her emotions. She turned to Jiang Yingyu. If he continues to lack resolve and fighting for you like this, feel free to find a better man than him. I don't want my godson to follow a spineless father like him as a role model. Wow, Xiaolon. You're very savage today, Mimi observed. Chen Fei snorted. What do you mean today? She has always been savage. This is her real personality. Xiao Fei, please, Long Jinjing, begged her friend to stop with a tug on the arm. Iris only raised an eyebrow at Chen Fei before flipping her hair back and ignoring her. Then she continued to talk to Jiang Yingyu. Well, it's none of my business whatever happens in your relationship with elder brother Hui. I'm just saying that a man who can't properly defend and protect you is not worth your love. Just look at my darling. He'll do anything for me. That's why I love him very much. The strange ill feelings inconspicuously hijacking her emotions retreated when her love for Jin Liwei overflowed inside her. A stupid smile broke out of her face at the thought of her darling. PFT. Mimi laughed seeing her expression. And I was wondering why you're suddenly being so bitchy about Big Brother Hui. It turns out that you just want to brag about your man to Big Sis you. Xiaolon, you're so funny sometimes. Well, show me a man who's better than my darling. Iris dared Mimi. Fine, fine. I get it. Your man is the best. Happy. Mimi continued to laugh. Jiang Yingyu also smiled at the light-hearted exchange. Mimi and Dom were very similar in that they could always find a way to lighten the atmosphere. Although Jiang Yingyu was smiling, Iris' words managed to strike a chord within her. She felt disappointed that Long Hui was basically just asking her to endure all of the insults being thrown at her tonight. The dream of a happy family for the sake of her son was the only thing keeping her from bolting out of this place filled with judgmental people. Although she appreciated that he brought her to the party, introduced her to his father, and held her hand in front of everyone, she wished that he would do something more. With every insult she kept on overhearing from the surrounding people, she felt belittled as a human being. It reminded her of the vast difference between their statuses. Long Hui was the crown prince, while she was only a bodyguard. Her insecurity only grew. Her depressing thoughts were interrupted by Chen Fei. Oh, look who just arrived, Chen Fei said. It's the Wu family. They turned their heads to the entrance. A mature couple around Long Tung Fei's age walked in with an attractive, willowy young woman. That's the interior designer, Wu Qianqi, the Wu family's beloved daughter and their pride and joy. Then Chen Fei glanced at Jiang Yingyu, adding, and Big Brother Huey's ex-girlfriend. Jiang Yingyu stiffened at Chen Fei's words. Good thing that she was able to maintain a neutral expression, not showing how affected she really was by Wu Qianqi's presence. She forced herself to look at Wu Qianqi. She had met the woman before when she worked as Long Hui's bodyguard. Long Hui and Wu Qianqi were still together during that time. However, the two rarely saw each other in person. Both were busy with their respective careers. Additionally, Wu Qianqi lived in the U.S., only returning to the country every few months. It was mostly a long-distance relationship. She looks weak. Yingyu's body looks so much better. Look at those arms. They look like twigs, Iris commented. Something stirred unnoticed inside her again. It started to intertwine with her own emotions until there was almost no distinctions between what was hers and what was not. If Iris would only stop, examine, and analyze her current feelings, she would notice that her bad-tempered attitude was so unlike the usual her. It was more like the original Iris Long. Unfortunately, she was at a party right now and didn't have the time for introspection. Mimi giggled. Oh, Xiaolon, you're so bitchy today. I love it. Even Long Jinjing and Chen Fei smiled at Iris' bitchy comment. After a few moments, Chen Fei caught herself smiling and was surprised. She fixed her expression, erasing the smile from her face. Yingyu, don't feel insecure because of that Wu what's her name. Iris continued. If elder brother Hui chooses that woman over you, then he's a big idiot. I'm sure you'll find a better man than him who'll appreciate you and love you wholeheartedly. And don't worry about little June. If that big idiot tries to take him away from you, my darling, and I will wage a bloody war against him, and that Wu what's her name. Ahaha. Big idiot. Wu what's her name. Ahaha. Mimi doubled over and laughed hard while clutching her stomach. Long Jinjing also giggled. Chen Fei's mouth was twitching so badly, as she tried hard to stop herself from laughing. Damn it. I just find her words funny, that's all. It doesn't mean that I like this *tch. Chen Fei told herself while desperately trying hard not to laugh. Xiaolan, thank you, Jiang Yingyu said in her sincerest tone. She was truly grateful. Although she found it weird that Iris was being so unusually bitchy today, she thought that it was just because Iris was being a friend to her. After all, true friends would always side with each other regardless of circumstance. After giggling, Long Jingjing bit her lip when she realized that they were being mean. I think we should stop bad-mouthing Miss Wu. It'll reflect badly on Father if others were to hear us. Besides, the Wus are longtime friends of our Long family. Big sister Jingjing. I'm a Long, but I'm not friends with any of the Wus. Are you? Iris countered. No. Long Jingjing replied. Mimi snickered. Fine. I'll stop. Iris Long finally said with a shrug. As long as she doesn't make trouble with Yingyu, I won't say anything. Oh, look, Chen Fei exclaimed. Wu, what's her name? I mean Wu Qianqi is talking to Big Brother Hui over there. They all turned to where Chen Fei was looking at. Indeed, they saw the former lovers talking to each other. Maybe they're just greeting each other. Long Jingjing suggested. Jingjing, we're all women here. Look at Wu Qianqi's expression. Tell me if she really just plans on greeting your brother. Chen Fei told her. Oh, she just touched his arm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 seconds. Let's round it to 10. Who touches a taken man for 10 seconds? What the? Now I'm angry. What are we going to do? Mimi asked. What do you want to do? Iris asked Jiang Yingyu instead. I think I want to leave. Jiang Yingyu's neutral expression cracked, finally showing how upset she was about Long Hui talking to Wu Qianqi. Her hands clenched into tight fists. Her body tensed, making her muscles flex and stand out even more. Girl, what are you saying? Chen Fei couldn't believe Jiang Yingyu. You look strong, but you're actually so weak. A fly is buzzing around your man in front of your eyes, yet you're not going to do anything? If I were you, I would have grabbed my stilettos and stabbed that hoe to death, and then send her to the special hell where itchy women like her who seduce taken men belong. Yeah, I agree, Mimi said. Surprisingly, Long Jingjing also nodded in agreement. Iris only looked at Jiang Yingyu, waiting for her decision. I don't want that woman near Hui. I want her to go away. Jiang Yingyu finally shared her honest thoughts. Iris smiled at her answer. She had no idea that her feelings of protectiveness for her friend was being reinforced by the inconspicuous remnant inside her. It was making her bolder and more daring. Come on, girls. Let's go and swat that big fly away. Without waiting for their reply, she flipped her hair back and started walking towards Long Hui and Wu Qianqi's direction. Chen Fei decisively followed her. Of course, Long Jingjing followed her best friend. Mimi followed them, but quickly returned to drag Jiang Yingyu, who didn't move from her spot. A natural path opened up for them. The surrounding people just felt compelled to give way to Iris without being asked. Some of them even greeted her warmly. She gave them a dazzling smile and a few waves. Their eyes were riveted to her smooth leg popping in and out of her dress with every step. Finally, Iris and the others reached Long Hui and Wu Qianqi. The girls formed a semicircle around the two, effectively trapping them to the wall. Long Hui looked confused at first, but when he saw Jiang Yingyu behind the others, he realized what his current situation must have looked like to others. He immediately distanced himself from Wu Qianqi and stood beside Jiang Yingyu. Iris and Chen Fei caught the displeasure in Wu Qianqi's expression before she quickly covered it up with a smile. Their eyes narrowed at the other woman's quick change in expression. Long Jingjing and Mimi didn't catch it. Jiang Yingyu didn't notice it either because she was focused on Long Hui. Elder brother Hui, I don't believe I've met this acquaintance of yours before. Could you introduce us? Iris asked in her sweetest voice. Chen Fei gasped in an exaggerated manner. Xiaolan, don't tell me you don't know who Miss Wu Qianqi is. She's a popular international interior designer. Oh, interior designer. Iris tilted her head to the side before turning to Long Hui. Elder brother Hui, you're hiring this interior designer? For which place? The Gold Heights unit? Have you consulted with your girlfriend first? Without waiting for his reply, she directly asked Jiang Yingyu instead. Yingyu, did you know about your boyfriend's plans of redecorating your unit? No. Jiang Yingyu was too surprised at being asked suddenly that she just blurted out her answer without thinking about it first. Both Iris and Chun Fei released exaggerated gasps of horror. To their side, Mimi was struggling to control herself. She wanted to laugh so badly. As for Long Jingjing, she just stayed quiet, but her stance showed that she supported what her best friend and sister were doing. Elder brother Hui, how can you not tell your girlfriend first? Iris looked at Long Hui as if he just committed an unpardonable crime. Long Hui cleared his throat, feeling uncomfortable all of a sudden. He moved closer to Jiang Yingyu. Then he explained to Iris, "You're mistaken, little sister. I'm not planning on redecorating anything. Wu Qianxi and I are just talking as old friends." Then he began making introductions. "Nice to meet all of you." Wu Qianxi greeted them with a wide smile. "I just returned to the country from the US. That's why I'm very excited to reconnect with Hui. We're very close." Then she turned to Jiang Yingyu. "Hi there. I remember you. You're Huey's bodyguard, aren't you? Are you on duty right now?" Iris' eyes turned cold. Jiang Yingyu paled, but still answered, "And no, I'm not his bodyguard anymore. Yingyu is my girlfriend and the mother of my son," Long Hui told Wu Qianxi. He also hooked his hand around her waist to prove his point. Wu Qianxi looked furious for less than a second before putting on a surprised expression. "Oh, so she's the one. I see. I didn't expect that you'll get together with your former bodyguard. Oh, please do forgive my careless words. They're not meant to be offensive. Do you have amnesia or something? Xiaolon just referred to Big Sis Yu as Big Brother Huey's girlfriend just a few moments ago, and yet you're acting so surprised now." Mimi mumbled under her breath. Wu Qianxi's expression wavered, but she still smiled at Mimi. "Ah, forgive me. I must have missed it earlier. It's quite noisy here, especially with a lot of people present in this party. Not to mention that I'm still suffering a bit from jet lag. Miss Wu, you just mentioned that you're very close to Big Brother Hui. I thought the two of you already broke up. Do you still maintain communications with each other?" Chen Fei asked. "Yes. No." Long Hui frowned at Wu Qianxi's answer. "We stopped all communications after we broke up." Then he turned to Jiang Yingyu. "We really have no communications at all. This is the first time that we've talked to each other since we broke up." What do you mean by that? I always send you greetings on your birthday or during New Year, but I never once replied to you. That's not communication," Long Hui said. This time, Wu Qianxi wasn't able to maintain her friendly expression any longer. Her lips were still smiling, but the look in her eyes hardened. "Oh, then that means that you're not very close at all," Chen Fei interjected. "Miss Wu, that's very misleading, you know." "I agree," Iris nodded sagely. "What if elder brother Huey's girlfriend here misunderstands? What's more, they already have a child together. Be careful because others might accuse you of being a homewrecker, miss." Miss." She turned to Chen Fei and asked in a loud whisper, "What's her name again? I forgot." "Miss Wu. Her name is Miss Wu Qianxi," Chen Fei whispered to Iris' ear, making sure that it was loud enough for the entire group to hear, including Wu Qianxi herself. Wu Qianxi turned red from humiliation and fury. "You don't look so good, Miss Wu," Long Jingjing asked in a concerned voice. "Are you okay? Do you feel sick? Wait here, I'll get you something to drink." She took a glass of red wine from a waiter passing by. She was about to give it to Wu Qianxi when she tripped. The red wine splashed all over Wu Qianxi, staining her ruby-beaded peach dress. Wu Qianxi shrieked in horror at her expensive designer dress, which was now ruined by several big and ugly stains. Her shriek caused a few people to look at them. When they saw the state of Wu Qianxi's dress, they instantly felt sorry for her. "Oh no, I'm so sorry," Long Jingjing apologized, her expression contrite. "You." Wu Qianxi was about to slap Long Jingjing before she realized that people were looking at them. She forcefully controlled herself. At first, the people thought that there was a fight between Wu Qianxi and Iris Group, but seeing Long Jingjing's apologetic expression, they concluded that it was just an accident. They didn't doubt Long Jingjing's angelic appearance. She didn't look like someone who would maliciously splash a drink onto another person on purpose. "Long Jingjing, what have you done? You're so careless," Mimi scolded Long Jingjing. Then Mimi grabbed a cloth serviette from a nearby serving table. Then she started patting the stain on Wu Qianxi's dress. However, it only worsened the red wine stains on the dress, making them spread even further. "Stop!" Wu Qianxi slapped Mimi's hands away, But Mimi insisted on being helpful and continued her actions. What the? It's only getting worse. Wait, let me wipe harder. Mimi rubbed the serviette even harder. The force of her wiping tore some of the ruby beads off the dress. What are you doing? Stop it. My dress. Do you have any idea how much I paid for this? Wu Qianqi had now completely lost her composure. Her expression turned ugly, and she pushed Mimi roughly away. Ah! Mimi fell hard to the floor, making sure to roll twice before stopping. Ouch! It hurts. Mimi. Iris ran to her. Both Iris and Chun Fei helped Mimi from the floor. Miss Wu, I know that you're upset about your dress, but you didn't have to push her so hard. Iris told Wu Qianqi in an accusing tone. Mimi was just trying to help you. Please don't take your anger out on her. By this time, the commotion attracted the attention of more people. They murmured to each other, throwing disapproving looks at Wu Qianqi's behavior. They thought that her barbaric retaliation was low class and didn't reflect her respectable status. The ones who felt sorry for her before because of her ruined dress now sided with Mimi and the rest of Iris' group. Wu Qianqi became self-conscious and quickly fixed her furious expression into an understanding one. Inside, however, she was boiling in anger. She didn't even push the bitch that hard. Miss Yangmei, I'm terribly sorry for pushing you. I didn't mean it. It was done out of reflex. Wu Qianqi apologized to Mimi before turning to Long Hui. I really didn't mean it, Hui. I was just too shocked, and my body moved on its own. Please believe me. Then she moved to touch his arm again. Jiang Yingyu tugged on Long Hui's sleeve, silently warning him. To his credit, he stepped away before Wu Qianqi could touch him. Fury flashed in Wu Qianqi's eyes. She glared at Jiang Yingyu for a second before changing her expression once again into a more pleasant one. This is all my fault. If I wasn't so clumsy and didn't trip on my own feet, I wouldn't have spilled the wine and ruined Miss Wu's beautiful dress. Long Jingjing's expression became even more pitiful. Iris left Mimi to Qin Fei and went to Long Jingjing's side instead. What are you saying, big sister Jingjing? It's not your fault. It was an accident. Then she turned to Wu Qianqi. Miss Wu, do you blame my sister? The murmurings of the crowd grew louder, making Wu Qianqi even more self-conscious. Of course, Wu Qianqi blamed Long Jingjing and everyone in Iris' group. She knew that they were doing all of these on purpose to humiliate her, but she couldn't just publicly blame them without ruining her own image to the people. You misunderstand, Miss Long Xiaolan. Of course I don't blame Miss Long Jingjing, Wu Qianqi quickly said. She turned to Long Hui again and pleaded with him. Hui, please believe me. All of this is just a big misunderstanding. Long Hui had no idea that Iris and the others were just acting out an impromptu play to torment Wu Qianqi and cast her in a bad light to the people attending the party. At first, he sided with his sisters, especially after Wu Qianqi pushed Mimi to the floor. However, he was starting to feel sorry for Wu Qianqi. She had already apologized many times, yet his sisters seemed to continue pushing the blame on her. Let's not turn this into something bigger. It was just an accident. Apologies have already been given. How about we act like adults and move on? All right, he suggested. Thank you, Hui. Yes, I agree. Let's be adults and move on. Wu Qianqi was the first one to reply. Her smile looked a little smug, thinking that Long Hui was taking her side. Of course, Jiang Yingyu also thought the same way. Her eyes darkened with great disappointment. She released her hold on Long Hui's sleeve and stepped away from him. Iris, Qin Fei and Mimi also felt dismayed inside. They wanted bang his and Wu Qianqi's heads together. Then Iris saw that Long Tengfei and Yang Jiehui were making their way to them. It seemed that the commotion finally reached their ears. She quickly whispered to Long Jingjing, Big sister, do us a favor and cry. Go. What? Long Jingjing confused. Iris felt annoyed at her slow reaction. She whispered to Qin Fei instead. Our father is coming. Make my sister cry. Hurry. Qin Fei immediately understood Iris' purpose. She positioned herself close beside Long Jingjing and covertly pinched her best friend hard on the side of her waist. Ah! Long Jingjing cried out in pain. Qin Fei held the pinch and even brutally twisted it. Poor Long Jingjing had no choice but to cry. Huge tears fell down from her pitiful eyes. She threw a heartbroken look at Qin Fei, Iris, and Mimi. She bit her lips and whimpered. She looked so much like a crying angel that it pinched the hearts of the people around them. They felt sorry for her. Oh no, big sister. Please don't cry. I know that Miss Wu was very harsh earlier, but she already apologized. Iris consoled Long Jing in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Yes? She yelled at you for accidentally spilling that wine on her dress, and even pushed Mimi hard to the floor for trying to help her, but she already said sorry. Are you worried that she's still angry at you? Iris turned to Wu Qianqi. Miss Wu, I'm begging you. Please don't be mad at my sister anymore. Yes, Miss Wu. Let's be mature here and not hold grudges, Chen Fei added. Look, Jing is crying so hard. Don't you feel sorry for her? Miss Wu, let it go. It's just a dress. I know a good dry cleaner. They can take off any stains. It's unbecoming for a lady to hold grudges for such a trivial thing. A madam from another affluent family spoke out. After her, others also stared, speaking out. They all defended Long Jing. Wu Qianqi felt mortified. She wanted to scratch the faces off of everyone from Iris Group. But the one person among them that she hated the most was Jiang Yingyu. Even though the bodyguard didn't participate in humiliating her, she knew from her intuition that Iris and the others were only tormenting her because of Jiang Yingyu. After all, it had already been reported that Iris and Jiang Yingyu were friends. The useless spoiled brat, the bodyguard who stole her man, the illegitimate daughter of a mistress, the orphan niece of Long Tengfei's third wife, and the illegitimate daughter's best friend. Wu Qianqi looked down on everyone in this group. They were all inferior in her eyes. It was infuriating to act courteous to them when they were obviously making trouble for her. If only they weren't surrounded by a lot of important people, she would have already shown these low-class bitches not to mess with her. What's going on here? Long Tengfei's deep voice asked. When he saw his first daughter in tears, his eyes turned cold. Mimi seized the chance to explain the situation first before Wu Qianqi could say anything. Her version of the events exaggerated the maltreatment she and Long Jing experienced in the hands of Wu Qianqi. It cast Wu Qianqi in a bad light, especially now that almost everyone in the party were paying attention to them. Look at my knees and elbows, they're bruised, Mimi said, showing Long Tengfei and Yang Jiehui her perfectly fine elbows and knees. Well, there was some slight reddening on the skin, but that was it. Nobody was really paying close attention as to whether she really bruised or not. The people cared more about her aggrieved expression as she recounted the story. In addition, tears were still flowing down Long Jing's pitiful eyes. It made the people think that Mimi's story was very credible. Besides, there were a few people who witnessed her tumbling down on the floor earlier. But it's okay. I'll be fine. These are just bruises after all. They'll heal, Mimi continued to say. But I feel sorry for your daughter Long Jing, Uncle Tengfei. She apologized so many times for spilling the wine, but Miss Wu is still very upset about her dress. Miss Wu seems to love the dress very much. She also said that it's very expensive. Don't worry, big sister Jing. No matter how expensive Miss Wu's dress is, we'll help you pay for its repair or maybe even buy her another dress of equal value. But if it's really that expensive and we can't afford it, maybe we can ask father for a loan and then we'll just pay him back in installments, Iris added. Chen Fei sighed loudly. I guess I need to postpone my plan of using my first paycheck when we start working after we graduate to move to a nice apartment. But it's okay. I can't just leave my best friend alone to pay off an expensive dress. And no, I'll pay for it myself. It's my fault. I was the one who ruined Miss Wu's dress. More tears flowed down Long Jing's eyes. Her hand was rubbing the side of her waist, as if she was comforting herself. Her pained expression drew the sympathy of the growing crowd. Long Jing, what are you saying? I also ruined Miss Wu's dress. I tried to help wipe the stain off her dress, but I ended up making it worse. I even accidentally tore off some of the precious ruby beads. I'm just a poor university student and an orphan who's living with my married aunt. How will I be able to afford those ruby beads? Mimi despaired. Then she turned to Long Tengfei and Yang Jiehui. I'm sorry, Uncle and Auntie. I'll have to ask for a loan from you. I really can't afford the dress. Oh my. Dear Xiaomei, don't worry about any loans. What are you saying? We're family. There's no need for loans. Yang Jiehui left Long Tengfei's side to embrace her niece. She looked heartbroken because she loved her dead brother's daughter like her own. Then she faced Wu Qianqi. Miss Wu, please forgive my niece and my husband's daughter. I'm sure that they didn't mean to ruin your dress. I'll personally pay for the dress. Don't worry about it. I also have some dresses in this place that you can change into. Just please have the kindness within your heart to forgive these girls. Wu Qianqi felt absolutely mortified. It was taking all of her control to stop herself from erupting in fury at how Iris Group painted the entire situation to make her into a great villain. She thought about trying to explain herself, but seeing the crowd already siding with Iris Group, she knew that she would just damage her image even more if she denied the allegations. So she could only grit her teeth and endure the current humiliating situation. She forced a humble expression on her face and replied to Yang Jiahui, "Madam, please stop worrying. I'm not upset about my dress anymore. There's no need to pay me back or anything like that. It's just a dress, after all." Then she apologized once again to Long Jinjing and Mimi, even though all she wanted was to slap their faces and pull all their hair out. She hated that she had to apologize to these bitches so many times. They were really doing all of these on purpose to humiliate her. She also apologized to Long Tingfei for causing a scene during his birthday. She felt nervous and more sincere in her apology to him because she could see that he was displeased. If possible, she didn't want her future father-in-law to dislike her for any reason. It was even more important because Long Tingfei was the current head of the family. He had the power to influence his son on who to marry and even revoke Long Hui's status as his successor. Buttering up Long Tingfei was a priority for Wu Qianqi and her family. They wanted her to be the next Madame Long, so it was imperative that Long Hui continued to be the heir. Finally, she apologized to the guests. Many of them were important personages whose influence could boost or damage one's status in high society. She needed to repair her image to them as soon as possible. The thought made Wu Qianqi hate Jiang Yingyu and Iris Group even more for tarnishing her image tonight. "My beloved daughter, why are you apologizing to everyone? What's going on?" Wu Qianqi's mother cried out as she ran to her one and only daughter. Then she gasped, "Your dress. It's ruined. Oh no. Who dared ruin a masterpiece? You paid a fortune for that dress just to wear it for tonight." Both of Wu Qianqi's parents finally arrived at the scene. They were in another part of the house chatting with the Long elders and other important guests when someone informed them that their daughter got into trouble. "Qianqian, tell mother. Don't be afraid. Who's bullying you?" Madame Wu embraced her daughter protectively and then glared at Jiang Yingyu. "Is it you? You gold digger who stole my daughter's boyfriend?" Emboldened by the daring actions of Iris Group, Jiang Yingyu finally defended herself for the first time ever. She stepped forward and spoke in a loud and clear voice. "Madam, I'm not a gold digger and I never stole someone else's boyfriend. Long Hui and your daughter already broke up when Long Hui and I started our relationship. Please don't mislead others with false facts. I am innocent. You? How dare a mere bodyguard like you answer me back?" Madame Wu moved to slap Jiang Yingyu in her anger, but Long Hui blocked her. Long Hui stepped forward and placed himself in front of Jiang Yingyu, protecting her from any other physical attacks. "Madam, Yingyu is right. Wu Qianqi and I already broke up long before Yingyu and I got together. She didn't steal me from anyone." Long Hui explained before turning to Long Tingfei. "Father, I hope that you'll allow me to make an important announcement tonight." "You may." Long Tingfei simply replied with a nod. "Thank you, father." Long Hui swept his eyes across the guests, particularly at the Wu family and the elders who were just arriving at the scene. "I would like to clarify one thing to everyone tonight. The only woman I'm going to marry is the mother of my son. She is the beautiful woman beside me and her name is Jiang Yingyu." Then he moved to face Jiang Yingyu before falling on one knee. Long Hui fished out a small box from his breast pocket and opened it, revealing a simple solitaire diamond ring. He looked up at Jiang Yingyu. "Yingyu, I love you and want to spend the rest of my life with you and our son. Let's build a happy family together. Will you marry me?" Jiang Yingyu looked utterly shocked, just like everyone else. She froze, her mind going blank. Everyone gasped at Long Hui's sudden proposal. Even Iris didn't expect that he would propose to Jiang Yingyu tonight. She looked at Mimi, Chun Fei, and Long Jinjing. All of them had similar expressions as her. They didn't know exactly what to feel. They felt both joy and discontent for Jiang Yingyu. Many of the guests whipped out their phones to record the sensational moment. They weren't particularly excited for the couple themselves. They were more excited at the prospect of a family scandal that was sure to engulf the Long family, knowing that the woman involved was Long Hui's former bodyguard. These people moved in the same circles in high society. They already knew what kind of attitude the Long elders had towards people they deemed as inferior to their status. The Long family almost broke apart when Long Tengfei divorced his first wife to marry Wei Lan, a struggling model with questionable background. The situation only stabilized when Long Tengfei married his current wife, Yang Jiehui, who was proving to be a reliable madam of the Long family despite her not-so-impressive family background. If Long Hui were to really marry this bodyguard, the Long family would most likely enter another turbulent period. There might even be some drastic insurgents among the dissatisfied branch families. Unlike Long Tengfei, who was already the family head when he married Wei Lan before, Long Hui was still just an heir at the moment. One wrong move from him, and he might not even succeed his father as head of the family at all. All of these ran through the minds of everyone witnessing the surprise proposal. They couldn't resist glancing at the Wu family, specifically at Wu Qianxi, who was believed to be Long Hui's future wife once upon a time. Wu Qianxi looked pale, horrified, and heartbroken as she watched her ex-boyfriend proposing to another woman. Her mother, Madame Wu, clutched her chest in a similar horrified expression, while disbelief filled her father's face. Back to the proposal. Long Hui started to sweat when Jiang Yingyu failed to respond. His expectant expression started to transform into anxiety. He lifted the open box containing the diamond ring higher. "Yingyu, please marry me." Jiang Yingyu finally regained her senses. Her heart was beating so fast and so loudly that it was all she could hear. It was like the galloping of horses threatening to jump out from inside her chest. Hui. She wanted to ask him what the hell he was doing. Proposing in such a, for her, hostile environment like this. She felt extremely uncomfortable and pressured. Did he think this was romantic? Not to mention that she was still feeling unhappy about his earlier actions, or lack thereof, regarding the insults being thrown at her by the elders and the other guests, and most especially Wu Qianxi's flirting with him. "Let me think about it first. Let's not rush our relationship," was what she wanted to tell him. However, with all the people watching them right now, doing so would embarrass him. She still loved and cared for Long Hui not to subject him to such public humiliation. "Yingyu," Long Hui asked again. He was now almost soaked in his own sweat. Jiang Yingyu felt very torn. She didn't want to make a decision so quickly. However, seeing his pleading expression, her heart softened for him. Trembling a little, she forced a smile and answered, "Why yes, I'll marry you." Cheers erupted among the crowd. They congratulated Long Hui for a successful proposal. Long Hui looked delighted. He quickly slipped the ring on Jiang Yingyu's finger. It fit perfectly. Then he jumped up, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her on the lips in front of everyone. Iris, Mimi, Chen Fei, and Long Jingjing clapped their hands. However, they weren't as enthusiastic as the people around them. They looked at each other, not really knowing whether to be happy or dismayed for Jiang Yingyu. "She doesn't look happy to me," Long Jingjing observed. Her voice was very soft. Only Iris and the others heard her. Chen Fei sighed. "I don't know what your brother is thinking. This isn't really an appropriate time to propose. Now I feel bad for Jiang Yingyu. I think she may have felt forced to accept Big Brother Huey's proposal because of the crowd." Iris agreed with their observations. Remembering the perfect proposal her darling gave her, she felt that Long Hui was a big idiot. He basically dumped all the pressure on Jiang Yingyu. Jin Liwei would never do this to her. The inconspicuous remnant inside her grew stronger and powered up Iris' negative feelings about Long Hui. But she still failed to notice it. These more intense emotions started melding with her own calmer and rational emotions until it was difficult to differentiate between the two. Iris treated all of these as her own feelings. She thought that these negative emotions were because she felt indignant and protective of her friend, Jiang Yingyu. "Thank you, everyone, for bearing witness to such a happy occasion of my life," Long Hui said in a loud and joyful voice. His arms was wrapped around Jiang Yingyu, who looked awkward being in the spotlight. "And thank you, Father, for allowing me to do this, even though this is your birthday." Long Tengfei only nodded. The celebratory atmosphere was interrupted when Wu Qianxi suddenly burst into tears. She looked distraught. She was in a sorry state, only emphasized by her ruined dress. She sobbed in her mother's arms. "Oh, my beloved daughter." "So pitiful," Madame Wu cried, as she tried to comfort her daughter in her embrace. You've suffered so much tonight. Her husband, Sir Wu, glared at Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu. He looked absolutely furious. Long Hui, I can't believe that you'll do this to my daughter. You not only humiliated my daughter, but also my entire Wu family in front of all of these people. Do you think that we, the Wus, are so easily trampled on just because you're along? He shouted and pointed an accusing finger at Long Hui. Then he shot his angry glare at Long Tingfei next. Tingfei, your son is too much. I demand justice for my daughter. She has suffered so much. The rumor mongers among the crowd were almost in ecstasy at the development of the events. This was the kind of drama that they were waiting for. They started munching on imaginary popcorn as they watched the drama unfold right in front of them. Long Tingfei's eyes turned cold. He frowned, displeased that the Wu family was creating so much trouble during his birthday and his son's proposal. He didn't appreciate that the Wus were making this occasion about them when it was clearly supposed to be about his Long family. Long Jufeng interrupted and spoke directly to the furious Sir Wu. Calm yourself. We'll certainly have a thorough conversation with Long Hui about his terrible lapse in judgment tonight. We apologize for the distress our young master has caused Miss Wu Qianxi and your family. I, Long Jufeng, promise that we will solve this predicament of a sham proposal. Sham proposal? Granduncle, I am very serious in marrying Yingyu. Long Hui declared in a loud voice. Long Jufeng was angered that Long Hui talked back to him. But seeing Long Hui's stubbornness, the elder glowered at Jiang Yingyu instead. You lowborn woman. You're not satisfied with just giving birth to Long Hui's firstborn child. You even want to be his wife. Well, I'll tell you this right now. Even if you marry Long Hui, we'll never accept you into our family. You're nothing but a gold-digging slut. Jiang Yingyu flinched at the insults. Her eyes filled with tears, but she refused to cry in front of all of these people. A faint smirk lifted up Wu Qianxi's lips, but she quickly returned to crying in her mother's arms. Granduncle, please stop. Yingyu will become my wife whether you like it or not. Long Jufeng opened his mouth, but he was interrupted before he could even speak. Enough. Surprisingly, it was Yang Jiahui who erupted in anger. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She swept her unusually blazing eyes at Long Hui, the Long elders, and the Wu family. If you intend on ruining my husband's birthday, then you have succeeded. How dare you make a circus out of my husband's important birthday party? I am aghast at your thoughtlessness. You are disrespecting my husband. This is Long Tingfei's day, not yours. Everyone went silent. Yang Jiahui's outburst effectively shut everyone up. It was the first time that most of these people saw her lose her temper. Sheepish expressions appeared on their faces. They knew that they were part of the circus act she accused them of, whether as an active member of the altercation or even just as a passive bystander. Long Tingfei's eyes softened at his wife. He held her hand and gently squeezed it to soothe her anger. Then his eyes turned cold again when he looked at everyone else. He spoke in a loud and clear voice filled with authority. Dear friends, I apologize for letting you witness such an embarrassing family spectacle tonight. Regardless of what happened, I hope that you continue to enjoy yourselves at my birthday party. And also please excuse us as I gather the parties involved for a private talk. We will return later to celebrate the rest of the night with you. The guests murmured, "Go ahead, please don't worry about us," and other such gracious words. They also couldn't wait for Long Tingfei and the others to leave, so that they could freely discuss among themselves what just happened. Still holding his wife's hand, Long Tingfei ordered a private family meeting and motioned for the parties involved to follow him. The Wu family was also invited to join because of their involvement in the situation. The elders were the first ones to follow him. Next was the Wu family. Long Hui followed next, but met with some resistance from Jiang Yingyu. Yingyu, please. You must. Come with me. Father says that this is a family meeting. You're now my fiancé, meaning you're part of the family. Besides, our relationship will most definitely be the main topic of the meeting. Both of us need to be there, Long Hui told her. Hui, sorry, but I don't think I can do this, Jiang Yingyu whispered to him in a desperate tone. The elders don't consider me as part of your family. You just heard your granduncle, didn't you? He said that he'll never accept me into the family. There are only so much insults that I can take before I break down. I want to go home to our son now. Long Hui took her hand and held it firmly. Yingyu, I'm sorry. I know that you're hurting, but I really hope that you'll come with me to the meeting. I'll fight for you and for our son. I'm serious. I'll marry you whether the elders like it or not. I know it's hard, but can you please endure it for now? Ingyu, let's fight together. This is for us, for our son, for our family. When he said it like this, Jiang Ingyu couldn't make herself disagree with him. She sighed and then took a few deep breaths to steel herself against the insults that would surely be thrown her way again. She felt like a sacrificial lamb about to walk into a nest of vipers. You're a big idiot, elder brother Hui. Iris' low voice interrupted their whispered conversation. You say fight together, but you're not even giving Ingyu a weapon to defend herself. You just want her to completely depend on your shitty protection. She's being attacked left and right, but you want her to endure. So man you are. Little sister, stay out of this. It's none of your business. Long Hui told her through gritted teeth. Anger flared within Iris, powered by the inconspicuous remnant. Fortunately, her calm and rational emotions counterbalanced the remnant's volatility. Iris hadn't realized it yet, but at the moment, a permanent evolution was happening deep inside her. Once the process was complete, she would never be the same again. None of my business, she hissed at Long Hui. Ingyu is my friend. You think I'm just going to stand here quietly when I see her hurting? Your carelessness is causing her great pain. Just be honest and say that you want the best of both worlds. You want to be the heir, but you also want to marry her and make your son legitimate, even if it means dragging them into the hostile domain of the Long family. What's wrong with wanting the best of both worlds? I'm not doing this just for myself. My son will have more opportunities in life as a legitimate child of the Long family, Long Hui countered. I agree with your reasons, especially since it's for the sake of little June. But your methods suck, elder brother. Too crude and simplistic. You're going to allow you and little June to endure the discrimination from the elders and the other branch families, and just hope that the relatives will accept the mother and son in the future? How naive. That's just plain torture to my friend and my godson. That's why you're a big idiot. Long Hui opened his mouth to disagree with her, but then it hit him. His eyes widened at the realization. It was as if his vision widened its scope, making him see the situation more clearly. He looked at Jiang Ingyu and the deep pain in her eyes. Why, you're right. He finally said. Humph. Of course I'm right. He took a deep breath and blew it out, as if expelling the idiocy from his system. What should I do then? Iris looked at him like he was the most stupid person in the world. If you really want you and little June to be your legal family, but still stay as the heir of the Longs at the same time, then you must transform the Long family from the inside out to make it a more suitable place for your wife and son. His eyes widened in alarm at the gravity of her words. Paranoid, he looked around them to make sure that nobody was listening to their conversation. Fortunately, they were speaking in whispers. Only Mimi, Long Jinjing, and Chun Fei could hear them. However, the three were also as shocked as him when they heard what Iris said. Iris flipped her hair and raised an eyebrow at him. Well, if you can't do it, just say so. It just means that you're not strong and resolute enough in fighting for you and little June. To be honest, I don't give a whit about what happens to you, elder brother. Whether you succeed father's position or not, I don't care. However, I'm not going to allow you to drag my friend and godson into that hellhole of the Long family and subject them to a lifetime of pain and suffering. Do that, elder brother, and you'll make me and my darling your mortal enemies. Long Hui subconsciously shivered at her threat, but at the same time, it also ignited his resolve. He clenched his hands and gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll figure something out. Whatever. She shrugged. I don't really care about what happens to the Long family. The only Longs who I care about are myself, little June, and father. Even if you fail in dealing with the Longs, little June and you will be safe with me and my darling. They don't need the Long family to live happy lives. He sighed. You're so savage. But I understand. Good. Now that you've realized what a big idiot you are, elder brother Hui, let's head to the family meeting now, she suddenly announced, surprising all of them. I don't care about the elders, but I don't want father and Aunt Jiahui to wait for too long, especially since it's father's birthday today. What? After all the things you said, you still want to go to the meeting? Chun Fei asked in disbelief. Iris gave her a side-eye. Of course. It's obvious that the elders favor that what's her name. If we don't attend the meeting right now, she and her family of weasels would dig their claws deeper into the Long family. Although I don't care much about the Long family, I don't want those was acting like they belong with the Longs. If the elders and the other self-important relatives are weeds, then the wuss are pests. They must be eliminated before they do irreparable damage. That's why we must go. Oh, that makes sense. You go ahead, then. We'll stay here and wait for you, Mimi said. What do you mean? You're not staying here. All of us are going. Father said that this is a family meeting. We're family. Let's go, Iris said and started walking, expecting them to follow her. However, nobody followed Iris. They didn't move. They felt uncertain as to whether it was appropriate for them to go to the meeting or not. Iris returned, displeased at their indecisiveness. Mimi, your Aunt Jiahui's niece. Aunt Jiahui is Father's wife. Your family. Big sister Jinjing, you're along. Your family. Qin Fei, you're not along, so you're not family, and I don't really care about you, but you should still go with us because the more people there are, the better, Iris said. Bitch, Qin Fei muttered under her breath. However, she didn't protest against Iris' suggestion. And Yingyu, you should also go with us. You're a friend of Along, me. You're a mother of Along, little June. And now you're also a fiancé of Along, that big idiot beside you. Long Hui pursed his lips at Iris' words about him. As for Jiang Yingyu, fear and extreme anxiety filled her expression. Don't worry, Yingyu. Even if that big idiot beside you can't properly protect you, I can and I will, Iris told her in a much gentler tone. Yeah, big sis, you don't worry. I'll stand by you as well. Even if the elders try to kick me out of the meeting, I'll just hug Xiaolan's thigh so I can stay. Besides, my auntie is Madame Long. That should count for something, Mimi said. Long Jinjing looked at Jiang Yingyu and her expression softened. Me too. I'll go as well. I might not be able to do much, but I'll stand by you. Qin Fei released a heavy sigh. If Jinjing is going, then I'm going as well. The elders are also hostile against her. I just can't leave my best friend alone in that kind of environment. Jinjing and Jiang Yingyu are in a similar situation. I have said this to Jinjing a million times already, but I'm going to say it again now. Your Long family sucks big time. Tell me something I don't know, Iris said under her breath. Then she looked at Jiang Yingyu, awaiting her decision. Jiang Yingyu looked at the young women, and she instantly felt a lot better. Her fearful and anxious expression eased. She gave them a faint smile. Thank you. I still really don't want to go to the meeting, but I'll do it. I'm not alone anymore. The women all smiled at each other, feeling the connection between them growing stronger. Long Hui felt completely left out. But seeing Jiang Yingyu with a lighter expression, he couldn't help but smile as well. He was glad that she had found a support system with these friends of hers. His sister was right. He was a big idiot for expecting his lady to endure the pain and hardships of facing the discrimination of the Long family. She didn't deserve it. He wanted a happy family, but it wouldn't happen if the wife was suffering. He raised her hand to his lips and kissed it. When she turned her attention to him, he whispered to her, I'm sorry for my idiocy. I promise I'll do better from now on. Humph. As you should, Iris told him in a grumpy manner. Little sister, can you just please give me this moment with my fiancé? He asked helplessly. You can have your moment later. We don't have time. Let's go to the meeting. This time, everyone followed Iris when she walked out of the party and headed to the library where the family meeting was being held. When they arrived, they could immediately feel the tense atmosphere inside. Even if you're the heir, making your elders wait for you for so long is unacceptable. Who do you think you are, the family head? You haven't succeeded your father yet, boy. Long Jufeng scolded Long Hui as soon as they entered the library. What is that woman doing here? This is a family meeting. She doesn't belong here, Long Meng added, referring to Jiang Yingyu. Jiang Yingyu cowered, but Iris slapped her back hard. It sent a jolt of energy and courage into her. Her back straightened and her eyes became determined. Xiaolan and the rest of you. This meeting has nothing to do with you. Leave. It's none of your business, Long Jufeng said, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Granduncle Jufeng. Father said that this is a family meeting. Even Grandaunt Meng just said it too. By saying that this meeting has nothing to do with me, are you insinuating that I, Long Xiaolan, daughter of Long Tingfei, is not family? I, who is a legitimate daughter of the main family, is less of a family than those of you from the branch families? Not to mention that the wuss are also here. Are you saying that they are family and I, someone who has long blood flowing inside my veins, am not? Pray tell me, Granduncle Jufong. Where's the logic in that? You disrespectful child. How dare you talk back to me like that? Long Jufong popped up from his seat and pointed a furious, shaky finger at Iris. Iris touched her chest in exaggerated surprise. Granduncle Jufong, you misunderstand. I wasn't being disrespectful. I was just stating the facts. Then she turned to Long Tingfei. Father, did I say anything that isn't true? Am I not your daughter? Am I not a member of the main family? You are my child and a member of the main family. There's no doubt about that, Long Tingfei simply said. She nodded. Then she sighed, shaking her head. But father, it seems that the elders don't consider me as family. Both elder brother Hui and I are being scolded and belittled so badly by the elders and the other members of the branch families. I wonder why they are treating U.S. members of the main family like this. Father, maybe never mind. It's such a frightening thought. Long Tingfei frowned. Speak. What is it? Iris hesitated, looking at the elders cautiously. She even acted a little fearful of them. Behind her, the mouths of Mimi and Chun Fei were twitching as they struggled not to laugh at Iris' deviousness. They already knew where she was going with this act of hers. All right, father. I'll speak. But please don't take my words too seriously. These are just my personal thoughts based on my observations of how the elders and the other relatives are treating me and my siblings. Iris bit her lips, acting as if it was very difficult for her to speak her next words. They have always criticized me, big brother Jin and big sister Jinjing. They always told the three of us that we're not good enough and that we're the biggest shame of the Long family. They adored elder brother Hui the most, but now that elder brother wants to marry the mother of his son, they have begun treating him as badly as they treat the three of us. Now all four of us, your children, are being insulted left and right by our own relatives. I can't help but wonder why they're suppressing us children of the main family so much. Then I thought, what if the branch families are planning to oust us, the current main family, and take over the Long clan instead? What a pack of lies! Long Jufong exclaimed. His furious face turned completely red as he shot a vicious glare at Iris. This is slander. Long Meng also protested. Iris cowered at the elder's anger before turning to Long Jinjing. Let's go, big sister. We're really not welcome here. It seems that we have no status within the Longs. Being the children of the family head counts for nothing. We're lower than dirt in the eyes of the elders and the branch families. Then she threw a meaningful look at Chun Fei. Chun Fei immediately understood. She surreptitiously pinched Long Jinjing's waist hard and cruelly twisted it. Poor Long Jinjing cried out once again in pain. Tears of pain flowed down her pitiful eyes. She whimpered at first, but then began sobbing hard when Chun Fei gave her another brutal pinch. Iris gave Long Jinjing a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Please don't cry anymore, big sister. You're going to make me cry too. Let's go. Don't worry. Even if we're no one in the eyes of the branch families, Father loves us very much. It hurts. Long Jinjing continued to cry while rubbing her abused waist. I know, big sister. It hurts me too. But what can we do? The elders from the branch families are more important than us, the children of the family head. Seeing his daughter's pitiful conditions, Long Tingfei banged his hands hard on the arms of his seat. His expression looked frightening, cold and furious at the same time. He shot a glare so cold at the elders and the other relatives present that it could freeze even hell. Besides me and my wife, there is no one else above my own children. Not even the elders, and surely not anyone from the branch families. Anyone who dares claim that they have higher status than the main family, I will disown and banish from the Long clan. Long Tingfei's authoritative threat alarmed the elders and the relatives who were present at the meeting. They immediately started denying Iris' allegations, saying that what they were doing were only instilling discipline in the family's younger generation. Even though the elders wanted to chastise and punish Iris for putting them and the branch families in a tight spot, they controlled themselves, for now. Pacifying Long Tingfei was their immediate top priority. Ultimately, Long Tingfei held the power and the purse strings of the entire Long clan. Losing his support would mean that their respective branch families might plunge into financial crisis. Not to mention that they would lose their status in high society. In short, it would be an utter disaster to the branch families if Long Tingfei decided to cut them off. Before Iris' allegations, he still respected the elders' seniority intended to use more diplomatic means to maintain peace in the clan. Now, however, he suddenly raised his guard up against the branch families. He was from the main family. It was only natural that he would protect the main family's position and prevent the branch families from trying to take over the clan's leadership. All of these were triggered by Iris' words. The elders and the relatives were already cursing her inside their minds 100,000 times. This was all her fault. The damn brat. What if Long Tingfei suddenly began running the clan with an iron fist? Now they had to be more careful, or he might really disown and banish them from the clan. Long Tingfei continued, "Remember this, my children are not nobodies. They are the children of the head of the entire Long clan. Anyone who dares to bully them, I will treat as a direct insult to my own person. Dare to insult me, Long Tingfei? Come at me. But you must be prepared to face the consequences." His declaration was like great thunder and lightning that struck a deep sense of foreboding and even fear within the hearts of the elders and the relatives. Long Jufeng opened his mouth to protest, but closed it again when he saw that Long Tingfei was truly angered this time. "My children and the others will stay and participate in this family meeting. My son's fiancée will also stay. This is my order as the family head. Anyone who defies me shall be kicked out of this room and from the Long clan forever." Everyone became silent, not daring to complain. Long Tingfei swept his cold eyes at everyone. Then he nodded, satisfied, when the elders and the relatives all lowered their eyes to avoid his gaze. As the family head, he always tried to treat everyone in the clan fairly. He avoided showing blatant bias to his own children. But it seemed that his fairness was being repeatedly abused by the elders and the branch families. He would no longer allow that happen. Long Tingfei nodded in approval when Iris and the others decided to sit beside him and his wife. It showed everyone their status as the members of the main family. "Wait, we're not complete yet. Big brother Jin isn't here," Iris suddenly said. "He was here before, but the elders told him to leave," Yang Jihui replied. Long Tingfei ordered someone to call his second son back. When Long Jin arrived, he was surprised and confused, especially after seeing that his sisters and some extra people, Mimi and Qin Fei, were also present. He began to sit on the farthest chair in a corner. "Brother, don't sit there. Sit here with us." Long Hui called him over. "The main family sits over here, not there." Long Jin had no idea about the hidden meaning in Long Hui's words. He immediately moved and sat beside Qin Fei. He glanced at Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu with great anticipation. He was looking forward to watching them get scolded by the elders. He came earlier to the meeting just to watch this moment, but unfortunately Long Jufeng shooed him away. He had no choice but to leave. But now that he was called back, he was determined to enjoy Long Hui's suffering. Finally, the meeting began. The elders were very quiet this time. It greatly confused Long Jian. It was the Wu family who began speaking first. They were relieved that Long Tingfei finally finished disciplining his family members. They felt extremely impatient for having to wait until he was done. "My daughter has suffered such great humiliation and heartbreak tonight," Sir Wu said, indignant. Then he glared at Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu. "Proposing to your mistress in front of everyone traumatized my daughter. How can you choose such a low-bred woman over my Qianqian? Sir, Wu Qianqi and I already broke up long ago. It's not a matter of choosing one over the other. When your daughter and I broke up, my feelings for her also disappeared. The person that I love now and will continue to love in the future is this woman beside me, the mother of my son, Jiang Yingyu," Long Hui said. He clasped his hand with Jiang Yingyu's. "Hui, I still love you very much," Wu Qianqi tearfully told him. "I know that we broke up because we drifted apart from not seeing or spending enough time together. But now I'm back in the country for good. I intend to stay here. We don't have to endure a long-distance relationship anymore. Hui, come back to me, please," she continued. "You don't have to stay with that woman just because you have a child together. I know that she's just your rebound from our relationship. Don't worry that you fathered an illegitimate child with another woman. I've already forgiven you for that mistake. Even if it's hard, I'll accept your illegitimate son. Look at how compassionate my daughter is." Madame Wu cried. "Accepting that bastard child of yours, your mistress should thank my Qianqian for her kindness." Jiang Yingyu defended herself and her son. "Madam, I am not a mistress. I have never been one. My relationship with Hui might be unacceptable for people of status like you, but generally speaking, there is nothing wrong with our relationship. Yes, we have a son despite being unmarried, but that doesn't make me a mistress, and you have no right to call my child a bastard. She growled the last sentence. Even though her voice slightly trembled, she now felt braver in defending herself. She wasn't alone anymore. She had friends who were standing by her, and it seemed that Long Hui was also going to make a change to make it better for her and for their son. Faint smiles could be seen on Iris and the others' faces. They were glad that Jiang Yingyu was standing up for herself. However, their smiles didn't last long because Madame Wu started shouting, "Don't talk back to me, you gold-digging slut. You're the reason why my daughter can't get together with Long Hui. You destroyed their chance to be together again." Before anyone else could respond to the madam's accusation, Iris spoke aloud and pretended to be confused. Is it just me, or what the Wus are saying doesn't make any sense? They insist on calling you a mistress when she's not. Do these people even know the definition of the word mistress? Now they're even accusing you of destroying Miss Wu's chance to be with elder brother Hui. She looked at her companions. Tell me, do these make any sense to you? Chen Fei, Long Jingjing, and Mimi all shook their heads. Please excuse me for butting in, but I feel like this needs to be said. Mimi spoke next. The way I see it, Miss Wu is the one acting like a homewrecker. Think about it. Big brother Hui and big sis, you have a son together and are living together. They are a family. But here comes Miss Wu wanting to break them apart. Isn't that something only homewreckers do? Exactly, Chen Fei nodded wisely. Yet they're twisting the situation around to make it look like Miss Wu is the victim when she's clearly not. They're pushing all the blame on Jiang Yingyu. She's the real victim here. Yes, Long Jingjing agreed with a nod. I feel so sorry for Jiang Yingyu. Shut up, all of you. What right do you have to interfere in this matter? Be silent. You're outsiders. Madame Wu shouted at them. Madame Wu, they're not outsiders. Yang Jiahui interjected, her voice cold. Xiaolan and Jin Jing are Huey's sisters. My niece is part of our family, and Chun Fei is their friend. And just so everyone is clear about my opinion in this matter, I also agree with what they're saying. Miss Wu is acting like a homewrecker. You dare say that about my daughter, Yang Jiahui? Madame Wu shrieked. Mother, please calm down, Wu Qianqi said as she pulled her mother back to her seat. Although she also felt furious for being called a homewrecker by those bitches, she needed to maintain her image as a classy lady in front of the Longs, especially to Long Tengfei and the elders. She didn't think much of Yang Jiahui. After all, she was already the third wife. It was possible that she might not be the last. Why should she be worried about someone easily replaceable? Besides, she would eventually become the next Madame Long when Long Hui succeeded. Jiahui, I advise you to be careful of your words. Long Jufang spoke for the first time since Long Tengfei silenced the elders with his threat. The Wus are longtime friends of our Long family. And most importantly, our two families have partnered in several business projects over the years. As the madam of our Long family, it is not wise to alienate them with your careless words. The Wus looked smug after hearing the Long elder defend them. Long Tengfei spoke next. His impassive expression made it difficult for the others to read his thoughts. He looked at the Wus. So tell me what you want to happen. Is it for my son to break up with his fiancée and marry Wu Qianqi instead? Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu both tensed, while the expressions of Iris and the others darkened. Long Jin also wore an impassive expression like his father, but inside he was laughing at Long Hui's misfortune. Yes, that's the most ideal scenario, Long Meng replied. It's also what is right, and what should happen since our two families already have an agreement to marry young Master Hui and Miss Wu Qianqi. Agreement? Why wasn't I informed that there is a signed agreement between our two families? Who's the one who made this decision and bypassed me, the head of the family? There is no written agreement, Father, Long Hui said. Brother Tengfei, Elder Long Meng is talking about the verbal agreement that the elders of our families made when our children were young. They agreed that this union between Long Hui and my daughter is for the best to deepen the relationship between our two families, Sir Wu explained. Long Tengfei looked at Sir Wu like the man had just lost his mind. We're both businessmen. You know very well that verbal agreements don't mean anything. Only written and signed ones do. What were you thinking, using a verbal agreement from a long time ago to force a marriage between our two children. This is absolutely ridiculous. I also want to make something clear. Even though I am their father, I don't have the right to control the lives of my adult children. They are their own persons. Whatever decision they make is completely up to them. I can influence them, yes, but it's still their choice whether they do as I say or not. As a father, I don't have the right to dictate my children's lives. All of you have even less right than me to do so. This meeting is over. My son, Long Hui, will decide who he wants to marry. It will not be decided by me, and most certainly not by any of you. End of discussion. Long Tingfei's tone was final and dared anyone to defy his decision. Delight and relief filled Long Hui's expression. Thank you, father. Long Jian's eyes turned cold. He was displeased that the scolding of Long Hui that he was expecting didn't happen. He thought that this was another example of their father's favoritism towards the legitimate son. Wu Qianqi started sobbing once again. Her parents' expression became ugly. Sir Wu couldn't accept it. Brother Tingfei, you want to throw away our friendship for that gold-digging slut? Think about the close business relationship between our companies. If you continue to allow your son to hurt and humiliate my daughter and embarrass our Wu family like this, we'll pull out of all our business partnerships with Long Industries. The elders paled when they heard his threat. Calm down, you two, Long Jufang requested. Tingfei, please think about this matter more carefully. Long Industries will lose hundreds of millions if the business partnerships between the two companies are dissolved. Both sides will suffer. The Wus looked smug seeing the panicked elders. They felt sure that Long Tingfei would change his mind when business became involved. Long Tingfei was a born and bred businessman. They thought that he would never risk losing hundreds of millions for the sake of his son's selfishness. However, they were wrong. Long Tingfei might not ever win any Best Father awards because of his hands-off approach of parenting, but he truly loved all of his children. To him, they were his most precious treasures and the most important accomplishments of his life. It seems that I, Long Tingfei, have been too complacent in these last few years. I'm actually being threatened. It seems that people think that I am an easy target now. Let me make this clear to all of you. My children, my own flesh and blood, are of course more important to me than any so-called friends. And what kind of friend will threaten me to sacrifice my own child's happiness, or they'll make my business suffer? I'll be more than happy to cut such a friend out of my life. Good riddance. Sir Wu was enraged. Tingfei, you dare say that to me? Fine. All the Wus will pull out from all the business partnerships we have with Long Industries. Even though both sides will suffer, I'll make sure that if we're going down, we'll take the Longs down with us. I plead for the two of you to calm down. Long Ming cried in a panic. This is not a trivial matter that should be decided in the heat of the moment. The two of you are friends. Our families are longtime friends. Let's not destroy our years of friendship in just one night. Madame Wu pointed a furious finger at Jiang Yingyu. This is all the fault of that gold-digging slut. Not only did she steal my daughter's happiness, but she's also the reason why our two families' longtime friendship is destroyed. Please stop insulting and accusing my fiancée, madam. She has done nothing wrong to warrant such treatment. Long Hui defended Jiang Yingyu while tightening his hold on her hand. Long Jian finally spoke up for the first time in the meeting. Father, I think this decision to cut all ties with the Wu family is too extreme. The Wus are a major partner for some of our major projects. Please think about our employees who will suffer because of this loss. Iris wasn't pleased that someone sitting together with them wasn't taking their side. Her currently evolving emotional range was far from stable yet. It was still filled with ill feelings regarding the Long family. Long Jian's comment made Iris dislike him even more along with the elders. She ignored Long Jian. Then she turned to Long Tingfei, showing him a confident look. Father, don't worry. Long Industries doesn't need the wuss. I give you my word that Long Industries will not suffer in this business breakup. Knowing his youngest daughter's true capabilities, Long Tingfei nodded. All right, I feel more at ease with your words. Everyone was shocked by Iris' audacity to claim such a thing. What was even more shocking was that Long Tingfei acted as if he trusted her words. Even Long Jinjing, Chun Fei and Long Jian couldn't believe what she just said and how Long Tingfei reacted. Tingfei, have you gone mad? Long Jufang exclaimed in disbelief. What can Xiaolan do? She knows nothing about business. So what if she started a business recently? That doesn't make her an expert who can save Long Industries. Long Ming also piped in. Young Miss Xiaolan, please stay out of this serious business. Discussion. You don't know what you're saying. This is business, not showbiz where you can bluff your way to greatness. The other Long relatives present also expressed their incredulity at Iris' claim. Of course, the Wu family didn't miss this chance to mock her for her delusions. Iris just raised an eyebrow at them. As for Long Tingfei, Yang Jiahui, Mimi, Long Hui, and Jiang Yingyu who knew about Iris' status as a cross-academy student, they looked calm and even amused at how the others continued to underestimate the true hidden dragon among them. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a knock on the door. A young relative in his early 20s entered the library. He looked extremely excited. I apologize for disturbing your meeting, but a super important guest has just arrived. I think that Uncle Tengfei and Aunt Jiahui should greet them as soon as possible. Important? Our meeting is more important. Tell whoever it is to wait. Long Jufang was displeased. He didn't think anybody in their level was important enough to make them run to greet him or her. But it's Sir Lu Jianhong. The newly arrived guest is the business genius himself, Sir Lu. What? Everyone couldn't believe what they just heard. The legendary business genius Lu Jianhong came to the party? This was totally unprecedented. Are you telling the truth? Long Ming asked the youth who brought the news. Yes, Grand Aunt Ming. Sir Lu Jianhong is currently mingling with the guests. He asked where the celebrant is. He said that he wants to greet Uncle Tingfei a happy birthday. What are we waiting for then? Let's go and greet Sir Lu. We shouldn't keep such an esteemed guest waiting for too long, Long Jufang said, and looked at Long Tingfei impatiently. As for the Wu family, they didn't wait for Long Tingfei's permission. Wu Qianxi and her parents left the library and headed directly to look for the business legend. They treated this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They didn't care whether Sir Lu Jianhong came for Long Tingfei, who they just cut ties with. Establishing a connection with someone as powerful in the business world as Sir Lu was more important than leaving the party because of their anger at the hosts. All right, let's go, Long Tingfei finally said. Upon receiving his permission, the elders and the relatives moved like they had rocket boosters in their shoes with how fast they left the library. They were all extremely excited and couldn't wait to meet such a powerful figure. Long Jin also followed behind them, not waiting for the rest of the main family to leave together. Chen Fei and Long Jingjing also couldn't wait to meet Sir Lu Jianhong in person. Both of them were business majors. Their professors and even their textbooks used him a lot as the best example of a successful businessperson. They all walked out of the library together. Except for Chen Fei and Long Jingjing. All of them had already met the business legend through. Iris. Father, you invited Grandpa Lu? Iris whispered to Long Tingfei. Yes, of course. He's your mentor and has done a lot for you. It would be rude if I didn't at least send him an invitation, he replied. But I never expected him to come. Well, he's probably bored so he came, she said with a shrug. Then Iris excused herself and separated from the group. She needed to use the powder room. Mimi and Jiang Yingyu went with her. Long Hui went ahead with Long Tingfei and Yang Jiahui to greet Grandpa Lu. Seeing them, Long Jingjing pulled Chen Fei to accompany the three to the powder room. Chen Fei complained a bit because she was so excited to meet Sir Lu. But in the end, she still went with them. The five of them chatted while inside the powder room. They took turns using the toilet. They also retouched their makeup. Xiaolan, you started a business? Chen Fei asked. Yes, Iris replied while washing her hands on the sink. What kind of business? The one the elders were talking about during the meeting earlier is my beauty company. The one? What do you mean? You have more than one businesses. Iris nodded. Yes, I have two others for a total of 3. At least for now. Chen Fei looked at her in surprised disbelief. 3 businesses? That's amazing, little sister, Long Jingjing told Iris. She was holding her dress up because it was currently unzipped at the back. Mimi was applying cold compress made from small towels soaked in cold water on the ugly bruises decorating her waist. I built 2 of them from the ground up. My beauty company and my gaming company. Orchidia Beauty hasn't launched yet, but my gaming company Planet Monkey recently released our first game. My third company was given to me by my fiancé as a gift, so I don't really have to do much. It's already well established and running on its own. I just need to monitor its performance now and then, Iris explained to them. Your fiancé gifted you a company. Is your fiancé crazy? Chen Fei exclaimed. She couldn't believe a man could be so stupid as to gift a company to a spoiled brat. She pitied the poor company, thinking that it was doomed to become bankrupt soon. Your fiancé must really love you a lot, little sister, Long Jingjing commented, wincing a little when Mimi accidentally pressed hard on her bruises. Iris smiled. Yes, my darling loves me a lot. I also love him a lot. Yeah, the couple always drown me with dog food whenever I'm near them. I even feel like I'm in danger of getting diabetes whenever I witness their overflowing sweetness to each other, Mimi told them. The inner door to the toilet opened, and Jiang Yingyu came out. She headed straight to the sink to wash her hands. Yes, Xiaolan and her fiancé are perfect for each other. I've never seen a man so in love with a woman before I met Xiaolan's fiancé, Jiang Yingyu said. But you have elder brother, Long Jingjing told her. He loves you very much. Jiang Yingyu gave a slightly subdued smile. She was happy that she and Long Hui were together, but there was still a sense of uncertainty as to whether they could live in peace as husband and wife. If that big idiot hurts you or makes you unhappy, just leave him and find a better man. Iris was merciless in her words regarding Long Hui. Mimi giggled. Little sister, he's our brother, Long Jingjing said. Humph. So what if he's our brother? A jerk is a jerk whether he's family or not. The ill feelings towards Long Hui and most of the Longs were still roiling inside Iris, making her grumpy when talking about them. In fact, she was actually still feeling annoyed at Long Jingjing as well, but at the same time she was starting to like her. That was why she was tolerating Long Jingjing and Chen Fei, even though they annoyed her. She thought that the two women weren't that bad. They continued to chat until Chen Fei grew impatient. Is everyone finished already? She asked. Let's hurry. I can't wait to meet Sir Lu Jianhong in person. Me too, Jingjing said shyly. Her dress was already zipped up. As for her bruises, they still hurt, but she could manage. Mimi and Jiang Yingyu looked at the nonchalant Iris. They were amused, knowing Iris' close connection with Grandpa Lu who Chen Fei and Long Jingjing idolized. Let's go then, Iris announced. The 5 young women walked together, not knowing that this night was the start of their lifelong connection to each other. A great crowd of people surrounded the legendary Sir Lu Jianhong. They couldn't believe that such a super important figure attended this party. They were very impressed at Long Tengfei's capability of inviting such a personage. The Wu family arrived, but they couldn't squeeze through the sea of people surrounding Sir Lu. Nobody made way for them because their status wasn't really higher than any of these people. Besides, the guests' impression of them lowered after witnessing their crass behavior earlier. Some of the ladies even started looking down and ridiculing Wu Qianxi behind her back, calling her a desperate man-chaser. The elders came shortly after. Compared to the Wus, the guests parted and made way for them because they were Longs, the hosts of this party. Welcome, Sir Lu. It's an honor to our entire Long family to receive your presence tonight. I am Long Jufeng, Long Tengfei's uncle and an elder of the Long family. Long Meng and the other elders also introduced themselves, including some of the younger heads of the various branch families. Grandpa Lu only greeted them out of politeness. He wasn't interested in chatting with any of them. To his eyes, most of the Longs were self-important, haughty people who foolishly thought that they were better than others. If his Lu family and the Jeans didn't rise up to where they were now, these Longs would probably look down on him now. It was an open secret in high society that the aristocratic Longs used to disdain business families like the Lus and the Jeans. It was only when they transformed into a business family themselves that they began to treat other successful business families with respect. Although his beloved granddaughter didn't tell him anything bad about them, he learned from his own sources how the elders and the other members of the Long family badly treated her. Granted, he discovered that his granddaughter used to be such a wild and disrespectful spoiled brat, but she was just a kid back then. That was just part of youth. Even his Hao used to be so wild and happy-go-lucky before his accident as well. That was why he didn't have any good opinions about these snooty Longs. Despite his obvious disinterest, the elders continued trying hard to engage him in conversation. Finally, he was relieved from the annoying flies when Long Tengfei, Yang Jiahui, and Long Hui arrived. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their heads when the 3 acted like old friends with Sir Lu Jianhong. The business legend also seemed to transform into a gaily old man whose voice and laughter boomed throughout the place. All the people watched in awe at the group. Long Tengfei's status was instantly elevated in their eyes. They couldn't wait to use him to get close to the business legend as well. As for the elders, they looked very proud. Their chests puffed out, feeling superior that their family was connected to such an extremely important figure. Grandpa Lu, Long Tengfei, Yang Jiahui, and Long Hui continued to chat with each other in their own little group. They acted as if nobody was around them and weren't the center of attention. Where's my beloved granddaughter? I want to know. I was told that she will be attending today. That's why I came. Grandpa Lu's voice boomed. She just went somewhere with her sister and friends. They should be back soon, Yang Jiahui said. The people around them heard his booming words. They were very surprised by what he just said. Does Sir Lu have a granddaughter? Maybe my memory is failing me because I don't remember him having one, someone commented. I don't think he has a granddaughter, but I know that he has a grandson who reportedly fell from a mountain and almost died. Yeah, I heard it was a ski accident. TSK. How careless. But about this granddaughter, I'm so surprised. Oh, I'm so curious what she looks like. I'm so glad that I attended this party tonight. It's so eventful. Long Tengfei keeps on throwing surprises at us one after another. We had no idea that Sir Lu was coming, and now we discover that Sir Lu's granddaughter is also here. So many important figures. The Wu family looked in envy at Long Tengfei and his family happily chatting with Sir Lu Jianhong. But hearing the conversations around them about Sir Lu's never-before-seen granddaughter, hope and ambition ignited in the Wu's hearts. Madame Wu whispered to her daughter, Qian, this is a big chance for our Wu family. Let go of that. Scoundrel Long Hui. Let's also forget about the Longs. The Lus are on another league than them, wealthier and more powerful. Make sure to befriend that granddaughter. Once you establish a close friendship with her, it'll become more natural for our Wu family to get closer to the entire Lu family. I also hear that Sir Lu dotes on his grandson. If you marry the grandson, you'll be set for life. You'll also elevate the status of our family. Then the Longs will be beneath us. I understand, mother, Wu Qinshi replied. Her eyes flashed with greed and desire. Sir Wu nodded in approval at his wife and daughter's plan. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them to rise higher in the social hierarchy of high society. The Wu family forced their way through the crowd until they arrived close to the little group. Then they shamelessly introduced themselves to the business legend, disregarding Long Tengfei and Yang Jiahui's disapproving looks. Sir Lu, this is my daughter, Wu Qinshi. She's quite a successful interior designer who worked with many celebrities on the international level, Sir Wu bragged to Grandpa Lu. Wu Qinshi flashed her sweetest smile. Sir Lu, I hear that your granddaughter is present tonight. I can't wait to meet her. I hope we can be friends. I think we'll get along quite well. Long Tengfei, Yang Jiahui, and Long Hui looked at her as if she was the biggest joke in the planet. This fool wanted to befriend Iris. How laughable. Until finally, there. You are, my girl. Where have you been? I want to know. Come here and greet your beloved grandpa. Grandpa Lu's booming voice caught everyone's attention. They followed his line of sight and felt confused when all they saw were Iris and her group. They looked behind the 5 women, thinking that perhaps the granddaughter was behind them. Then Iris' expression lit up. A breathtaking smile broke out of her face, blinding the people with her beauty. She hurried, almost running. Her companions followed after her. Grandpa Lu, you came, she exclaimed happily. I got bored so I came. Baha. She giggled and gave an, I told you so, look at Long Tengfei. Long Tengfei and Yang Jiahui chuckled. Many minds went blank after watching this scene. What did they just witness? Long Xiulan, aka Iris Long, was Sir Lu Jianhong's granddaughter? Everyone couldn't process the information inside their brains right away. It was just too unbelievable. Chen Fei and Long Jinjing looked at Iris as if she just transformed into a unicorn right in front of their eyes. The elders and the other relatives also had similar reactions. It was as if they were seeing Iris for the first time. Behind them, Long Jian wore a serious expression. He looked like he just encountered a new threat. As for Wu Qinshi and her parents, they paled from utter disbelief. Wu Qinshi, who claimed earlier that she couldn't wait to befriend Sir Lu's granddaughter, wished for the ground to open up and swallow her. How could that useless spoiled brat be the business legend's granddaughter? Unbothered by the shocked silence surrounding them, Iris and Grandpa Lu continued to chat with each other. Of course, Long Tongue Fei and the others who already knew about their connection joined in as well. I was planning on dragging your big brother Hao Hao to attend with me tonight, but I can't find him. Where in the world is that rascal? I want to know. Does he not know how worried his beloved grandpa is? I'll smack that dunderhead the next time I see him. Grandpa Lu complained. The last time I talked to Big Brother was a week ago. He said that he'd be very busy, so he might be unavailable to be contacted, Iris explained. He also mentioned traveling in several parts of the country for some business. I'm not sure exactly where he is now, though. So he's still in the country? He didn't go abroad? He has been so busy ever since he returned to the country. His body isn't 100% recovered yet. What's he thinking running around? I want to know. What if he breaks his neck again? Iris was also worried, but she trusted her brother. Hearing their conversation, the crowd began to regain their senses. They gossiped among themselves. A speculation formed in their minds. Someone gathered his courage and asked Grandpa Lu directly, "May we ask if Miss Long's mysterious fiancé is Sir Lu's grandson?" Because Grandpa Lu also treated Jin Liwei as his own grandson, he immediately replied, "Yes, of course. What a lucky man that grandson of mine is. I can't wait for the two of them to marry and give me great grandbabies." Many eyes almost popped out and jaws fell down after hearing Grandpa Lu's words. To them, he just proved their speculation. Now everyone thought that Iris was engaged to Grandpa Lu's grandson, Lu Zihao. As for Iris, she was exactly on the same page as Grandpa Lu. The two of them forgot to take into account that not everyone was aware that he also treated Jin Liwei as his own grandson. They had no idea that a great misunderstanding was currently running in these people's minds. Long Tongue Fei and the others who knew about the truth looked at each other in amusement. They didn't correct the misunderstanding because Iris and Jin Liwei hadn't officially announced their relationship to the public yet. "This isn't bad," Long Tongue Fei murmured. "My daughter and Liwei treat Lu Zihao like a brother. They're all very close to each other. Liwei won't get jealous of his brother." "Uncle Tongue Fei, it seems that you have no idea what big brother Liwei is really like," Mimi whispered. "He's always drowning in a pool of vinegar when it comes to Xiaolon. As long as he treats my daughter right, I have no complaints." A few steps away from them, Long Jinjing and Chun Fei didn't hear the conversation about Jin Liwei. Just like the guests, they thought that Iris was engaged to Lu Zihao. "The stupid fool who gifted your sister an entire business is Sir Lu's grandson?" Chun Fei asked. "It seems so," Long Jinjing replied. "Come, Jinjing. Let's ask Xiaolon to introduce us to Sir Lu. Even if his grandson is a stupid, love-crazed fool, Sir Lu is still the most brilliant living businessman in our country." "Yes." After silently pleading with their eyes, Iris introduced the two to Grandpa Lu. He became interested when they told him that they were business majors and that they were going to graduate very soon. He began asking them several questions about their studies, experiences, and extracurricular activities. After questioning them, Grandpa Lu gave Iris a meaningful look. She tilted her head to the side, a contemplative expression on her face. Later, the party continued merrily. Most of the people had already somewhat recovered from the initial shock and excitement of the night's various surprises. Now they were enjoying themselves while gossiping about everything that happened since the party started. They couldn't stop glancing at Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu, Iris and Grandpa Lu, and most especially the Wu family. Although they didn't know what exactly transpired during the private meeting earlier between the Longs and the Wus, it was obvious from their barely veiled enmity that things didn't end well between the two families. That bitch must be born under a lucky star or something. Not only did she win those music awards some time ago, but she also managed to snag Sir Lu Jianhong's grandson as her future husband, Madame Wu grumbled while glaring at Iris. "What's so good about her? She knows nothing else besides acting pretty and singing. You're so much better than her, Qianqian." "Mother, please stop it," Wu Qianqi snapped. Although she agreed with her mother that she was so much better than that bitch Iris, she already experienced so much humiliation tonight to last her a lifetime. She didn't want her mother making it worse by getting them into deeper trouble if someone were to overhear her insulting Iris or any of the Longs. Wu Qianqi could feel the looks of ridicule from the people around them like a heavy weight. Now she was experiencing something similar to the pain Jiang Yingyu went through earlier when people mocked her for being Long Hui's mistress. It was a suffocating feeling. Mother, father, let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore. Her parents gave a final envious look at the Longs acting very close to Sir Liu Jianhong before the three of them left the party together. It was like a walk of shame. They felt each and every snicker and mocking comment thrown at them like knives stabbing at their disgraced dignity. I think we should try and repair our relationship with the Longs, Sir Wu said once they were inside their vehicle. Madame Wu rejected his idea. They're almost in-laws with the Lius now. If we cut our relationship with the Longs, the Lius will see us in a negative light. We don't want that, he explained. Madame Wu eventually agreed to her husband's idea. Sir, Wu planned on reaching out to Long Tingfei the next day. As for Wu Qianxi, she was too upset that she failed to hear what her parents were talking about. She felt absolutely humiliated and disgraced. She didn't know whether she could still show her face to others from now on. Back to the party inside the mansion, the Long elders and the other relatives were all puffed up. They acted as if they just became royalty. Iris became the #1 darling in their eyes. They acted so nice to her and complimented her non-stop to the point that Iris felt creeped out. It was obvious that they changed their attitudes towards her because of her connection with the legendary Sir Liu Jianhong. The elders and the relatives immediately changed how they treated her because they didn't want her bad-mouthing them to Grandpa Liu or any of the Lius. Now their main priority was to ensure that she married the Liu's young master, even if it meant pretending to like her. She suddenly became their golden ticket to elevate their status by several places up the social hierarchy of high society. As a result, they put aside their opposition of Long Hui's plan to marry Jiang Yingyu for now. They focused all their attention on flattering Iris and their future in-law, Sir Liu Jianhong. Well, my sister is a celebrity. She's used to the spotlight. She knows how to deal with it better than us, Long Hui said. He and Jiang Yingyu felt relieved that the attention was temporarily diverted away from them, though they had no idea when they would once again take the heat. The issue about whether they could have a peaceful marriage life or not was still not completely solved. The elders would surely try to come at them again despite Long Tingfei's threat, especially since Long Hui was the heir apparent of the Long family. Their long-held antiquated values and beliefs weren't so easily abandoned. A closed mind wasn't so easily opened, especially if it was locked tightly since ancient times. Behind them, Long Jian wore a grave expression as he looked at Iris. For him, his youngest sister just transformed into a new, more dangerous enemy than Long Hui. With the Liu's support, she could join the battle for succession in the Long family if she wanted to. And she had a high chance of succeeding because she was a legitimate child and Long Tingfei's favorite, in addition to having what looked to be the most successful marriage among the siblings. Even if she sucked in running Long Industries, she could just hand the reins to the Lius, who were brilliant business people. Long Jian's hands clenched into tight fists, feeling a sense of urgency to prove himself as the most worthy successor of the Longs. Traitor, he inwardly spat at Long Jinjing. The two of them were the illegitimate children. They were supposed to be the ones to team up together against the legitimate children. But why was she now acting very close to both Iris and Long Hui? He felt like everyone was going against him. The obsession to become the next successor intensified within his heart. His negative feelings were the complete opposite of the happy atmosphere. Finally, the party ended on a high note. The guests treated their attendance to this party like a badge of honor, proving that they were first-hand witnesses of all the juicy events that transpired during the party. They couldn't wait to boast to their friends who didn't attend the party. Jin Liwei picked up Iris, Long Hui, and Jiang Yingyu with the limousine. Iris immediately sat on his lap, hugging him and rubbing herself against him. Her actions didn't feel sexual, but more like she was asking him for comfort. Jin Liwei was amused because she acted so much like the needy popcorn who always asked to be petted. He knew that something must have happened to make her this way. However, he didn't ask. She would tell him when she was ready. He gave her a kiss on the forehead instead. Similarly, Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu were also acting sweet to each other on their seat. Bah, I've had enough of your lovey-dovey. You two pairs of lovebirds. Do you want this old man to die of dog food overdose? I want to know. Let's sing karaoke instead. Jin Liwei sighed. Grandpa Liu invited himself after hearing that little June was currently at the penthouse. He doted on the toddler, treating him like his own great-grandson. Moments later, Iris and Grandpa Liu started singing a duet with the built-in karaoke system in the limo. Grandpa Lu surprisingly had a good singing voice, although it was more enthusiastic than skilled. A doting smile was on Jin Liwei's lips as he watched his baby girl singing. He still had no idea that Grandpa Lu caused a great misunderstanding, making people believe that his baby girl was engaged to his fifth brother. Gold Heights condominium. It was already very late at night, so Grandpa Lu had no choice but to wait until tomorrow to play with little June. He slept in the guest bedroom where Lu Zihao stayed before. Little June fell asleep in the cat room with ice cream and popcorn. His nanny and Dom slept together with them. Jiang Yingyu originally wanted to carry little June to their assigned bedroom in the penthouse, but Long Hui discouraged her, saying that it wasn't good to disturb a growing child's sleep. As for Iris and Jin Liwei, they returned to their old bedroom. The wall-mounted waterfall fountain felt very nostalgic. Maybe we should install a waterfall fountain in our bedroom at Dragon Palace, too, Jin Liwei commented. That would be nice. I don't mind either way, Iris replied, yawning. After washing up and changing into pajamas, Iris lay on the bed with Jin Liwei. They cuddled as she recounted everything that happened during the party. He chuckled when he heard about how she and her fellow girls ganged up on Wu Qianxi. Darling, I felt so weird earlier tonight. Almost everything and everyone irritated me. I almost lost control and wanted to slap people so many times. Good thing I was able to control myself. I felt so evil, but I'm not the least bit sorry, she told him. He stroked her hair and kissed her forehead. So what if you're evil? Don't ever feel sorry, especially if they're being mean to you and your friends first. They're more evil for treating you and your friends badly. You're just letting them have a taste of their own medicine. Besides, even if you become the greatest villain in the world, I'll still love you and stand by your side. She smiled and hugged him tightly. Thank you. I'm so glad to be back home with you. That party was too stressful, but Grandpa Lu made it fun in the end. Then she remembered something before she could fall asleep. Can I ask you a favor? She asked, looking up at him with her beautiful eyes. He immediately became extra attentive. Of course, love. Tell me. She told him about the consequences of the business breakup between the Longs and the Wus. I heard that Long Industries will lose hundreds of millions if their current partnerships are dissolved. Normally, I wouldn't care about Long Industries, but this time, I don't want to make it hard for father. Besides, Orchidia Beauty just signed Long Industries as our exclusive shipping partner. My business might be affected too if Long Industries were to take a hit in this conflict with the Wus. I promised father that I won't let Long Industries suffer in this business breakup. I can deal with the Wus, but I currently don't have the means to completely protect Long Industries from those millions of loss. I still don't have your level of influence in the business world. So, darling, can you help me find other businesses that might be willing to replace the Wus in their current partnerships with Long Industries? He was absolutely delighted that she was finally asking him for help instead of doing everything by herself. He playfully raised an eyebrow at her request. Why do you want other businesses when Jin Corporation is the best? My company is more than capable of replacing those Wus. But won't it be such a hassle to you? I know that you're also very busy like me preparing for the upcoming business conference. Love, it's not a problem. Think about it as our investment. Even if we currently don't have any shares in Long Industries, we could still have significant bargaining power if Jin Corporation is involved in some of Long Industries' most important business partnerships. She pursed her lips. I don't care about shares in Long Industries, nor do I care about bargaining power with them. Except for my father and Orchidia Beauty's shipping partnership, I don't want to have anything to do with Long Industries. He released a gentle sigh at his baby girl's indifference to her family's company. Then he coaxed her to sit up on the bed with him. They sat facing each other. She looked at him in confusion. I know that you don't care about Long Industries because it's filled with relatives who ostracize you. But I think we need to be more proactive about it this time, he told her. After all, there's now little June that we have to worry about. Remember that he's still a Long. As Long Hui's firstborn son, he might be the next heir apparent of the Longs. Based on what you're telling me, the elders and your relatives are against this possibility because they don't like Jiang Yingyu's background. So what I'm saying is that it's not enough to deal with the Long clan alone. We need to take as much control as we can to the source of its wealth and power, Long Industries. Iris was quiet as she thought deeply about what he was telling her. He continued, it's good that Long Hui is now taking a more active and assertive stance in protecting his woman and son from your bigoted relatives, but I can't completely trust him. I can sense a weakness in his character for being treated as the most superior among you siblings. When things get hard, he might buckle against the pressure and decide to abandon little June and Jiang Yingyu just so he can keep his position. The ill feelings inside Iris flared up once again. Oh, he can try. I'll strangle him and feed him to the sharks. Jin Liwei was a bit taken aback at her sudden vicious outburst. Before he could think about it, his body moved on its own and pulled her into his arms. He hugged her tightly and stroked her back, soothing her. Her stiff and angry body softened, and she melted into his embrace. Her love for Jin Liwei strengthened her calm and logical self, neutralizing the volatile remnant inside her. She still wasn't aware of her evolving emotions. Rubbing her cheeks against his chest and inhaling his masculine scent, she sighed in contentment. Calm down, he asked. MMN. Yes. Although he wanted to continue embracing her, he forced himself to gently let her go so that they could discuss seriously without any distractions. As I was saying, I think it's better if we try gaining more influence in Long Industries. So if Long Hui is unable to fight for little June and Jiang Yingyu, at least we can do it for them. Long Industries is the lifeblood and the source of power for the Long clan. If we can influence it, we can also influence the entire clan, whether the elders or your other relatives like it or not. This way, we can ensure that little June and Jiang Yingyu have nothing to fear, he told her. Oh, that makes sense, she replied. Her head was tilted to the side, thinking about it. He nodded. All right, do what you think is best, darling. I'll also work hard so that I can have more influence in the business world. And when I get the chance, I'll join the battle for control of Long Industries, she said with determination in her eyes. And then she smiled at him and held his hand. Thank you. I want a reward, he said. What reward? He tapped his finger against his lips, puckering it a little. Giggling, she leaped into his arms. Both of them tumbled on the bed, him on his back and her on top of him. She gave him a loud, smacking kiss on the lips, and then rained kisses all over his face. Jin Liwei's grin was so wide that it felt like it reached both his ears. He looked like he was in total bliss. She yawned, and her head dropped to his chest. 2 seconds later, she fell into deep sleep on top of him. He chuckled, not surprised a bit. His baby girl was the best sleeper he had ever met in his life. He moved the two of them into more comfortable positions. Her regular, deep breathing was also helping him fall asleep. Before sleeping, however, he thought about the things he must do first. Although his baby girl said that she would take care of the wuss herself, he didn't want her wasting her time on them. He would deal with them as soon as possible before they could recover and think about getting revenge against the Longs. He would also make sure that their daughter, Wu Qianxi, wouldn't be able to get any clients as an interior designer across Asia. It was their fault for going against his baby girl, her friend Jiang Yingyu, and their godson. Anyone or anything his baby girl didn't like, he would eliminate. Her enemy is my enemy, he murmured before falling asleep. The next day, the penthouse was awash with activity. Everyone gathered around the kitchen island for breakfast. Mei and the cook missed taking care of their young miss, so they went all out in cooking delicious breakfast dishes. It was a feast. Actually, it was pretty heavy for breakfast, but nobody complained. Everybody ate with gusto, especially the glutton Dom, who consumed food like a black hole. Grandpa Lu's delighted, booming voice was the loudest among them. He was currently playing with little June, who sat on his lap. He refused to let the toddler go. Little June also wanted to stay with his great-grandpa, who he found very funny. There was a TV playing the morning news mounted on the farthest wall of the kitchen. For the most part, they weren't paying attention to it until the identity of musician Iris Long's fiancé has now reportedly been revealed as Lu Zihao, the grandson of legendary business genius Sir Lu Jianhong. Sir Lu Jianhong is one of the founders of multinational enterprise Jin Corporation, the current #1 company in the country. Several witnesses claim that Sir Lu Jianhong himself confirmed that Iris Long is engaged to his own grandson during last night's birthday party of Iris Long's father, Long Tingfei, who is also the president-CEO of Long Industries. A dumpling fell out of Dom's chopsticks and landed back in his bowl. He gasped loudly and immediately looked at his Sir Boss. Mei, the cook, and the other household staff also looked similarly surprised and confused. Jin Liwei's expression was frightening to look at. He looked at the TV as if it was the greatest enemy of his life. Then he turned his head and glared at Grandpa Lu, though he caught himself in time and looked elsewhere instead. He was unhappy with Grandpa Lu, but he would never dare to disrespect him. Iris took the chopsticks from his hand to save them from getting broken from the force he was exerting on them. That's so weird. Grandpa Lu was clearly talking about you, darling. I don't know why they suddenly concluded that my fiancé is Big Brother Zaheo, she told him. Exactly. Where in Cuckoo's Nest did they hear me say that my Hao Hao is Xiaolon's fiancé? I want to know. This is fake news. How dare they twist my words? Little June laughed at Grandpa Lu. The little guy was already used to the old man's loud, booming voice and wasn't easily startled anymore. Am I funny? Of course Great-Grandpa Lu is the funniest. Because you're a good boy, I'll buy you another batch of new toys and books. Jiang Yingyu smiled helplessly. Grandpa Lu had bought so many presents for little June that they might run out of space to store it at their unit. She opened her mouth, about to ask the old man to please stop giving so many things to her son, but Long Hui stopped her. Let him dote on our son. Having this close connection to Sir Lu will be great for our son's future, he whispered to her. It felt a bit opportunistic, but she agreed with Long Hui. Instead, she swore to herself to teach her son how to stand up on his own 2 feet and not depend too much on his godparents and Great-Grandpa Lu. Back to Jin Liwei. He looked at his baby girl and Grandpa Lu. He could tell that they really had no idea why the news reported wrongly. He glared at the TV instead. The news already moved on the next story, but the previous one still echoed inside his head. Iris Long's fiancé has now reportedly been revealed as Lu Zaheo, Lu Zaheo. Damn it. It should be Jin Liwei. Long Hui released a loud sigh. I knew this was going to happen. Of course people misunderstood. Sir Lu only confirmed that little sister's fiancé is his grandson. How could they knew that he also treats Jin Liwei as his own grandson? It's only natural for them to think about Sir Lu's flesh and blood grandson, Lu Zaheo, instead of Jin Liwei. Not everyone knows how really close the Lus and the Jins are, that you practically treat each other as one family. All they know is that you're inseparable business partners, but that's it. Both Iris and Grandpa Lu's eyes widened in realization at the same time. Bah, how is that my fault? I want to know. How could I know that those people have terrible one-track minds to misunderstand my words so easily? It's their fault, not mine. Let's forget about it. The people will soon get bored talking about such fake news. Grandpa Lu waved a dismissive hand and resumed eating while interacting with little June. Yes, darling. Just ignore it. Besides, it's not the first time that people made the wrong guess as to who my real fiancé is. For a long time, many thought that it was Brother Chonglin. Jin Liwei scowled, and now they think it's Big Brother Zaheo. Iris shrugged, also waving the matter away like Grandpa Lu. I don't have any feelings for Brother Chonglin other than my respect and admiration for him as a fellow musician. As for Big Brother Zaheo, he's more of a brother to me than elder brother Hui. It was Long Hui's turn to scowl, meaning, there are brothers and they will remain that way. Jin Liwei is my one and only man, so don't think much of those fake news anymore. Okay, darling. And her sweet talk made him feel much better. He smiled smugly and gave her a quick peck on the lips in front of everyone. Ehehe. Dom, their #1 shipper of all time, shimmied in delight at their public display of affection. Little June squealed and clapped his hands. Then he turned to Jiang Yingyu and demanded, Mommy, kiss. Kiss Jun. Everyone laughed in amusement, except for Long Hui. He was unhappy that his son was increasingly following that damn Jin Liwei as his role model, instead of him, the father. He also felt a little surly when Jiang Yingyu immediately left his side to give their son several kisses. Maybe he ought to work harder in improving his own romance skills. He didn't want to lose to his own toddler son any further. The breakfast continued in high spirits. Iris was able to pacify Jin Liwei's jealousy with her sweet talk, while little June's presence made everyone amused and happy for the entire day. The news about the real identity of Iris' fiancé as Sir Lu Jianhong's grandson continued to be reported in the next few days. Surprisingly, however, it didn't generate as much interest nor trust in its credibility among the general public. It failed to become a hot topic, and many even questioned the major news outlet for reporting such a story. Most of the public treated it as a regular rumor. Besides, it didn't excite them because they didn't know who Lu Zihao was. They knew Lu Jianhong, but not his grandson. In addition to this, the Linris shippers absolutely rejected the possibility that their boss Iris was engaged to another man other than their Prince Lin Lin. They still staunchly held the belief that Iris Long was engaged to Jin Chonglin. The guests who attended Long Tingfei's birthday party didn't elaborate any further about what they witnessed. Oh, they were happy to describe the entire thing to their family and friends, but certainly not to the media. They didn't want to offend such an important figure as Sir Lu Jianhong. Even though they also belonged to high society, the Lus were on a completely another level compared to them in terms of wealth and power alone. While this story gradually died down from the entertainment news, the business news featured the breakup between the Longs and the Wus. All the business partnerships between the two of them were dissolved in a matter of days. It was by far the most expensive termination of partnerships in the country's business world since. The year started. The loss of hundreds of millions suffered by both parties was widely reported in the news. Stock prices dipped to dangerous levels. The investors and employees of both companies were troubled about their futures. The Wus released an official statement first. They said, "We regret that our long-time friendship to the Long family and all of our business partnerships with Long Industries had to end in such a tragic manner. The conflict arose from a petty quarrel which would have been resolved if the Long family only accepted our offer of reconciliation. Unfortunately, our gesture of goodwill was rejected. We are tremendously heartbroken by this outcome." Based on this heart-rending statement, the Wus indirectly placed the blame of the business breakup to the Longs. A couple of hours later, the Longs released their own official statement as well. They said, "The conflict between us, the Long family, and the Wu family was not a mere petty quarrel. It was a serious clash of different values and visions. We also like to clarify that it was the Wu family who initiated the dissolution of our business partnerships first. They should stand by their own decision and not push the blame on us." Based on the delivery of the statements, the people sympathized with the Wus more than the Longs. It felt more emotional compared to the cold and indifferent stance the Longs decided to take. The various competitors of Long Industries started reaching out to the Wus to make offers of similar business partnerships. Of course, this delighted the Wu family to no end. Ha! Take that, Long Tingfei. While Long Industries is struggling to recover from their massive loss, we, the Wus, will be rising again with a new partner. And we get to choose the best deal out of all of these offers. Sir Wu celebrated. "Oh, this is wonderful. Make sure to choose the Long's worst business rival and ask for the best deal from them," Madame Wu suggested. "Wife, we are of the same mind. That's what I'm actually planning on doing." While the Wu couple celebrated their victory, Sir Wu's phone started ringing. His eyes lit up. It was one of the companies that made an offer to him. He was already thinking of negotiating a better deal than what was offered. He answered the call with an excited look, but after just a few seconds, his expression turned ugly. He hung up with a curse. "What happened?" Madame Wu asked. "The motherfucker withdrew his offer. Don't worry about that indecisive fool. You still have a lot of other offers." "You're right." His phone rang again. He answered it. And just like before, he hung up in fury. Then his phone rang again. This happened a few more times, until Sir Wu was drained of all his energy to even stay angry. "What's happening? Why are they all withdrawing their offers?" Madame Wu asked worriedly. Sir Wu already had an idea, but he didn't want to think about it. If his speculation was correct, then his Wu family wouldn't have any place left in the country's business world. The phone rang again, but Sir Wu didn't want to answer it anymore. It stopped. Then Madame Wu's phone rang next. "Hello? Yes, he's here with me. Hold on." She gave the phone to her husband. "It's your assistant." He listened to what his assistant had to say. "What?" he exclaimed. After a few minutes, the call ended. Sir Wu plopped down on the couch like a broken doll. "What happened? Tell me." Madame Wu didn't like his defeated look. A great sense of dread overwhelmed her. "We're finished," he told her. "What do you mean?" Jin Corporation announced that they would be partnering up with Long Industries on the business projects that we just terminated with them. And of course, Long Industries accepted their offer. He sighed and hung his head low, holding it between his hands. "I knew it. We have angered Sir Lu Jianhong, and now he sent his Jin Corporation to replace our business. I bet he's also the one who told those companies who made offers to us to withdraw. We can anger anyone in this country's business world, but never Sir Liu Jianhong or Jin Liwei. They are too powerful for the likes of us. Oh no, what are we going to do now? They were interrupted by a frantic knock on the door. Who is it? Go away, Sir Wu roared. Father, it's me. Open up, please. Wu Qianqi's upset voice called out from the other side of the door. Madame Wu immediately hurried to open the door. As soon as it opened, Wu Qianqi leaped into her arms and sobbed hard. My dear Qianqian, what's wrong? Tell mother who made you cry like this. She didn't answer, but just cried harder. It took a few minutes before the couple was able to calm their daughter down. Finally, she began to talk. I'm finished. I can't stay in this country anymore. All of my clients from my one-year waiting list have canceled, even the ones abroad. No one from Asia wants to work with me anymore. What am I going to do? I abandoned my successful career in the US just to start all over again here, but everything went down the drain. Her parents were dismayed when they heard about what happened to her. Truly merciless. Sir Liu didn't even let our daughter escape from his wrath, Sir Wu mumbled. Wu Qianqi heard him. Sir Liu? You mean he did this to me? This is all your fault. Why did you have to cut ties with the Longs? Now you angered even Sir Liu Jianhong. You've just ruined your daughter's career. Don't yell at your father. Madame Wu scolded. You're also to blame. You're the one who flew into rage the most and insulted the Longs during the party. I hate both of you. Madame Wu slapped her daughter's face. All of them were shocked at the crisp sound it made. Wu Qianqi glared at her parents before running off. Within a couple of hours, she was already on board a plane back to the US. As for Sir Wu and Madame Wu, they were also considering running off to another country. Perhaps they would follow their daughter to the US after she cooled her head. The Wu family now realized that they had lost their place in the country's business world. If it was only against the Longs, they would already be planning revenge. This time, however, the opponent was too powerful. The Wus might be greedy and ambitious, but they weren't insane. Going against Sir Liu Jianhong and Jin Corporation, it would be a social and economic suicide for them. There was no way that they would ever emerge victorious and unscathed. Sir Wu sighed. I guess this is it. Madame Wu burst into tears. If only they could go back in time and redo everything again, they wouldn't say the things they said nor act the way they acted. Unfortunately, life had no rewind button. There was no medicine for regret. Fans of interior designer Wu Qianqi were wondering why she returned to the US again when she already announced before that she would be staying in China for good. Her recent posts on her social media pages were very cryptic and depressing. She hinted that she was driven away from her mother country against her will, so she had no choice but to return to the US heartbroken. Her fans continued to ask her for clarification. They were worried about her, especially after hearing that all of her Asian clients canceled hiring her. Finally, a US-based friend of hers revealed the truth in a blog post. My dear friend, Qianqi Wu, was humiliated by the public proposal of her ex-boyfriend too. His mistress who he has an illegitimate son with. He proposed right in front of Qianqi. The audacity. My blood is boiling just hearing about it. I can just imagine the mortifying scene. No wonder Qianqi is so heartbroken. She's crying every day and she can't sleep at night because she was traumatized by the experience. If I was present at that party, I would have punched that ex-boyfriend right on his cheating face and then pulled all the hair out of that shameless mistress. What's more, Qianqi's family was betrayed by that ex-boyfriend's family. The two families were longtime friends and collaborated in several business projects. But because of greed, the ex-boyfriend's family terminated all of their existing contracts and discarded Qianqi's family, forcing the Wus to suffer millions in financial losses. Then the ex-boyfriend's family partnered with a huge corporation instead. If that's not greedy, I don't know what is. I'm utterly disgusted by how that ex-boyfriend and his family treated my friend Qianqi and her family. They not only broke Qianqi's heart, but shattered her dreams as well. As loyal fans of her work as an interior designer, you all know that she gambled on leaving her successful career here just to start all over again in China and Asia. I don't know what kind of hocus pocus that ex-boyfriend's family did, but she has been blacklisted from working in Asia. How sickening is that? I beg all of you to please help comfort our dear Qianqi. She's depressed right now, and I'm very worried as her close friend. To tell you the truth, I want to fly over to China and beat all of those who hurt her. That ex-boyfriend, his mistress, and his entire family of greedy pigs. Thank you, and please continue supporting our favorite interior designer, Qianqi Wu. This blog post was written in both English and Chinese, so it quickly spread like wildfire on the internet. It also eventually made its way to the Chinese internet, where many netizens made the connection to Long Hui and the Long family. It didn't take long before the Longs were made aware of the incriminating blog post. Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu were mercilessly attacked by random netizens, calling them a cheating couple and other nasty insults. As the woman, Jiang Yingyu had to suffer worse than Long Hui. People called her a loose woman, a gold digger, and a social climber. Long Hui and the Long family, ordered by Long Tingfei, both issued separate official statements, explaining their side of the story. Some believed them, but the majority of the people, including the women, sided with Wu Qianqi. To them, Wu Qianqi was the real victim. They were also indignant about what happened to her family. The Wus were now basically bankrupt. Compared to them, the Longs were riding high as they worked on finalizing their several partnership deals with Jin Corporation. The horrible name-calling and outrage continued to attack Long Hui, Jiang Yingyu, and the entire Long family. The elders and the other relatives were absolutely horrified. This was by far the worst hit they experienced on their reputation as an entire clan. Long Tingfei also felt troubled. He heard from his informants that the elders gathered for a secret meeting. He could sense that they were planning something drastic, possibly a call to remove his eldest son, Long Hui, as the heir. But before this crisis reached a point of no return, another blog post made waves. This time, it was by a recently popular webtoon author called Princess Porkchop. She was the creator of the hit webtoon series Queen of the Shadows. Princess Porkchop claimed that she was present at the party and witnessed all of the important events that happened that time. She wrote on her blog, "I am close to both Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu. They have a wonderful baby son together. I would like to address the claim that Wu Qianqi's friend made. Jiang Yingyu is not mistress. Long Hui and Wu Qianqi already broke up when Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu got together. They have never been a cheating couple. I have no idea where that claim came from. I think someone is being delusional to believe that they are still together when they already broke up. I also don't understand how Wu Qianqi continues to paint herself as a victim in this matter. Even during the party, she acted like she and Long Hui were still together, which they are not. The way I see it, and I think you will too after I explain my view, Wu Qianqi is a homewrecker intent on destroying a beautiful family. Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu are not married or in a relationship with other people. They are free to love each other and raise their son together. But here comes the ex-girlfriend who wants Long Hui back. She accuses Jiang Yingyu of being a mistress. She uses her status as a rising star in the world of interior design and as the daughter of the Wu family to discredit a normal woman with no impressive family background. What's more, she acts like a white lotus to gain the sympathy of her followers in order to indirectly push them to attack the poor innocent woman who is the rightful fiancée of Long Hui. Tell me, who is the real immoral one between these two women? I know for a fact that it isn't Jiang Yingyu. I'll leave the rest for you to decide who you want to believe. I'm just describing to you what I witnessed with my own two eyes, unlike that friend who wasn't even in the country when the party happened. I bet she just heard everything from Wu Qianqi. That's all I have to say in this matter. I hope that you judge the situation fairly. Thank you for reading. Please continue supporting my webtoon Queen of the Shadows. The second arc is reaching its climax. Stay tuned. Princess Porkchop's blog post immediately went viral. She only rose to popularity as a webtoon artist recently, but she already had many fans. Some of them were die-hard ones who followed everything she said as if her words were divine commandments. The trajectory of attacks suddenly shifted from Jiang Yingyu to Wu Qianqi. Don't ever come back here, you shameless homewrecker. I hate white lotus bitches like you. I regret believing you. You're a liar. I apologize to Miss Jiang for insulting her earlier. I didn't know the truth then. I wish Miss Jiang and Mr. Long a happy marriage life and happy family with their son. Shame on you, Wu Qianqi, for trying to wreck a family. Wu Qianqi and her friend who defended her were horrified to find themselves attacked online by thousands of haters. They were forced to deactivate their social media accounts because it became too much. This incident only made the Wu family hasten their preparations to emigrate. A couple of days later, the national news reported that Jiang Yingyu hired an American lawyer to sue Wu Qianqi and her friend for defamation. What shocked people the most was that the lawyer was a famous celebrity attorney who had an impressive track record of wins. By this time, Wu Qianxi, Jiang Yingyu, and Long Hui were featured in the news constantly. A big part of this was their connection to multi-award-winning musician Iris Long. When the media asked for her opinion about the love triangle, Iris Long replied, "There is no love triangle. I agree with everything Princess Porkchop wrote on her blog post. Someone is delusional to think that she's still in a relationship with my brother. Jiang Yingyu is a lovely and hardworking woman who is also a great mother to my godson. She's also my friend. I support her all the way." Following Iris' statement to the media, the Black Stars all declared their support for Jiang Yingyu and condemned Wu Qianxi. With the trolling power of the infamous Slippers army on the internet, Wu Qianxi's name became synonymous with the word homewrecker. Whenever I Eat Slippers was too busy to go online, Little Phoenix led the Slippers army in his stead to wave their virtual mighty slippers and whack anyone who dared bash their boss Iris and her friends like Jiang Yingyu. Needless to say, Wu Qianxi finally realized that her scheme of placing the blame on both Jiang Yingyu and Long Hui backfired on her. She also still foolishly thought that Iris Long was the same good-for-nothing sister of her ex-boyfriend. But the fact of the matter was that Iris Long was now one of the rising stars of the country's music industry. Iris Long had a massively growing horde of loyal fans who would follow her everywhere, even to heaven or to hell. By attacking someone important to Iris Long, Wu Qianxi placed a giant target on her forehead to be attacked by the Black Stars, especially its most notorious division, the Slippers Army. Inside her apartment, Wu Qianxi was screaming her frustration out. The place was wrecked. She was sobbing on the floor with the notice of defamation lawsuit papers scattered all around her. Her friend also received a similar notice. They had a shouting match on the phone earlier. "You bitch. My relatives in China just informed me of what really happened during the party. You lied to me and used me. When we go to court, I'll tell the judge and everyone else that I only wrote what you fucking told me. I can't believe I'm being sued because of you. Fuck you, Qianxi." Her friend was so furious that the call ended before Wu Qianxi had a chance to speak and defend herself. In the end, it was safe to say that their friendship was now over. "Lawyer. I need to get a lawyer." Wu Qianxi grabbed her phone to search for some good lawyers. However, her search was interrupted by an email flood. It rendered her phone unusable for a few minutes because of the seemingly endless notifications. After some time, it finally ended. She checked her inbox. There were at least 20,000 emails. It was from an address that she didn't recognize. Curious, she opened one of them. "Don't fight the lawsuit. Pay the compensatory and punitive damages. You won't go to jail, but you must suffer the damage to your reputation and career. If you try to escape this light punishment and continue wrecking a family, I'll make sure that you'll suffer something that is many times worse than this. Something that won't allow you to recover. Think carefully. Draken." Wu Qianxi scowled. Who the hell was this Draken? He dared to threaten her? What could he do to her? "Go ahead and flood my inbox." "I don't fucking care," she sneered. She deleted the email, but her phone suddenly froze. Then it started opening random apps without her control. After a few seconds, it began downloading a huge amount of files. Damn it, I'm getting hacked. She tried swiping on the screen many times to stop the download progress, but to no avail. She even tried turning the phone off, but she couldn't. The phone was completely out of her control now. Finally, the download was complete. But before she could check the state of her phone, the downloaded files opened on their own. Photos and videos of her affairs with her married clients popped up. Many of them were famous celebrities. For her, these affairs weren't really anything serious. She just did them for the thrill and experience of sleeping with these famous men. The photos and videos looked like they were mostly taken from CCTVs, mostly from hotels, airports, restaurants, and shopping boutiques. They showed her making out and acting intimate with the men. She was alarmed at first, but she forced herself to calm down. Fortunately, there weren't any nude photos or sex videos. Just making out wouldn't be too damaging. She was very careful in not filming anything inside the bedroom. That was what she thought. A video suddenly started playing. It showed a scene inside a hotel room. Two naked bodies were intertwined on the bed. The loud, wet slapping sounds of flesh against flesh mixed with moans and groans. Wu Qianxi was now completely horrified, as she saw herself being pounded from above by a European. Earl. The video looked like it was secretly taken. That motherfucking Earl installed a hidden camera. No. She was about to smash the phone against the wall when the screen blacked out again. A slideshow presentation began playing. Basically, the slideshow showed secret information about the European Earl. It turned out that the Earl was connected to a small but vicious mafia group. At the same time, the slideshow was a threat. If Wu Qianxi didn't learn her lesson, the sex video would be released to the whole world. Of course the Earl wouldn't be happy. He might ask his mafiosi friends to take care of her as revenge. The slideshow ended with a simple sentence. Lawsuit or this. Wu Qianxi closed her eyes. The phone slipped from her hand, bouncing and skidding on the floor. She was unwilling to give in to the threat, but there was no other choice. She valued her reputation and image too much. She might not be able to show her face in Asia anymore, but the world was large. She could start over again in other places. But if she remained stubborn and ignored the threat, there would no longer be any safe place in the world for her. Hatred roiled within her at being forced to bow down to a threat. Angry tears rolled down her face. Fine. You win. She spat through gritted teeth. A robotic voice suddenly sounded from her phone. It frightened her so much that she fell down on her butt. She shrieked, but still heard everything it said. I'll be watching you. Make a wrong move, and I'll send all of these files to the whole world. Be assured that the Earl will be the first one to see them. Who are you? I am Draken. With that, the robotic voice disappeared. Wu Qianxi cautiously picked up the phone from the floor. It was now working properly. All the emails and files were deleted, as if they weren't there in the first place. She immediately searched for Hacker Draken and was shocked at the results. This time, she experienced what true fear felt like. Cold sweat quickly soaked her. For someone who could topple even entire governments, it would be extremely easy for this Draken to destroy her with just one click. Oh fuck, was all she could say. It appeared that she really messed with the wrong people this time. Gold Heights condominium. Iris and Jin Liwei decided to stay in the penthouse this week because her current schedule was very tight. The condo was nearer to the broadcasting stations, so it was more convenient time-wise and travel-wise. At the moment, Jin Liwei was at work. Iris was getting her hair and makeup done in her walk-in closet. Dom was currently on the phone coordinating with the staff of her next guest appearance at an afternoon TV show in a few hours. Little June was playing on the floor with ice cream and popcorn, his nanny watching over them. Jiang Yingyu sat beside Iris, as the two of them spoke with the American lawyer via video call. The lawyer was updating them on the progress of the defamation case they filed against Wu Qianxi and her now ex-friend. The lawyer was one of Jin Liwei's friends back when he studied in the U.S. He was the one who contacted the celebrity lawyer so that he and Iris could hire him to represent Jiang Yingyu. Iris and Jiang Yingyu were informed that the case was going smoothly. The lawyer expected for it to be concluded quickly. He told them that Wu Qianxi was being very cooperative and expressed her intention to pay whatever compensation she needed to pay. Of course, Wu Qianxi was being cooperative. Iris made sure to frighten the woman into submission for this defamation lawsuit or suffer the consequences of having those explicit files spread across the world. When she was dealing with Wu Qianxi as Draken, something inside her was urging her to be more vicious and merciless. However, she eventually decided to give Wu Qianxi a lighter punishment and a harsh warning instead. She would only gun for her full force if Wu Qianxi foolishly bothered Jiang Yingyu again. Her calm and logical self concluded that Wu Qianxi's defamation offense wasn't severe enough to warrant a complete destruction of her life. By this time, the lingering remnant inside Iris was now more than half fused with her own self. Even if she decided to examine her own emotions and consciousness closely, it would be extremely difficult for her to detect the remnant. Back to the defamation case in the U.S., Wu Qianxi was cooperating, but her ex-friend wasn't. Her ex-friend was fighting against the case fiercely, citing ignorance to what really transpired. She laid all the blame on Wu Qianxi. So what do you want to do about the friend? The lawyer asked. Iris looked at Jiang Yingyu, who gestured for her to make the decision. I want both of them to pay. They're both at fault, Iris told the lawyer. Understood. I'll keep you posted for any new updates. Then, the video call ended. Thank you, Xiaolon. I'm also grateful to Sir Liwei. Although you didn't have to, I appreciate you doing all of this for me, Jiang Yingyu said in her sincerest voice. What are you saying? Of course we'll do this. You're not only my friend, but also the mother of my godson. Liwei and I will not keep quiet when our godson's mother is being defamed left and right. And even if we don't care about you, we do, of course, we'll still do this for the sake of our godson. Little Jun will surely be affected negatively if his mother is being treated so unfairly like this. Jiang Yingyu smiled. She really couldn't thank Iris and Jin Liwei enough for all of the things they had done for her and little Jun. The two pairs, Iris and Jin Liwei plus Jiang Yingyu and Long Hui, spoke about what to do when Wu Qianxi and her ex-friend paid the compensation. They all decided to place half of the money in a trust fund while half would be put into investments. Of course, little Jun was the sole beneficiary. When he reached a certain age, he needed to fulfill very strict requirements in order to access the wealth. They hoped that this would motivate him to work hard and aim high in order to meet the requirements, instead of making it easy for him, which might turn him into a dependent good-for-nothing. The lawyer was confident that they would win the case because of strong, concrete evidence. According to him, the only uncertainty in this case was how much the judge would order Wu Qianxi and her ex-friend to pay for the compensation. A few days ago, Mimi called to inform Iris and Jiang Yingyu that she overheard Long Tingfei and Yang Jiahui discussing whether to sue Wu Qianxi and her ex-friend for defamation as well. The incriminating blog post not only attacked Jiang Yingyu, but also the Long family. However, the elders vehemently protested against Long Tingfei's plan. They feared that suing would only place the Long family in a bad light. In the end, they were able to persuade Long Tingfei not to sue. When she heard about it, Iris curled her lips in disdain. The hatred inside her for the Longs had somewhat calmed down since the birthday party, but it was still there. As long as the elders and those snooty relatives refused to change, she would never feel a sense of belonging with the Long family. She also didn't want her godson little Jun and her friend Jiang Yingyu to endure living with closed-minded people like them. Putting all of these unpleasant thoughts aside for now, Iris finished preparing for her guest appearance. She was very busy this week, guesting, performing, and endorsing. Not to mention that the Diamond Guild Film Awards was fast approaching. ####. The much-awaited night of the Diamond Guild Awards finally arrived. It was undoubtedly more glamorous and sophisticated than the Harmony Music Awards. The country's top actors and actresses drew insane crowds around the red carpet. It was already summer, so the weather was sunny. A bit hot, but not too much. However, the massive crowd of fans generated a lot of heat. People sweated and squeezed against each other, but they didn't mind. For the sake of seeing their favorite celebrities in person, they would endure the discomfort. Among the sea of fans behind the barricades, a distinct group stood out the most. They were all wearing suits. Those who weren't familiar with the music industry fandoms didn't know about how the Black Stars usually wore matching suits to support their boss Iris. Some were even frightened after seeing them, thinking that they were triad members about to terrorize everyone at the film awards. Fortunately, they quickly calmed down after learning that they were just a fan club and not an organized criminal group. As a musician, Iris Long's impact on the film event was minuscule. She didn't get deafening cheers from the crowd when she walked the red carpet, compared to the reception the most popular actors and actresses received. It was mostly just the Black Stars cheering for her. However, she didn't mind. It was already an honor for her to even be nominated in the film awards. After interacting with the Black Stars, Iris granted a short interview on the red carpet. It was very quick. The reporters were more interested in the heavenly kings and queens, the biggest stars of the night. Iris joined the strong yet broken group, consisting of the cast and the crew. JJ and LX Productions president were also there. Of course, Paralympian gold medalist Guan Jintao and his wife came as well to support this film about his mother. They all walked inside the ceremony venue together. The indie film Strong Yet Broken was one of the most nominated for the night. It was among the favorites to win the major awards because of its critical acclaim, including the most sought-after Best Picture award. As for Best Original Score, Iris Long was a favorite among the general public, but most film experts didn't have high hopes for her. They reasoned that she was too young to win such a prestigious award, especially against such tough competition. She was up against some of the best composers in the industry who specialized in creating film scores. For a newbie like her to win against seasoned veterans was almost next to impossible, according to them. Iris personally didn't care whether she won or not. She just wanted to enjoy the experience and savor it. This was something she only dreamed about in her previous life. It felt glorious that she was actually experiencing it right now. As a result, she didn't feel any pressure at all, and it was obvious at how relaxed and cheerful she looked compared to her fellow nominees. Finally, the presentation of awards started. The award for Best Screenplay goes to Strong Yet Broken. Everyone in the film's group, including Iris, stood up and clapped at their tearful screenwriter. They were all together like family. The screenwriter headed up the stage to receive the award and give a speech. Strong Yet Broken lost in the next categories. Until finally, the Diamond Guild Film Award for Best Original Score goes to. The two presenters looked visibly shocked when they saw the winner's name on the card after taking it out of the envelope. Iris Long. The audience gave a collective gasp before the loud applause and cheering ensued, mostly from the Black Stars and the general public. As for the celebrities, productions crews and nominees from the other films who were sitting at the front and center rows, they gave a more modest applause. Some of them thought that Iris Long deserved the win, but the others thought that it was still too early for her to win against the seasoned veterans. Many of these people worked in the film industry for a long time, and more often than not, they didn't take it well when there was a change in the status quo, especially for an individual who they perceived as not belonging to the film industry. Indeed, Iris Long was a great and talented musician. Her film score in Strong Yet Broken was beautiful, creative, and sophisticated, emotionally harrowing yet also dynamic at the same time. It truly enhanced the film experience and magnified the emotions the viewers felt while watching the film. However, these people thought that she should have gathered more experience working in the film industry first before actually winning an award for it. Many of the seasoned veterans that she was up against started this way. They didn't immediately rise to the top. They started from the bottom. There were plenty of them who thought that it was unfair for Iris Long to win such a prestigious award for the first film score that she composed. These people were forgetting that Diamond Guild Film Awards chose winners based on the nominated pieces of work and not on the creator's previous experiences. It was inevitable that Iris Long's rise to the fame in the past few months would garner envy, even to those who weren't in the music industry. At the moment, however, the group of Strong Yet Broken didn't care about any of that. They all jumped up their seats and cheered for Iris Long's win. They congratulated her and shared her victory. Even Guan Jintao and his wife joined in. Of course, JJ was ecstatic. He looked even more excited than Iris Long, as if he was the one who won the award. Iris headed up the stage and accepted the heavy, sparkling, diamond-shaped glass award. The female presenter was very warm and sincere in congratulating her. However, Iris could tell that the male presenter wasn't too happy about her win. Keeping a polite expression, Iris stood in front of the microphone. She swept her eyes across the front and center rows where she could see similar discontented expressions regarding her win. Iris didn't give a damn about any of them. Something flared up within her, and the corner of her lips lifted into a smirk. But it only lasted for about a second before the polite expression returned to her face. Even she didn't realize that she smirked. She focused on looking at her Strong Yet Broken group and the suits-wearing Black Stars at the far end of the audience. Then she began her speech. It started as a generic thank you speech. At the end, however, she added, "I am deeply grateful for those who believe that I can do this. JJ and my fiancé never doubted that I can compose a film score and complete it. Now I am standing here in front of you with an award in my hands. Regardless of whether others think that I deserve this or not, it is enough that my loved ones and fans believe in me, that I believe in myself. I am me, and I don't compare myself to others. I have my own road, and others have their own. At the end of the day, music is my passion. I composed the film score with the goal of harnessing the film's story to enhance its emotional impact with music. That was my goal, not to win this award. Of course, I am delighted to win this award and receive recognition for my work in Strong Yet Broken. All I want to say is that my work, my film score, is the one that won this award, not me as a person. It was the one that was judged, not me. I am just the agent who created it. That is all. Thank you, everyone." Those who resented her for winning the award felt like they were slapped in the face by her speech. They deemed her unqualified to win the award because of her youth and inexperience in the film industry, believing that the seasoned veterans were more worthy than her to win. They disregarded the criteria of judging, which was based purely on the nominated piece of work and not the creator. The general public in the audience, led by the Black Stars, all gave a loud standing ovation for her. In contrast, there was a vague sense of awkwardness among the front and center row seats. There were even those who glared at her while she made her way back to her delighted group. They didn't like her seemingly harmless speech, but was actually quite a barbed one. Iris unknowingly made a few enemies in the film industry tonight. She herself had no idea about this. For the rest of the ceremony, Strong Yet Broken won 3 more times. They won Best Actress, Best Director, and the most important award of the night, the Best Picture Award. Overall, they won 5 of the 11 awards that they were nominated for. Although they won the most sought-after awards, they didn't win the most awards. Another film won a total of 7 awards. It was a blockbuster film with an all-star lineup. Nevertheless, Strong Yet Broken was still deemed to be the biggest winner for the night. After all, it won the Best Picture Award. The day after the awards ceremony, almost all of the news reported about the winners. People discussed the film awards and the winners. Damn it. I hate that movie, Strong Yet Broken. Made me cry like a fucking baby. But yeah, it deserves all of the awards it got. I still hate it, though. And damn you, Iris Long. I cry every single time I listen to Phantom of Your Love. I request for the radio stations to stop playing that cursed song. She totally deserves to win because it's so beautiful and amazing. Doesn't mean I like it, though. Total respect for making such a socially relevant film as Strong Yet Broken. I wish that more films like this are made to raise awareness on the issues we as a society face. To be honest, I'm so tired of all those Xinxia movies. I still like watching them, but sometimes they feel too similar and repetitive. Strong Yet Broken deserves to win those 5 awards. But it seems like Xinxia films won't die anytime soon, winning those 7 awards in all. Sentiments like these floated all over the internet. The general public accepted most of the results. Nobody raised any complaints that Strong Yet Broken won those 5 awards. In fact, some even thought that it should have won more. They also didn't complain that Iris Long won the Best Original Score award. It was only those in the film industry who weren't completely happy with her win. As for the Black Stars, they were absolutely overjoyed. Go Boss Iris. You're the best. Congratulations on winning Best Original Score. We're so proud of you. We wave our mighty slippers in celebration of our Boss Iris triumph. Begone haters. You're just envious of our boss awesomeness. After a few days, the country's film industry was rocked by a shocking news. LX Productions released an official announcement. It said, "We are excited, joyful, and proud to announce that our film Strong Yet Broken is shortlisted for the Summit International Film Festival. We will be proudly representing our country in this prestigious international film festival in France." The news spread like wildfire with the media outlets reporting about it left and right. It had been 6 years since a Chinese film was shortlisted for the Summit International Film Festival. This was a big achievement to the country's film industry. People sent their congratulations and well wishes to everyone involved in Strong Yet Broken. Of course, they included Iris Long as well, because her film score was such an integral part of why the movie was so memorable to the viewers after watching it. As a result, Iris Long's reputation in showbiz was only growing better and better. All of these achievements in just a span of months were developing her prestige as one of the greatest musicians of her generation. Although her star was still not yet on the level of someone like Jin Lin, she was already on her way there. Even though Iris Long had an incredible winning streak at the Music and Film Awards, she didn't take a break from work. On the contrary, she worked even harder after the Diamond Guild Film Awards. Interviews, guest appearances, performances, endorsement events, plus acting workshops, and a whole slew of other things. Iris worked almost nonstop. This was because she needed to take a break soon to prepare for the upcoming International Business Conference. Jin Liwei was extremely busy at work as well. He would also be participating in the business conference for Jin Corporation. Both of them were extremely busy. There were days when they didn't see each other at all and nights when they didn't sleep together. These were the times when Iris had job commitments in other parts of the country. Similarly, Jin Liwei sometimes had to sleep at Jin Corporation to finish some work. There were also times when he needed to attend business meetings out of town or even abroad for a few days. They missed each other terribly during these times. There was a time when they didn't see each other for more than 3 days. Surprisingly, it was Iris who couldn't bear it. She was at the penthouse, exhausted from her long day, but she couldn't sleep no matter how much she tried. She longed for Jin Liwei. So she flew to Singapore that same night using one of Jin Liwei's private jets, just so they could be together. For a few hours, they were too exhausted to do anything other than cuddle and sleep together. Early the next morning, Iris almost didn't want to return home and leave him. She hugged his waist and buried her face against his chest. "Love, I'll come home in 2 days. Although we'll still be too busy, at least we can sleep on the same bed every night." He kissed the top of her head. "Or if you want, you can cancel your schedule for today to stay here with me. Or maybe, I can cancel my meeting and come home with you. Which do you prefer?" She was tempted, but she shook her head and sighed. "It's okay. I don't want either of us holding each other back when it comes to our work. Besides, this is only temporary. I'll take a break from my showbiz work soon for the International Business Conference. We could spend some quality time together again during our free time when we're not at the conference. I'll fly home in an hour. But give me 2 minutes. No, 5 minutes. I still want to cuddle with you." He chuckled softly and smiled lovingly at his baby girl. He pulled her into his arms and embraced her more tightly. 30 minutes later, Iris refused to leave him after the 5 minutes was up and Jin Liwei didn't remind her. The two finally said goodbye to each other. Both of them were already late for their own respective schedules, but they didn't care as long as they could spend more time with each other. It was very difficult, but they were able to survive these challenging times that they had to spend apart. ####. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Finally, Iris took her much-awaited break from her busy showbiz schedule. She already started her intensive preparations with Professor Kalisha Schwartz, Professor Hisakawa Akio, and of course with Grandpa Liu as well. During her free time in between her preparations, she sneaked in some time for her 3 companies. In addition to this, she also worked on the theme song for an upcoming TV drama. At the moment, she and Jin Liwei were at home. It was a weekend. They were still busy, but not as much compared to their insane schedules from before. They were currently inside Iris' home music studio that Jin Liwei built for her. His expression was grim while she called someone on the phone. "Hello? What's up?" A familiar male voice answered, sounding distracted. "Brother Chonglin, where are you? Why aren't you here yet?" Iris asked, feeling a little annoyed. She glanced at her darling who looked more annoyed than her. "Huh? Why do I need to go there?" Jin Chonglin asked in a totally clueless tone. Jin Liwei's expression darkened. He extended his hand, gesturing for Iris to give him the phone. A big scowl was on his face. She gestured back at him to give her a few moments. "Brother Chonglin, have you forgotten that we have an appointment to meet each other today? Didn't you agree that you'll sing the duet with me?" "Oh shit. Our meeting is today. Fuck. Hold on. I'll go get ready." Quickly, Iris could hear hurried, rustling sounds on the phone. Curious, she asked him, "What were you doing? Why did you forget about our meeting?" "Ugh, don't ask." Jin Liwei snatched the phone from her and then barked at the phone. "Answer her. Big bro." Suddenly, they heard loud crashing sounds. "Ouch. Fuck. My toe." Iris and Jin Liwei, the merciless couple, didn't react at all when they heard Jin Chonglin get hurt. It was his fault anyway. Why did he have to be so careless? They just waited, a little impatiently, for him to answer their question. Moments later, Jin Chonglin returned to the line. "Fine. I was playing a computer game, okay? This new game is just too damn addicting. It's called Supreme Ascension, and many celebrities are starting to get hooked into it. So don't blame me for being late. Blame this fucking game, okay?" A big delighted smile broke out of Iris' face. She hugged Jin Liwei by the waist and giggled. The corner of Jin Liwei's lips also tugged upwards. However, he maintained the stern expression on his face. He also hugged his baby girl back with one arm while his other hand held the phone on loudspeaker. "Go ahead and play more of that game since you like it so much. Your meeting with Xiaolon can wait another day," Jin Liwei told him. He was actually quite sincere and serious. His words were meant to be understood literally, but Jin Chonglin thought that he was angry and using reverse psychology on him. "Big bro, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not usually this unprofessional. It's this game's fault. I'm coming in half an hour. I promise. Wait for me a bit more." Then the call ended. Iris still looked delighted. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Jin Liwei. "Darling, don't be too hard on your brother. He's a great customer for my gaming company. And did you hear about him saying that lots of celebrities are getting hooked on the game? And he was also pleased to hear that Supreme Ascension was getting widely popular among gamers. Then he thought of something. Let's have my brother write about it on his blog. It'll be a great advertisement for your game. She tilted her head to the side. Will he do that? I don't want to impose. Planet Monkey isn't at a stable state, yet that we can afford to pay for endorsers, especially a big celebrity like Brother Chonglin. Love, he's your future brother-in-law. He should do this much for family. I told you before, use him in whatever way you need. Don't worry. I'll be the one to tell him to write something about your game on his blog. He won't dare say no to me. Jin Liwei also followed Grandpa Lu's teachings of not being afraid to be shameless when it came to family. Darling, you're so evil. I love it. Then she blinked her eyes up at him. I love you, she whispered. He smiled, pleased. Then he dipped his head and kissed her softly on the lips. I love you more. Poor Jin Chonglin. He hadn't even arrived yet, but he was already doomed to be exploited by the opportunistic couple who was currently being lovey-dovey with each other. About 40 minutes later, Jin Chonglin finally arrived at the mansion. The butler led him to the music studio where Iris was singing a song to Jin Liwei while playing the keyboard. Before he could even greet them, Jin Liwei swept his frosty eyes at him. You're very late, Jin Liwei told him in a cold voice. Jin Chonglin could only purse his lips and mumble sorry. Iris greeted him more warmly than his own brother. Then they started discussing about the love song they planned on singing together for the TV drama. At the moment, Iris opted on not informing the TV drama's production team that she was going to work with Jin Chonglin. They would surely go crazy once they learned about it. She didn't want it leaked to the public yet. She wanted it to be completely secret for now. After the initial discussion, they tried singing it together. Nothing too formal. They just wanted to test out how they sounded together. While they were working, Jin Liwei stayed in the music studio with them. His laptop and some documents were in front of him as he finished up some of his work. Then Iris and Jin Chonglin started arguing. Jin Chonglin wanted to make some changes to the song, but Iris didn't like his ideas. It was similar to how Iris fought with JJ a lot during music production. Be good and do what Xiaolon tells you. Jin Liwei, of course, sided with his baby girl. Big bro am I. Still your brother? Jin Chonglin couldn't help but whine. Then he threw a resentful look at Iris. Don't be such a drama queen. Iris snapped at him, extremely annoyed. You just need to sing the song with me. It's my song. Why are you suddenly wanting to change everything? Then she turned to Jin Liwei. Darling, which is better? My current song, or the version he wants the song to turn into? Of course yours is better, love. Jin Liwei immediately replied. He looked at his brother coldly. Xiaolon's song is already perfect as it is. Don't go around changing it just because you want to. Besides, I'm the inspiration behind it. So it's basically my song as well. I don't want you changing my song. Jin Chonglin looked at the couple in exasperation. The bullies. They were clearly ganging up on him. He took a few deep breaths to calm down and prevent himself from losing his temper. Then he explained to them, I've been in the music industry longer than Sister Xiaolon. I think that my suggestions are worth considering. Yeah, this song is great and all, but it's not perfect. It's too sweet and sappy. With this kind of lyrics and melody combined together, I think it's too much. Do you want the listeners to die from dog food overdose? We should at least change up the melody a little to make it more modern and appealing to the younger generation. It's a love song. It's supposed to be sweet and sappy. And what's wrong with dog food? We're singing it for a romance TV drama. Its main selling point is to drown its viewers with dog food. Dom and Mimi say that people love this kind of stories. Iris retorted. She turned to Jin Liwei again. Am I right, darling? Of course you're right, love. Jin Chonglin threw his hands up in the air in surrender. Now he was starting to understand why Iris Long was one of the very rare handful of people in the music industry who wasn't the least bit intimidated by the notorious hothead producer JJ. She was extremely stubborn and liked getting what she wanted just like JJ. The only difference between them was that Iris wasn't in the habit of exploding into extreme rages unlike JJ. Seeing his younger brother's discontent about the situation, Jin Liwei's heart softened a bit. Jin Chonglin would always be his flesh and blood brother no matter what happened. But he could also understand his baby girl's protectiveness towards her song. Jin Chonglin basically wanted to change the entire melody, only keeping the lyrics. Why don't you write another duet instead of trying to change Xiaolon's song? Is there a rule that says there should only be one duet for you to sing together? Jin Liwei suggested to his brother. Oh, both Iris and Jin Chonglin's eyes lit up at his suggestion. Jin Chonglin nodded, immediately diving into deep thought. He grabbed a piece of blank paper and a pen from a nearby table and started jotting down some of his ideas. Iris went to Jin Liwei and sat beside him, hugging his arm. Darling, that's such a great idea. We'll keep my song as it is, while Brother Chonglin will write another song that'll suit his tastes better. Then we can have 2 songs to sing together. Yes, let's do that instead, Jin Chonglin agreed. We'll go ahead and release your song as the theme song for the TV drama. Then we can release my song as a standalone single afterwards. With that, everything had been decided between them. Jin Chonglin jotted down a few more ideas before putting the paper aside. Then Iris and Jin Chonglin resumed working on her song. Although Iris rejected any major changes to the song, she allowed Jin Chonglin's other minor tweaks as long as she thought that they improved the song. She didn't want any major changes in the song at this point because JJ would surely fight with her again when they begin recording the song. The music producer would definitely try to make some sweeping alterations once again. JJ was harder to deal with than Jin Chonglin because he wasn't afraid of anyone, including Jin Liwei. Just thinking about her upcoming arguments with JJ was already making Iris' head hurt. Since Iris limited Jin Chonglin's power to make changes in the song, Jin Chonglin also made her promise not to make any major changes to the song he would write. Iris agreed. It was only fair. Their work proceeded more smoothly and peacefully this time. As for Jin Liwei, he finally realized what he had done. He was already regretting making the suggestion in the first place. Another duet meant that the two would have to work together longer and more closely with each other. He trusted both of them, but still couldn't stop the green-eyed monster inside him from rearing its ugly head. All he could do was scowl as he watched his baby girl and brother sing a love song together. He had no idea if his brother would also write a love song. The song wasn't even written yet, but he felt like he already hated it. Calm down, Liwei, he told himself. He's your brother. Jin Liwei could only sigh at his unkind thoughts. But at least he noticed that he wasn't that jealous of his brother anymore regarding his baby girl compared to before when they just started their relationship. It was because he felt more secure in his position in her heart now. The thought made him smile. ####. With her winning streak in the awards show and the recent revelation of her close connection with the legendary business genius Sir Liu Jianhong, people in high society continued to talk about Iris long as their hottest topic of discussion. Her reputation in these circles weren't that good. There were 2 big reasons for this. The first one was because of Iris' mother, Wei Lan, who these people scorned as a gold-digging and social climbing slut. They loved to mock her. Some even hated her because of suspicions that she had affairs with their husbands. However, nothing was ever proven from these suspicions. The second one was because of Iris' own troublemaking behavior as a teenager. She had terrorized and bullied many of these people's children in the past. She thought that being a celebrity gave her the right to do whatever she wanted. In short, Iris Long was nobody but a problem child to these people. Although many of them were amazed at her drastic change for the better, some of the old-fashioned ones still thought of her as nothing but a showgirl. These people were similar to the Long elders. They looked down on people working in the showbiz industry. They even looked down on Jin Chonglin. Nevertheless, Iris Long's status and reputation within these circles improved recently when it was reported that she was engaged to Liu Zihao. If she married him, then she would become a Liu. The Lius were many levels higher than any of them on the social hierarchy. Of course, this generated a lot of envy and hate from them. What's so special about her? She'll just become a trophy wife in the end. The Lius gain nothing from her. What can she contribute to the Liu family? She has nothing but her beauty and her ability to sing. That's it. This kind of opinions were widely spread in these circles. Many of them just couldn't accept the possibility of Iris ascending several levels above them on the social hierarchy. Why couldn't it be them instead? Even most of the Longs, especially the elders, only saw her worth as the bridge which would connect their family to the Lius. They still didn't think highly of her own abilities and accomplishments. However, they must act nicely to her on the surface for the sake of leaving a good impression to the Lius. As for Iris herself, she wasn't directly aware about any of these, nor did she care. So what if they were looking down at her? To her, these people were nobodies and strangers. What they thought about her was none of her business. They could look down on her however much they wanted. It was a different matter to Jin Liwei and Grandpa Lu. They were clearly aware of all of these talks about her. Both of them were enraged for her sake. However, they didn't do anything to shut them up. The two couldn't wait until Iris slapped them all when she made her translating and interpreting debut at the upcoming International Business Conference in a few days. It would be much more effective and satisfying that way. I wish I could record the reactions of all those snobs who keep on looking down on Shalon, my girl. That would be so funny. Bahaha. They dare look down on Lu Jianhong's beloved granddaughter and student? Huh. Grandpa Lu, who felt very bored, told Jin Liwei after disturbing him at work. The International Business Conference was a 5-day-long event. Executives and delegates of companies from all around the world already started arriving a few days before the conference. Many of them were from the top multinational companies in the world. Normal operations of any businesses within a certain radius from the venue were suspended. All nightclubs were temporarily closed and traffic rerouted to other roads. Security was also tightened with police officers patrolling around the area at all hours. The media were also covering this event because it was the first time the country was hosting such a huge international business conference as this. Almost all of the top companies in the world confirmed that they would be sending representatives to the event. First day of the business conference. Jin Liwei arrived at the venue with Grandpa Lu. His loyal assistant Su Tian followed closely behind him. A handful of Jin Corporation's other executives and their assistants also came with them. They entered the hotel-like lobby of the conference center. The marble floors and the brass details gave the place an elegant and luxurious ambience. It was a sophisticated combination of classic and contemporary interior design. There was already quite a crowd of delegates milling around the lobby when they arrived inside. Everyone looked sharp and commanding in their best tailored business suits. There was still some time before the official opening ceremony. So many of them decided to greet each other first and network in a combination of social and business purposes. Well-dressed ushers with warm and welcoming smiles guided the delegates in English to where they wanted to go. There were also several tables of light refreshments for those who were hungry or those who just wanted something to nibble on. As soon as Jin Liwei and Grandpa Lu's group appeared, both local and foreign executives and delegates flocked to them. These delegates, especially those from multinational companies, mostly knew each other. Jin Corporation was also at the level of a multinational company, so Jin Liwei was a well-known figure in the international business world as its current president-CEO. They all greeted him, but who would dare ignore the presence of the old man beside him? Sir Lu Jianhong was Jin Corporation's co-founder together with Jin Liwei's grandfather. He was a highly respected and admired figure in the business world, regardless of the country. Soon, Grandpa Lu's booming laughter echoed throughout the entire lobby, attracting more of the other delegates to their group. It was as if a rock star just arrived with how everyone was acting. If Jin Liwei's grandfather were still alive today, he would most likely receive a similar treatment as Grandpa Lu. Everyone wanted to shake Grandpa Lu's hand and chat with him. He was no doubt a superstar in the international business world. As the current head of Jin Corporation and the leading businessman in the country of his generation, Jin Liwei also received respect from his fellow executives and delegates. It was this scene that greeted Long Tengfei and his group when they arrived. Walking beside him was Long Industries' COO. On his other side was his right-hand man, Chao Guang. Following closely behind them were Long Hui, the deputy CFO, and, surprisingly, Long Jian as well. Long Jian was currently working as a direct subordinate to the COO. Long Tengfei wanted to take his two sons to the International Business Conference for them to gain experience and the opportunity to network with some of the top business people in the world. There were also other people from Long Industries attending the conference with them. They all walked together in a group, looking confused at why the crowd was gathering in a single spot. At first, they didn't know what was going on. Then they were informed that the delegates were greeting Sir Lu Jianhong and Jin Liwei from Jin Corporation. Should we go and greet them as well, President? Long Jian asked, quickly correcting his form of address to Long Tengfei. Although Long Tengfei didn't have any rule for his children to call him President or CEO at work, Long Jian started calling him President after hearing Long Hui doing the same while working. We should. They are our future in-laws after all, Long Hui murmured. I wasn't asking you. Long Jian retorted inside. Despite this, he still smiled at his older brother and nodded. He thought that Long Hui was referring to Grandpa Lu as their future-in-law. Like most of the guests during Long Tengfei's birthday party, Long Jian also thought that Lu Zihao was Iris' fiancé. He still didn't know that it was actually Jin Liwei. We'll greet them later. There are too many people around them, Long Tengfei said. The crowd around Jin Corporation's group only multiplied as more delegates arrived at the venue. At the moment, it seemed that Grandpa Lu was the biggest attraction. Finally, a PA system announcement instructed everyone to please make their way inside where the opening ceremony would be held. The delegates immediately returned to their own groups. Ushers guided each group to their own respective seating areas. The executives and delegates from the biggest multinational companies in the world were given the best seats at the front. Of course, Jin Corporation was among them. The company's presence in Asia was undeniable. Jin Liwei and Grandpa Lu sat in the front row along with some of the other executives from the top companies in the world. Long Tengfei, his sons, and the others from Long Industries sat near the middle. Later, the opening ceremony finally began. The MC appeared on the stage. Beside him was a beautiful woman in an eye-catching red business suit. She looked sharp and powerful, but still feminine at the same time. The foreign delegates had no idea who this woman in a red suit was, but most of the Chinese delegates, especially the younger ones, recognized her after looking a little more closely. They began murmuring among each other, wondering why she was on the stage. Was she also an MC? Why her? The male MC and the beautiful woman stood at the center of the stage. Each of them were holding a microphone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening ceremony of this year's International Business Conference. I'll be your master of ceremony for today. The MC greeted and introduced himself both in Mandarin and in English. Similarly, Iris also introduced herself both in Mandarin and then in English. Hello, everyone. My name is Iris Long, and I'll be the official interpreter for this opening ceremony and in selected conferences for the entire duration of this event. The Chinese delegate's mind went blank after hearing what she said. Iris Long was the official interpreter of the International Business Conference. What in the world? The foreign delegates didn't think much about it. They didn't know who Iris Long was. They just accepted that this beautiful woman in a red business suit was an interpreter who the conference officials had chosen. Why should they doubt their choice? Besides, this Iris Long spoke fluent English in an elegant British accent. On the other hand, the Chinese delegates were incredulous that the International Business Conference would hire a mere musician as an official interpreter. The ones sitting near Long Tengfei all turned their heads to silently ask him what was going on. Unfortunately for them, he couldn't give them any answer because he also had no idea that his youngest daughter was hired to do this. He was as shocked as them all. However, it only took a few moments before both Long Tengfei and Long Hui recovered from their initial shock. They already knew that Iris was a cross-academy student and that she was majoring in foreign languages. Remembering these, they calmed down and treated the situation as something to be expected. After all, she wasn't only a cross-academy student, but also the personal student of the legendary business genius Sir Lu Jianhong. Xiaolan looks calm and prepared. Very good, Long Tengfei murmured while nodding his head. The unmistakable pride was very obvious in his eyes. She should have at least informed us beforehand, so we wouldn't feel so surprised like this, Long Hui also murmured. Long Jian heard their low conversation. He couldn't hide his disbelief. Why were these two so calm? Weren't they worried that Iris would embarrass herself in such an important event like this? If she embarrassed herself, she would also embarrass Long Industries because of her connection to them. President, should we really allow little sister Xiaolan to do this? I don't know how she was able to get this job. Maybe she asked Sir Lu Jianhong. But this isn't something that she can handle so easily. This is the International Business Conference. The whole business world is basically watching. Her every mistake would be noted. As her older brother, I'm very concerned for her. I don't want her to humiliate herself. She can humiliate herself for all I care, but I don't want people associating her to me, he added in his mind. Long Hui only gave him a side eye. Don't worry too much. I think that your sister knows what she's doing, Long Tengfei told him. Let's just sit back and watch her performance. Similar to how I wanted the two of you to gain experience from this international business conference, this will also be a great experience to your little sister. Long Jin frowned before he could smooth it away. His disbelief turned into bitterness. That brat is really father's favorite, he silently muttered to himself. He watched Iris on the stage. The MC was now speaking in Mandarin only, while Iris was consecutively interpreting his words in English. So what if she improved her English skills and learned how to speak in a British accent? I bet she's not even interpreting right now, but just saying the words she memorized from a script. Let's see if she can do this for unscripted conversations later on. I can't wait until she humiliates herself. Long Jin was filled with mockery towards her. Beside him, Long Industries CEO leaned a bit towards Long Tengfei, saying, President Long, your youngest daughter managed to astound me once again. First was when she did her presentation for her business asking for a shipping deal from us. And now this. Language interpreter for the International Business Conference? I'm finding Miss Long Shilon more and more impressive the more times I encounter her. You must be very proud of your daughter, President. Long Tengfei nodded, the corners of his lips lifting into a faint smile. He looked on proudly at his youngest daughter. Long Jin gritted his teeth and tried hard not to clench his hands into fists. He fought against the urge to sneer. Is the COO crazy? He's impressed by that spoiled brat. She only got that shipping deal because of father. She's father's favorite. And I'm sure that she also got this interpreting job because of her connection to Sir Liu Jianhong. Without these connections, she can't do anything by herself. She should just stay in showbiz where she belongs. Why is she suddenly poking her nose in the business world? She's too full of herself. He couldn't admit to himself that he was actually jealous of Iris. He just continued to trash-talk her in his mind, thinking that she didn't deserve any of these opportunities in the business industry. At the front row of the audience, Jin Liwei and Grandpa Liu watched Iris on the stage. Jin Liwei's expression appeared cold and indifferent as usual, but for people close to him and who knew him well like Grandpa Liu and Su Tian, they could see his indiscernible smile and pride. More obvious was Grandpa Liu. He had a big smile on his face. He turned his head to the back and gave 2 thumbs up to Professor Kalisha Schwartz and Professor Hisakawa Akio, who were sitting several rows behind him. On the stage, several officials and guest speakers were called to make speeches. Iris and the MC moved to the side of the stage. The MC sat down, while Iris stood behind a side-facing lectern. The invited speakers spoke in either Mandarin or English. As a result, Iris interpreted in English or Mandarin. She had no notes or anything. She just looked directly at the speaker. There was no hesitation in her translations. Whenever the speaker paused, she would seamlessly start interpreting in Mandarin or English. In addition to the interpretations, she would also try to match her tone to how the speaker just spoke. So far, she hadn't fumbled even once yet. Those who couldn't understand either Mandarin or English wore headphones. Other assigned interpreters fed the translations directly to their ears. Most of these interpreters couldn't match the clear, smooth, and unhesitating interpretations of Iris. The delegates looked very impressed at her performance. Even the Chinese delegates who initially doubted her appointment as official interpreter to the International Business Conference were now changing their impression of her. CEO Long, I didn't know that your daughter is such a skilled interpreter, an executive from another company told Long Tengfei. Yes, I'm very shocked. My children are big fans of your daughter Iris Long. Our house plays her music almost non-stop, another executive commented. I bet my children will be so shocked as me when I tell them that Iris Long is the official interpreter of this conference. Maybe they'll finally start gaining interest in our company once they learn that their favorite celebrity is now involved in the business world as an interpreter. Your daughter is amazing, CEO Long. As someone who is fluent in both Mandarin and English, I can tell that her translations are virtually accurate. Her clear enunciation makes it very easy for everyone to understand what she's saying. Long Tengfei couldn't stop himself from smiling. Thank you, everyone. I'm very proud of my daughter. Hearing his father's words, Long Jin glared at Iris on the stage. It was difficult, but he forced himself to put on a pleased expression, pretending to be proud of his sister as a brother. He was waiting for Iris to mess up, but what the hell was happening? Even he could tell how skillful she was as an interpreter. Some of the speakers made clear ad-libs during their speeches, but Iris was still able to translate them smoothly. He hated to admit it, but she was indeed impressive. The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. After some entertaining cultural performances, The opening ceremony finally ended. The delegates started chatting among each other. Then they noticed the beautiful Iris Long meet with Professor Kalisha Schwartz and Professor Hisakawa Akio down the stage. Many of the delegates immediately recognized the two, especially Professor Schwartz, who was one of the most well-known translators and interpreters in the world. Some of them treated her as their first choice whenever they needed an interpreter or translator. Unfortunately, Professor Schwartz wasn't always available. Madam Schwartz, Hisakawa-sensei, please pardon me for being nosy, but may I know what is your relationship to the young and beautiful Iris here? A British executive standing nearby asked them directly. Professor Schwartz gave him a stern look. That's Miss Iris Long for you. She is my current student. Mine as well, Professor Hisakawa also said. Those who overheard the conversation, both local and foreign delegates, looked very surprised. They started looking at Iris with even more interest than before. No wonder Miss Iris Long, is such a skilled interpreter. So she's a student of Madam Schwartz and Hisakawa-sensei. Now it makes sense that the International Business Conference chose her as official interpreter. The information quickly spread among the delegates that Iris Long was a student of both Madam Kalisha Schwartz, world-renowned translator and interpreter, and Hisakawa Akio-sensei, celebrated author and polyglot. Of course, it also reached to where Long Tengfei's group was chatting with delegates from other companies. When they heard about it, they were more shocked than when they first saw Iris on the stage at the beginning of the opening ceremony. They craned their necks to see all the way to the front. Indeed, they saw Iris speaking familiarly with the two distinguished figures. CEO Long, this business conference just started, but your daughter already managed to impress me so many times today, a Chinese delegate told Long Tengfei. Exactly. I thought that Iris Long is just a musician, but it turns out that she's also a skilled interpreter with world-class teachers, another commented. Your daughter must be very brilliant to be accepted as a student to both Madam Schwartz and Hisakawa-sensei, an executive from another company said. They're known to have extremely high standards when it comes to accepting personal students. And it looks like they're watching over her closely, seeing that they even came today to accompany her. Long Tengfei smiled and nodded at them. He replied to their words of praises with modesty, but he was actually preening inside on hearing about his own child's achievements. It was such a wonderful feeling. Hearing all of the praises for his sister and the proud expression of their father, Long Jin's jealousy only intensified. He still didn't want to admit that he was jealous of Iris, though. Long Jin still looked down on Iris, considering Long Hui as his biggest rival among his half-siblings. However, he was beginning to feel that Iris was becoming a bigger threat. Relax. She's only skilled in languages, not in business. Her language skills aren't enough for her to succeed as next head of Long Industries. I'm more capable than her, Long Jin told himself. Back at the front, Professor Schwartz and Professor Hisakawa led Iris away from the curious delegates. Before they left, Iris made eye contact with Jin Liwei and Grandpa Lu. The two were chatting with several top executives from other multinational companies. Grandpa Lu gave her a big smile and a wave, while Jin Liwei's lips moved imperceptibly. Iris returned Grandpa Lu's smile and wave, and then read Jin Liwei's lips. I'll see you later, he silently told her. She smiled more widely and nodded at him in response. Her smile was so beautiful that several of the delegates stopped talking to stare at her. However, she quickly disappeared with Professor Schwartz and Professor Hisakawa. Jin Liwei's cold and indifferent expression cracked a bit when he saw the others going in a daze because of his baby girl. He didn't know exactly what to feel. On one hand, he felt smug that they had such a reaction at her beauty. After all, that was his baby girl, his woman, his future wife. On the other hand, he wanted to gouge out their eyes, both men and women alike, for looking that way at his baby girl. She was his, not theirs. Calm down, boy, Grandpa Lu told him, knowing what Jin Liwei must be thinking. Then he thumped Jin Liwei's back hard 3 times. Jin Liwei only blinked his eyes, not showing much reaction. But actually it felt like he was going to vomit all of his internal organs from the force. The other delegates heard the loud sounds and winced a bit. They looked at Jin Liwei in admiration for not showing any reaction, even though those thumps must hurt quite a lot. They had no idea why Grandpa Lu was telling Jin Liwei to calm down, but they dismissed it as one of the old man's eccentricities. After all, Grandpa Lu was a Known genius. There were many who noticed the exchange of smiles and waves between Iris and Grandpa Lu earlier. Some were surprised while the others weren't. Many of the Chinese delegates were also members of high society. They had heard that Iris was engaged to Grandpa Lu's grandson. They informed the ones who didn't know about the matter. After learning about such a connection between Iris and Grandpa Lu, it wasn't surprising anymore that they smiled and waved at each other. The foreign delegates were becoming more and more interested in her. She looked so young, yet she had such impressive connections. Nobody thought that her breathtaking smile before she left was actually not for Grandpa Lu, but for Jin Liwei instead. There was a 2-hour lunch break after the opening ceremony before the first batch of individual conferences would commence in the afternoon. After eating, those who didn't have any conference in the afternoon and were done for the day returned to their hotels. Some even went on tours in the city. The ones who had conferences in the afternoon gathered in their own respective groups. Jin Corporation's group continued to chat with the groups from the top multinational companies. This time, however, another group joined these top dogs. Grandpa Lu invited Long Industries to join them. Of course, Long Tingfei immediately accepted the invitation. This was an important opportunity to directly speak with the top executives in the world. The other Chinese delegates looked on at Long Industries in envy, knowing that Grandpa Lu and Long Tingfei were future in-laws. As for Iris, she ate with the two professors at a private room at the conference center. Professor Schwartz was busy preparing Iris for her first official conference later. Finally, lunchtime was over. Iris and the two professors headed to the conference she was assigned to as its sole interpreter. It was a conference between the Chinese and French delegates. Jin Corporation and Long Industries were among the attendees. Both the Chinese and the French delegates were surprised to see Iris in this conference. Was she interpreting again? Did she know French too? They thought she could only interpret in English and Mandarin. She smiled warmly at Jin Liwei and Grandpa Lu from Jin Corporation's group, and at Long Tingfei from Long Industries Group. When everyone was seated, the host officially began the China-France Business Conference. And of course, Iris Long was introduced once again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Iris Long, and I'll be your interpreter for this conference, she said in both Mandarin and French. The delegates' eyes widened in surprise, hearing her speaking in perfect Parisian French. Just like during the opening ceremony in the morning, Iris interpreted for all of the speakers in this conference. The Chinese and French delegates took turns in giving presentations. So far, Iris was able to interpret for them smoothly. Her skills were put to the test during the questions and answers portion. The discussion had a quicker tempo, and the exchanges between the delegates were rapid-fire. As a result, there were instances when Iris fumbled and hesitated for a bit. Fortunately, she was able to recover quite quickly each time. Most of the delegates didn't notice, but Professor Schwartz certainly did. Professor Schwartz sat beside Professor Hisakawa at a nondescript corner of the conference hall. She was taking notes while observing Iris' performance. The China-France Business Conference finally ended in the late afternoon. Because of Iris' quick tempo of interpreting, this conference was actually the first to finish ahead of the other conferences happening at the same time. Many of the delegates crowded around Iris to greet her personally. Miss Long, thank you very much for the hard work. You're amazing, a Chinese executive told her. You speak French like a native, a French delegate commented. Miss Iris Long, I'm actually a black star. May I ask for your autograph and maybe take a photo with you as well? A relatively younger delegate asked her. Thank you for the support, sir. And yes, you may. Iris replied with a warm smile. She would always have a soft spot for loyal black stars. After signing an autograph and taking a picture with him, other Chinese delegates followed suit. Soon, it suddenly became an autograph and photo session with Iris. What's going on? A confused French delegate asked in English. Miss Iris Long is actually a rather famous celebrity. She's a musician who won many awards recently. A Chinese delegate answered in English as well. What? Really? That's amazing. Wait, I'll ask for an autograph and a photo too. With that, some of the French delegates joined in the impromptu autograph and photo session with Iris. Seeing all of the flies buzzing around his baby girl, someone was drowning in an ocean of vinegar. Iris was like the light attracting the damn bugs all over her. Of course, the delegates were the damn bugs in Jin Liwei's mind. He wanted to march towards them and swat all the pests into oblivion. The green-eyed monster within him almost overcame his emotions. However, he saw that despite the people surrounding her, his baby girl was keeping her distance from them. She wasn't allowing any of them to become too touch-feely with her. Their eyes met, and she smiled, silently reassuring him. He briefly closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm down. The green-eyed monster within him was still there, but he was starting to learn how to not let it overwhelm him to the point that he lost control of himself. Grandpa Lu thumped his back hard 3 times again. It made Jin Liwei feel like vomiting his internal organs once again. Good thing that he was quite sturdy and could take the force. Perhaps that was why Grandpa Lu hit him harder than necessary. Very good, my boy. That's the way to go. Too much jealousy is not good. It'll poison the love in the long run. Grandpa Lu told him in a not-so-booming voice. The people in their Jin Corporation group looked at the two of them in confusion. What is Sir Lu talking about? They inwardly wondered. It was only Su Tian who knew exactly what Grandpa Lu was talking about. As for the others, they thought that perhaps the old man was exhibiting his eccentricities once again. He was a genius, after all. Geniuses were a weird bunch. Normal people like them couldn't hope to understand how their minds worked. In another part of the conference hall, the Long Industries group looked at Iris surrounded by delegates asking for her autograph and photo. Now that she had proven herself to be a skilled interpreter and also a student of Madame Schwartz and Hisakawa-sensei, those who were prejudiced against her suddenly changed their minds. She had amazed all of them so far with her skills and professionalism. As people belonging to Long Industries, they felt proud of her. And of course it was a given that Long Tengfei felt the most proud among them. His daughter's accomplishments felt like his own accomplishments as well. Long Hui also already accepted that his sister was a genius. He was also the one among the Longs who met with her regularly because they were connected by Little June and Jiang Yingyu. He was already past the point of feeling shocked by her abilities all the time. It was only Long Jian who felt bitter about Iris' excellent performance in this international business conference. Seeing all the delegates, both Chinese and French, acting like her brain-dead fans, he couldn't take it anymore. Excuse me, father, I mean president. I need to go to the men's room, he told his father in a low voice. Long Tengfei only nodded and waved him off, not really sparing him a glance. He was too busy talking to the COO and the others. Already feeling negative to begin with, of course Long Jian would take issue at Long Tengfei's dismissive attitude. Long Jian's belief that he was Long Tengfei's least-liked child among the siblings was reinforced. He left the conference hall with a dark expression. Instead of going to the men's room, he went outside instead to smoke a cigarette. Back inside the conference hall, Professor Schwartz and Professor Hisakawa finally intervened and sternly drove away the delegates surrounding Iris. They escorted her away back to the private room they stayed at earlier. A few minutes later, Long Tengfei, Long Hui, and Chao Guang followed them. It took longer, but Jin Liwei, Grandpa Lu, and Su Tian also arrived at the private room. They found Professor Schwartz lecturing Iris in French while referring to her notes. Iris was listening intently. Only Grandpa Lu could understand what they were talking about. Jin Liwei could also understand a little bit. They're going over Xiaolan's interpretations earlier, especially the parts where she could have done better, Grandpa Lu explained to Long Tengfei and the others. Kalisha is currently advising her on more accurate translations that she could have made. I see. Long Tengfei nodded. And here I thought that she did a perfect job earlier. She did a great job, yes? That's our girl. Bahahaha. Grandpa Lu's booming voice was back. But her performance earlier wasn't perfect. Besides, your daughter is a cross-academy student. There is a high standard that she must uphold. That's why Kalisha and Akio are being very strict on her. Everyone nodded. Then they began chatting while waiting for Iris and Professor Schwartz to finish reviewing her performance. Grandpa Lu was being noisy again, so he got a polite request to lower his volume from Professor Schwartz. Professor Hisakawa only sighed and smiled helplessly. Bah, that's because you're taking too long, Kalisha. You should hurry and finish up. How long are you planning on lecturing Xiaolan? I want to know. We're all done for today. Let's go out and eat dinner. This old man is getting hungry. I want some seafood. It was Iris who replied to him. Grandpa Lu, please wait for a bit more. I also want to hear Professor Schwartz's opinions about my interpretations today. Even I wasn't satisfied by my own performance. I want to improve more and do better next time. Ever the doting grandfather, Grandpa Lu immediately changed his tune. Of course, my girl. Take your time. I'll just quietly chat with your father here, he replied in his booming voice. Professor. Schwartz could only look at the ceiling and sigh helplessly. Then she chuckled. Darling, wait for me, okay? Iris told Jin Liwei next. N. Jin Liwei nodded. He also had a doting expression on his face. Father, don't mind us. Continue. Long Tongue Fei replied before she could finish her sentence. As the father, of course he also had a doting expression on his face, just like Grandpa Lu and Jin Liwei. The mouths of Long Hui, Su Tian, and Chao Guang all twitched while watching them. This just proved that Iris had these men wrapped around her little finger. Finally, Iris and Professor Schwartz were done reviewing. Everyone got ready to leave. Iris headed straight to Jin Liwei and wrapped her arms around his waist. She inhaled his scent and immediately felt comforted. Of course, Jin Liwei hugged her back and kissed the top of her head. Tired? He asked her. She nodded but then said, But I like it. Good. You were amazing. I'm so proud of you. She smiled. Thank you. But I want to do better tomorrow. Just do your best, and you'll be fine, he said, stroking her cheek. You're also working tomorrow? For which conference? Long Hui asked her. The China-Malaysia conference in the morning, and then the China-Japan after lunch, she replied. It'll be all Asian for me tomorrow, so Professor Hisakawa will be the one supervising me. Professor Hisakawa nodded. Malaysia? Japan? Will you be working on 2 conferences per day starting tomorrow? Long Tongue Fei asked. This time? Yes, father. And it'll be in different languages each time. Am I right? I want to know. Wait, I already know. Baha. Grandpa Lu's laughter boomed throughout the room. We're already done, right? Can we eat now? This old man wants to eat some lobsters. Let's go. Everyone couldn't help but laugh with Grandpa Lu. His high energy was infectious. Iris didn't feel so tired anymore. With that, the first day of the International Business Conference officially ended. There was no doubt that Iris Long was the most memorable highlight of the day. Through the delegates, Iris Long's name was starting to spread across the business world as a skilled interpreter and as a student of Madame Schwartz and Hisakawa-sensei. Grandpa Lu led the group to a nice seafood restaurant. They booked a private room and ate a hearty dinner together. Long Tongue Fei tried to invite his second son, Long Jian, to join them, but he declined. Long Jian didn't want to eat dinner with his half-siblings, especially since he was in a bad mood because of Iris. In the end, he returned to his hotel room and ate dinner with the COO and the rest of the people from Long Industries. He missed his chance to discover that Iris' real fiancé was Jin Liwei. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective hotels. The International Business Conference was in another city which was quite far from their homes. All the delegates, even the Chinese ones, booked hotels near the conference center. It was more convenient this way. Long Tongue Fei, Long Hui, and Chao Guang returned to the hotel they booked for their group. The people from Jin Corporation's group, including Jin Liwei and Grandpa Lu, were booked at a hotel which was co-owned by Jin Corporation. Similarly, Iris and the 2 professors were staying at another Jin Corporation co-owned hotel. Jin Liwei didn't return to his own hotel suite that night. Instead, he stayed with Iris at the other hotel. His company basically owned both hotels, so he had full control of the security. There was no danger of any strangers seeing them staying in one suite together. Not that he personally minded such an occurrence, but his baby girl wasn't ready to announce their relationship to the whole world yet. Inside the hotel suite, Jin Liwei finished showering. He stepped out of the bathroom with only the hotel-provided bathrobe on. The large bed was empty. His baby girl was busy studying her Malaysian and Japanese notes on the study desk at the corner. She was still in her red business outfit. Her suit jacket was draped on the back of the chair behind her. The buttons of her dress shirt was open, revealing the tops of her flesh-colored lace bra underneath. They decided not to shower together because they knew that they wouldn't be able to keep their hands off of each other. Both of them needed to make preparations for tomorrow. Iris would be interpreting, while Jin Liwei would be presenting tomorrow at the China-Japan conference. In the afternoon, he needed to check his presentation files and rehearse to make sure that he would perform well. But before any of that, he headed over to his baby girl first. Hearing him approach, she turned on the swivel chair and smiled at him. The bedroom's flattering lights enhanced the planes of her face, making her more beautiful and sultry. The effects were also the same on Jin Liwei. His chiseled face was intensified, making him more attractive to Iris' eyes. Both of their eyes darkened with desire at the sight of each other. "You're so beautiful. You're so handsome," they said at the same time. Then they chuckled. Jin Liwei stopped in front of her. She wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed the side of her face over his hard and flat stomach. She rubbed her cheek against the soft and fluffy cloth of his bathrobe. His hands massaged her head gently and stroked her hair. They stayed like this for a few minutes, simply enjoying each other's presence. Even though they weren't talking out loud, they could feel each other's happiness at just being together. Thinking about his thoughts earlier on not minding if they were seen together staying in the same hotel suite, he asked her, "Love, I know that I already asked you this before, but I just want to have a clearer idea this time. At what point are we going to publicly announce our relationship? I really want everyone to know that we're together." Still hugging his waist, she looked up at him. "My music career is doing well. If you want, we can announce it now," she told him. His eyes lit up. However, he could sense that she still wanted to say something more. So he waited. "But I'd rather not yet," she added. "I now know that you were the most eligible bachelor before you announced at the music awards that you're engaged. There are so many women wanting to be your wife. Some of them are successful businesswomen. In their eyes, I'm just a mere showgirl." Scowling, he burned those witches who dared call his baby girl a mere showgirl in his mind. He pulled her closer against his body. "I usually don't care about what others think of me, but this time I want people to think that I'm good enough for Jin Liwei, the president-CEO of the #1 company in the country," she told him. "I want to at least be on the same level as you, or even just close to it in people's eyes. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, love. You're already amazing." "I know. I'm amazing. You're amazing. We're both amazing." She giggled, making him chuckle as well. "But I want a concrete evidence that would leave no room for people to criticize our relationship. Being a cross-academy student is great and all, but at the end of the day, I'm still just a student. If I get kicked out or something like that, I can't use that connection anymore. That's why I'm working hard to showcase my interpretation skills in this international business conference. This will allow me start networking on the international level with my own abilities. Then it'll be much easier for me to grow my own companies later on." Jin Liwei nodded. "Planet Monkey is already taking off, but I'm not its public face. People don't know about my computer skills, and I don't have any intentions of revealing it." She bit her lip. "It's safer for me this way." Although Iris didn't outright reveal her hacker name to Jin Liwei yet, he already had suspicions that she was Draken. She still occasionally created reports for him about people and companies that he wanted more information on whenever she had time. When he showed a portion of one of the reports to his tech people, instructing them to follow its example, they looked absolutely shocked. "President, you were able to hire Draken. How? That's amazing." Needless to say, Jin Liwei was also shocked when he heard their words. This thorough, detailed, and almost obsessively organized style is exactly like Draken's. Well, of course, there are others who can also do this, but Draken is the one who comes to mind first. Besides, he's only one of the few who can access this kind of classified information without alerting the authorities if he doesn't want to. "No, you're wrong. Draken isn't the one who comes to mind first. It's Phantom. That legendary hacker is the original," another commented. "But Phantom already disappeared. Many are saying that he's already dead. He hasn't appeared for years now. There are many hackers who emulated his style, but only Draken comes close to his brilliance. There were even speculations before that Phantom and Draken are the same person, but Draken is too goal-oriented. It's already proven that Draken is driven by money while Phantom did whatever the hell he wanted for the sake of amusing himself. That's why he was so scary back then. Nobody ever succeeded in bribing him to work for them." Jin Liwei sank into deep thought hearing their words. He didn't confirm nor deny it when his tech people thought that the reports were from Draken. There were more instances like this when his tech people would describe what Iris did for him, either similar reports or original customized software, as the work of Draken. His suspicions only strengthened when he caught a glimpse of the impressive computers and devices she installed in the computer room he built for her in the mansion. Despite this, he never asked her directly if she was really Draken. He understood that it was a sensitive matter, especially since the hacker Draken was currently being hunted as an international criminal. And it wasn't just a matter of trust. It also involved both of their safety. If someone were to learn that she was the hacker Draken, It would be dangerous not only for the two of them, but also for their families as well. Back to the present, Jin Liwei rubbed the lip Iris just bit with his thumb. I understand, he told her. She smiled at him. I can't reveal myself as Planet Monkey's owner yet because it'll invite too many questions at this time. But Orchidia Beauty is different. It aligns with my status as a celebrity which focuses a lot on physical appearance. Once it takes off and begins making profit, let's announce our relationship. Okay, Jin Liwei replied. Looking forward to it. Iris stood up and wrapped her arms around his neck. She pulled his head down and kissed him. The kiss turned fiery in just seconds. He plunged his tongue deep inside her hot mouth, tasting her. She responded with the same passion. Their tongues dueled and danced together, until both of them were breathless. He moved his hands downwards along her back until it rested on her butt. Then he squeezed her hard, eliciting a deep moan from her. Her hands also moved down his neck to his chest. They slipped inside his bathrobe and pushed it over his bare shoulders. Ring, ring, ring. The loud ringing of the phone interrupted them. It was Jin Liwei's. They both recognized it as his ringtone for business calls. Iris was the first one to end the kiss. She gently pushed him away. Answer your phone. It must be important. Jin Liwei pulled her back by the waist. He looked torn. Go on, she told him, patting his cheek. We shouldn't be doing this right now, anyway. Both of us need to prepare for tomorrow. Sighing, he reluctantly let her go, but not before diving in for another kiss, quicker this time. I'll take a shower now, she said and walked to the bathroom without waiting for his reply. He sighed again and grabbed his damn phone. It was Su Tian's number. What is it? Jin Liwei growled, not bothering to hide his displeasure. There you are, my boy. Surprisingly, it was Grandpa Lu's booming voice who answered instead of his assistant. You should say hello when you answer the phone. Why do you sound so grumpy? I want to know. Actually, I think I already know. Did I interrupt something? I bet I did. Baha. Sorry about that. Well, actually I'm not sorry at all. Baha. Jin Liwei only looked up at the ceiling and sighed deeply. Nevertheless, his mouth twitched, the corners lifting into a faint smile. All his annoyance melted away. It was hard to stay annoyed at someone like Grandpa Lu. How may I help you, Grandpa Lu? Why are you calling using Su Tian's number? Did you lose your phone? Grandpa Lu was staying at the other hotel with the members of their Jin Corporation group. No, I have my phone right here. I'm using your assistant's phone because I feel like it. Baha. Jin Liwei chuckled weakly. He sighed again, and then glanced at the bathroom door. He could hear the water running in the shower. After Grandpa Lu finished joking around, the two started discussing important business matters regarding their target deals that they wanted to close with specific companies during this international business conference. Although Grandpa Lu usually left Jin Liwei to run Jin Corporation and make the final decisions, the international business conference was a different matter. Its magnitude was greater than normal. Both Jin Liwei and Grandpa Lu wanted what was best for Jin Corporation. Two heads were better than one in this situation. Jin Liwei was more up-to-date with current business trends, but Grandpa Lu had more wisdom, knowledge, and experience. With both of them working together, they aimed to get the best deals for Jin Corporation during the International Business Conference. He was still on the phone when Iris finished showering. She was already in her pajamas. She also spoke briefly with Grandpa Lu before diving back to reviewing her notes in preparation for tomorrow's conferences. When the phone call ended, Jin Liwei gave his baby girl a quick peck on the lips before moving to the suite's living area to rehearse for his presentation in the China-Japan conference tomorrow. The two were busy with their own respective works, but knowing that they would be sleeping together tonight comforted them, even if they didn't have time to do anything else other than cuddle. ####. That same night, news exploded that Iris Long was an official interpreter for the International Business Conference. Because this was a prestigious event in the business world, the news circulated quickly and spread across the entire country. At first, people treated it as a joke. Why would a celebrity who was currently on the rise work as an interpreter for a business conference? However, they had no choice but to believe when the official website and social media pages of the International Business Conference itself confirmed that Iris Long was appointed as an interpreter for the event. Photos and videos of her during the opening ceremony were even posted. In addition to this, the delegates who attended also posted photos and videos of her in their own social media pages. What people found the most impressive were the videos showing Iris interpreting in English during the opening ceremony and in French during the China-France conference. Everyone was shocked and amazed by her language skills. Of course, the Black Stars were equally shocked and amazed just like everyone else, but quickly felt proud of her. Little Phoenix. So that's why Boss Iris doesn't have any showbiz activities for almost a couple of weeks now. She was preparing for this. At first, I was disappointed that she wasn't included in the lineup for the upcoming Bright Summit All-Star Summer Concert in 2 days, but I think this is more impressive. Boss is so amazing. Captain Blackstar, I agree. Boss Iris is so amazing. Comrades, let's show our support for our Boss Iris. The Black Stars who were initially begging for their Boss Iris to participate in the Bright Summit All-Stars Summer Concert now stopped. They all expressed their support for her as an interpreter to the International Business Conference instead. Although they didn't understand business that much, they preferred that she was standing out in such a highly prestigious business event like this. Compared to the All-Stars concert where she had to share the spotlight with other celebrities and even with superstars like Jin Liwei, who might overshadow her, she was soloing the attention as a celebrity interpreter in the International Business Conference. It was so much better, right? While the Black Stars were celebrating, those in high society who looked down on Iris were shocked into disbelief. They were the ones who mocked her as a mere showgirl and future trophy wife, dependent on her future husband, Liu Zihao, for status in high society. So what if she can speak English and French well? Our children in British boarding schools can, too. It's not that special. Exactly. She probably used her connection with Sir Liu Jianhong in order to score herself this appointment as official interpreter at the International Business Conference. Besides, it's just translating. How hard can it be? You two are acting like ignorant dolts, a retired businessman reprimanded them. He was just passing by when he heard what they were talking about. Translating normal conversations is easy, but interpreting for business is a different matter. And this is the International Business Conference we're talking about. Virtually all the top business leaders in the world are in attendance. Not just any interpreter can be chosen to work in that event. They have extremely high standards. Even Sir Liu Jianhong would ruin his reputation if he recommended someone unskilled in that event. If that long girl was appointed, then it means that she not only has the interpretation skills, but also the business knowledge to back her up. The two socialites shut up, looking at each other awkwardly. The old man was their father-in-law. Besides, I just heard that she's the student of both Schwartz and Hisakawa. The retired businessman continued. You may not know it because you're always busy gossiping instead of expanding your knowledge, but these two people are renowned polyglots. Do you know what a polyglot means? No? Hi. It seems that they don't sell brains from the stores you go to every day. A polyglot is a person who knows and can use several languages. Now do you understand? Those British boarding schools where you dump my grandchildren are just nurseries compared to being accepted as the student of esteemed figures like Schwartz and Hisakawa. The levels are just too different. Go ahead and continue looking down and mocking that long girl. You're just going to demonstrate to everybody that your heads are filled with air instead of sense. The old man huffed while walking away with his cane. He was of the same generation as Grandpa Liu and Jin Liwei's grandfather. As a peer and a fellow businessman, he was proud to watch how Jin Corporation developed into the #1 company in the country. He didn't appreciate anyone who dared look down on anyone working in the business industry, including interpreters and translators. Skilled interpreters and translators were indispensable in doing business in the international level. Similar scenes were playing across homes of high society members. Many were re-evaluating Iris Long's status as mere future trophy wife. There were still those who continued to look down on her, but there were some who began to change their impressions of her. The next day, a crowd of Black Stars, all wearing suits, and some other curious rumor-mongers, including the entertainment news media, flocked together near the conference center. The Black Stars waved huge banners of their boss Iris in support of her. Police officers prevented them from getting anywhere near the entrance. At first, the officers were alarmed by the group of suits-wearing people. They thought that a triad group had come to terrorize the International Business Conference. Fortunately, the Black Stars quickly explained that they were fans of the celebrity-turned-interpreter Iris Long, and that they usually wore suits to support her. Only when the police verified this information that the Black Stars were allowed to stay. The entertainment news media tried to get media passes, but the officials of the International Business Conference rejected their requests. Only approved business-related media outlets were allowed inside. So the entertainment news correspondents had to make do in standing and waiting outside with the rest of the Black Stars and rumormongers. Thankfully, the police didn't drive them away. As long as they didn't get too rowdy, didn't create trouble or danger to the arriving delegates, and stayed at the spot the police indicated, they were allowed to stay. The police, however, tightly monitored them and kept them in control. When the arriving delegates saw the crowd outside, their vehicles all slowed down in curiosity. Seeing the banners, the Chinese delegates immediately knew that the people came for Iris Long. The foreign delegates had no idea what was going on. They thought that the people were protesters against the International Business Conference. Protests were not unheard of at important international events like this. It was only when they were informed that the crowd came for the beautiful interpreter from yesterday that they were once again amazed. They heard from their Chinese counterparts that Iris Long was a celebrity, but it only hit them now seeing her fans and the media gathered outside for her. Finally, a car stopped in front of the crowd. The rear window opened, and Iris stuck her head out. Loud screams and shrieks sounded as she waved at the crowd. The Black Stars waved their banners and jumped up and down in excitement while squealing. Kaya, Boss Iris, we love you so much. You're so beautiful, Boss Iris. You're amazing. Please do your best on interpreting today at the conference. We can't wait to hear more about your awesomeness. Say something in French. Please. In English too. So cool, boss. All the cameras were pointed at her, snapping photos and filming, while the entertainment news correspondents shouted questions. Iris Long, are you planning to leave showbiz and work as an interpreter instead? How did you manage to become appointed as an official interpreter of the International Business Conference? Did your future grandfather-in-law, Sir Liu Jianhong, use his connections to get you this position? You know English and French. What other languages do you know? The media people were starting to get disorderly, so the police officers immediately went on high alert and formed a tight encirclement around them. Having the view of their boss partially obstructed by the police, the Black Stars glared at the media. Some of them even started arguing with the paparazzi. Fortunately, the acting leader quickly calmed her fellow Black Stars. She instructed them to form a separate group from the media. They distanced themselves to make it clear to the police that they intended to follow the rules, unlike the media, who were starting to get out of hand. I'm sorry, everyone. I can't greet you properly right now. I have to go inside because I'm going to be late otherwise, Iris said from inside the car. Thank you for coming. Please don't stay out under the sun for too long. It's very hot. Take care. Please don't mind us, Boss Iris. Hurry up and go inside. We don't want to get you into trouble. Don't worry about us, boss. We just wanted to see you today. Now that we've seen you, we're already happy. Iris gave them a blinding smile. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll work hard today. She blew them a kiss before the window closed up and the car drove away. Yua, I caught her kiss. I caught it. A young female Black Star grabbed the imaginary kiss from the air and pressed it against her chest. No way. I was the one who caught it. Some of the police officers looked at the ridiculous argument between the fans in amusement. They started to relax when Iris was gone. However, they still kept a close watch on the crowd, especially the entertainment news media. Their kind, especially the paparazzi, were known to sneak inside without authorization just to document any juicy story. The media were very unsatisfied that Iris left without answering even just one question from them. But they couldn't do anything about it. Only business news correspondents were allowed inside. Later, the second day of the International Business Conference officially started. Iris attended the China-Malaysia Conference in the morning as the official interpreter. Jin Corporation and Long Industries were also present. It wasn't like the opening ceremony in the China-France Conference yesterday, where she did consecutive interpretation, which was speaking after a speaker paused. This time, the delegates requested for her to do a simultaneous interpretation instead. It meant that she had to translate. While the speaker was still speaking, her voice would be transmitted through headphones the delegates had to wear. It was more comfortable for the speakers, especially the ones doing presentations, because they could talk without any interruptions. Simultaneous interpretations were also ideal for conferences like this for a more natural flow. However, this method put a lot of strain on interpreters. Even though Iris insisted that she could do it for the entire duration of the conference, her two professors rejected the idea. They warned her that there were documented interpreters who collapsed because they did simultaneous interpretations for more than an hour without rest. It was actually very dangerous. As a result, Iris and Professor Hisakawa would take turns interpreting every 30 minutes for this conference. Finally, the China-Malaysia Business Conference began. Iris and Professor Hisakawa sat together at their designated seats. She brought a tablet and a stylus for taking notes while Professor Hisakawa had a notebook and a pen. The Malaysian language was something that she only recently learned, so she wasn't as confident in using it compared to the languages she already knew in her past life. Fortunately, she had a talent in acquiring languages easily. She interpreted in both Mandarin and Malaysian, taking turns with Professor Hisakawa throughout the entire conference. There were Chinese-Malaysian delegates in attendance, but they still needed an interpreter because of the differences in standard Mandarin and Malaysian Mandarin. Because Iris wasn't very used to the Malaysian language, she encountered some difficulties while interpreting. Whether it was not so accurate translations or taking a couple seconds longer to provide the interpretation, things didn't go as smoothly as yesterday. After the conference, Iris sat back in her chair and released a big sigh. She also gulped water to soothe her throat. That was challenging, she whispered. Indeed, Professor Hisakawa replied. Then he looked at his notes. Although the delegates think that you did well, your performance this morning is not up to cross-academy standards. You made too many less than ideal translations, and the hesitations are painful to listen to. This level is not much better than average interpreters. You get a C from me for this conference. You need to improve on your Malay. Always aim for an A+. I understand, Professor. You noticed the difference between your performance and mine, right? Learn from how I interpreted and improve your own techniques. Yes, Professor. I will. Iris felt disappointed in herself for her less than stellar performance. She was determined to do better next time. Lunchtime. She didn't speak much during this time to rest her vocal cords. She ate with the two professors and then reviewed for the next conference in the afternoon. When she heard that there were still some black stars waiting for her outside, she became alarmed. It was a hot summer day. She asked someone to order some food and drinks for them and to encourage them to find some shade under the blazing sun. And even though she didn't have very good feelings for the entertainment news media and the rumor-mongers, she also instructed to give them food and drinks just because it was too hot outside. The black stars were very touched by her thoughtfulness. Even the media felt more inclined to write good things about her because of the food. After lunch, it was time for the China-Japan conference. Just like in the morning, the delegates requested for a simultaneous interpretation. Iris and Professor Hisakawa would take turns once again every 30 minutes or so. Iris felt more confident about her Japanese language skills. During her past life as Evelina, she was actually more fluent in it than Mandarin. When Jin Liwei stepped on the stage for his presentation, her interpretation was on point. The two actually rehearsed together before. She had memorized his entire presentation and of course her interpretation for it as well. This was the only time that Professor Hisakawa allowed her to interpret the whole way. Iris also couldn't help but smile stupidly while watching her darling during his presentation. He looked so handsome that she almost ran to the stage to hug him. Concentrate. Professor Hisakawa rebuked her when her voice started sounding giggly. It instantly brought her back to earth. She blushed a little before clearing her head from anything besides her job as an interpreter. Good. Professor Hisakawa nodded when he saw that she returned to a focused state. He would have given full marks to her performance in this China-Japan conference if it wasn't for this brief attention lapse. Oh well, she's a woman in love, was all he could say to himself. Finally, the China-Japan conference ended, and so did the second day of the International Business Conference. Iris Long's reputation as a skilled interpreter was reinforced even further in the business industry. Many of the delegates, both Chinese and foreign, already put her in their top lists of preferred interpreters to hire. Because of Iris Long's involvement in the International Business Conference, it unexpectedly gained huge attention from the general public. Most of the general folks usually didn't care about business events like this, but now they wanted to know more about it. It pleased the Ministry of Commerce greatly, prompting them to use Iris Long's image more in promoting the International Business Conference across the country. Of course, Bright Summit was more than happy to cooperate. Iris also didn't mind. In fact, she welcomed it. This opportunity would be helpful for the development of her own businesses later on. Due to the increased attention, all the delegates became extra careful in how they conducted themselves. The Chinese delegates also went all out during their presentations, wanting to impress everyone. It wasn't only them who were feeling the pressure to perform their best. The foreign delegates also gave their A-game. Everyone suddenly became more enthusiastic in attracting the best deals and partnerships during this international business conference. Iris Long was also now known throughout the nation as a talented polyglot. On the first day of the International Business Conference, she demonstrated her English and French language skills. On the second day, her Malay and Japanese skills. Now people were looking forward to what other languages she would interpret next during this 5-day-long business event. There were even betting pools set up across the country. They wagered on which other languages she would most likely interpret next, or if the languages she demonstrated on the first and second days were already the limit to her skills. They weren't disappointed. On the third day, she interpreted in Greek and Korean. On the fourth day, Dutch and Hausa, an African language. And on the last day, Thai and Spanish. So far, they now confirmed that she was skilled in 10 languages in addition to Mandarin. 11 languages in total. Make that 12 because some also remembered when she spoke Italian with Maestro Ludovico De Luca during her interview with Fongio. So they knew that she could also speak in Italian. However, there were many people who believed that she must know more than these 12. Most of the Black Stars felt this way, but some were saying that any more than these 12 were already too much and quite impossible to believe. Then some former classmates of Iris Long began voicing out their doubts. They were even interviewed and featured on several TV programs and newspapers. I'm finding it hard to believe that Iris Long suddenly became so smart. Although she didn't have the worst grades at school, she wasn't a good student either. She was frequently absent because of her showbiz work, but whenever she attended school, she almost always flunked our tests. It became normal for her to redo everything. Then her previous school transcripts from middle school to high school were leaked by the media. All of her grades, except for music, were ludicrously low. It came to a point that her former school teachers and even principal were sought out for interviews. I'm retired now, so I think I'm free to say this. Miss Long was one of the most problematic students that I've ever experienced teaching in my entire career as a teacher. She never listened to me and had poor comprehension of our lessons. It also didn't help that she rarely went to school. I was so relieved when she graduated, although I'm still very confused as to how she managed to do that, her former math teacher revealed. Miss Long had passable English when I taught her. Coming from a privileged family, she could speak English, but nothing very impressive. Her grammar was also horrendous. She certainly didn't have the British accent she demonstrated during this year's International Business Conference. When I watched her interpreting in English at the conference on TV, I was so shocked. But I think that this is a good thing. Maybe my teachings from before finally sank in and she improved her English, her former English teacher said. As a principal, I am immensely proud to watch such a talented former student of my school become so successful. Although I admit that she got into trouble quite a few times, all right, many times, it's because I'm positive that she was in her rebellious phase that time. It's very typical for teenagers to rebel at her age back then, her former principal said. These interviews plus Iris' unimpressive school transcripts puzzled a lot of people. They wondered why Iris suddenly changed so much. Many also remembered her previous notorious bratty, bitchy, and diva-like attitude as a teenage pop singer. Netizens widely discussed this matter online. She changed so much when she made her first comeback. Maybe she hit her head so hard during the car crash, went into coma, and then became a genius all of a sudden after waking up. If that's really what happened, then maybe I should hit my head too. Will I become a genius too if I do that? I want to speak many languages like Iris Long too. So cool, man. I've watched some documentaries before about comatose people waking up and then suddenly gaining the ability to speak many foreign languages. I don't know if that's what happened to Iris, but if so, then it's a medical miracle. TV programs became very interested in this topic. They even invited experts to discuss Iris' situation. There were psychologists, neurologists, and a lot of others who shared their expert opinions. Based on what we publicly know about Iris Long, she has a rather strong personality and had quite a turbulent childhood. It's well known that her parents divorced when she was just a small child. She had also mentioned before that her parents weren't in good terms with each other. It's highly likely that Iris Long was already a born genius, but because of her family situation and her own selfish attitude, she began rebelling to gain more attention and love from her parents. In this case, her rebellion was her form of defense mechanism in dealing with her family situation. Her rebellion masked her genius, a guest psychologist analyzed. So what you're saying is that Iris Long deliberately failed at school and pretended to be an idiot. Please excuse my language. When she's really a genius just to get the attention of her parents? Isn't that too extreme? The host asked. Yes, it is indeed extreme, but it's actually very common among children of divorced parents. And we also need to take into account that the Longs are a wealthy family. Her father is the head of both the family and their business. I don't personally know Iris Long's parents, but I'm guessing that they were too busy with their own matters and careers to pay close attention to their daughter Iris Long. I'm guessing that even they had no idea that their own daughter is actually a born genius. I think it's quite sad, really. The host nodded. Then what could have prompted Iris Long to finally reveal that she's a genius all along? Can you explain it to us? We all know that she got involved in that serious car accident. Well, we shouldn't really call it an accident anymore, because it had been already confirmed that it was attempted murder. That incident almost killed her, sending her into coma. Near-death experiences like that can really change people. After waking up from coma, I'm certain that she realized that life is precious, so she began changing for the better. She stopped her rebellious attitude and behavior, and is now finally beginning to embrace her real genius. After this TV show aired, many believed the psychologist's analysis of Iris Long's situation to be the truth, especially the Black Stars who believed it 100%. They felt sorry for their boss Iris when she was young. She had to resort to rebellion in order to demand attention from her divorced parents. Whoa, my heart aches for Boss Iris. Poor her. She just wanted to be loved. I feel so sorry for what Boss Iris went through. But is it wrong for me to also be glad that she went through a near-death experience? Because if she didn't, we might have never known that she's actually a genius. I agree with you. I'm also glad that she experienced all of that because it made her grow as a person. She's so much better now. That's why we all follow her. Boss Iris, we love you so much. We'll follow you to the very end. You're the most awesome boss forever and ever. Then the topic of conversation suddenly changed. Damn it, I missed so much news about Boss Iris. It's the first time in a long while that I returned to the land of the living. I've been playing this new awesome game. It's super amazing. Anybody playing Supreme Ascension here? Me. What's your username? Let's be friends and form a team together. The new game, Supreme Ascension, was fast becoming the top computer game being played at internet cafes. It also helped that most game critics and reviewers gave it mostly high reviews. There were also many gamers who were choosing to livestream the game. Supreme Ascension, live streams were often found in top trending lists among gaming websites and apps. In addition to these, many celebrities also shared to their fans that they were playing this new computer game. When Jin Liwei posted photos of himself playing the game on his blog, his army of fans immediately tried playing it as well. Many of them never expected that they would become totally addicted to it. Things were going extremely well for Planet Monkey. Despite this, the company only became more focused on improving the game. They hired more employees to increase efficiency and quality. The gaming industry wanted to know more about Planet Monkey, but the company itself remained relatively quiet about its history and inner workings amidst the growing media attention. Of course, Planet Monkey didn't fail in advertising and promoting Supreme Ascension, but they didn't constantly splash themselves all over the media. Most of their ads were targeted online, and so far, it was proving to be very effective. When asked by a game reporter why they weren't taking advantage of the game's rising popularity to gain more exposure, a representative from Planet Monkey was reported saying, "We want our current game, Supreme Ascension, to speak for itself and on behalf of our company, Planet Monkey. We are confident in our game's quality, and we are constantly working hard to improve it even further. We believe that the high quality of our game and its immersive user experience are enough advertisement at the moment. We want to focus first on improving the game in every aspect and growing it alongside our current players, instead of trying to get a massive number of new players who might grow tired of it after some time." This answer screamed confidence, calmness, and in many ways, Maturity for a new game company. It only made Planet Monkey more mysterious. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Inside the hotel suite, Iris smiled while reading the latest company report of Planet Monkey. Despite her company's statement of wanting to grow alongside their current players instead of attracting a massive number of new players, their data showed that most new players quickly became regular players, meaning most of them became addicted and continued to play regularly. Only less than 5% of new signups so far stopped playing after the first few weeks. This was an excellent turnout. Word of mouth demonstrated its undeniable power. Iris only mentioned Supreme Ascension to Blaze, Eros, Night, and Thunder of Pandemonium once. She didn't say that it was her company who made the game. Before she knew it, the guys instantly got hooked on the game to the point that they invited their fellow celebrities to play it. They were actually the ones who started spreading Supreme Ascension among the celebrities. That was also how Jin Liwei knew about the game in the first place. And just like Jin Liwei promised, he made Jin Liwei post about Supreme Ascension on his blog. When Jin Liwei discovered that Iris was the president owner of Planet Monkey, the company who made the game, he was absolutely shocked. The shock made him forget about his intended complaints on why he was being made to promote the game when he wasn't going to be paid in the first place. In the end, he did it on his own volition. But he made Iris promise to tour him around Planet Monkey when they were both free. Of course, Iris immediately agreed. Free promotion from a superstar like Jin Liwei? She would tour him around Planet Monkey as many times as he wanted. After reading the report, she closed her laptop and went into the bedroom. She was alone in the suite. Jin Liwei was currently working out at the hotel gym. She didn't go with him because she didn't feel like working out today. It was the day after the International Business Conference ended. Last night, there were celebratory dinners all over the nearby restaurants. Likewise, Jin Corporation and Long Industries had their own dinners to celebrate the deals they successfully obtained during the International Business Conference. Because Jin Liwei, Grandpa Lu, and the Longs had to attend their respective company dinners with their own people, Iris and her two professors ate together instead. At first, Jin Liwei wanted to skip Jin Corporation's dinner to join her, but Iris discouraged him. No, darling. Celebrate with your people first. They deserve to have a nice dinner with their president-CEO after all the hard work they put in during this International Business Conference. We can have our own celebratory dinner tomorrow. Only when she said this did Jin Liwei reluctantly left her with the professors. But even during his dinner, he still constantly messaged her to ask how she was doing. It was already past midnight when he returned to their hotel suite. She was already in deep sleep by that time. Back to the present. Iris headed to the bedroom and took some clothes from the drawers before heading to the bathroom for a shower. She and Jin Liwei decided not to immediately return home. They planned on staying at the hotel for the rest of the weekend. They wanted to spend more time together with just the two of them, especially after how busy they had been prior to and during the International Business Conference. While most of the delegates were busy packing their luggage and checking out of their hotels, the two of them were relaxing and enjoying the hotel's accommodations instead. Grandpa Lu called them first thing in the morning. He announced that he was already missing little June, so he would be leaving soon. It seemed that the two professors were leaving with him as well. This old man can't wait to give all the presents I bought this week to my beloved great-grandson. If you two want to stay here, then stay. I know that you plan on practicing your baby-making skills. Practice well because I want a well-made great-grandbaby. When are you going to give me a new one? I want to know. This old man is not getting any younger. Grandpa Lu's words made Iris blush a little, but Jin Liwei looked pumped, as if determined to improve his baby-making skills with her. Iris also received a call from Long Tingfei afterwards. Everyone from Long Industries would also be leaving today. So at the moment, it was basically just Iris and Jin Liwei who were left. Although she was missing ice cream, popcorn, and little June, she was filled with anticipation at spending the entire weekend with her darling, just the two of them alone. She was in the middle of removing her clothes when she heard the sound of Jin Liwei arriving at the suite. Her lips curved into a smile. Love. Jin Liwei's voice called for her. She could hear his footsteps. Moments later, the bathroom door opened. Jin Liwei stopped in his tracks when he saw his baby girl only in her underwear. His eyes darkened with desire. Of course, his little brother down below stirred and began standing in attention. Iris stood back and admired Jin Liwei's body. He was wearing a gray tank top and black jogger pants. His top was currently soaked in sweat. The wet cloth stuck to his fit physique, making his chest muscles and tight abs stand out even beneath the tank top. A towel was draped over his wide shoulders, which he carelessly tossed down the floor. Because he just came from a workout, his skin glistened with sweat. He was also flushed, even more so now that she was standing in front of him in nothing but her lace underwear. Similarly, Jin Liwei was admiring her sexy body. Her body was toned, yet still retained soft curves in all the right places. Her breasts nicely filled the cups of her bra. Her slender waist flared into enticingly wide hips, forming an hourglass body. His eyes continued down her long, smooth legs. He couldn't wait for them to wrap around his waist, so he could pound himself inside her again and again. Iris also looked down and saw the bulge inside his jogger pants. Her breathing and heart rate sped up. Anticipation and desire filled her. She didn't realize that her tongue licked her lips. Then she bit her lower lip, as her eyes darkened with desire for him. This series of actions was like a signal to Jin Liwei. He walked to her until they were standing just a few inches apart from each other. She was the first one to reach out to him. She grabbed his sweaty tank top and pulled him closer. Then she slipped her hands inside his tank top to fondle his flat, hard abs. He just stood there, looking at her with half-lidded eyes. He allowed her to touch him to her heart's content. When she became impatient and started tugging his tank top off, something seemed to snap inside him. He ripped his tank top into two pieces and threw them down the floor. Then he growled and pulled her head for deep, hungry kiss. The kiss was so intense that it almost felt vicious. Iris began tasting blood, not realizing that she had bitten his lips or maybe his tongue. She didn't know. Or maybe it was her blood. She had no idea, nor did she care. All she wanted was more of him. Her hands roamed all over his arms, chest and back. She pressed her body against him, wanting more skin-to-skin contact. Jin Liwei's hands weren't motionless either. They touched her all over, massaging and squeezing her curves. In another moment of barbarity, he tore her bra, making her breasts bounce from the force. His mouth immediately came down and caught one of her nipples, sucking it hard. Iris grabbed his head as she pressed her chest harder against him. She threw her head back and closed her eyes, moaning at the pleasure he was giving her. Her heavy eyes opened, and she reached for the waistband of his jogger pants. However, he caught her hands. She whined in protest when he prevented her from touching what she wanted the most at the moment. He released her breasts and looked at her. Then he asked in a deep, husky tone, "You want me?" "Yes." "You want me inside you?" "Yes." "Oh, for goodness sake, Jin Liwei. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer." Impatient, aren't we? Now it was her turn to growl at him. He chuckled, amused. "Let's do something fun today. Would you like to try?" Her curiosity was immediately sparked. "Fun? What is it?" Instead of answering, he started removing his pants. Her eyes lit up when his erection sprang out. She moved to touch it, but he stopped her once again. "Jin Liwei, why do you keep stopping me?" "Relax, love. I told you we'll try something fun today," he said to appease her. Then he stepped away from her and started slowly stroking his erection. "Remove your panties." Sulking a bit, she obeyed and quickly removed it. Her eyes never left his crotch while doing so. "What now? Touch yourself, too," he told her. She blinked a few times, not understanding what he meant. "What? I want to watch you pleasure yourself, love. Let's watch each other." His excitement was obvious in his voice. "But I only feel pleasure when you're the one touching me. Just try it, love. I'm right here. Look at me. Imagine that I'm the one touching you." She felt reluctant. However, her curiosity won in the end. Watching him stroking himself, her hands cupped her breasts and started kneading them. "Touch yourself down there," he urged her. "Tell me how wet you are for me." One of her hands slowly moved down and touched herself. She felt herself already dripping for him. A deep moan escaped from her lips. "Are you wet?" he asked. "Yes." "Put a finger inside. Imagine it's me." She followed his instructions and inserted a finger inside herself. It made her whimper in pleasure. Before he could instruct her further, she already started moving her finger in and out of her wet heat. Jin Liwei stroked himself faster. He started to pant. Rivulets of sweat dripped down his skin. "Sit down, love. I want to see you clearly." She closed the toilet seat and sat on top of it. Then she opened her legs and placed one of her feet on the edge of the toilet seat, while the other foot remained on the floor. She already knew that he liked this kind of exposed position. And indeed, Jin Liwei sucked in a harsh breath at the erotic sight. His erection got harder and started leaking a little. Darling, you're such a pervert. For you always. Just like that, they watched each other pleasure themselves. Jin Liwei pumped himself with his hand, while Iris thrust 2 fingers inside her. Their grunts and moans echoed inside the bathroom. Faster, love, he hissed through gritted teeth. He was quickly reaching his climax, but wanted her to reach it first. She released a sexy sound in response, and her fingers increased speed. Her cries of pleasure immediately drowned all other sounds. She squeezed her eyes shut. Then her body stiffened and started trembling as she finally reached her climax. A mixture of moans, cries, and whimpers escaped from her lips. She heard a deep groan right in front of her. Her eyes opened, and warm liquid started spurting all over her. She saw him standing right in front of her, desperately pumping all of his release on her body. He was gasping when he finished. Then he held her chin and lifted it so that she was looking up at him. How was it? Fun, right? He asked after he calmed down. She nodded. You like it? She nodded again. Then she said, but I like it better when you're actually touching me. He smirked. Me too. Wait here, love. Don't shower yet. I'll be back. He walked out of the bathroom. Iris stood up and used a wet towel to clean his mess from her body. Some even got on her face. She didn't mind it, though. It didn't take long till Jin Liwei returned with a box of condoms. Her eyes lit up when she saw him hard and standing up once again. Although she just climaxed a few moments ago, she could feel desire surging inside her once again. The sound of tearing foil heightened her anticipation. She watched him sheath himself with a condom. Come here, he told her after he was done. She immediately went to him. His hands covered her butt and lifted her up. He carried her that way, making her wrap her legs around him. They started kissing as he tried aligning her wet entrance on top of his erection. Then he suddenly slammed her down. Iris cried out while he groaned in pleasure when they were finally joined together. Still standing and carrying her in his arms, he began bouncing her on top of him. He balanced and supported her entire weight. She wasn't heavy, so it wasn't a big strain on him to carry her for the entire time. In fact, he even sped up the bouncing. The loud slapping of their wet flesh echoed inside the entire bathroom. Iris was moaning and crying out, feeling more pleasure than usual because this standing position also excited her. This was the first time they tried it. She couldn't really do anything but hold on because all of the control was on him. Opening her eyes, she looked at his face. He looked feral. More, she demanded. He grunted and walked them in front of the sink. Then he made her sit on the edge of the countertop with her legs still wrapped around him. With unbelievable focus and speed, he started slamming himself inside her again and again. Tears flowed down Iris' face because of too much pleasure. She quickly reached orgasm, but he wasn't finished yet. He continued his deliciously fierce lovemaking until she was sobbing all over his neck. She called his name over and over, holding on to him for dear life. With a loud roar, he came just as she climaxed once again. He slid out of her and quickly discarded the used condom. He waited until both of them calmed down. Then he wiped her tears with his fingers, giving her a gentle kiss on the lips. Are you okay? He asked, a bit worried. She nodded, sniffing. Then she gave a faint smile. That was amazing. He chuckled, relieved. I know. Let's do it again. His brows rose before a pleased smile broke out of his face. My lady's wish is my command. And just like that, the sounds of another intense lovemaking echoed inside the bathroom. The lovers, Iris and Jin Liwei, spent an enjoyable weekend staying at the hotel. For an entire day, they mostly stayed inside the suite making love over and over again. Their desire for each other was insatiable. Jin Liwei decided to give his butler another raise because the man made sure to pack plenty of condoms. Both he and Iris already had a preference for a specific brand and type. The butler made sure to pack mostly that with a few experimental ones, just in case they wanted to try something new. His butler was truly a thoughtful person. When the two were newly engaged and just returned to the country from Europe, they started making love regularly. Iris noticed that they were using up a lot of condoms. She thought of using birth control pills instead, so Jin Liwei wouldn't have to use condoms anymore. Months ago, she consulted Dr. Ching and her gynecologist. However, they became hesitant to prescribe pills for her. She had a history of sudden mood swings, fainting, and even going into coma 2 times. Even up till now, they still had no idea what caused these health conditions. They were concerned that taking birth control pills or any hormonal medications might trigger her past health conditions once again or maybe even exacerbate them. Of course, Iris knew what caused her so-called health problems. It was the original Iris remnant, but she couldn't tell them that. They might send her to a psychiatrist instead. Although she didn't think that the remnant completely went away after what happened with Fan Luo and the Alarm Girls, the original Iris revenge for her death was already complete. Iris thought that the remnant shouldn't flare up again in a dangerous manner. It most likely went into a dormant state after achieving revenge against Fan Luo. Iris hadn't felt it stirring since then. There were times when she became suspicious, especially when she met with Long Jinjing and the Long Elders for the first time, but they were probably false alarms. Iris still had no idea that the remnant opted for an inconspicuous fusion with her this time, instead of forcefully wrenching control of the body from her. She wasn't aware that the evolution of her own emotions because of the remnant was almost complete. Once it was complete, the remnant would cease to exist as a separate entity, but would indelibly be a part of her forever. There would no longer be any distinctions between her and the remnant. Whether this evolution would strengthen or weaken her remained to be seen. Back to the matter about the birth control pills, Iris personally didn't think that it would affect her health negatively. However, the doctors disagreed. They wanted her to undergo several tests first before they prescribed any pill to her. She thought it was such a huge hassle. When Jin Liwei learned about the matter and the doctor's opinions about it, he started researching about birth control options. He was horrified reading all of the possible side effects. He immediately discouraged Iris from taking birth control pills. "Darling, not all women will experience those side effects. Only very few will experience those, and they're the most extreme cases. I think I'll be all right," she tried to assure him. However, he wasn't buying it. "No, I don't want to risk it. Even if the possibility is only 0.01% or less, I don't want to risk you, love. You're too important to me. Besides, even your doctors don't want to prescribe them to you because of your past health history. So no, love. Let's stick to what we're using now, okay?" Iris tilted her head to the side, thinking about it. She wanted to persuade him that her past health problems were not caused by anything medical. It was the remnant. However, she stopped herself. How would he react if she told him that she wasn't the real Iris Long? Would he still love her? Would he think she was crazy? Would he leave her? She suddenly felt scared. She had never loved anyone before like how she loved Jin Liwei. It was a different kind of love she felt for her big brother Nikolai and their father. Losing Jin Liwei now would certainly devastate her like no other. What's wrong, love?" he asked her, noticing the fear in her eyes. He pulled her into his arms to hug and comfort her. She also hugged him by the waist. Her arms tightened around him, almost squeezing him painfully. However, he didn't mind. Then she pressed her face against his chest and inhaled his masculine scent. "I love you, Jin Liwei." A faint smile lifted the corners of his mouth. "I love you more, Long Xiulan." Her heart jumped in an uncomfortable way. "But I'm not the real Long Xiulan," she thought. "No, you are Long Xiulan now," something whispered inside her. However, she thought that it was just her own thoughts. "Love, tell me what's wrong." He was starting to feel worried by her increasingly dark expression. She didn't answer right away. He didn't force her to tell him. He just continued to embrace her, waiting for her to tell him whatever was bothering her on her own volition. If she told him, great. If not, it was all right. However, he hoped that she would tell him. He wanted them to openly share their feelings with each other. They remained embracing for a few minutes before Iris spoke again. She looked up at him. Her dark expression was nowhere to be seen. It was completely impassive instead, which bothered him more than her earlier dark expression. "What if I'm not the same person you thought I was?" she suddenly asked him in a whisper. "What if I'm not really Long Xiulan? How would you feel? Would you still love me?" Jin Liwei frowned, completely confused by her questions. "Never mind. Forget I asked," she said, lowering her eyes. Then she began to pull away from the embrace. However, he didn't let her go. He lifted her chin with his fingers, coaxing her to look directly at his eyes. "Although I don't know why you're suddenly asking me all of these, I want you to know that ever since the beginning, you weren't the person that I thought you were. I fell in love with the woman I met at that hotel lobby, not the Long Xiulan, the Iris Long that I kept on hearing about from other people." She once again tightened her arms around him, gazing up at his face. I fell in love with the woman who asked me for 1,000,000 RMB per report, the woman who bit my lips when I first kissed her, the woman I had half a sex with inside my car, the woman who measured my dick with a tape measure during our first night on bed together. A giggle escaped from Iris' lips, remembering that moment. She nonchalantly measured him, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. His expression became gentle as he rubbed her back and stroked her hair. He continued speaking. I fell in love with the woman who made me dance in a Zumba class, the woman who made me a father of 2 precious kittens, the woman who kneed my poor balls and dick because I was being a possessive asshole, the woman who made me eat fruits every day to experiment on the taste of my semen, the woman who— That's enough. I understand, she whispered, chuckling softly. A lovely smile shone on her face, making her beauty even more breathtaking in his eyes. However, he still continued. I fell in love with the woman who made me the man that I am today. Without you, I would still be the same asshole that I was before. I am a better man now because of you. Her eyes filled up, but she didn't let the tears fall. His words touched her deeply, filling her with the warmth of love and happiness. He calmed the doubts and fear inside her. So whoever you are, or whatever kind of person you were or end up becoming in the future, I am in love with you and you alone. Even if you end up becoming the most evil person in existence, I'll still stay beside you and love you until the end of time, he told her, his voice serious and sincere. Oh, Liwei, look at me. I am looking at you, she replied. Never doubt my love for you. Even if we die and are reborn into different people, I'll make sure to find you and love you all over again. Her heart skipped a beat. Really? Yes. She took a few deep breaths and asked, what if I wasn't really Long Xiaolan in the first place? What if I was somebody else before this? What if I disappear and the real Long Xiaolan returns? Would you continue to love Long Xiaolan because of this? Body. Jin Liwei felt even more confused by her questions. However, he could sense that his answers were very important to her. So even when he felt utterly confused, he still did his best to answer her questions to the best of his ability. He framed her beautiful face between his large hands. He looked directly at her eyes, trying to convey his sincerity to her as much as possible. Love, like I just said, you are the one I love. Only you. If you're not really Long Xiaolan, then I don't love Long Xiaolan. The one I love is you, whoever you are. He dipped his head to kiss her gently on the lips. If you ever disappear, then my love will also disappear. Your body is just a husk. If you're not in it, then it's not you. Iris continued gazing at him, feeling like she was floating over the clouds. However, she still continued to ask him, will you really know it's not me, even if it's the same body? Of course, he immediately replied. Then he put a fist on his chest over his heart. We're connected here. If it's not you, I won't feel anything here. Don't underestimate my love for you. She nodded. Okay. They continued embracing each other. Iris just fell in love with Jin Liwei more deeply at that moment. She could really feel how much he loved her. It brought her so much happiness. Someday, maybe I'll tell him everything or maybe not, she thought. As for Jin Liwei, he felt relieved that his baby girl finally relaxed. He was still very confused by her questions, but love was love. It didn't need any explanations. He loved her, and that was what mattered. Then he remembered what they were talking about earlier. Love. What is it? She asked. I just want to tell you that you don't have to risk your health for birth control. There is no need for you to ingest a pill every day, or be injected with something, or have a foreign object inserted inside yourself, he told her. I don't mind wearing condoms. I'll wear it until you're ready to bear my child. She pondered about it. We almost tore a few condoms already. You're very wild, you know. A slight smirk lightened his serious expression. Only me? But I remember a few instances when someone kept on waking me up to ride me in the middle of the night. She giggled. Her cheeks turned slightly red, but she didn't really look embarrassed at all. Okay, I'm wild too. We're both wild. And he tucked a lock of her hair behind her ear. Don't worry too much. I already switched to a different condom. It's supposed to be more durable. Oh, good. But of course, no matter how durable it is, it's still not 100% foolproof. Other than abstaining from sex, which I don't want us to do, there is no birth control that is 100% protected. If you become pregnant, I'll be ecstatic. I'm always ready to have a child with you, he told her. She looked at him nervously. He pulled her again into his arms and kissed the top of her head. He gently rubbed her back, soothing her. Anxiety. But of course, we'll wait until you're ready. Don't ever feel pressured about bearing my children, love. From now on, we'll take everything one step at a time. Okay. After that conversation between them, Iris and Jin Liwei became even closer to each other. She still felt nervous about the idea of bearing her own child because of her mother issues, but she never doubted that Jin Liwei would be an amazing father. That thought alone was making her a bit more comfortable with the idea of becoming a mother herself. Back to the present. After a day of tireless lovemaking in the hotel, Iris and Jin Liwei spent the next day exploring the city and enjoying the sights. It was mostly a business-focused city. That was why it was chosen as the venue for this year's International Business Conference. Both of them were in full disguise. They wore sunglasses, face masks, and hats. Usually, it would only be Iris who would wear a disguise, but there were still some paparazzi remaining in the city. Jin Liwei was heavily featured in the news recently because of Jin Corporation's big presence during the International Business Conference. Those who followed the conference on the news would easily recognize him without the disguise. Finally, they returned home the next day. They spent a couple days more just enjoying each other's company before they returned to their own respective works. Both of them immediately became very busy. Jin Liwei led Jin Corporation into negotiating and finalizing the deals they obtained from the International Business Conference. These deals, once successful, would reinforce Jin Corporation's position as the #1 company in the country and one of the most powerful multinational presences in Asia. When Iris returned to her work in showbiz, she found it a bit weird that everyone was treating her differently. Everyone seemed to be nicer and more welcoming to her. She was puzzled at first because she expected that her popularity would decrease a bit after taking a leave from showbiz for the International Business Conference. It was Dom who explained everything to her. Boss, of course you became even more famous. Everyone now knows that you're a genius. TV programs keep on featuring you speaking so many languages. Whenever someone recognizes the handsome and gorgeous me as your assistant, I feel so proud. Eehee. Tang Yi also nodded. Iris, we have received so many interview offers for you. I would like you to accept some of them and talk about your linguistic skills. This is an opportunity for the public to see a completely different side of you besides the musician and young beauty that you are. Working as an interpreter at the International Business Conference put you in a brighter spotlight than if you participated in the Bright Summit All-Stars Summer Concert. The concert was absolutely crazy, the competition extremely fierce. Only very few celebrities were able to shine brightly during the concert. I personally watched the concert, boss, so I agree with Elder Sissy. I think that boss brother Jean Chonglin shone the brightest. And oh, Pandemonium also rocked the stage. Almost everyone was screaming for them, including the gorgeous me. Eehee. Eros was so hot. Wait, Night was also hot. What to do? I can't decide which was hotter. Dom squealed and fanned himself dramatically with his hands. Tang Yi rolled her eyes at Dom before speaking to Iris once again. The Pandemonium boys have improved a lot on their techniques after working with you on Monster of Insanity. Both Eros and Night improved the most. The three continued to talk about things that Iris missed during her leave. Both Dom and her manager helped her catch up. They also discussed her full schedule for the next few months. During this busy period, the Long Elders made several attempts to meet Iris. At first, they summoned her. Iris snorted in disdain. Summon her? Who did the Elders think they were? Some royalty who could summon whoever they wanted? The only people she really cared about from the Long family were Long Tingfei, Yang Jiehui, and Mimi. Long Hui, not so much. She tolerated him because he was the father of her godson and the fiancé of her friend. Of course, little June was also a Long, but she considered him as part of her and Jin Liwei's family more than the Longs. If it was Long Tengfei who summoned her, she would probably listen depending on his reason for doing so. But the Long Elders? No way. The ill feelings inside Iris for the Longs, especially the Elders, didn't feel so strange anymore. They felt more natural and part of her. She thought that they were actually her own feelings. It was one of the subtle effects of the remnant fusing with her. These ill feelings also weren't as intense anymore compared to when she experienced them full force during Long Tingfei's birthday. That time, her emotions were highly unstable and almost made her lose control. But now she felt more in control of them. After several failed attempts of summoning her, the elders tried a different tactic. They started sending her gifts and, not so subtly, asking her to formally introduce her fiancé, Lu Zihao, to the entire Long clan. They also expressed their desire to form a closer connection to her future grandfather-in-law, Sir Lu Jianhong. Iris only ignored them. She decided to focus on her family with Jin Liwei, her career and businesses, rather than on wasting her time and brain cells on the Longs who only knew how to look down on others and overestimate themselves. She didn't think much of them. However, they began to think highly of her during the International Business Conference. When the media started describing her as a genius, Long Hui silently lost a lot of his support within the clan. Many decided to support Iris instead. It wasn't only because she would become the future Madame Lu anymore. Some of the Longs were already starting to think that she would become a more suitable successor than Long Hui. A vicious battle of succession was about to engulf the Longs. It was a busy summer season for Iris Long. She was currently one of the most in-demand celebrities in the country. Her status as a multi-award-winning musician and as a genius polyglot increased her fame and reputation. There was no doubt that she successfully established herself as a household name across the country. Several multi-million endorsement deals were offered to her. Of course, she accepted some of them, but also rejected a lot. The Bright Summit higher-ups couldn't understand why she would reject such enticing deals. Despite doing their best in persuading her to change her mind, she didn't budge. The higher-ups were dismayed that they couldn't reason with Iris. So they scolded Tang Yi instead when Iris wasn't present. Manager Tang, I think Iris Long's head is growing bigger because she's becoming more famous. These endorsement deal offers are from world-renowned beauty brands. Other celebrities will do anything just to get these deals, but she's rejecting them. She should treat these as once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. Anything can happen in showbiz. She won't always have this level of fame for her entire career. You should talk to her and make her understand what she's going to miss because of her ignorance. Tang Yi could only apologize, nod her head, and assure the higher-ups that she would talk to Iris and try to persuade her to change her mind. When they finally left, she sighed. Of course, Iris isn't going to accept any endorsement offers from beauty brands. Why should she endorse her own company's competition? Tang Yi muttered under her breath. She only recently found out that Iris was developing her own beauty company. At first, Tang Yi also couldn't understand why Iris rejected the endorsement offers. She constantly bothered Iris in an effort to change her mind. Then Iris brought Tang Yi to Orchidia Beauty's factory, then to the warehouse, and finally to the company's current main office. Tang Yi was very confused why Iris was touring her around this unknown company. I've been using Orchidia Beauty's products for some time now, Iris told her. Oh, I was wondering why you've been glowing, so that's why? Your skin looks smoother and healthier. Iris looked pleased at the compliment. I've been using Orchidia Beauty's skincare products since I returned from Europe. Well, the products weren't called Orchidia Beauty then, nor were they this developed. The formula and their effectiveness have improved a lot since then. Okay, so, why are you telling me all of these? Tang Yi didn't understand. Wait, did this company made an endorsement offer to you, and you want to accept it? Iris, you should tell me these things first. If you really like their products, no problem. I'll negotiate the best deal for you. But you have to understand that this Orchidia Beauty, or whatever, isn't a well-known company in the country. At least I've never heard of it before. Endorsing world-renowned beauty brands will be more beneficial to you. Instead of answering her, Iris handed her manager a freebie bag filled with Orchidia Beauty skincare products. Here, elder sister E. You can try them yourself. I guarantee that you'll love them and you'll see results after using them for only a few days. Then she launched into sales talk, describing the benefits of each of the products. She even grabbed Tang Yi's arm and began applying tiny amounts of various lotions and serums. Iris, what are you doing? Answer me first. Tang Yi grabbed the bottle of lotion from Iris and stopped her from applying more on her skin. Fine. Orchidia Beauty didn't make any endorsement offers to me, Iris said. Tang Yi frowned. Then why did you reject the endorsement offers from those other famous beauty brands? Why are you so into this Orchidia Beauty? Because Orchidia Beauty is my own company. I'm not going to endorse my competition. That's just stupid, elder sister E. Besides, I know that my company's products are superior to anything available on the market right now. Huh. Tang Yi blinked a few times. Her brain momentarily failed to process what she just heard. What? Iris swept her hands. This entire place, the factory and the warehouse that we visited earlier, everything is mine. So make sure to use my company's products from now on. Okay. Elder Sister Yi. A few days later, Tang Yi called Iris in excitement. Iris, the products you gave me are amazing. My face is cleared up and looks brighter. My skin also feels so moisturized, even though I only use the products once a day. How much are these? Let me buy more. Iris chuckled. They're not available for sale yet, Elder Sister Yi. I can give you some more samples if you want. But once we launch, you need to buy the products because I won't give them to you for free anymore. With that, Iris was able to make Tang Yi support her decision to reject the endorsement offers from the other famous beauty brands. Back to the present. Tang Yi returned to her office after speaking with the higher-ups. She needed to keep Iris' company a secret. Bright Summit's higher-ups would certainly be unhappy that there was no chance for Iris to change her mind. Some of them might even discourage Iris from launching her own beauty company and products because Bright Summit wouldn't get a cut from it, unlike regular endorsement deals. Better not tell anyone about it for now, she murmured to herself. ####. Because of Mimi, Iris started to get closer to Long Jinjing and Chen Fei. Mimi would invite all of them to hang out together whenever they were free. Of course, Jiang Yingyu was also part of the group. Dom also joined because he and Mimi were self-proclaimed spirit twins. With his addition, the group became insanely boisterous. At first, he clashed against Chen Fei. He didn't like the woman's snide remarks about Iris. He wasn't aware that it was already normal for both Iris and Chen Fei to insult each other. There weren't any hard feelings between the two anymore. They even began liking each other. Still, they continued verbally attacking each other. Mimi, Long Jinjing, and Jiang Yingyu were already used to Iris and Chen Fei. They could feel that there weren't any animosity or hatred whenever the two insulted each other. Mimi even declared that insulting each other was Iris and Chen Fei's way of expressing their friendship. Who's friends with this bitch? Not me, Chen Fei said. Iris looked at Chen Fei straight in the eyes. Then with a lovely smile, she said in a sing-song voice, "Roses are red, violets are blue. Look at my 5 fingers, the middle one is for you." What did you say, bitch? Chen Fei scowled at her. Iris gasped in exaggerated horror. What uncultured words, Chen Fei. Your uncouth behavior deserves a slapping. But if I were to slap you, it would be considered as animal abuse. You. That's a good one, Xiaolan. Mimi burst into laughter while slapping her thighs. I love that you're becoming more expressive now and not too robotic anymore. You can even joke now. I'm so proud of you. Iris shrugged. I learned these from Dom. Well, my twin bro is the best. Jiang Yingyu also laughed, but more subdued compared to Mimi's raucous laughter. A giggle escaped from Long Jinjing's lips before she stopped herself when Chen Fei glared at her. Chen Fei also glared at Mimi and Jiang Yingyu. Mimi just laughed harder, even pointing at Chen Fei while doing so. Jiang Yingyu wasn't the least bit intimidated by Chen Fei's glare. She could clearly sense that there was no anger behind it. Scenes like these became common for the group. However, Dom didn't know about this kind of relationship between Iris and Chen Fei when he joined. That was why Dom got into heated arguments with Chen Fei. He fiercely defended Iris and treated Chen Fei like an enemy. Mimi tried explaining to him many times that Iris and Chen Fei weren't really fighting whenever they insulted each other. However, Dom was extremely loyal to Iris. He would get triggered every time he heard Chen Fei saying something unpleasant about Iris. Suddenly, the Iris versus Chen Fei battles became Dom versus Chen Fei instead. But after a few meetings and after knowing each other more, Dom and Chen Fei started getting along. These girls' days out, as Dom called it, continued. They all grew closer to each other. When Mimi, Long Jinjing, and Chen Fei finally graduated from university that summer, Iris and the others threw a celebration dinner for them at a restaurant. While eating, they discussed their career plans. Mimi already rejected Long Industries' job offer. She was happily living her dream as a webtoon artist. As for the other two, they still planned on working at a small division of Long Industries. They estimated that it would take them a few years before they could be promoted to the main company like what happened to Long Jian. While they were talking, Iris handed them a file folder each. "What's this, little sister?" Long Jingjing asked. Chen Fei opened the folder and began reading aloud. Orchidia Beauty is a skincare company founded by Long Xiaolan and the German siblings Ulrich and Ilona Bauer. Huh. Oh, is this one of your companies you were talking about before? Yes, Iris confirmed. Chen Fei, so, why did you give this to me and Jingjing? You want to gloat that you have your own company while your sister and I need to start from the bottom of your father's company? Iris leaned back on her chair while looking at both Chen Fei and Long Jingjing. Why start from the bottom of an old company as errand girls when you can become executives of a new company instead? Isn't it more exciting to make something successful with your own abilities? Long Industries? Boring. Come work for my Orchidia Beauty instead. Long Jingjing and Chen Fei didn't immediately agree to Iris' offer. They took a few days before giving her their final decision. But in the end, they accepted her offer to work for her company, Orchidia Beauty. Iris was the president-CEO and, of course, the owner. Ulrich Bauer was the CPO, Chief Product Officer. His sister, Ilona Bauer, was his assistant for now. Iris had plans for Ilona in the future. Then she appointed Chen Fei as the COO and Long Jingjing as the CFO. It was also around this time when Dom's sister, Clover Chua, finally arrived from the Philippines. She graduated a couple of months earlier than Chen Fei and Long Jingjing, but her papers took longer to process before she received approval to work in China. Clover immediately joined the girl squad. The twins Dom and Mimi were ecstatic as they became triplets again. The three already bonded when the Chua family visited the country. She connected so naturally with the rest of the girl squad, as if she had been friends with them for years. For now, Clover was assigned to work as Iris' administrative assistant at Orchidia Beauty. Iris wanted her to polish her Mandarin language skills and get used to the Chinese business industry first before promoting her to an executive position later on. Iris also placed Clover to live at the penthouse. Mei and the other household staff were delighted to have someone in the place once again for them to take care of. Long Jingjing, Chen Fei, and Clover were all very excited in their new positions and the endless possibilities of a newly established company. They were all very motivated and determined to make Orchidia Beauty a success. At first, Chen Fei and Long Jingjing thought that Iris hired them to run the company in her stead. They had the impression that Iris would only be a symbolic figurehead of the company. Within a week of closely working with her, however, they quickly realized that Iris not only had the skills, but also the experience of effectively running a business. She knew what she wanted, was very methodical in creating a strategy to achieve her business goals, and was very decisive in implementing the strategy. It was actually the three newly graduated business majors who were learning a lot from Iris. They were like sponges absorbing all of the knowledge and experiences of running a business. Their business smarts were improving as the days passed by. It also helped a lot that they felt passionate about what they were doing. Surprisingly, Iris and Chen Fei developed a balanced dynamic in their leadership. Iris was more of the daring type who forged ahead at top speed to accomplish whatever ideas she came up with. It was an excellent quality for a business head to have, but sometimes her fearless attitude in business was alarming to the point of recklessness. Chen Fei introduced cautiousness into the mix. She was more of the conservative type who tended to play by the rules in business. The two of them still squabbled a lot while working, just like when they hung out together. But as they continued to work closely together, they were able to influence each other in positive ways. Iris continued to fly daringly in the sky with her business ideas, but Chen Fei tethered her to the ground with a loose string of caution, keeping her on track with their specific goals. Likewise, Iris was able to show Chen Fei that it was okay to explore new ideas and not to be so rooted to the traditional way of doing business. As for Long Jingjing, she immediately controlled the company's budget. Despite her somewhat timid personality, she was surprisingly strict and unyielding when it came to doing her job. Little Sister Xiaolan, Miss President, you can't just indiscriminately give away free samples to other people as you like. It's like giving away free money. We haven't made any profit yet, but you've already given away so much. This must stop. Long Jingjing told Iris. Miss CFO, I'm not indiscriminately giving away free samples. This is called marketing. I'm giving away the samples to our future customers, Iris retorted. I know what marketing is, but what you're doing is too excessive, Miss President. There is no need to give multiple free samples to the same person. Letting them try once is enough. That's the purpose of a sample. It's not meant to be a regular free supply. If they want more, they just have to wait until we officially launch so they can buy our products. From now on, you're only allowed a limited number of samples per month to give away. I also suggest not to give to the same person more than once. Iris complained, but Long Jinjing didn't budge. She continued to grumble, but, in the end, she understood Long Jinjing's point. Fine, you're right. I'll just have to inform my manager and the others that I can't give them free samples anymore, Iris muttered. Long Jinjing sighed in relief. Persuading someone like Iris who had a strong, stubborn streak was quite challenging. Fortunately, Iris had an open mind and would listen to reason. Long Jinjing was glad that she was able to make his sister understand that being too generous wasn't always good when it came to business, especially for a company as new as theirs. Orchidia Beauty's finances were now tightly regulated by Long Jinjing. She guarded the company's money like an evil dragon guarding her treasure trove. One thing that she wasn't allowed to restrict, however, was the product development team. Auric Bauer was given first priority of the company's funds to develop products. It was part of Iris' original agreement with him. But of course, he was only allowed this kind of privilege as long as his research and development benefited Orchidia Beauty. Long Jinjing could only sigh at the astronomical expenses of the product development team, even though she knew that the products were the lifeblood of the company. It was just her instinct as the CFO to save as much money as possible. Xiao Yu, Iris' personal financial manager who temporarily held the company's CFO position, was relieved when Long Jinjing came along. He approved of Long Jinjing's strict control of the company's finances. Managing the young Miss Xiaolan's personal finances is already very challenging on its own. Now I don't have to suffer the headache of managing her company's finances as well, he thought to himself. His job became even more exciting and complicated when Iris allocated a large part of her wealth to be invested within the Cross Academy's exclusive business network. The Academy's business network spanned the entire globe, consisting of some of the most lucrative investment opportunities in the industry. Jin Corporation was a member of this network because of Grandpa Liu. Almost all of the Cross Academy alumni and partners signed their businesses up as members in this exclusive network. The goal was to support each other and profit together. It also benefited the members because their businesses were backed by the legendary Cross Academy. Iris submitted a membership application for her Gold Heights company, but it was rejected. It being gifted to her without any effort from her worked against her. She could only sigh at the rejection and shrug it off. As for Planet Monkey, it needed to reach a certain profit threshold first before it could qualify for consideration. Iris planned on submitting applications for both Planet Monkey and Orchidia Beauty in the future to make them members of the Academy's exclusive business network. Managing all of these was Xiao Yu. Exploring and navigating the impressive business network of Cross Academy was like a dream come true for him. It felt like he just ascended from the mortal plane to join the realm of immortals. No, that was incorrect. He was just an emissary sent to represent Long Xiaolan, aka Iris Long, who was the real member of this exclusive network of immortals. Ever since he discovered this exclusive network, Xiao Yu felt like he had just discovered his real purpose in life. He already achieved the goal of making Iris a billionaire in China at the age of 20. Although Iris didn't give him a new goal, he made up another one for her instead. In China, you're already a billionaire. But in a global scale, you're just a multimillionaire. I'm going to make you a certified billionaire in the world, not only in China, before you're 25. And you don't need to marry into the Jin family to do that. I'll make you a billionaire in your own right, he promised her. Iris' eyebrows rose after hearing Xiao Yu's promise. She was already comfortable with her current financial position because it was allowing her to pursue her ambitions freely and independently. She didn't really have that much of a desire to become a billionaire on a global scale, at least at the moment. That wasn't her goal from the beginning, anyway. Her goal was to have enough resources to pursue her dreams and to live a life of freedom and independence on her own terms. Then Jin Liwei came along. Her life plans had to change a bit to include him now, too. However, it seemed that her personal financial manager had a different idea about what was enough resources. In his definition, it was to become a billionaire on a global scale. And she wasn't against it. In fact, she liked it. She nodded in approval. Good. This way I'll have more dowry when I marry Jin Liwei. Not that he minds whether I bring in dowry or not. Mr. Xiao, go ahead and do what you think is needed. After receiving her permission, Xiao Yu immediately focused on making Iris many times wealthier than she already was. He invested her wealth using the Cross Academy's exclusive business network. Compared to the world-level investors like Sir Liu Jianhong and even Jin Liwei, she was still considered a pipsqueak based on her level of wealth. It's time to change that. She'll surely become the next powerful dragon who will astound the entire business world. And one of the key figures who will make that happen is me, Xiao Yu. Waha! He cackled in excitement and rubbed his hands together, looking very much like an evil villain plotting world domination. ####. The news about Long Jingjing and her friend Chen Fei rejecting Long Industries' job offers after their graduation to work instead for Iris Company spread among the entire Long clan. In addition to this, they confirmed that Long Industries already started shipping for Iris Company. And they weren't some small-scale shipments either. These were big shipments from different parts of the world being delivered to her mysterious company. Long Jufang called for a secret meeting at his home. Most of the elders and other key relatives gathered together to discuss Iris' recent rise to prominence and her potential impact on the Long family. The meeting was secret in the sense that the main family and the branch families supporting it weren't informed about the gathering. The most powerful elders, Long Jufang and Long Meng, led the meeting. It lasted for several hours until the sky turned dark. After the meeting, the participants left Long Jufang's home. Discontent was obvious in their expressions. It seemed that the meeting didn't go well. One of the participants during the meeting, Long Xiaoping, drove away in a hurry. Less than an hour later, he arrived at Long Jian and Zhu Ning's home. Inside the living room, Long Xiaoping relayed everything that happened during the secret meeting to Long Jian and his mother, Zhu Ning. Elder Jufang wants the clan to support young Miss Xiulan to become the next head of the family and Long Industries. He says that she's currently the best candidate to succeed your father because of her recent accomplishments, not to mention that she's engaged to be married to Sir Liu Jianhong's grandson. This means that she'll also become the next Madame Liu. Elder Jufang's plan is to make young Miss Xiulan both Madame Liu and the Long family head. This will ensure that our Long clan will ascend to the same level of status as the Liu family. What did you say? They want that little slut to become the next head. Have they gone crazy? Zhu Ning shrieked at the top of her lungs, looking absolutely furious. Long Jian's expression darkened. Long Jufang is the most powerful elder in the clan. His words have great influence. If he wants to support Long Xiulan, then the others will also follow suit. Not necessarily, Long Xiaoping told them. What do you mean, Uncle Xiaoping? Long Jian asked. Elder Ming surprisingly disagrees with Elder Jufang. She wants young Master Hui to remain as the heir. After all, the young master is the one who was trained since childhood to become the next head. She thinks that he is still the best candidate to succeed cousin Tingfei. However, she doesn't like the young master's fiancé and their their son. She wants to separate them and find a more suitable marriage partner for the young master. If I remember correctly, Elder Ming was the one who pushed for the union between young Master Hui and Wu Qianqi the most. Her branch family also had the closest relationship with the Wus. She was the most upset when the friendship between the Wus and our Long family was destroyed, Long Xiaoping explained. Zhu Ning snorted. I bet that hag received a promise from the Wus to favor her branch family after Wu Qianqi marries that swine Long Hui. So of course she's going to be upset. Please continue, Uncle Xiaoping, Long Jian said. Long Xiaoping nodded. Elder Ming thinks that young Master Hui's only flaw is his fiancé and their son. She believes that taking them out of the picture and getting a more suitable wife for the young master will make him the best possible successor. So who has more supporters, Long Jufang or Long Ming? Long Jian asked. I'm not sure exactly, Long Xiaoping admitted. Both Long Jian and Zhu Ning looked dissatisfied by his answer. However, I can estimate, he quickly added. I'll say that at the moment, young Master Hui still has the most supporters. However, he already lost a lot of them in the last few months. Many of them decided to support young Miss Xiulan instead. Her supporters within the clan are growing by the day. The clan is currently divided into different camps. But there are more than just 2 camps. Obviously, young Master Hui and young Miss Xiaolan are the two biggest camps. However, I know for sure that some of the branch families are planning to fight for their own candidates as well. Of course, my branch family fully supports you, Jinner. We also already gotten the support of two other small branch families. Even though it's difficult for us to gain the support of the big branch families, we are quite successful in gathering individuals from different branches to support you. Oh, that's wonderful. Zhu Ning exclaimed in delight and nodded in approval. Son, you need to thank your Uncle Xiaoping for working hard on your behalf. Thank you, Uncle Xiaoping. The older man looked slightly embarrassed. He cleared his throat and waved his hand modestly. Don't be so formal. We're family. Besides, I personally believe that Jinner is the most suitable successor. He's intelligent and has the skills to lead not only the clan, but Long Industries as well. You're absolutely right. My son was transferred to the main company only recently, but he already got promoted to Deputy COO. How long did that swine Long Hui take before he got promoted to Deputy CFO? Years. It took him years. But my son only needed months. It's already obvious who's better between the two of them. My son is the best among Teng Fei's children. Of course, it's because I'm the mother. Zhu Ning laughed in a mixture of pride and glee. Long Jin smiled. He was also extremely pleased by his recent accomplishment. He worked so hard to become the most useful member of the COO's team. He worked overtime almost every day and made sure that all of his work was of the highest quality. It didn't take long until the COO made Long Jian accompany him everywhere. He became indispensable to the COO, even more so than the man's own assistants. So when the deputy COO quit because of personal issues, the COO immediately appointed Long Hui, bypassing the order of seniority. Of course, Long Hui accepted. He didn't give a fuck about those grumbling and discontent because they were bypassed for the promotion. This happened after the International Business Conference. Jinner, congratulations, Long Xiaoping said. Thank you, uncle. Then Long Jian became serious again. Never did I expect that my youngest sister, Long Xiaolan, will become my biggest threat. Don't call that little slut your sister. Zhu Ning scolded. You're an only child. You don't have any siblings. That fucker and those sluts don't deserve to be called your siblings. First, it was that fucker Hui and Xiaolan slut teaming up. Now, even that Jinjing slut joined together with Xiaolan slut. It's obvious that they're teaming up against you because they're afraid of your brilliance, my son, because they know that you're the most worthy successor of your father. Long Jian listened to everything his mother said. He also began to believe that his own siblings were teaming up against him. Don't worry, my son. I'll make sure to place you as the next head of the Long family and Long Industries before I die. They have to crawl over my dead body before they can wrench that title away from you. I'd even sell my soul to the devil just so you can succeed. Just do your best and continue to work hard, my dear son. Leave everything to mother. Zhu Ning's promise reassured Long Jian and calmed his troubled heart. On the other hand, it made Long Xiaoping shiver. He momentarily imagined Zhu Ning as the devil herself before he shook his head, dismissing his overactive imagination. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. The executive van carrying Iris and Dom entered the massive gates of the property. It would take about 20 minutes before they reached the mansion. The sky was already dark. Dom was currently taking a nap, while Iris was deep in her own thoughts. She had turned 21 years old some time ago. Not long afterwards, Jin Liwei also celebrated his birthday and turned 32. Recently, she read an online article about how semen volume decreased with age. Although it was still possible for men to remain fertile until they were 60 years of age, conceiving became more difficult. Iris was still young, so she wasn't too worried about herself. Besides, she wasn't ready to give birth to her own children yet. On the other hand, Jin Liwei already mentioned that he was ready to have children with her anytime. Although he already told her that he was willing to wait until she was ready, he wasn't getting any younger. Yes, he was currently still in his prime and was extremely virile, but the article she read caused her some concern. I wonder if there are ways to delay the decline of semen volume, or maybe even boost it. I need to search this up, she murmured. Or maybe I should ask a doctor. Dr. Ching? Or maybe second brother. I'll have to think more about this. Jin Liwei had no idea that his baby girl was thinking of making him undergo another round of her weird experiments. But whatever it was, he would surely offer his body as her personal test subject to do as she pleased. Finally, the van reached the mansion. Iris woke up Dom. It was already late in the evening. They came from shooting a music video with Jin Liwei. It was for the song he composed after Jin Liwei's suggestion that he compose his own song instead of making major changes to Iris' song. Since Jin Liwei wasn't allowed to make any major changes to the love song, Iris wasn't also allowed to interfere with his song's composition. But before they were able to shoot the music video, they had to learn and rehearse the dance choreography for a few weeks first. They had to squeeze their rehearsal times into their busy schedules. It was exhausting, but at the same time, she also found it fun and exciting because this was her first time performing a song like this. The song reminded her of Jin Liwei. The first time she rehearsed it in front of Jin Liwei at their home gym while he was working out, he suddenly lost control. He grabbed her and made love with her right on the floor. Good thing he always kept a couple of condoms in his pocket wherever he went just for moments like this. After that, she made several attempts to rehearse in front of him because she wanted to hear his opinions about the performance. However, he would lose control and make love with her every single time. It reached a point that whenever Iris wanted to make love, she would perform the song in front of him. She was never disappointed because he would always lose control and make her scream in pure pleasure afterwards. Iris smiled while remembering how hot her darling would become whenever he lost control of his desire for her. The delicious memories made her forget the aches in her body from shooting the music video with Jin Liwei during the week. She felt relieved that they finally completed shooting the music video earlier today. As for the love song she composed, they already finished recording it. JJ also completed its post-production and then submitted it to the TV drama producers. The love song was quickly approved and would be officially released a few days before the TV drama premiered in autumn this year. Back to the present, Iris and Dom climbed out of the van and entered the mansion. They walked into the grand foyer but stopped in their tracks at the sight that welcomed them. Thousands of red rose petals rained over them from the ceiling, flooding the wide expanse of the marble floor like crimson carpet. A full symphony orchestra, the one Iris always performed with, were arranged in a spectacular manner on the twin grand staircases. They played beautiful, romantic music as soon as Iris and Dom arrived. Jin Liwei slowly walked over the carpet of red rose petals. In his arms, he carried a huge bouquet of flowers filled with mostly carnations and roses. There were even some real crystals weaved into the bouquet. They sparkled under the chandelier lights. Kaya! Dom squealed and pretended to faint. Iris didn't notice Dom's antics because all of her attention was on her darling. Jin Liwei looked so handsome that he took her breath away. She just stood there and stared at him like an idiot. Cough, cough, like a woman in love. Finally, Jin Liwei stopped in front of her. He handed her the huge bouquet of flowers. For you. Happy first anniversary, love, he told her. Thank you, darling. Happy Annie, huh? What? Iris' smile transformed into a confused expression. Her brows furrowed as she quickly combed her mind to confirm whether today was really their anniversary. The process only took a few seconds. Darling, today is not our anniversary. I'm certain of it. Some of the musicians were so shocked hearing her words that they stopped playing. The mansion's household staff who were watching close by almost tripped on their own feet. Their eyes widened, looking at their master in disbelief. Did he forget the date of their anniversary? Dom stopped squealing, closed his eyes, and placed his index fingers on his temples. He strained hard to remember whether today was really his boss and Sir Boss anniversary. Then his eyes opened. He also looked at Jin Liwei in confusion. Sir Boss, Boss is right. Today is not your anniversary. You're a few days too early. Everyone gasped. The music completely stopped, followed by an awkward silence. They couldn't believe that Jin Liwei would make such a dreadful mistake like this. The household staff already started retreating, afraid to face the wrath of their mistress. Jin Liwei frowned. No, today is our anniversary. Iris was already feeling unhappy. No, you're wrong. It's not today. Love, it's today. I'm sure of it, he insisted. I said no. The musicians and the household staff all flinched at her raised voice. A lone red petal fell from the ceiling and landed on the tip of her nose before falling to the floor with the rest of the rose petal carpet. Iris looked at the huge bouquet in her hands, at all the flowers and the other romantic decorations, at the musicians, and finally at Jin Liwei. It was obvious that he put in a lot of effort to prepare all of these for her. I'm sorry, darling. She threw herself into his chest. His arms immediately wrapped around her. She felt him kiss the top of her head. I didn't mean to shout at you. I'm feeling tired, plus it's also your fault because you got the date of our anniversary wrong. But I appreciate all of these. Everything looks beautiful. Thank you. My pleasure, love. But I told you. I didn't get it wrong. Today is our anniversary. He continued to insist. Annoyed, Iris bit him on his chest. He grunted, but otherwise allowed her to bite him. Oh, I get it now, Dom suddenly exclaimed. Maybe Sir Boss is too excited to celebrate your anniversary that he decided to celebrate it early. I'm right, aren't I? Ehehe. That's so romantic and cute. Really? Iris asked. Jin Liwei frowned. Of course I'm excited. But no, today's celebration is correct because it's our anniversary. Exactly at this date 1 year ago, Shilon and I had our first kiss. So it's our anniversary today. Dom was taken aback. Huh. Iris' expression mirrored Dom's. The symphony orchestra musicians on the double grand staircases all leaned forward, while the household staff edged closer. They all pricked their ears to listen. Are you serious? Iris asked. She looked up at Jin Liwei in disbelief. Of course, I'm serious, he replied. And indeed, his expression showed that he was. She released a heavy sigh. Darling, didn't I already tell you that I don't acknowledge being in a relationship with you before you officially asked me and I agreed to be your girlfriend? I don't understand why you would think that we became lovers when you first kissed me. I remember wanting to punch you on the face that time. I even borderline hated you. The eyes of the symphony orchestra musicians and the household staff widened. Wow, they didn't know about this. How interesting. They all leaned forward a bit more to the point that some of the musicians almost fell down the stairs. Fortunately, their colleagues caught them. A hint of sulkiness appeared on Jin Liwei's expression when he heard that she hated him in the past. However, it quickly disappeared, and he became subdued remembering how he acted that time. He was such an asshole back then, not to mention his despicable role in hiding the truth about the car crash that almost killed her and sent her into coma. Thinking more deeply about the matter, it was actually quite surprising that he was able to make her fall in love with him. Fate really intertwined their lives in mysterious ways. All of the challenges that they faced to be where they were at now made him love her more. And now they were even engaged. If things went according to plan, they would get married, have babies and create their dream family together. He was looking forward to achieving all of these. Looking at his baby girl's exasperated expression, Jin Liwei framed her beautiful face between his hands. Stroking her soft cheeks, he told her in a low voice, "Thank you for loving me, Long Xiaolon, or whoever you are." Iris' exasperation instantly melted, replaced by a warm and fluffy feeling inside. She couldn't stop herself from smiling at his words. Jin Liwei, you're annoying, but I also love that about you. Still annoying, though. One corner of his mouth curved up into a lopsided half-smirk. Kaiwea? Ah, my heart. Dom squealed and clutched his chest in a dramatic manner. The household staff looked visibly relieved that their master and mistress weren't going to fight and were acting lovey-dovey again. They already learned that their mistress could be just as scary as their master when she was angry. What scared them was her unpredictability. With their master, they already knew what he was like when he was angry. His was more of a cold fury that transformed the entire mansion into frozen hell. In contrast, they didn't know exactly what to expect whenever their mistress was angered. Sometimes, she would also go into cold fury like their master. However, there were times when she would go into explosive rages, wreaking destruction throughout the mansion. These instances happened quite often after the night she attended her father's birthday party. The first time they experienced one of her explosive rages, they were all shocked and frightened out of their wits. She was furious at something she read online and smashed her tablet on the floor. Then she went on a smashing spree in one of the lounge rooms. She only calmed down after their master arrived and sweet-talked her. When she had these frightening mood swings a few more times, it reached a point that the butler couldn't hold it in any longer. He talked to Jin Liwei. "Master, I think the mistress is pregnant. Should I buy a few home pregnancy tests? Or should I make an appointment with a doctor to come here to personally examine her?" "Calm down. She's not pregnant," Jin Liwei assured his butler. "Although I wouldn't mind if she was. We've been using the condoms you're providing us without fail." The butler didn't look convinced. "Master, condoms aren't 100% effective. Besides, the mistress' mood swings have become too extreme lately. She's usually calm and unaffected, but this time, she loses control so easily. Yes, she's usually calm and unaffected, but she also has this side. She just doesn't show it often, Jin Liwei replied calmly. He remembered the time when she lost control and attacked him after he confessed to her that he hid the truth about her car crash. Her recent explosive rages reminded him of that time. This is also a part of her, so we should just accept it, Jin Liwei told his butler. Don't worry about this anymore. Advise the rest of the household staff not to take her rages personally. She's just stressed out right now. Besides, she feels sorry after raging. Despite their master's reassurances, the household staff still believed that their mistress was pregnant. They treated her with more care and fed her nutritious food. Then after some time, she stopped having these explosive rages. She was back to her usual calm self. They also noticed that she became more expressive and warmer when interacting with them. It was only then that they believed their master's reason that she was only stressed out and not really pregnant. Nevertheless, the household staff remained watchful of her mood. Having experienced her explosive rages before, they wanted to be prepared for when she exploded again in the future. Back to the present, the household staff felt like they just avoided a natural disaster from happening. As for the musicians, they wished they brought some popcorn to snack on while watching such an entertaining real-life drama happening right before their eyes. They were glad to have accepted this gig from Jin Liwei. Of course, they needed to sign an NDA first before they were allowed to perform at this private romantic event. When they discovered that Jin Liwei, the president-CEO of Jin Corporation, was actually Iris' real fiancé, they were all extremely shocked. Many of them were already friends with Iris from working closely together on her music. Their admiration for her only increased after learning who her real fiancé was. If it were any other women, they would have already bragged about their relationship with Jin Liwei and used him to their advantage. But not Iris. She did things her way and used her own abilities, instead of relying on a man for everything. As for the lovey-dovey couple, they had already forgotten that there were other people around them. They had become too preoccupied with each other as usual that they even failed to hear Dom's loud squealing and cheering. Darling, I still don't recognize today as our anniversary, but since you already made all of this effort, let's not waste it. Let's call it our pre-anniversary celebration instead. We can celebrate our real anniversary again on the actual date, which is in a few days, Iris said. Jin Liwei could only sigh. In his mind, today was really their anniversary. But his baby girl had spoken, and according to her, today wasn't their anniversary yet. All right, love. I understand. We'll do this again in a few days. She giggled. Our pre-anniversary is already so extravagant. Let's do something much simpler on our actual anniversary. If that's what you want. Anything for you. I'll plan it. No, love. You're too busy. You'll be too exhausted if you add this one more thing to your schedule. Leave this to me, okay? MMN. Okay. Thank you, darling. Happy pre-anniversary. I love you. She stood on her tippy toes and gave him a chaste kiss on the lips. One of his arms circled around her waist, pulling her closer. Against his body, the huge bouquet got squished between them. His other hand squeezed her plump butt through her dress. Happy pre-anniversary. I love you more. Always, he told her before kissing her deeply. The symphony orchestra started playing romantic music again, serenading the two lovers kissing above the carpet of red rose petals. A few days later, Iris and Jin Liwei finally celebrated their actual anniversary. She told him that she wanted a much simpler celebration this time compared to the extravagant surprise he prepared a few days earlier. However, this was Jin Liwei. The man had a different definition of simple compared to normal people. Even more so now that he was doing it for his beloved baby girl. His already high standards increased even more when it came to Iris. In just a few days, he had one of the mansion's rotundas transformed into an enchanting man-made indoor forest filled with trees. Many of them bore delicious fruits, crawling vines, and a variety of beautiful, colorful flowers. There were even some butterflies, dragonflies, ladybugs, and bees flying around. In addition to this, he had a freaking koi pond built in the center of this man-made forest. In the middle of the pond was an islet where a romantic dinner table was prepared for the lovers. A scenic stone bridge allowed people to reach the islet. When Iris arrived home in the evening from work, nobody was around. Even Dom mysteriously made some excuses, saying that he needed to talk to his sister Clover about something important. so he would be sleeping at the penthouse tonight. Dom brought ice cream and popcorn with him. She knew that today was her anniversary with Jin Liwei. Her darling must have told everyone to make themselves scarce. As soon as she stepped inside the mansion, she received a text from Jin Liwei directing her on where to go. Excitement pumped within her as she walked along the empty hallways to the place Jin Liwei told her to go. Actually, the mansion wasn't completely devoid of people. She saw some of the staff scurrying away to hide when they saw her. She chuckled in amusement at their actions. It seemed that Jin Liwei wanted to give her the impression that there were only the two of them in the mansion. His arrangements were making her wonder what he had prepared for their actual anniversary. Along the way, she encountered wooden signposts, made to look old and rustic, leading her to the destination. Her excitement heightened with every signpost. Finally, she arrived at the transformed rotunda. She gasped and stared at the wondrous place in amazement. The gentle sound of water from the pond was the first thing she heard. But with her great ears, she could faintly hear an instrumental fairy-like Celtic music in the background. She couldn't see any musicians, so the music must be coming from speakers somewhere. The music made the atmosphere magical. Her eyes scanned the place, admiring the forest's natural beauty, although it was man-made. Then her sight zeroed in on the tall figure standing on the islet at the center of the pond. Jin Liwei was wearing casual clothing, a simple polo shirt and black jeans. He should look out of place in the forest with his outfit, but his aura was like that of a cold and powerful elven king. His eyes became gentle when she arrived. He extended his hand and beckoned her to come to him. Without waiting any longer, Iris ran towards her darling. The koi fishes swam away, startled by her running over the stone bridge. Once she reached the islet, she leaped and threw herself to Jin Liwei. He caught her in a tight embrace. Their mouths immediately locked in a passionate kiss. At that moment, the magical background music gradually became louder. The lovers felt like they were both transported into a fantasy land of fairies and elves. As a result, the passionate kiss became gentle and lingering. They chose to savor each other's tastes, instead of trying to devour each other hungrily. Beautiful. Iris breathed into his mouth when the kiss ended. This place is incredibly beautiful. He gazed at her with half-lidded eyes, a soft smile on his lips. You're the most beautiful, love. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary, she replied with a delighted laugh. Still hugging him, she looked around the place. She couldn't stop smiling. The place was just marvelous. You like it? He asked. I love it. We'll keep it, then. I had this built just for you. You can relax here whenever you want, he told her. Instead of replying, she gave him a loud, smacking kiss on the lips to demonstrate her appreciation for his surprise. She had already forgotten her request for a simple anniversary celebration. Then, as if on cue, some of the household staff quietly appeared to deliver food for the two of them. We greet the master and the mistress a happy anniversary. The butler greeted them first. Then the chef and the others followed suit. Happy anniversary. Jin Liwei nodded. Although he wasn't showing much expression, these people already knew him well after working for him for so many years. They could tell that he was very happy. Thank you, everyone. Iris replied for both of them instead. The joy was obvious in her voice. The lovers enjoyed a special dinner prepared by the chef. It was light, nutritious, and very delicious. After dinner, they started walking around the forest and chatted about their day. They also reminisced about the special memories they had of their relationship while gazing at the stars above. The glass dome of the rotunda allowed them to see the night sky directly above them, making them feel as if they were actually in a natural forest instead of inside the mansion. Let's go to bed, Jin Liwei said after noticing her eyes getting heavy. Iris hesitated. She wanted to stay longer. The place was so relaxing that it melted all of her tiredness from working the entire day. It might just become her new favorite place in the mansion. Love, it's getting late. I don't want you to be sleep-deprived. We still need to wake up early tomorrow for work. Let's go for now, he urged her. You can always return here whenever you want. Okay. Giving a last look at the place, Iris left together with Jin Liwei. They held hands all the way to their bedroom suite. Once inside, the sleepy Iris suddenly became energetic after seeing something. Oh, it's here. Come, darling. I'll show my anniversary gift for you, Iris said, pulling him by the hand to the suite's lounge room. Jin Liwei followed her. He already saw the large wrapped rectangular object propped against the wall. Open it, she told him, her voice filled with anticipation. All right. He started unwrapping the object. Based on its shape and the wrapping material, he already had an idea of what it was. However, he didn't know what it would look like. He looked forward to seeing it. Iris helped him, so that they could unwrap it more quickly. The object was huge. It was almost as tall as Iris. And very heavy too. Finally, the object was completely unwrapped, revealing a vibrant painting enclosed in gold-gilded frame. Jin Liwei gasped as soon as he saw the image depicted on the painting. It took his breath away and flooded his mind with one of the best memories of his life. Standing beside him, Iris held his hand. The two of them admired the painting together. It showed the two of them kissing in front of a cascading waterfall. The scene was from when she finally confessed her love for him at the waterfall in the Swiss Alps at Cross Academy. However, the painting took on a more fantasy-like interpretation of the scene. In the painting, Iris was a beautiful forest nymph while Jin Liwei was a mighty water spirit king. Nature celebrated around them. The most incredible element of the painting was the clear love depicted between Iris and Jin Liwei as they kissed each other. Anyone who saw the painting would be able to tell that the two were in love. Iris turned to look at him. "Happy anniversary, darling." He didn't reply, too engrossed at the painting. So she asked, "You like it?" "Yes, so much." He looked at her. "It perfectly symbolizes how I felt when you finally said that you love me. So magical, like I just became the king of the world because I was finally able to gain the love of my beloved fairy queen." She bit her lower lip because she was smiling so much. That moment felt magical for me, too. It still is magical in my memories. That's why I had it commissioned like this, to focus more on our feelings rather than replicating the actual real-life scene. Jin Liwei nodded in approval. Then he read the small golden plaque at the bottom of the painting. "Fall by a Chandra Knight's Son." What a perfect title. It was the moment you confessed that you've finally fallen in love with me in a place that has a waterfall. And I've also fallen more deeply in love with you. Then, yes, Ashandra is a genius at capturing the deeper meaning of things in her art. And she's such a good friend because despite being busy with her other works, she still accepted my commission request for this painting. I requested this from her months ago for our anniversary. That's why I was so confused when you claimed that our anniversary was a few days ago. The painting hadn't arrived yet that time, she explained. His eyebrows rose before chuckling. "Oh, I see. So that's why." He looked at the painting again. "You've gifted me a treasure, love. Ashandra Knightson's works are popular, and they always sell well at auctions. What's more, it's not easy acquiring her works. Others will be so envious of me once they learn that I now have one of her paintings." Iris looked pleased at his reaction. "Thank you, love." "You're welcome, darling." The two of them kissed, mirroring their images shown on the painting. "Now it's my turn. Wait here," Jin Liwei told her before walking to one of the drawers, pulling out a thick envelope. He returned and handed it to her. "My present for you." Iris blinked a few times. Was this DJVU or what? "Open it, love," he urged her. She opened the envelope and read the thick documents inside. Her eyes went blank for a couple seconds before looking at Jin Liwei in disbelief. "Darling, you bought me a company again?" It's a small French perfumery called Sang Bleu," Jin Liwei confirmed. Iris alternated looking at him and at the purchase of business agreement in her hands. The documents were written in 3 languages, Chinese, French, and English. The pile was certainly thicker than the documents she received for Gold Heights last Christmas. She didn't know exactly what to feel at the moment. Why did the man keep on buying companies for her? At this rate, she would end up owning all of the companies in the world if he kept on buying and gifting them to her on every single special occasion. "Darling, why?" she asked, feeling exasperated. At the same time, she also found him adorable. He reminded her of their cats. Both Ice Cream and Popcorn loved bringing them goodies as a display of their affection. The goodies included their toys, Dom's newly laundered socks. They couldn't handle the used ones. Popcorn once puked after smelling them, and some small dead animals like grasshoppers and birds. Jin Liwei was like the cats in the sense that he frequently gave her goodies as well. It was just that his definition of goodies were extravagant surprises and companies. "You don't like it?" he asked after realizing that she didn't look excited about his present. He looked a little hurt when he didn't get the reaction he expected. However, he quickly covered it up behind an impassive expression. His lips pressed into thin line. Then he grabbed the documents from her and marched away. "What are you doing?" Iris was horrified when she saw him toss the documents into the trash can. She ran in, picked up the documents from the trash. Darling, how could you? You don't want it, then it's useless. It belongs to the trash now, he said in a cold voice. Throw it away. Her chest hurt hearing the coldness in his tone. She immediately felt sorry for not reacting enthusiastically at his present for her. However, she didn't want to lie to him and give him a fake reaction. And even if she were to do that, he would probably detect that she was just pretending anyway. No, this is your anniversary present for me. I'm not going to throw it away, she said. Throw it. I'll get you another present, he replied. His voice was still cold. She didn't like this cold Jin Liwei, especially now that it was directed at her. Her eyes watered without her control, feeling guilty and hurt at the same time. But bubbling beneath these emotions was anger. How dare he act cold to her? There was a strong urge to lash out at him, but she quickly controlled it. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Let's go to sleep now. It's late, she heard him say. When she opened her eyes, he was already walking away. Her chest tightened as she watched him disappear in their bedroom without waiting for her. Huh? Were they fighting? Was this really happening during their anniversary? No. A sense of panic flooded her. Without thinking, she immediately ran after him. She didn't see him when she arrived at the bedroom. Her panic intensified. Hearing some noise from the bathroom, she tossed the documents on the bed and headed there. She found him removing his belt in front of the sink. He was already shirtless. She was momentarily distracted by his naked torso, his wide shoulders, muscled chest, and hard abs. She almost drooled. She shook her head out of her daze, trying not to think too much of his deliciousness. This wasn't the right moment. He only gave her a glance before ignoring her. Then he proceeded to brush his teeth, acting as if she wasn't even there. Darling, she called in a small voice. However, he didn't reply. He continued brushing his teeth. Don't be mad anymore. Okay. No answer. Darling, I'm sorry. Still no answer. The anger burst forth from within her. Jin Liwei, why are you ignoring me? You're being so childish. Answer me, she shouted in frustration. When he still didn't respond, her eyes filled up with tears. She was feeling sorry, hurt, and angry all at the same time. This combination of emotions didn't feel good at all. She roughly wiped her eyes with her hands, not wanting to cry, but the frustration was starting to get the best of her. Yes, she acknowledged that it was her fault for not appreciating his present for her. She now realized that she hurt his feelings. She felt sorry, but did he have to react so strongly and coldly like this? Although she wanted to blame him too, she didn't want them to fight, especially since it was their anniversary today. She walked behind him and hugged him by the waist. Her chest pressed against his back. He froze a little, but otherwise continued ignoring her while rinsing his mouth. It frustrated her even further. Reining in her temper, she forced herself to calm down. Darling, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad anymore. Let's not fight, okay? When he continued to ignore her, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She quietly burst into tears behind him. She pressed her face against his back to prevent herself from sobbing aloud. Jin Liwei stiffened when he felt something wet on his back. His heart jumped in dread. Love, he called out to her. He became alarmed when he felt her tremble. His back became increasingly wet. His heart sank. Are you crying? He asked and tried to turn to look at her. However, her hands tightened around his waist, preventing him from doing so. When he heard soft whimpers behind him, he used his strength to forcefully untangle her hands from around his waist and turned to look at her. Then he finally saw her weeping face. Torrents of tears flowed down her eyes. Her cheeks were completely wet. Huge drops of tears dripped down on her dress and to the floor. She was biting her lips so hard that they began to bleed, just because she didn't want to cry loudly. Fuck, I messed up, was all he could think about. He immediately pulled her into his embrace. No, please don't cry. Love, my baby girl. Please, no. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. All of these words tumbled out of his lips in a panic. He leaned back from the embrace to look at her. Her face was completely wet and her lips were bleeding. He grabbed a towel from the rack and wiped the blood first before using the other parts of the towel to wipe her tears. I'm sorry, love. I didn't mean it. Don't cry anymore, please. She opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't because of the intensity of her weeping. He pulled her again into his embrace. He kissed her head and rubbed her back to soothe her while murmuring apologies to her. Then she finally broke her silence and started wailing against his chest. Hurt and anger poured from her loud cries, echoing throughout the entire bathroom. The sound tore painfully at his heart. Jin Liwei, why you're an asshole? Yes, I'm an asshole. I'm sorry. She cried harder. Why am I in love with an asshole? He could only tighten his embrace around her. Today is our anniversary, you jerk. Why are we fighting? She tried pushing him away, but he didn't let her go. She wanted to stop her pathetic crying, but couldn't. It was as if a dam broke inside her and started gushing without her control. We're fighting because of a damn company? Huh, Jin Liwei? Why you're going to fight me because of a fucking company? His heart twisted hearing her words. The fact that she was cursing when she usually didn't was already an indication of how upset she felt. With every heartbreaking cry she released, his heart felt like it was tearing into pieces. He was completely regretting his immature behavior earlier. He was hurt by her unenthusiastic reaction. He didn't feel appreciated when he made all the effort of making her happy. He allowed the hurt to cloud his maturity. Looking directly at her eyes, he told her, "No, we're not going to fight because of a company. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking clearly. Forgive me. I love you so much." Iris cried harder after hearing him say he loved her. "I love you too, why you asshole." A faint smile lightened his remorseful expression. He continued embracing her, as she continued to sob all over his naked chest. She cried for a long time, releasing all of her frustrations in one go. Her sobs gradually became whimpers until she completely stopped crying. When she finished, she felt utterly exhausted. Jin Liwei lifted her chin. Her eyes, nose and lips were now red and swollen. But to him, she looked so beautiful. He dipped his head and gently kissed the side of her swollen lips, avoiding the part she bit so he wouldn't hurt her. "Forgive me?" he asked. She nodded. He instantly felt relieved. "Forgive me too?" she asked next. "Of course, love." Finally, she started to smile a little. It was like bright sunshine peeking through stormy clouds. She playfully punched him on the chest. "Happy anniversary, asshole." He chuckled softly. Happy anniversary, love." French for blue blood. The two showered together and dressed in their pajamas. Before they went to bed, Jin Liwei treated Iris' bitten lips first. Even though the bleeding already stopped, the sight of her wound made him want to beat himself up. "I'm okay. It doesn't hurt," she assured him after seeing his pained expression. "Don't lie. I know it hurts." "Well, okay. Maybe a little." Then she pointed at her lips with a finger. "Why don't you kiss it so it won't hurt anymore?" He chuckled and immediately kissed her gently, careful not to hurt the wound. She learned this trick from little June and Jiang Yingyu. Little June would cry whenever he got hurt. "June ouchie. Kiss ouchie, mommy." And Jiang Yingyu would always kiss him while saying, Pain, go away." Iris didn't understand how kissing would make the pain go away. "That's so stupid." "Yingyu," she told her friend, straight to the point as always. Jing Yingyu was too preoccupied by her son to reply to Iris. However, she gave her a knowing look which only confused Iris. "There." Mommy kissed the pain away. "It's gone now. Does it still hurt, little June?" Jiang Yingyu asked her son. "No mo ouchie, mommy." Little June answered with a big smile, even though there were still tears in his eyes. "What? It's really effective." Iris was amazed. After that, she started asking Jin Liwei to kiss her whenever she got physically hurt. Of course, he was more than willing to do it. Anything for his baby girl. Back to the present, Iris and Jin Liwei headed to their bed. A large wall-mounted waterfall fountain was recently installed at the far end of the room. It was larger and much more elaborate than the one they had in their bedroom at the penthouse. This fountain even had its own mini pond, acting as a natural humidifier for their room. Another addition to their bedroom was the framed neckties hanging on the wall above their bed's headboard. To Jin Liwei, it was his most precious artwork displayed in their bedroom. Jin Liwei saw the purchase of business agreement on top of the bed from when Iris tossed it earlier. He glared at it, blaming it for their fight. He now treated it as if it was a cursed object. He walked faster, intending to toss it, but Iris pulled him back. "Relax, darling. What happened earlier is my fault. It's not that I don't appreciate your present. I was just too surprised that you gifted me another company again. It caught me off guard, and I didn't know how to react. I'm sorry for not thinking about your feelings," she told him, remorseful. Don't worry about it anymore. I shouldn't have acted so immature as well. I made you cry. His expression turned dark when he remembered her crying face. So what if you're immature sometimes? You're only human, just like me. Besides, it's not only you. I also have the tendency to be immature and selfish sometimes, but you always indulge me and allow me to be myself. He chuckled and poked her nose. Yes, but you're already perfect just the way you are. I wouldn't change you for anything or anyone. Iris' heart skipped a beat. This man loved her so much, yet she was starting to take him for granted. She suddenly felt ashamed for cursing at him earlier. Her insensitivity hurt his feelings and caused them to fight, and yet, in the end, he was still the one who comforted her and apologized to her. Her eyes shone with tears, realizing how increasingly unfair she had been in their relationship. Now she could see that he was almost always the one giving way to her. How about her? Could the things she had done for him so far compare to all of the things he had done for her? Yes, they had a rough start when they just met. And indeed, he was such a big asshole in the early days of their relationship. But he had already changed so much since then. After the remnant inside her achieved revenge, Jin Liwei became the most loving and dedicated man to her. It was no wonder that she fell in love with him. Jin Liwei was now the most important man in her life, and the one she loved the most. Now, she couldn't imagine the rest of her life without him. Despite feeling like this, why hadn't she realized that she was starting to take him for granted? She could only blame herself for becoming too comfortable in their relationship. From now on, she would start rectifying her inadequacy. A relationship was built and nurtured by two people. She should begin doing her part and not let him do all the work. Seeing her becoming teary once again, Jin Liwei panicked. Love? What's wrong? Why are you crying? I'm sorry. He immediately apologized, even though he had no idea what he did wrong this time. Don't apologize anymore, especially if it's not your fault. Iris hugged his waist and looked up at his face. If I'm in the wrong, tell me so I know, because sometimes I have no idea. I never want to make you act cold to me anymore. I can't take it. It hurts. And don't spoil me too much, darling. I've become bad. Jin Liwei examined her expression. When he saw that she was serious, his mouth curved into a faint smile. All right, I'll tell you if you're in the wrong from now on. But I'm not going to stop spoiling you, because my beloved queen deserves all the pampering in the world. And you've become bad? Even if you become evil, I'll still love you. Liwei, you're the most romantic asshole ever. I love you so much. She giggled. He laughed. All of the tension and bad feelings melted away. His eyes danced with amusement. This romantic asshole will only love you, Long Xiaolan, or whoever you are. His promise made her heart skip a beat and filled her with overflowing happiness. Who am I? She whispered in a sultry voice. I'm Jin Liwei's woman, his lover, and his future wife. His eyes instantly darkened with desire. When Iris felt his erection against her stomach, her breath quickened and desire filled her as well. Let's make love, she told him. He didn't need any additional prompting. He lifted her and carried her to the bed. The purchase of business agreement was carelessly tossed onto a bedside table. They decided to take it slow tonight. Their fight earlier drained their emotions and energy. This time, they just wanted to feel the love and to take comfort from each other. Iris craved contact with him. She wanted to feel his weight on her, so she hugged him close. They kissed like they had all the time in the world. They licked and sucked, savoring each other's tastes instead of devouring. Iris' lip wound only stung at the start, but the slight pain was nothing compared to the pleasure he was feeding her. In between kissing, their pajamas and underwears were slowly removed. There was no rush. When they were both completely naked, Jin Liwei sat back and admired her flushed appearance. She looked so sexy. Likewise, Iris licked her lips while looking at his hot body. Her gaze fell on his erection, all ready for her. She wanted him so much. Maintaining eye contact with him, she spread her legs wide open. He loved it when she exposed herself to him like this. Her entrance glistened under the dim lights, all ready for him. Seeing how wet she was, Jin Liwei's erection twitched in excitement. He reached his hand and started fondling her wet entrance. Then he inserted 2 fingers inside her, thrusting them in and out. Iris' eyes fluttered close and her hips started moving in time with his fingers. Her soft moans fueled both of their desire. Liwei, please. He withdrew his now wet hand, and then stroked his erection, coating it with her juices. He quickly crawled across the big bed and took out a box of condoms from the bedside table's drawer. After sheathing himself, he returned and positioned himself between her legs. Iris reached between them and wrapped her hand around his hard length, guiding it to her entrance. They looked into each other's eyes as he slowly pushed himself inside her. They both groaned when he slid all the way inside. Jin Liwei lowered his body on top of her. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him for a passionate kiss as he started slowly moving his hips. He moved his tongue inside her mouth almost in the same way his hard length was grinding inside her wet heat. Using one elbow to support his weight, he kneaded her breast with his other hand. Iris pulled him lower, wanting their upper bodies to press against each other. She ran her hands all over his muscled back and caressed his hard legs with her toes. Their leisurely lovemaking allowed them to enjoy the moment more thoroughly. It also felt more intimate, as they gazed into each other's eyes while the pleasure gradually built inside them. Their hot breaths, soft moans, and groans intermingled into an erotic yet gentle harmony of passion. When the pleasure started intensifying, Jin Liwei closed his eyes and sped up his hips. His thrusts were shallow, but they went deep inside her. "Liwei, I'm going to come," she whimpered in between moans. "Me too." He quickly positioned his elbow above her shoulder while his other arm wrapped around her waist. Then he suddenly shifted gears. He pressed her body down with his weight and started pumping her furiously with just his hips. Iris cried out and shut her eyes. "Open your eyes," Jin Liwei told her. "Look at me." Her eyes opened. It was difficult keeping them open, but she didn't want to miss Jin Liwei's smoldering gaze. They orgasmed almost at the same time. He kissed her hard as he poured his release while inside her. She pressed her face against his neck, muffling her soft scream. Her inner contractions squeezed every drop of his release. This slow and tender lovemaking was subdued compared to their usual wildness, but their feelings for each other felt more intense this time. Jin Liwei gave Iris a final kiss on the mouth before sliding out of her. After discarding the used condom, he returned to lie beside her. He covered them with the duvet and pulled her into his arms, sighing in satisfaction. "Good night, love." "MMN. Good night," she murmured. "Happy anniversary, darling." "Happy anniversary." He nuzzled her hair before closing his eyes. The next morning, the lovers woke up at dawn with only a few hours of sleep. Iris forced herself out of bed to join Jin Liwei for breakfast, even though her work wouldn't start until later. He tried persuading her to return to bed, but she insisted on accompanying him. She took the time while Jin Liwei was showering and dressing up. In his business suit to fight off sleep and roll out of the bed. Groggy from the lack of sleep, Iris walked like a zombie with Jin Liwei out of their bedroom suite to the breakfast table. Ice cream and popcorn greeted them. The two cats were usually the ones who accompanied their daddy during breakfast whenever their mommy was still asleep. They also liked watching the chef cook and stealing some scraps of food when he wasn't looking. Iris carried the two cats in her arms. Ice cream had slimmed down a lot, although she was still bigger compared to popcorn. At least now the veterinarian didn't scold Dom anymore whenever he brought the cats for their regular checkup. However, they had to continue monitoring her weight because she had the tendency to overeat. While eating traditional Chinese breakfast of congee and a wide array of side dishes, Iris gradually became more awake. She chatted with Jin Liwei and was extra attentive to him, serving him food and doting on him, things that he usually did for her. Jin Liwei's eyebrows rose at her unusual behavior, but he didn't stop her. Why would he? He was immensely enjoying it. "Thank you very much." After pouring him more coffee, Iris hesitated a bit. She wanted to talk to him about something, but worried that it would ruin the nice atmosphere between them. He noticed her hesitation. "What is it, love? Tell me. Can you?" She cleared her throat and tried again. "Can you tell me more about your anniversary present for me? I want to know about the French perfumery you gifted me." Just like what she expected, his expression darkened. However, his voice was gentle when he replied to her. "Don't think about it anymore, love. I'll give you a better present soon. Darling, please, don't be like this." She grabbed his hand on top of the table and held it. "It's your anniversary present to me. I'll keep it. I really will." He clasped their hands together. "You don't have to force yourself to like it. Tell me more about it, then. I'll decide whether I like it or not after hearing more about it." "Okay." He took a few moments to think about it while sipping his coffee. Iris waited for him. She massaged his hand clasped with hers, hoping that by doing so would soften him. It was partly her fault anyway that he had become prejudiced against the French perfumery, blaming it for causing their fight last night. When he finished the entire cup of coffee without giving her an answer, she moved from her seat and sat on his lap instead. She gave him several smacking kisses on the cheeks, deciding to use the honey trap instead to persuade him. "Tell me, please," she asked again, batting her eyelashes at him. His mouth twitched seeing her puppy eyes. He immediately softened, but he was enjoying her honey trap, so he pretended to be unaffected. And it worked. His baby girl continued raining kisses all over his face and caressing him all over with her hands. After enjoying her tender, loving care for some time, he finally relented. "All right, I'll tell you about the perfumery." In clear and concise words, he described what the company was and how he was able to acquire it. Sang Bleu was an old French perfumery established more than 100 years ago. It was a family-owned business that originally catered to French aristocrats before gaining fans from other European nobilities and even some royalty. Times changed, but Sang Bleu refused to sell to regular people, stubbornly making their perfumes exclusive to people who had blue blood only. On one hand, it made their perfumes more desirable, but on the other hand, they were condemned for their discriminatory mindset. "Oh, they're just like the Longs," Iris commented. Jin Liwei chuckled. "I think you're forgetting that you're also a Long, love." She gave him a teasing smile. "That's only for now. I'll be Mrs. Jean in the future." His breath caught in his throat. Then the corner of his mouth curved into a smirk. "Oh, are you excited to become Mrs. Jean?" "Maybe," she replied, drawing circles on his chest with a finger. "I'll take that as a yes." She nodded. The two kissed playfully, nibbling on each other's lips. Iris' wound still hurt a bit, but she didn't mind it. Afterwards, Jin Liwei continued telling her the story of Sang Bleu. Even with the rise of the nouveau riche and the decline of the nobility's power and influence, Sang Bleu still didn't change. Their exclusive perfumes became increasingly associated with prejudice. To appear as inclusive as possible and to present a good image to the public, the perfumery's noble clientele began boycotting the perfumes. It came to a point that only a French marchioness was its sole client. When the lady died, Sang Bleu was also left on its last breaths. Its new owner was from the direct line of the family who owned the perfumery. However, she had no interest in trying to revive a bankrupt business, so she decided to sell it to the highest bidder instead. Unfortunately, there weren't many bidders who wanted a company with such a prejudiced reputation. That was until Jin Liwei came along. He came to know about Sang Bleu while chatting with French executives during the International Business Conference. After a rigorous inquiry about the perfumery, he decided to purchase it for his baby girl. The new owner immediately sold it to him, afraid that he would back out like everyone else if she tried raising the price. Iris tilted her head to the side after hearing about the perfumery's history. "It's already bankrupt?" "Darling, please explain. I don't understand why you would give me a bankrupt company." "Although it's now bankrupt and technically doesn't exist anymore, it still retains its high-end resources and connections in making perfumes. Don't forget that this was a company that catered to nobility and even royalty at some point. Remember when I discouraged you from accepting a perfume endorsement before? Didn't I? Suggest that you create your own line instead? I just thought that it would be easier for you to do that if I gift you the resources of Sang Bleu," he told her. Her eyes widened after hearing his explanation of why he gifted her another company for their anniversary. She felt guilty once again for not appreciating his present last night, hurting his feelings, and even causing them to fight. This man always thought about her. It seemed that she was always his #1 priority in whatever he did. His thoughtfulness touched her deeply. She hugged him around the neck and pulled him close to her. "I've decided to keep the perfumery. It's a perfect anniversary present." "Thank you, darling. You don't have to force yourself to like it, love. Don't worry. I can always sell it," he said. His voice was muffled because his face was squished against her breasts. He didn't complain because he was loving it. He even rubbed his face deeper in the valley between her soft mounds. She just woke up and wasn't wearing any bra underneath her pajamas and robe. "No, I'm already the new owner of Sang Bleu, so you can't sell it anymore without my consent," she said, enjoying the feeling of his head on her chest. After kissing her soft mounds on top of her clothes, Jin Liwei finally lifted his head and gave her a quick peck on the lips. "All right, do whatever you want to do with the perfumery. It's yours now," he told her. "Okay, I'll probably merge it with Orchidia Beauty. I'll have to discuss this with the Bauer siblings, my sister, and my friends first. Her mind was already thinking about the various possibilities of how she could make use of Sang Blue. And Jin Liwei looked pleased seeing her interest in the perfumery. This was the kind of reaction he was hoping for when he first gave Sang Blue as anniversary present. Her appreciation was delayed, but it was better late than never. Now that the matter about the perfumery he gifted her was resolved between them, any remaining tension in Jin Liwei's heart all melted away. His mood greatly improved, especially after their sweet lovemaking before they slept a few hours ago. What a perfect way to start a workday. They finished the rest of their breakfast because Jin Liwei needed to leave for work soon. Nevertheless, the lovers didn't feel rushed. They wanted to enjoy this simple moment of eating breakfast together. They chatted while watching their cats in amusement. Popcorn was running all around for his morning exercise, while ice cream was soaking the morning sunlight streaming in from the windows as she cleaned her beautiful blue-gray fur on the floor. Darling, I have decided on a perfect time to officially announce our relationship to the public, Iris suddenly said. Oh, when? He asked. She told him. When he heard about her idea, his eyes lit up and he nodded. That's a fantastic idea, love. It'll surely create a big splash. Very good, because I want everyone to know that you're mine and that we're engaged. I'll make sure to clear my work schedule for a few days during that time. I'm looking forward to it, she said. Are you really? He asked, his eyes inquisitive. Yes. So are you finally ready to become my wife? I don't know exactly if I'm ready or not, but what I do know is that I love you and you're the only man I want to marry. He nodded, satisfied by her answer. I love you too. So much. And you're also the only woman I want to marry. They grinned stupidly at each other until it was time for Jin Liwei to go. Iris saw him off from the main entrance with ice cream and popcorn. She had to carry popcorn in her arms to prevent the hyperactive cat from following his daddy into the car. Ice cream was a good girl, sitting near Iris' feet instead of meowing in despair like Popcorn, who was already missing their daddy. When Jin Liwei's car disappeared from view, Iris returned inside the mansion. She also needed to get ready for work soon. And just like that, Iris became the new owner of a small bankrupt French perfumery called Sang Bleu. Her future business empire just grew a little once again, thanks to her devoted future husband. ####. Good morning and welcome to the 10 o'clock news live from the studio. We've got some important news for you this morning. The morning news played on a big screen TV at a CAF. Zhou Meier, who was also known as Captain Blackstar, the founder and president of the Black Stars fan club, sat in the CAF while sipping green tea latte and eating a slice of tiramisu cake. She watched the news with no interest, not really caring about the stories being reported. If it was about Boss Iris, then she would care. She checked her wristwatch for the time. She was waiting for someone. Then her phone rang. The person she was waiting for had arrived. She directed the person on where to go. Moments later, a teenage girl waved at Zhou Meier and joined her on the table. It was Ming Li, also known as Little Phoenix among the Black Stars. Despite her young age, she was currently the deputy leader of the Black Stars' strongest division, the notorious troll group Slipper's Army. She led the Slipper's Army in the absence of their true leader, the infamous troll I Eat Slippers. Both Zhou Meier and Ming Li were on their summer vacation, so they decided to enjoy each other's company. While drinking and eating, the two chatted about many things. Of course, a big part of their conversations revolved around their boss Iris and the Black Stars. Our boss is so amazing, Big Sister Meier. I wish I could also speak so many languages like her, Ming Li said. Zhou Meier, I know, right? Did you hear about the news reports a week ago about Boss translating and interpreting for Long Industries and Jin Corporation? It seems that there are many foreign companies that want to hire her, but she chose to work close to home with family instead. Ming Li. Yes, I did hear about that. Boss translated some reports for her family's company. Then she accompanied the founder of Jin Corporation, that scary old man with a loud booming voice. I forgot his name, and interpreted during a meeting with some Russian business people. I'm just so amazed that Boss also knows Russian. Zhou Meier, indeed. I do wonder just how many languages can she really speak. And I think the old man's name is Lu Jianhong. They say that his grandson is Boss Iris' real fiancé. Ming Li. But is it really true? I mean, Boss hasn't confirmed anything to us yet. Until it comes from her own words, I won't believe any rumors about her. Boss has been a victim of fake rumors so much in the past. I don't want to contribute to it. Zhou Meier smiled, nodding in approval. That's the way to go. You're maturing well. They ordered some more desserts while continuing to chat about other topics. And now for our latest tech news. The recently popular online computer game Supreme Ascension has now entered the top 10 most popular games ranking in the country. Supreme Ascension just released earlier this year, but its player base has grown exponentially since then, rivaling some of the most popular computer games in the country. Its game developer, Planet Monkey, announced that it plans to release the game in selected regions abroad sometime later this year. Ming Li's eyes lit up when she heard the news. Oh look, it's Supreme Ascension. I also began playing that game after Pandemonium mentioned that they love it. I wish I could play it every day, but my parents won't allow me. Listen to your parents. You should be studying, not playing computer games, Zhou Meier said. Ming Li playfully stuck out her tongue at Zhou Meier. It's summer vacation. I plan on playing Supreme Ascension until school starts again. But of course, I'll make sure to still have the time to lead the Slippers army. I really miss Big Bro I Eat Slippers and Big Bro Monkey Face. They've been gone for far too long. Big Bro I Eat Slippers only goes online once every couple of weeks, sometimes longer. As for Big Bro Monkey Face, I almost never see him online anymore. They're both busy. Zhou Meier sighed. Bro Wu Chun says that the two of them built a company together. I don't know much about building and running a company, but I can imagine that it's a lot of work. While they were talking, something from the TV news caught their attention. And now here are some snippets from a recent interview with Planet Monkey's CEO Ho Liang and CFO Wu Chun. Both Zhou Meier and Ming Li almost choked on their food as they watched their Black Stars comrades interview on TV. They were extremely shocked. Be big sis, pinch me. I think I'm dreaming. Is that Big Bro I Eat Slippers and Big Bro Monkey Face? Or is something wrong with my eyes? Ming Li stuttered. She had already met both Wu Chun and Ho Liang on several occasions before when the Black Stars gathered to personally support Iris at her guestings or performances, so she knew what the two looked like. No, you're not dreaming. Oh my god. It's Bro Ho Liang and Bro Wu Chun. What the hell? They're the CEO and CFO of a gaming company. Both Zhou Meier and Ming Li started freaking out. They weren't the only ones. Some of their fellow Black Stars who were watching the news in other places also recognized Ho Liang and Wu Chun. They were all so shocked and started freaking out as well. The news only showed a few snippets of the actual interview. CEO Ho Liang mostly talked about the game Supreme Ascension, while CFO Wu Chun talked about their company, Planet Monkey. There are several rumors about the identity of Planet Monkey's owner and president. Some say that the owner is a rich young master, while there are hearsays claiming that the owner is a beautiful young lady. Can you tell us which of these rumors is true? Or better yet, tell us his or her real identity, the interviewer asked. Wu Chun chuckled mysteriously. We're not going to reveal our president owner's real identity yet, but I'll say this to all of you now. Make sure to record it. Our owner is a beautiful young lady who is also filthy rich. How else can we establish a company like Planet Monkey so quickly and so successfully? The interview snippets finally ended, and then the morning news went on a commercial break immediately after. Inside the CAF, Zhou Meier and Ming Li looked at each other in disbelief. They knew that their comrades, I Eat Slippers and Monkey Face, were busy running their new company. However, they thought that what they were working on was just a small business, perhaps an online store or something. They never expected that the company of those two was actually the developer of the latest hit game Supreme Ascension. The most impressive thing was that they were the CEO and CFO. Zhou Meier and Ming Li both reached for their phones at the same time. They immediately logged in to the Black Stars homepage. The other Black Stars already started discussing about Ho Liang and Wu Chun after watching them in the morning news. Holy shit. My mighty slippers are shook. Did I just watch our troll leader I Eat Slippers and strategist Monkey Face on TV? They're the CEO and CFO of Planet Monkey. They're the ones who created Supreme Ascension. Damn, I kowtow to their awesomeness. Those of you who haven't played Supreme Ascension yet, what are you waiting for? Go start playing now, and let's all support our two comrades. Yoa, this is so amazing. If I ask the two of them for game cheats, do you think they'll give me some? For the first time ever in the history of the fan club, The Black Stars enthusiastically discussed in length something that was unrelated to their boss Iris. They still had no idea that Iris Long was actually the president-owner of Planet Monkey and the direct boss of both Ho Liang and Wu Chun in the truest sense of the word. Everyone cheered for their fellow comrades, I Eat Slippers and Monkey Face. They all felt proud of the two for their incredible accomplishment. Captain Blackstar, congratulations to our brothers I Eat Slippers and Monkey Face. All of us Black Stars are extremely proud of the two of you. We wish you more success. Reach the top of the gaming industry. You can do it. But please don't forget about us. We'll always be comrades forever and ever. Little Phoenix, calling all the members of the Slippers Army. Assemble. Let's all log into Supreme Ascension and wave our mighty slippers in support of our brothers I Eat Slippers and Monkey Face. We're going to take over the game with our Slippers Army under the Black Stars banner. Let's go. Within half an hour, a horde of Black Stars, specifically members of the Slippers Army, flooded the game's global chat. They congratulated their comrades who were also the CEO and CFO of Planet Monkey. Emperor Monkey, thank you. Enjoy the game. I am Slipper Lord. Yes. All of the Black Stars, especially my beloved Slippers Army, are always welcome here. Let me see you wave those mighty slippers. These two replies caused an uproar, not only among the Slippers Army and Black Stars, but also among all the players of the game. The usernames of these two were different among the rest of the players. They were written in sparkling gold and were decorated with special badges, indicating that they worked at Planet Monkey. These two characters, Emperor Monkey and I Am Slipper Lord, were known among the players. They frequently played with the regular players, personally testing the game experience themselves. The players thought that these two were just regular staff members of Planet Monkey. They never expected that they were actually playing with the CEO and CFO. Many players suddenly felt starstruck, especially at Emperor Monkey, who they now knew as the one who originally created the game Supreme Ascension. Commander Blackstar, I'm not used to playing this game, so I don't really know how things work here. I just want to say congratulations to Emperor Monkey, and I Am Slipper Lord for making the Black Stars proud. Lady Phoenix, an Emperor and a Lord. Wow, you're so cool, big brothers. We proudly wave our mighty slippers for the two of you. All hail the Emperor of Monkeys. All hail the Lord of Slippers. Lady Phoenix, big brothers at Emperor Monkey and at I Am Slipper Lord, I humbly request that you grant our wish to make it possible for our characters to literally wave our slippers in the game. Other players laughed at her request. However, Emperor Monkey, sure, we'll work on it ASAP. I Am Slipper Lord. For the sake of my Slipper Army and the Black Stars, thy wish shall be granted. Huh. The other players couldn't believe how easily the game developers accepted such a trivial request. Was it because they were members of the Black Stars/Slippers Army? What was the point of allowing characters to wave their footwear in the air? Would it help them level up? Could it be a fighting move? Slipper slap, slipper kick, boomerang slippers, slipper cannon, or something? I think I'm going to join the Black Stars. Maybe my request will be granted easily too. Me too. And with that, the Black Stars had grown in number once again. Likewise, the game Supreme Ascension welcomed a new wave of players in a short period of time, boosting its popularity even further in the industry rankings. The Black Stars all created game accounts in droves and began playing just for the sake of supporting their fellow comrades. Unbeknown to them, they were also supporting their boss Iris this way. It was a win-win situation, connecting them to each other and even to their boss Iris without their knowledge. ####. In a dressing room, Iris sat on a makeup chair getting her hair and makeup done. She was getting ready for a magazine photo shoot and interview. At the moment, she was talking with an excited Wu Qin on the phone. He was reporting to her about what happened with the Black Stars, how they reacted after learning that he and Ho Liang were the top executives of Planet Monkey. The Black Stars are the best, she commented, extremely pleased at what happened. Afterwards, the two finally discussed the main purpose of the call. As the CFO, Wu Chun called to update her of Planet Monkey's current finances. They had invested a great deal of their funds to acquire the latest technologies to boost their game development. Iris connected with her fellow Cross Academy student, the taciturn Michael X. Lorson, who was also a genius mechatronics engineer. Although she wasn't close to him compared to her friendship with the ladies, and even with Amampio Koletsky, She didn't hesitate to contact Michael for some advice regarding her gaming company. In the end, Michael X. Lorson agreed to customize and license some of his latest technologies to her company for a fee. After an intense negotiation via video chat, he agreed to give her a 40% discount from his original asking price for their connection as fellow Cross Academy students. But even then, the fee that she had to pay was still extremely expensive. Despite this, she still willingly paid because she was confident in the quality of his work, not to mention that her company, Planet Monkey, would be the first in the world to commercially apply these latest technologies. This head start would allow Planet Monkey to develop more quickly compared to its competitors. At the moment, Ho Liang and his colleagues were gradually starting to use these technologies in their game development and apply it on Supreme Ascension. In the process, Ho Liang's team was also able to develop their own technology, which they planned on patenting under Planet Monkey's name. It wasn't as advanced as Michael's, but it suited their own needs. The results of using all of these advanced technologies were so impressive that an inquiry was launched by industry experts and the other gaming companies. They wanted to know Planet Monkey's secret as to how Supreme Ascension could improve so much in such a short period of time. For now, Planet Monkey had no intentions of revealing their secrets. After the phone call with Wu Chun, Iris sat back in her makeup chair. Wu Chun shared great news. Although their technology investments hurt their funds, they were now starting to really profit. Their profits increased significantly after they broke through the top 10 most popular computer games in the country. Iris was very pleased at Planet Monkey's progress so far. As a matter of fact, it exceeded all of her initial expectations. If our international release of Supreme Ascension is successful later this year, I think I can finally apply for Planet Monkey to become a member of the Academy's exclusive business network, she murmured. The summer season was a time of opportunities for Iris as a career woman. As a translator and interpreter, she started accepting small assignments from both Gene Corporation and Long Industries. She translated some documents for them. There was only one instance when she acted as interpreter after the International Business Conference, and that was when she accompanied Grandpa Liu for a meeting with some Russian investors. She didn't really have that much time to spare to accept more translator/interpreter jobs, even though there were many companies, both local and foreign, that expressed their interest in hiring her. Nevertheless, her two professors encouraged her to apply her skills regularly in an actual work environment for her to gain more experience. It would help in polishing her language skills. After the International Business Conference, the two professors left China to return to their own home countries. They didn't need to train Iris in person anymore. However, their lessons and mentorship would still continue via long-distance training. As a businesswoman, Iris was extremely busy running her own companies and closely monitoring their progress. Her companies continued to eat up a substantial amount of her wealth, but she remained optimistic that she would get back everything she had invested and more. Planet Monkey was already starting to really profit. If the company's upward trend continued, Iris estimated that both Ho Liang and Wu Chun would become millionaires in the country by the end of this year. Iris didn't really need to worry too much about Planet Monkey. Both Ho Liang and Wu Chun were doing a fantastic job in running it. Although she was the president owner, what she really just needed to do was continue being the financier and also periodically attacking the company's online systems to test the strength of its security. Planet Monkey was using a powerful security system that she personally created and developed. As a result, the company's systems were virtually impenetrable by anyone below her skill level. There weren't a lot of hackers in the world who could contend against her. So it wasn't a stretch to conclude that Planet Monkey's systems were the most secure in the country. Being a financier and a cybersecurity hacker for Planet Monkey weren't taking too much of her time and effort. For that, she was grateful. Orchidia Beauty, on the other hand, was a different matter. Because she planned on making the company synonymous to her name in the future, she paid close attention to every single detail concerning it. It was taking a lot of her time and effort. Fortunately, she had capable people helping her run it who were as filled with youthful energy and ambition as her in making the company successful. At the moment, their initial products that they planned on launching first were already completed. They had sent PR packages to selected beauty influencers in the country and even reached out to some international ones. Within a few weeks, the reviews started pouring out. At first, the reviewers expressed their distrust for a new company that they had never heard of before. However, Almost all of them gave positive reviews and high ratings after personally using the products. They raved about the product's miraculous effectiveness, all-natural label, and beautiful but sustainable packaging. All of them wanted to know more about this new company, Orchidia Beauty. They couldn't wait for the official launch of the products. Using the hype generated by these influencers in the beauty community, Orchidia Beauty finally announced the official launch of their first products, which would be in the autumn season. Iris would be endorsing her own company, of course. But for now, it was a secret. Iris also discussed Sang Blue with Chen Fei, Long Jing, Clover, and the Bauer siblings. They were all excited when they heard that she acquired the perfumery's resources. All kinds of possibilities ran through their minds on how to make the best use of the perfumery. However, they decided to put it aside for now and focus on their upcoming launch next season. All of these made Iris super busy throughout the summer. Despite this, she still had the energy to pursue her passion, music. Even with her crazy schedule, she didn't neglect her showbiz career, especially now that Bright Summit was providing her with increased resources and opportunities to make her more famous. Iris and Jin Chonglin had finally completed their parts in the production of their 2 music collaborations. They handed the remaining details for JJ to iron out. As always, JJ won the right to produce Iris' music collaboration, even with a superstar like Jin Chonglin. JJ was able to intimidate Jin Chonglin's record label into not fighting against him over the production right of the collaboration. The 2 songs would be released on separate occasions in autumn. Everything was kept hush-hush for now. They wanted their collaboration to be a big surprise to the music industry, especially to their own fans. While waiting for the release of their 2-song collaborations, Iris was able to land a few small cameo roles in some TV dramas, and even in a movie. The 2 most notable roles that she played were, first, in a romance TV drama playing as herself, and second, as the elegant heiress sister of the male lead in a melodrama movie. She was added into the movie last minute. In fact, the filming had already finished when the production team decided to reshoot a scene to include her. That was why she only needed to wait about a month after shooting her cameo scene before the film premiered in theaters. Both roles were extremely easy for her to play. She only needed to act like herself. There wasn't any real acting involved to play those roles. Besides, she only needed to say 2 to 3 sentences. Her screen time per show was only about 30 seconds to about a minute. Nevertheless, her acting stints during the summer were widely celebrated by her fans, the Black Stars. They contributed a lot in boosting the TV show's ratings and the ticket sales of the movie just to watch their boss Iris say a sentence or 2 for a few seconds. The production teams of the TV shows and the movie were extremely pleased by the high ratings and ticket sales. From the start, this was their goal for casting Iris Long in a cameo role, to use her popularity. Iris treated these acting roles as fun side jobs. They were enjoyable, but she couldn't really see herself as someone pursuing a serious acting career. Her music career would always be her #1 priority in showbiz. With all of these different things she was doing, it was no wonder that her schedule was full. Despite this, Iris still made sure to allocate a good amount of time for Jin Liwei. After their emotional fight the night of their anniversary, she promised herself to fill her inadequacy in their relationship. It was time for her to step up and do her part too. She wouldn't allow him to do all the work in nurturing their relationship anymore. ####. Jin Corporation. After an almost 6-hour-long meeting that went way past lunchtime, Jin Liwei finally dismissed his employees. Everybody was relieved that it ended, but they also felt satisfied because it was a very productive meeting. They resolved a lot of issues and finalized many plans. Jin Liwei exited the conference room first. His employees followed behind him, intending to head straight to lunch. However, Su Tian received a call about something urgent. "President, we have some problem that must be resolved immediately." Su Tian informed him and then explained the situation. Jin Liwei frowned. However, he didn't hesitate. He called a few of the people behind him to assist in resolving the problem. "Come with me to my office. I want this problem fixed today," he told them. Then he turned to Su Tian and instructed, "Order some food for us. We'll eat while working." "Understood, President." The people he called out had no choice but to follow him to his office. The group rode the elevator and ascended to the top floor. Once inside his office, the group started reviewing the problem and brainstorming ideas on how to solve it. Su Tian left, and headed to his own desk outside the door, intending to call a restaurant to deliver late lunch for them. But his phone rang before he could do so. Hello? Oh, it's you. Su Tian's eyes widened in surprise after hearing what the person on the other end of the line said. Then he smiled. All right, I'll call the receptionist downstairs to let you in. Just head up directly here. Inside his office, Jin Liwei and his employees were busy resolving the emergency problem. He was too focused on work that he forgot about his hunger. However, his employees didn't have an iron will like him. A few stomachs began growling. They blushed in embarrassment. Jin Liwei inwardly sighed, but outwardly he looked cold, indifferent, and serious as always. He glanced at his gold wristwatch. It was already mid-afternoon, way past lunchtime. The food should be coming soon, he told them. They nodded and continued working. Finally, there was a brief knock and the door opened. Su Tian entered followed by 3 of Jin Liwei's subordinates from home. Jin Liwei frowned in confusion. He didn't call for them. Why did they come? His gaze fell on the huge, bulky canvas bags they were carrying. Good afternoon, master. We apologize for disturbing you at work. However, we had to. Come because the mistress instructed us to deliver lunch to you and your employees. She is upset that you haven't eaten lunch yet when it's already so late, one of them said. Oh, Jin Liwei's frown evaporated, replaced by a soft and gentle expression. He nodded. All right, bring in the food. Everyone come. My fiancé had lunch delivered for us. His employees still couldn't get used to seeing their president with a gentle expression. It was already common knowledge in the company that their president loved his fiancée, courtesy of the employees who witnessed him talking to her on the phone on several occasions. All of the employees at Jin Corporation had been wondering about the real identity of the president's fiancée. Unfortunately, they still didn't know who she was. At the moment, the employees present in the office were all ravenous. They eyed the huge canvas bags the president's 3 subordinates were unpacking on a nearby table. There were several big and fancy bento boxes that had 4 tiers each stacked on top of one another. There were also small round containers of steaming hot soup. Carton boxes were opened, revealing different desserts to choose from. A small cooler contained chilled drinks of water, iced teas, juices, and sodas. Su Tian heated up some water for those who wanted hot tea instead of the cold beverages. Stomachs growled more loudly this time upon seeing all the food. The eyes of Jin Liwei's employees lit up. Their mouths watered and they swallowed hard after smelling the delicious aromas. They couldn't wait to gobble up all the food. It was a feast. Go ahead and get some food, Jin Liwei said, giving them the long-awaited permission. As the employees were all extremely hungry, they didn't bother acting modestly and immediately swarmed like ravenous, salivating dogs around the table, taking a bento box each. They were interrupted by a ringing sound. It was Jin Liwei's office phone. Jin Liwei was far from his desk, so he had to walk over to answer it. But before he could even do so, the phone answered by itself. Hello, darling? Can you hear me? A deep robotic voice suddenly sounded. The employees all froze and looked at their president in alarm. Hearing such an unnatural voice speaking out of nowhere creeped them out. 2 of the employees present were from Jin Liwei's tech team. They stood up and marched towards the phone. They already concluded that it was hacked. Yes, love. I can hear you, Jin Liwei replied, shocking his employees. His tech people stopped in their tracks. Okay, good. Go ahead and eat first, darling. It's already so late, but you haven't eaten lunch yet. That's not healthy, you know. What if you get sick? I'm so worried, the creepy robotic voice said. Jin Liwei's mouth curved up into a smile. All right, I'll eat now. Thank you for the food. Then he glanced at his employees, giving them a silent order with his eyes. Thank you very much for the food, they all said loudly. Towards the phone, the deep robotic voice chuckled, making the employees shudder. The sound was honestly the creepiest thing ever. You're welcome, everyone. Enjoy the food, so you'll have enough energy to continue working with my fiancé. You too, darling. Eat well, okay? And I will. He finally took a bento box for himself. The number of bento boxes were perfect for the number of people in the office room, including Su Tian. His 3 subordinates already ate earlier, so they didn't join in eating. Jin Liwei raised an eyebrow, guessing how she was able to know how many people to feed. Are you watching us right now? He asked. Yes. He immediately looked at one of the security cameras inside his office and gave a wave. The robotic voice giggled. The sound terrified the employees, especially the females. I see you, it said. Go wave at my fiancé. Jin Liwei ordered the others. His employees obeyed and waved at the security camera, feeling weird in doing so. It didn't feel like they were interacting with a fellow human being, but with a supernatural entity instead, especially since they couldn't see the other person and all they could hear was a creepy robotic voice. I checked up on you around noon, but saw that you were in a meeting. Then I checked up on you again an hour later, but you were still not finished. So I placed an order for lunch and instructed your subordinates to go deliver them. The other participants in your meeting earlier also received bento boxes. They worked so hard for you. They deserve to eat some good food. Jin Liwei nodded. I see. Thank you, love. You're welcome, darling. The two members of the tech team looked at the phone, at their boss, at the security camera, and at each other. Great amazement filled them. They had already concluded that their president's fiancé was a skilled hacker. They understood her meaning when she said that she checked up on them as viewing them from the security cameras. Although it was possible that the president gave her direct access to the company's surveillance system, they believed that he didn't. Because if he did, their tech team and also the security team would surely receive notifications as they were the ones controlling the company's surveillance system. If the president's fiancé was really able to bypass their security system, then she must be quite a skilled hacker. The two looked at Jin Liwei, impressed that his fiancé had such abilities. They initially thought that his fiancée would be the usual daughter of a rich family whose only talent was to look pretty and fabulous. Their guess was absolutely correct. Iris indeed hacked into Jin Corporation's surveillance system. Of course, she only started doing so after Jin Liwei gave her permission. He told her that she could check up on him whenever she wanted because he had nothing to hide from her. It was also to assure her that she was his only woman and no females working in his company caught his attention. He didn't bother giving her direct access to the surveillance system because he knew that she had the ability to do it herself without raising any alarms. While the members of the tech team instinctively knew that the president's fiancé was a hacker, the other employees, including Su Tian and the three subordinates who delivered the food, all thought that Jin Liwei must have given her access to the surveillance system. The possibility that she might be a hacker never crossed their minds. The robotic voice spoke again. I have to go now, darling. I still have work as well. I called because I wanted to make sure that you eat your lunch, and also because I want to hear your voice. Jin Liwei's smile widened, momentarily dazing his employees, especially the females. All right. Take care, love. I'll see you tonight at home. I love you. Take care of yourself too, darling. Don't skip meals anymore. I love you too, the robotic voice replied. Everyone in the room felt extremely weird at the entire situation. It was actually quite scary listening and watching their president acting so lovey-dovey with a creepy robotic voice who was watching all of them through the security cameras. Some of them even began to doubt whether their president's significant other was really a woman. They couldn't tell the gender from the robotic voice. It was possible that their president's lover was actually a man. The robotic voice didn't immediately hang up the phone. Mr. Su Tian, don't let my fiancé skip meals. If he does, call me immediately, okay? Su Tian only hesitated for a couple of seconds before bowing his head to the security camera. Understood, Miss Lo. He coughed loudly to cover up his near slip of the tongue. Understood, miss. Thank you, Mr. Su. A pause. And the three women standing together at the end of the table. Yes, the three of you. Let's see. A few seconds later, the robotic voice started calling out the three women's names and positions in the company. Jin Liwei and the members of the tech team knew that she must have hacked further into the company system to dig out information about the three women. This is my first warning to the three of you, the robotic voice said, sounding cold and terrifying. Watch the look in your eyes. They may get you into trouble. You understand what I'm saying, right? The three women froze. Right? Why, yes. We're sorry. We won't do it again. The three women were frightened out of their wits by the scary robotic voice. From now on, they wouldn't look at the president's face and body and imagine him naked anymore. They would just look at his shoes. Yes, the shoes were definitely safer. Good. I don't give second warnings, just so you know. All right. I really have to go. Bye, darling. Love you. Bye. Love you more, Jin Liwei replied. Oh, I almost forgot. Everyone, don't tell anyone about what happened today, okay? You're going to regret it if you do. I know. Everything about all of you. You don't want the whole world knowing your secrets, don't you? That's all. Bye. The call ended. After witnessing such a bizarre situation, the mystery surrounding their president Jin Liwei's fiancé, if it was a man, just grew even more. Jin Liwei's employees were so frightened by the creepy robotic voice that any thoughts of sharing to others what happened in their president's office disappeared from their minds. In fact, they were more frightened by the voice itself than the threat of having all of their secrets revealed to the whole world. The poor employees had no idea that the scary robotic voice would haunt their nightmares in their sleep for several nights after this day. Now they feared their president's mysterious fiancée more than their cold and intimidating president. As expected of the president, even his taste in women, or men, is very strong. Too strong, they thought to themselves while shuddering as they remembered the robotic voice. Only the two members of the tech team took the robotic voice's threat as something serious. They looked grave, knowing full well that angering a hacker was extremely dangerous. Hackers literally had the power to destroy lives at their fingertips. They glanced at the security cameras, becoming more vigilant and cautious. They never knew when their president's fiancée would strike again. It was better to stay on their best behavior because she might be watching them when they were slacking off and tell their president. Wouldn't that get them fired? Later that night, the two members of the tech team checked Jin Corporation's surveillance system to see if there were any records showing the president's fiancée accessing it earlier. Frighteningly, there were no such records. They checked everywhere, looking for the tiniest traces, but still there was nothing. It was as if the hacking didn't happen at all. If they didn't experience it firsthand, they would never have believed that the company's surveillance system was hacked just by looking at the records. They felt cold sweat on their backs. In the next few days, work resumed as normal at Jin Corporation. However, something changed. Every lunchtime, food was delivered for Jin Liwei sent by his mysterious fiancée. The food was different each day, but all of them were very delicious. It came to a point that some of the employees prayed for a meeting every day so that they could also enjoy the delicious food. After all, his fiancée didn't just provide food for their president, but also for all the people he was together with during lunchtime. There was another benefit to this. Their president was now constantly in a good mood. Although his expression still looked cold and indifferent, his default expression, as usual, his entire aura felt somewhat gentler and more approachable, especially during lunchtime. As a result of this, more and more employees became bolder, attempting to greet him and engage him in conversations whenever they had the chance. There were already many female and male employees who lusted after Jin Liwei. Before, they could only keep their desires to themselves because he was just too scary. Not to mention that there were rumors circulating within the company about the unfortunate fates of those who dared seduce him before. Now, however, some of these people who lusted for him wanted to try their luck. They knew that he had a fiancée, but so what? Most men of his status normally had a number of mistresses in addition to their wives. They knew that they could never be his wife, but they could certainly be his bedmate, right? But before they could act on their seduction plan, a new rumor started circulating within Jin Corporation. It said that anyone looking at the president in a lewd way would be cursed. To combat the curse, anyone harboring any perverted thoughts towards the president were advised not to look at him directly. Looking at his shoes was the safest. If anyone ignored this warning, an evil demon with a scary robotic voice would haunt them until they went insane. PFT. A curse? Seriously? What kind of stupid rumor is that? I know, right? Who created this rumor? Does he or she think that we're dumb? Even kids these days wouldn't believe something as stupid like that so easily. These employees laughed at the rumor, dismissing it as fake. But one day, two female employees were in the women's washroom retouching their makeup. One of them took out her phone and showed something to her colleague. Look at what I have. I secretly snapped photos of the president while he was fixing his collar. Ah, his neck is so sexy. Oh my gosh. Is that a hickey on his neck? Where? There. Maybe it's just a mosquito bite or something. Don't be stupid. I bet his mysterious fiancée was the one who gave him that hickey. What a lucky woman. She gets to sleep with such a gorgeous and powerful man like President Jin Liwei. I would give anything just for a night on bed with him. I want to give him hickeys too. Ahaha. Girl, get in line. Oh shit. What's happening? The photos are being deleted. The two could only watch helplessly as all of their president's photos were deleted from the phone. The employee who took the photos was very upset and angry. I told you not to buy that cheap phone, her colleague told her. You just bought it, but look, it's malfunctioning already. Damn it. I spent so much effort trying to take those photos of the president. I squatted behind a planter for almost an hour just to get a perfect angle to take the photos. And now they're all gone. Ugh. She slapped her phone several times, hoping it might undo the deletion of the photos. Then suddenly, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the finest of them all? Even if the world only has the two of you, Jin Liwei would still never choose either of you, a deep robotic voice suddenly said. The creepy sound came from the phone. The two female employees shrieked in fright. One of them threw the phone to the floor, as if it just turned into a poisonous snake. The phone bounced and cracked loudly, but surprisingly, it still continued to work. This is my first warning to the two of, the robotic voice continued to say, but was interrupted before finishing the sentence. It's the evil demon. Oh my God, it's true. Please don't haunt us. We beg you, please don't. I don't want to become insane. We promise not to look at President Jin Liwei anymore. We'll look at his shoes instead. Demon, demon, demon. The two scrambled to the door and ran out of the washroom while screaming at the top of their lungs. They ran for their life, as if a demon was chasing after them. Inside the washroom, the phone lay on the floor, looking lonely and pitiful with its cracked screen. Huh? Demon? Shoes? What are they talking about? The robotic voice asked in confusion. Did they get scared because of what I said? I didn't know that the rhyme Dom taught me is that scary. Amazing. I should ask him to teach me some more. With that, the rumor of the evil robotic demon was permanently cemented among the employees of Jin Corporation. Since that day, a lot of people began looking at Jin Liwei's shoes whenever he passed by. Those who could look directly at the president's face were praised as pure and upright people, and those who could only look at their president's shoes visited temples to cleanse themselves of their dirty minds. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Iris was currently taking a walk inside the rotunda that Jin Liwei transformed into an indoor forest. The cats came along with her. Popcorn was running all round as usual, chasing the butterflies and other bugs. On the other hand, Ice Cream decided to stay with her mommy instead. The big gray cat leisurely trotted close to her mommy's feet. She walked when her mommy walked and stopped when her mommy stopped. When Ice Cream got tired of walking, she meowed cutely at Iris and indicated with her paws that she wanted to be carried. Iris' heart melted at the adorable cat. She was about to bend down to carry Ice Cream when she remembered what the cat sitter told her earlier. Mistress, young Miss Ice Cream has not yet completed her daily exercises today. The vet said that she gained 1/4 pound since the last appointment. Don't worry. We'll take a walk at the forest. I'll make sure that she gets plenty of exercise there, Iris assured the cat sitter. Remembering what she said earlier, Iris' heart winced as she forced herself to deny her cat's adorable request. Ice Cream, no? You haven't exercised enough yet, baby. Why don't you play with your brother Popcorn over there and chase some grasshoppers? Meow. Ice Cream continued to meow. When her mommy didn't budge, she decided to change tactics. The gray cat sat on her hind legs like a human and lifted her front paws, gently moving them in a begging position. Her head tilted to the side, while her expression turned pitiful. Meow. It felt like a pink arrow just shot straight to Iris' heart. She immediately bent down and lifted the extremely adorable cat in her arms. Oh, Ice Cream. My cute baby's so smart. So adorable. Mommy loves you so much, so what if you gain 1/4 pound? Even if you gain an entire pound or two, you'll still be beautiful and Mommy and Daddy will continue to love you. The gray cat rubbed her head against her mommy. Iris happily petted her cat, not noticing the smirk on Ice Cream's face. The cat's expression looked like that of a secret villain whose evil plans just succeeded. But when Iris looked at Ice Cream's face, the cat's expression turned innocent and adorable once again. After walking for some time, Iris, still carrying Ice Cream in her arms, decided to rest. She headed to the islet at the center of the pond. The romantic dinner table was replaced by a comfortable set of couches instead. She had an endorsement event earlier in the morning with Lin Yihan's Serenity Premium Tea Company. Lin Yihan just signed a partnership with a CAF chain to serve his company's different tea varieties in their stores. As Serenity Premium Tea Company's first and only endorser at the moment, Lin Yihan asked Iris to endorse the partnership with the CAF as well. She signed a separate contract and immediately started fulfilling her endorsement obligations. After the event, she headed home and checked all the food the chef cooked for Jin Liwei and his employees before the subordinates delivered the packed lunches to Jin Corporation. Only then did she eat lunch with Dom. She still had a couple of hours before she needed to get ready again to work at Orchidia Beauty later in the afternoon. A bit stressed out with her tight schedule, she decided to relax at the indoor forest with the cats before she returned to work later. Iris reclined on the couch with ice cream. Popcorn was running around the edge of the pond, swiping his paws on the water and trying to play with the koi fishes. "Popcorn, be careful. You might fall," she warned him. The hyperactive cat only meowed before continuing to tease the koi fishes. As for ice cream, she became sleepy after her exercise with her mommy. That 5-meter walk was so exhausting. Curling on top of her mommy's lap, Ice Cream closed her eyes and took a nap. Iris also closed her eyes, intending to take a nap before she needed to get ready for her work in the afternoon. However, her phone rang, jolting her back to wakefulness. Ice Cream gave an annoyed meow before returning to sleep. "Hello." Iris answered the phone. "Good afternoon, young miss." Xiao Yu's voice greeted her. After a quick exchange of pleasantries, the financial manager discussed the reason for his call. "Young miss, a shareholder at Long Industries is planning to put up his 5% shares for sale because he's going to retire soon. He hasn't announced it publicly yet, but he's an old friend of mine, so we're the first to know. He asked me if I know anyone who wants to buy his shares. I immediately thought of you. Are you interested in buying?" "How much?" she immediately asked. Xiao Yu told her. Pretty expensive." "Yes, but it's reasonable given Long Industries' worth. And you can afford it," he said. "It seems that you really want me to buy the shares." "I do, young Mississippi. By becoming a shareholder at Long Industries, you'll have at least a little say in the company. I know that you're not interested, but please hear me out. Owning the shares will particularly be beneficial to you since Orchidia Beauty currently has a shipping deal with Long Industries. You can use your shares as leverage to get more advantageous deals, even if you're not dealing directly with your father. At least once you become a shareholder, even just a minor one, those working at Long Industries will have to start taking you seriously. You may not care about what others say about you, but I do. As your financial manager, I invest under your name. There are times when I'm not able to finalize some investments because they won't sell once they learn that I'm buying for you. That's why it's harder for us to invest here in the country than abroad, because people know who you are here. Sometimes just having money is not enough when it comes to investing. Having a good reputation is also important. Young miss, let's buy the 5% shares. It will be a great opportunity to increase your reputation in the business world, especially right now that you haven't revealed yet that you have your own companies." Xiao Yu tried to persuade her. What you say makes sense. All right, go ahead and buy the shares." She finally gave him her permission. "Excellent. I'll have it done immediately." After the call, Iris smiled in amusement at her financial manager's eagerness. She could imagine him calling the shareholder immediately after the call with her. Xiao Yu was usually serious, stern, and unimpressed, but he would exhibit excitement whenever he encountered some great investment opportunities. Putting the matter of the shares aside for now, she continued to relax with her cats at the beautiful indoor forest. She stroked the sleeping Ice Cream on her lap. Meanwhile, the hyperactive Popcorn continued to tease the koi fishes in the pond. Moments later, her phone rang again. "Hello. Young miss, we got it. The shareholder agreed to sell the 5% to us." Xiao Yu informed her excitedly. "I'll bring the documents you need to sign in a few days." "All right. Well done, Mr. Xiao." They spoke about the matter some more before the call ended once again. Compared to Xiao Yu's excitement, Iris didn't really think much about it. In fact, she had already forgotten about it once she became busy with work at her own company later that afternoon. Little did she know that her purchase would cause chaos among the Long clan. Days later, the entire Long clan learned that Iris successfully bought 5% shares of Long Industries. Now she was an official shareholder at the company with the right to vote during meetings. Although her shares might not seem much, she was actually the second biggest shareholder from the Long family after her father. Long Tingfei was the majority shareholder, owning more than 50%. Before Iris' purchase, Long Jufeng and Long Meng were the next biggest shareholders after Long Tingfei. The two elders each owned 3% shares of the company. This was one of the reasons why the two of them became the most powerful elders in the Long clan. Of course, they tried acquiring more, but just 1% was already expensive on its own. The 3% each that they acquired were something their branch families saved up for many years. For a long time, the main family owned 100% of the company. Despite this, they still shared the wealth to the other branch families so that the entire clan could prosper together. It was only when Long Tengfei expanded the family business into the shipping industry that shares were made available for purchase in order to fund the massive expansion. That time, nobody among the branch families could afford to buy any shares, so they could only watch wealthy outsiders buy the available shares. Actually, only the branch families saw these first shareholders as outsiders. To Long Tengfei, these shareholders were his business partners in making Long Industries a truly international company. Most of them held executive positions in the company just like him. For example, the COO was also a shareholder and a friend to Long Tengfei. It was only later when the elders Long Jufeng and Long Meng had saved enough that they were able to buy some shares from the minor shareholders who were willing to sell. Unfortunately, they could only afford 3% each. That was why the entire Long clan went into uproar when they learned that Iris acquired 5% shares. 5%. How much was that? The elders and the other relatives immediately headed to the Long ancestral residence. Long Jufeng and Long Meng led them to seek an audience with Long Tengfei. It wasn't only them. Long Hui also coincidentally came at the same time to talk to his father about it. He was the only other member of the main family besides Long Tengfei and now Iris, who owned shares of Long Industries. He owned 2.5% shares. His mother's family financed the 2%, while he bought the 0.5% with his own money after he became the deputy CFO. Of course, it concerned him now that his youngest sister owned more shares than him when she wasn't even working in their family business. Long Hui joined the elders and the other relatives. The old chamberlain led them to Long Tengfei's study. It was interesting to note that these people formed their own separate groups while walking. Long Jufeng had his own group, while Long Meng and her allies walked together with Long Hui. As for the other elders and relatives, they either chose Long Jufeng or Long Meng's groups, or formed their own separate little groups. However, their little groups were not very impressive, unable to compare to the groups led by Long Jufeng and Long Meng. Later in the master study, the husband and wife, Long Tengfei and Yang Jiahui, sat together. Long Hui sat on a chair near his father, but he was clearly together with Long Meng and her allies. Long Jufeng and his group sat on the other side. The other elders and relatives sat on the remaining available spots. After the customary greetings, Long Tengfei asked them the purpose of their visit, even though he already knew. Tengfei, did you give your daughter Xiaolon the 5% shares? Long Jufeng asked directly, not skirting around the topic. No, I didn't give her the shares, Long Tengfei immediately answered. I stand by my personal policy that I won't give any company shares to my children until I'm dead, and they inherit my own shares according to my last will and testament. If they want to own shares before my death, then they have to buy them with their own money. That's what my eldest son Hui did before. And now, my youngest daughter also bought shares with her own money. Long Meng snorted. Bought with her own money? The young Miss Xiaolon is just a singer. How much can a singer earn? Sure, she has her own business now, but it has only been a few months since she started it. How much profit, if any, could her company earn in a few short months? Xiaolon is also a translator and interpreter. She did some translation work for Long Industries, not to mention for Jin Corporation. I heard that she has accepted more work from Jin Corporation than from my husband, and I bet they pay her more there. Yang Jiahui couldn't help but defend Iris. Madam, I may not know much about the translation field, but I doubt that the young miss has earned the millions needed to buy the company's shares in the short time that she has been translating and interpreting. I'm guessing that Sir Liu Jianhong provided her with financial assistance for the purchase. That's the only conclusion that I could think of, Long Meng retorted. Long Hui opened his mouth, about to defend Iris as well, but immediately stopped himself. It was a different situation now. He was aware of the growing support for Iris within the clan. He had already lost the support of Long Jufeng, the most powerful Long elder. And now Iris had acquired 5% shares of Long Industries, surpassing what he owned. Before he even realized it, his youngest sister, who he didn't think much of years ago, had now become his biggest rival. If he defended her now and sang her praises in front of the elders and relatives, he was certain that he would lose more supporters. Long Ming was the second most powerful elder in the clan, and he couldn't afford to lose her support. So he remained silent, not daring to defend Iris from the barely veiled insults in fear that he might really lose his position as successor to her. He surely would never reveal that she was a cross-academy student and that her fiancé was the most powerful man in the country's business world of his generation. Jin Liwei certainly had a higher status than Lu Zihao. Almost everyone knew that he was the current head of Jin Corporation. In contrast, nobody really knew what Sir Lu Jianhong's flesh and blood grandson did for work. All they knew about him were the rumors that he was a happy-go-lucky fellow who liked dangerous and thrilling stunts. In fact, they already wrote him off as a good-for-nothing, especially after the incident when he almost died in a mountain skiing accident. People assumed that he just lived off of the wealth of the Lu family built by his grandfather. If Long Ming and the others learned that Iris' real fiancé was Jin Liwei, they would certainly support Iris because she would immediately become the wife of Jin Corporation's current head once they were married. Her children would become the direct successors of the #1 company in the country. This kind of connection to Jin Corporation would just be too irresistible for the elders and relatives. Long Hui's eyes darkened. The threat of Iris' growing influence within the Long clan weighed heavily on him. His emotions were warping, starting to treat Iris as an enemy. Then an image of Iris doting on his son, little June, flashed in his mind. She was always loving of little June and a good friend to Jiang Yingyu. Guilt immediately flooded him. We're siblings. She's not an enemy, he told himself. She's not an enemy. Yet, a small part of him whispered. The conversation continued while Long Hui was preoccupied with his own thoughts. The elders asked Long Tingfei many questions about Iris' purchase of the shares. Long Tingfei answered as best as he could. Fortunately, nobody really insulted Iris other than Long Ming. The most powerful elder, Long Jufeng, had already changed his tune and was now obviously championing Iris. As a result, nobody dared insult Iris in front of him, lest they anger Long Jufeng. There weren't many people in the clan who had the courage to go against him, except for the next powerful elder, Long Ming, who clearly supported Long Hui. Iris' purchase of the 5% shares made Long Jufeng want to support her even more. Despite this, he also didn't believe that Iris bought the shares using her own money. He had the same thought as Long Ming that Sir Lu Jianhong must have given Iris financial assistance. Nevertheless, Long Jufeng didn't think this as a negative. In fact, he was delighted because it meant that Sir Lu Jiahong cared enough for her that he was willing to spend a fortune to buy shares just for her. Long Jufeng had no love for Iris. He certainly didn't like her. Then why was he suddenly so adamant in supporting her? He had his own ulterior motives for doing so. After the meeting, Long Jufeng and his allies were in great spirits. In contrast, Long Ming and her allies were clearly displeased. Long Hui also wasn't in the best of moods. As for the other relatives who were supporting other people besides Iris and Long Hui, they also began really feeling the pressure of Iris' recent rise to prominence in the clan. When the elders, the relatives, and Long Hui were gone, Long Tengfei and Yang Jiahui were the only ones left in the master study. They sighed in relief after the meeting was over. Tengfei, who do you want to succeed you? Your eldest son or your youngest daughter? Yang Jiahui suddenly asked. Long Tengfei was caught off guard by his wife's question. However, it made him think deeply. Who did he personally want to succeed him? Before, he would have immediately replied that he wanted his eldest son to succeed him. After all, he spent so much time and effort training Long Hui to become the next head. But now, he couldn't give an answer right away. Gold Heights condominium. Iris and Jin Liwei decided to stay at the penthouse for a few days because of Iris' consecutive showbiz work obligations. Her workplaces for the next few days, mostly broadcasting stations and magazine publishers, were more accessible from the penthouse than from the Dragon Palace home mansion. Jin Liwei didn't mind where they stayed. Both the penthouse and the mansion were their homes. As long as he and his baby girl were together, he would be happy no matter where they were, even if they had to sleep in a primitive cave. At the moment, everyone was enjoying a hearty dinner around the kitchen island. The entire household staff joined too, so they had to scooch their seats close together to make room for everyone. There wasn't anything fancy in the dishes. They were all regular home-cooked dishes, but they were all very delicious. The cook always went all out whenever Iris and Jin Liwei stayed over, cooking more dishes than necessary. It was always a feast whenever the two stayed at the penthouse. Of course, the happiest person about all the food was the glutton Dom. He was like a starving mad dog who devoured the food like there was no tomorrow. Of course, even as his mouth vacuumed all the food non-stop, he still found the time to chatter with his sister Clover. The two livened up the atmosphere during dinner, making everyone laugh every few moments or so. Ice cream and popcorn were eating their own food on the floor. When they were finished, they tried stealing some food from the pots and pans, but Imei caught them and harshly scolded them. The two were scared of the old housekeeper because, unlike the others, Imei refused to coddle them. She treated the two cats like two unruly children who needed some disciplining. The two cats ran to their mommy and daddy for comfort. Iris and Jin Liwei placed a cat each on their laps. Knowing that their mommy and daddy couldn't resist them, the two meowed cutely, silently asking for more food. Don't give them food from your plates. Imei scolded Iris and Jin Liwei next. They need to learn some good manners. Iris pouted while Jin Liwei sighed. However, the two listened to the strict housekeeper, like they would to a family elder. They could only harden their hearts, at least for now, and do their best to ignore their cat's adorably pitiful begging expressions. When the two cats failed to get what they wanted from their mommy and daddy, they jumped to the floor in disappointment. They headed to their cat room instead to play and take a nap. Little June was also there with Jiang Yingyu. He sat on his high chair feeding himself with his own hands. He also provided everyone with a source of entertainment with his cute, delighted laughter. This was why his Uncle Dom and new Auntie Clover did their best to make him laugh with their antics. The cheerful dinner atmosphere was interrupted by the sound of the intercom. Imei went to answer it. Moments later, she led Long Hui to the kitchen. Dada, Dada. Little June immediately started bouncing on his high chair. Long Hui kissed his son and hugged his fiancée. A maid brought a chair for him, so that he could sit beside Jiang Yingyu. He was also given tableware. However, he didn't get food. He just sat there with an unreadable expression, staring at Iris across the kitchen island. His stare started to creep out Iris. What's the matter, elder brother Hui? Do you have something to tell me? If so, just say it. Please stop looking at me like that. Long Hui didn't answer. He continued to stare at her. It was as if he didn't hear her. Jin Liwei's expression turned black. Iris touched his thigh and gently squeezed it, silently telling him to calm down. Jin Liwei calmed down, somewhat. However, his expression didn't improve. He glared at his future brother-in-law, not liking the man's expression as he stared at his baby girl. Wait, what is it? Jiang Yingyu asked in a whisper, feeling awkward about the disruption her fiancé brought to dinner. Long Hui still didn't answer. Now everyone was looking at him, wondering why he was being so weird. Iris felt annoyed at his weird behavior. Although she had the urge to snap at him, she decided to ignore him instead. She continued eating. The others followed her example and started eating once again. However, the cheerful atmosphere from before was already ruined by the sudden awkwardness. Little sister Xiaolan, why did you buy the 5% shares? Long Hui finally spoke and asked her a question. She raised an eyebrow at his question before answering him. It's good investment, so I bought it. A furrow formed between Long Hui's brows. He wasn't satisfied with her answer. Have you been planning to own shares of Long Industries beforehand? No. Then why did you buy the shares? Iris placed down her chopsticks. Exasperation flashed in her eyes at his insistent questioning. Nevertheless, she was still able to maintain her calm despite the strong urge to snap at him in annoyance. The opportunity just came when someone wanted to sell 5% shares of Long Industries. My financial manager and I decided that it would be a good investment for my portfolio, so I bought it. That's all there is to it, she told him, waving a dismissive hand. Really? You only bought it to decorate your investment portfolio? Long Jian couldn't hide the skepticism in his voice. Are you not aware that you're now the second biggest shareholder from our Long family after our father? You now own more than Granduncle Jufeng or Grandaunt Meng, not to mention that you own more than me. Iris scowled at his raised voice directed at her. Hey now, watch your tone. Jin Liwei immediately rebuked him. The future brothers-in-law glared at one another. Wei, what are you doing? Please calm down. Jiang Yingyu urgently whispered to him. Dada? Dadawea? Little June was so startled by his father's voice that he started crying. Jiang Yingyu immediately comforted her son. Please excuse us, was all she could say before carrying little June out of the kitchen, leaving their unfinished food in the tense atmosphere. Dom, Clover, Imei and the other household staff also excused themselves. Dom didn't forget to bring his plate with him, hurriedly putting more food on it before leaving. When everyone was gone, Iris, Jin Liwei, and Long Hui were the only ones remaining in the kitchen. Are you planning on buying more shares of Long Industries? Long Hui asked. If there's another opportunity to do so, and I can still afford it, then why not? Iris replied. Her answer triggered Long Hui. He abruptly stood up that his chair fell over to the floor behind him. His troubled emotions got the better of him. He pointed an accusing finger at Iris. I knew it. You want Long Industries for yourself, don't you? You're really good at pretending that you don't give a damn about the company. But now you're showing your true colors. You want to acquire it for yourself. What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Iris also lost her temper. Are you listening to yourself? You sound like a delusional maniac. You're acting like that Becky use of 5%. I have other investments that are worth more. Long Hui, you're going too far, Jin Liwei warned in a cold voice. His aura became intimidating, and he wrapped a protective arm behind Iris. Long Hui sneered at the two of them. He had now allowed the envy and insecurity towards his genius sister to take over his good sense. He turned his attention to Jin Liwei next. You knew about this, didn't you? Do the two of you plan to take over Long Industries together in the future? Did you help her buy the shares? Jin Liwei scowled and opened his mouth to answer, but Iris was faster than him. You stupid idiot. I bought the shares with my own money. You think that a global billionaire like Liwei will buy a mere 5%? He'd buy the whole damn company for me if I ask him to. You fool, she shouted at Long Hui. Despite his fury at Long Hui's suddenly offensive behavior, Jin Liwei's mouth couldn't help but twitch hearing his baby girl's words. However, he couldn't really deny any part of what she said. After all, he did buy her 2 companies. So all he could do was nod. Unfortunately, Long Hui wasn't receptive to any logical explanations at the moment. His currently volatile emotions were clouding his sound judgment. The only thing that registered in his mind from Iris' words was the part about Jin Liwei buying the entire company for her if she asked him to. This selective filtering of words caused him to misunderstand Iris even further. So you do want to buy the entire company? Huh? Iris was caught off guard by Long Hui's utter nonsense. Her provoked emotions calmed down, replaced by cold contempt instead. There's no use trying to reason with an idiot like you. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Let's go, Liwei. Let's leave this stupid fool to cool his head. Perhaps he'll regrow his brain cells that were drowned and killed by his stupidity tonight. She stood up and grabbed Jin Liwei's hand, pulling him on the way out of the kitchen. However, Long Hui wouldn't allow them to leave just like that. Running away, little sister? Still pretending to be a good person? He taunted her. Just admit that you want Long Industries for yourself. Iris didn't even look at him. Arguing with a stupid idiot like him was beneath her. She would only kill her. Precious brain cells trying to understand his foolish nonsense. She continued pulling Jin Liwei's hand, not bothering to respond to Long Hui's crazy tirade. It was this scene that greeted Jiang Yingyu when she returned after calming little June and leaving him to Dom and Clover. She heard Long Hui's taunts directed at Iris. What are you saying? Stop it. Xiaolan is your sister. Please don't fight with her, she said, trying to calm him. She held onto his arm, but he shook her off. Even though she knew that it was just his anger, she was still hurt by his action. However, she put it aside for now. She needed to stop the siblings from fighting. All of the stress Long Hui experienced from being suppressed by the elders and the relatives during the months that he decided to live with little June and Jiang Yingyu, and also the pressure of losing his supporters within the clan to Iris. Everything exploded from inside him in one go. He totally lost his sanity at this moment. You're just the child of the second wife. What's more, your mother is nothing but a gold-digging, social-climbing slut who would open her legs to any man that has a fat bank account. She slept with all the men in high society. The daughter of a slut like you has no right to succeed Long Industries. Jiang Yingyu gasped in shocked disbelief at his words. She stepped away from him, putting distance between them. She didn't recognize this Long Hui. Iris' eyes turned cold and dangerous. The minuscule good feelings that she had for Long Hui all disappeared at that very instant. Instead of exploding at his derogatory insults, she became calmer instead. extremely calm and cold-hearted towards him. However, Jin Liwei reacted the opposite way. "Say that again, you motherfucking son of a bitch!" He roared and pounced on Long Hui. Jin Liwei punched Long Hui in the face. Long Hui fell to the floor. Not waiting for him to get up, Jin Liwei followed him to the floor and started raining punches and strikes on Long Hui. Jin Liwei was truly enraged this time. He was like a raging god of destruction meting out punishment to a sinner. Long Hui's survival instincts kicked in. Fight or flight. He chose to fight. Although he couldn't compare to Jin Liwei's bigger and stronger body, he still fought with everything he had. He punched and kicked, eventually able to hurt Jin Liwei a bit. Despite Jiang Yingyu's bodyguard instincts, she wasn't able to react in time when the two men started brawling. She was still too stunned at what Long Hui said to Iris. So she just stood there, a frozen mask of disbelief and shock on her face. As for Iris, she watched the two men rumble on the floor like street thugs. Her calm state increased her alertness, making her detect when Jin Liwei was about to attack Long Hui. She could have stopped him if she wanted, but she didn't. It was only when some of Long Hui's punches and kicks started landing on Jin Liwei's body that she moved to separate the two men. There was absolutely no way that she would let anyone else besides her leave any marks on her darling's body. Physically separating the two men who were currently out of control would be dangerous even for her. So she grabbed a big orange from a nearby fruit basket instead and threw it like a baseball pitcher towards the two brawling men on the floor. The orange zipped past her darling and accurately hit Long Hui's front leg, 3 inches above his knee. As soon as the orange hit this spot on his leg, Long Hui stiffened before howling in pain. His leg immediately stopped kicking. It was as if all the strength went out of his leg, turning into jelly. "Aya Yuwa. My leg. Aya awa wea." Jin Liwei was shocked at the sudden development in their fight. He stopped fighting and got off Long Hui. His gaze was caught by the rolling orange on the floor. Then he turned to look at his baby girl, completely amazed by her. He had already rained down countless strikes on Long Hui, but the son of a bitch was still alive and kicking. And yet his baby girl only needed an orange. One fucking orange. And she was able to completely immobilize the motherfucker. At that moment, the adrenaline pumping inside him turned quickly into lust for his baby girl. She looked so cool and damn sexy in his eyes. Her cold expression made her appear like a goddess. Unfortunately, this wasn't the right time to act on his desire to bed his woman. Likewise, Iris' cold expression became slightly seductive as she admired her darling's wild and disheveled appearance. His ferocious aura from fighting made him look so hot in her eyes. He was like untamed masculine power and sex personified. She felt a familiar aching hunger in her lower regions as Jin Liwei looked back at her. Unfortunately, this wasn't the right time to act on her desire to bed her man. The lovers' matching thoughts were interrupted by Long Jian's continued howls of pain. He was now curled on the floor, clutching his leg close to his body. Jiang Yingyu finally regained her senses. No matter how offended she felt by Long Hui's actions, he was still her fiancé. More importantly, she still loved him. She went to him and tried calming him down while inspecting his injuries. Jin Liwei really did a number on him this time. Many parts of his body were red and swollen. Some even already started bruising. He had a split lip and a bleeding nose. What was more, it looked like he would have a nasty black eye in the morning. However, all of these injuries seemed trivial compared to the severe pain Long Hui was experiencing from where Iris hit him with an orange. Jiang Yingyu immediately concluded that Iris must have aimed at his peroneal nerve. That was why he was in so much pain like this. It pained her to see him hurt, but she couldn't really blame Iris and Jin Liwei. Long Hui truly acted like a complete asshole this time. Even she couldn't believe that Long Hui was capable of saying such hurtful and malicious words to others, much less to his own sister. The loud commotion attracted the others back to the kitchen. When they returned, they were shocked by what greeted them. They couldn't immediately make sense of the situation because they were alarmed by the howling Long Hui on the floor. Fortunately, little June wasn't with them. Clover stayed with him while Dom and the others checked what the hell was happening in the kitchen. The toddler would surely become upset if he saw his father in such a disturbing condition. What happened? Dom cried dramatically. Why is elder brother Boss screaming like a pig being slaughtered? Sir Boss, did you break his spitting cobra? Oh no. What if it can't make babies anymore? Or worse, It might never stand up again. Poor big Sisyu. He gasped in horror at the possibility. He even clutched his chest and paled, as if it was the worst tragedy that could ever happen in Jiang Yingyu's life. Shut up, Dom. Jiang Yingyu snapped. She had no time for his dramatics at the moment. Long Hui's howls gradually became groans. Jin Liwei had covered him with ugly injuries. With his torn clothes, he looked pitiful. Mei and the other household staff alternately looked at the two couples. The Long Hui Jiang Yingyu couple looked miserable on the floor, while the Jin Liwei Iris couple looked frightening with their combined aura of cold danger. Yingyu, bring that stupid idiot to the hospital. Even I'm not sure if the orange dealt permanent damage to his peroneal nerve. Her way of phrasing her words cast the blame entirely on the orange, as if it launched by itself to hurt Long Hui. Leave little June here with us. We'll take care of him. Go and babysit that delusional fool who clearly lost the majority of his brain cells tonight due to his sudden stupidity. Maybe you can squeeze some sense back into his decomposing brain. Everyone was already used to Iris' occasional sharp tongue, but they still couldn't help but wince at her cutting words towards her own brother. It was only Jin Liwei and Dom who didn't think that her words were too much. Jin Liwei loved her more than life itself. He would always side with her, even if she were to burn Long Hui alive, or anyone else for that matter. He would even give her an endless supply of fuel and a diamond-encrusted lighter to do the job. As for Dom, he was extremely loyal to Iris. If Iris declared that she hated Long Hui or frogs, he would treat Long Hui and all the frogs in the world as if they were his mortal enemies as well. Xiaolon, I'm so sorry about what Hui said. I'm sure he didn't mean any of it. Jiang Yingyu apologized for her fiancé. Her eyes implored Iris for forgiveness. Iris' eyes softened at her friend. Why are you saying sorry to her? I meant everything I said. Long Hui roared at Jiang Yingyu. Do you really believe that she has changed for the better? Open your eyes. She has never changed. Mark my words. She'll become exactly like her mother, that slut. He had truly lost control of himself. There were only rage and resentment against Iris and Jin Liwei in his heart at the moment. You son of a bai. Jin Liwei was about to attack Long Hui again, but Iris stopped him. Liwei, don't dirty your hands anymore on scum like him. He's not worth your time or energy. Then she instructed the housekeeper. Mei, call the driver and have him driving you and that stupid idiot to the hospital. Right away, young Mississippi. Mei left to do her bidding. Long Hui threw his head back and gave an ugly, mocking laughter. Hospital? Still pretending to be a selfless and magnanimous person? Huh, little sister. I never claimed to be selfless or magnanimous, Iris said in a cold voice. I just don't want scum like you dirtying my floor longer than necessary. I'm sending you to the hospital because it's either that or have you thrown to the dumpster where you rightfully belong. Besides, it's better to send you to the hospital so father won't be able to blame me for your injuries, which, by the way, you totally deserve. And even if we forget that we're siblings, you're still the father of my godson. Just for that alone, I'll let you go relatively scot-free tonight. But if you continue acting like a stupid idiot after this, then don't blame us if Li Wei and I retaliate 100-fold. You can only blame yourself. Then she instructed the other staff, helping you get that stupid idiot into the car so that they can go to the hospital. No need to be careful. Just drag him. If he resists, just put him in a sack or something and then dump him into the trunk. Whoa, boss. You're so badass. Dom exclaimed. You're just like the female lead from the webtoon Queen of the Shadows by Princess Porkchop. Nobody responded to his off-topic remark, especially in this kind of tense situation. He didn't really mind, though. As for Jiang Yingyu, she felt torn between the siblings. However, she couldn't really defend any of Long Hui's actions tonight, because he was clearly in the wrong. Besides, he was the one who started insulting his own sister. Before you go, I want all of you to know that I'm banning that stupid idiot from entering the penthouse until further notice, Iris announced. Xiaolon. Jiang Yingyu expression fell. Don't worry, Yingyu. You and little June are always welcome here. But that scum isn't. That's all. Now go. Iris waved a hand, dismissing them. Huh. So what if you ban me? Go ahead. I never want to enter this forsaken place ever again either. Long Hui pointed threatening finger at Iris. You want Long Industries for yourself? Think again. I'll never let you. Iris had no interest in Long Industries. Ever. However, She thought that Long Hui's foolish provocations might just compel her to take over the dam company, just to spite him. If I do want Long Industries, what are you going to do about it? Stop me. She flipped her hair back and crossed her arms over her chest while raising an eyebrow at Long Hui. Just try it, elder brother Hui. May the best Long win. After that, she grabbed Jin Liwei's hand, and they both marched away. Jin Liwei made sure to throw an intimidating look at Long Hui before leaving the kitchen with his baby girl. ####. On the way to the hospital, a fierce argument was taking place inside the car. Stop the damn car. I don't want to go to the hospital. Long Hui roared. My apologies, sir. My employer is the young Miss Xiaolan, not you. She instructed me to bring you to the hospital, so I must do it at all cost, even if I have to knock you unconscious, the driver politely replied. You? How dare you? This is kidnapping. I'll call the police. Go ahead, sir. The driver remained polite all throughout, not the least bit intimidated by Long Hui's threats. The driver knew that the young miss protected all of the members of her household as long as they remained loyal to her. He also knew that her lawyer was one of the best private lawyers in the country, not to mention that Sir Liwei's own lawyer was the very best in the corporate world. I beg you to please calm down. This is not you. Jiang Yingyu pleaded with him. She was doing her best to remain calm. Long Hui glared at her. You did absolutely nothing to defend me earlier. Am I still your fiancé? Yingyu? Do you still love me? What are you talking about? Get a hold of yourself. Of course I still love you. It's just that you've said so many hurtful things to Xiaolan. This is so unlike you, Hui. I beg you to calm your anger. Why are you siding with her? Because Xiaolan is my friend. I'm your fiancé and the father of your child. Jiang Yingyu flinched at his yell, but she quickly straightened her already ramrod straight back, trying to stay strong even when she was upset at Long Hui's uncharacteristic behavior. He pointed an angry finger at her. It may seem like it's because of Xiaolan that you now have a comfortable life being the head of security at the condo, but you should know that I was the one who asked her to hire you as a bodyguard in the first place. You think that she's your friend? Think again. I begged her to hire you. I was the one who did things for you. You should be grateful to me, not to her. Her lips pressed hard into a thin line. I refuse to talk to you when you're being unreasonable like this. Please cool your head first. We can talk like two decent adults then. Xiaolan has banned me from her place, and now you don't want to talk to me? So you're really siding with her, huh? Is it because she's richer than me? Able to buy company shares like they're candies? Has close connections with powerful people? You're choosing her over me because she can give you more expensive things than me? Is that it? Jiang Yingyu slapped him hard on the face, while tears began falling down her eyes. How dare you say that, Hui? How dare you? Jiang Yingyu tearfully whispered. Long Hui's expression cracked upon seeing the obvious hurt in her eyes. Even though tears were streaming down her face nonstop, Jiang Yingyu still forced her voice to be clear and strong. Right from the start, I already knew that you asked Xiaolan to hire me. Yes, I started off as her bodyguard, but we became genuine friends later on. Don't downgrade my friendship with her just because she showers me and our son with nice things. She's just a naturally generous person to those she cares about, and she loves our son like her own. And besides, if I really wanted nice and expensive things like you're insinuating, I would have forced you to marry me the moment I found out that I was pregnant. But I didn't. If I only cared about wealth, I would have accepted your proposal the first time despite all of the humiliation and threats your relatives threw at me. But I didn't. Don't you ever paint me as an opportunistic person, Hui. Do you realize how extremely hurtful you're being today? I bore your child, experienced the unbelievable pain of childbirth, and decided to try again with you because I love you, not because of your wealth or status. I didn't come from a rich or powerful family like yours. My family wasn't destitute, but we experienced many difficulties in making ends meet. But at least my family taught me to treasure my dignity, to work hard and earn a living with an honest job, and to not fight with my own siblings and relatives. Because of inheritance, my late parents may not own their own company like your father, but they were still able to send me, their daughter, to university. When I finished my degree, they treated it as their biggest life achievement. I'll forever be thankful for their sacrifices, even now that they're gone. How about your family, Hui? All of you just know how to fight against each other because of money and power. The Longs don't deserve to be described as family. You're all a bunch of enemies pretending to be family. So keep your wealth and status to yourself. I don't need it nor want it. My son and I will survive even without your long money. I also don't want my son to call such power-hungry people as his family." All of these words tumbled out of her mouth in an emotional explosion. She needed to take a brief break to catch her breath, while hopelessly trying to control her tears. She angrily wiped her tears with her hands. Her emotional speech was the only thing so far that managed to penetrate his abnormal state of mind. It made his good sense gradually return. "Ingyu." He reached for her. "No, don't touch me." She slapped his hand and moved away from him until her body was almost plastered on her side of the car door. Please, Ingyu. Just shut up for now. Let me finish what I'm saying." A tense silence enveloped the car. The driver wished he could drive faster without breaking the traffic rules, so that they could reach the hospital sooner. This kind of tension wasn't good for his heart. He might be the one who would need to be admitted to the hospital for heart attack if he had to endure witnessing the couple's distressing fight like this. Finally, Jiang Yingyu spoke again. She looked directly at Long Hui's eyes, a heartbroken expression on her face. I love you because of who you are. Even when I'm still so hurt by what your relatives did to me back then, I still decided to give us another chance. But now it seems that I never really knew the real you. I didn't know that you're this kind of narrow-minded and malicious man. You're just like your relatives, all extremely bigoted. You're indeed a member of the Long family. It seems that your sisters are the only decent people in your family." After saying her piece, Jiang Yingyu began sobbing hard. Her loud, heart-rending cries filled the car. The driver had now become upset, even teary, witnessing everything happening in the back seat. He wanted to bash Long Hui's head, but he remembered that the man was still the young Miss's brother. Although it seemed that the siblings were fighting now, unless the young Miss officially declared her brother as an enemy, he and the other household staff still needed to treat Long Hui with politeness just because he was the blood relative of the young Miss. Long Hui had now recovered from his malicious outburst. Guilt and shame filled him until he almost felt nauseous. Seeing his woman and the mother of his child sobbing so hard made his heart feel like it was being squeezed painfully into a pulp. "Ingyu, I'm sorry. I didn't know what came over me. I feel like I was possessed or something." He desperately tried to find the right words to tell her, but could only struggle. He felt mortified remembering everything he did and said at the penthouse. Just like Jiang Yingyu, it seems that he also never really knew the real him. He had no idea that he was this kind of narrow-minded, malicious, and bigoted man. "I'm sorry. So sorry." He could only mumble over and over. Jiang Yingyu gave him a tearful side-eye. "It's not only me you should apologize to, Hui. Don't forget all of the things you said to your sister. She doesn't deserve the insults you threw at her." Long Hui frowned. A hint of unwillingness surfaced in his expression. The pride of being the firstborn made him reluctant to be the first one to lower his head to his younger sibling. "You're the one in the wrong, Hui," Jiang Yingyu reminded him. "Does this mean that you won't forgive me if I don't apologize to Xiaolan?" he asked. She looked at him like he was turning into a stranger right in front of her eyes. "Does apologizing to your sister need to have an incentive? Apologizing is what decent people do, Hui. Decent people apologize because they feel sorry. If you feel forced, then it's better that you don't apologize at all, because even if you do apologize, it wouldn't be genuine." He didn't reply. "Tell me, Hui, do you really feel sorry about what you said and did earlier at the penthouse?" she asked. "I feel sorry for hurting you and making you cry," he immediately replied. She rephrased her question. "Do you feel sorry for insulting Xiaolan and fighting with her?" He frowned, unable to answer as quickly. Jiang Yingyu gave a sad smile, as if she already expected this from him. When he still didn't reply, she knew that he was preoccupied with his own thoughts. It was obvious that his injuries were still hurting him. The bruises and cuts on his face and body were now turning into a myriad of ugly colors. Fortunately, it seemed that the pain in his leg wasn't as severe anymore. Her heart softened seeing his beaten-up appearance. Even though she felt hurt by him, she still loved him. She hoped that he would soon realize how destructive he was suddenly becoming and stop himself before it was too late. If she was ever forced to choose between Iris or Long Hui, she would choose the one who would provide her son, little June, with a better environment to grow up in. And she didn't think that the Long family as it was now would be able to give her son a peaceful and nurturing home. The car stopped. "We have arrived at the hospital," the driver announced. Jiang Yingyu turned to Long Hui. Let's go. I'll take you inside. We're all feeling emotional right now. Let's cool our heads first. We can talk again after we've thought things through. Long Hui nodded. The two entered the hospital. She accompanied him all throughout. However, there was some kind of invisible wall separating them now. They continued to love each other deep within their hearts, but they could also feel this invisible wall blocking them from getting closer once again. It was uncomfortable, unpleasant, and painful. Yet neither of them made the first move to smash this intangible separation between them. If they didn't do anything to fix it as soon as possible, they would truly start drifting apart from each other. This was the other side of love, the ugly and the painful. Gold Heights condominium. When they reached their bedroom, Iris continued to pull Jin Liwei all the way to the bathroom. She stripped him of his clothes except for his boxers and examined his body under the lights. She felt furious after seeing the small bruises and tiny scratches on his body. Of course, Jin Liwei's light bruises and scratches were nothing compared to Long Hui's nasty injuries. To Iris, however, they were a big deal. She almost called the driver to bring Long Hui back to the penthouse so that she could personally beat him up for leaving marks on her darling. They don't hurt. I don't even feel them, Jin Liwei assured her. And indeed, he could barely feel them. In fact, his body hurt more after an intense workout than after his fight with Long Hui. The fucker only got lucky that some of his punches and kicks were able to land. Iris didn't reply. She took the first aid kit and opened it. Then her eyes blanked out as she stared at the contents. Wait here, darling. I need to search this up first. Despite feeling pissed off at Long Hui, Jin Liwei couldn't help but smile in amusement at his baby girl. He pulled her back. No need. Here, I'll show you how to do it. Iris was a fast learner, but since this was her first time treating injuries herself, her movements were still clumsy. She applied too much medicine, believing that more would make his injuries heal faster. After treating him, she told him, I don't want you getting hurt in a fight again. Love, these are nothing. I told you they don't hurt. No, what I mean is that I don't want you getting hit in a fight again. Or at least, minimize the chance of hits landing on your body. Why don't I ask fourth brother to start coming again? I haven't had a Systema class with him ever since we returned from Europe. Are you interested in doing Systema with me? Jin Liwei thought about her suggestion. I think I can learn Systema, but I don't really have any interest in it. I was originally trained in karate, but it has been years since I last practiced it. That's why I'm quite rusty now. Maybe I should start visiting the dojo again. It's up to you. But don't force yourself if you don't have the time. We're already both so busy that I don't want anything to decrease our time together any more than necessary. Don't worry, love. Once or twice per week should be enough to refresh my karate skills. They talked some more about their respective plans of training again in their own respective martial arts while cleaning themselves for the night. Although their conversation was light, they could feel a dark undercurrent in their emotions. Long Hui's earlier provocations had effectively killed their earlier desire to make love. Now they were just getting themselves ready for bed. They already tossed out any plans of making love for the night. When they returned to the bedroom, Iris called Xiao Yu on the phone and instructed him to purchase more Long Industries shares if any were put up for sale at any given time. She gave him permission to immediately buy the shares for her, no matter how much the price, even without informing her first. This was to raise their chances of getting it before anyone else. After the call, Iris turned and saw Jin Liwei stretching on the carpet. She joined him and they stretched together before going to bed. So you want to buy more Long Industries shares? Have you changed your mind and decided that you want the company after all? He asked. Obviously, he heard the conversation with her financial manager on the phone. No, I'm still not interested in Long Industries. At all. The corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. So you're buying more shares just to spite that stupid idiot? Iris sneered at the mention of Long Hui, but her expression quickly returned to being serious. Yes, of course I want to spite him after what he did and said to me earlier this evening. Jin Liwei paused, stretching. His expression turned dark, cold, and dangerous as he remembered all of the things the motherfucker said to his baby girl. She rubbed his clenched fists, soothing him. She could feel an almost murderous aura radiating from him. When he didn't relax, she moved behind him and hugged him from behind. They were still both sitting on the carpet. She nuzzled his neck until she felt him relaxing a bit. Then she continued, I want to spite that stupid idiot, but that's too shallow of a reason. If there's only him in the picture, I don't mind using Long Industries to mess with him. But alas, there are other people involved in this situation. Father made Long Industries into a successful international company. I don't want to belittle his hard work just to punish his stupid son. I see. Jin Liwei nodded. He turned his head to the side so that they were looking at each other's eyes. But that's only a minor reason. I suddenly have a bad feeling about that stupid idiot. I can't explain it exactly, but I'm worried about his next actions, Iris said with a frown. If he continues acting delusional and stupid like what he did earlier this evening, then we'll truly become enemies. Like I just said, there are also other people involved in this situation. If it's only him, I don't mind clashing against him. I'm just afraid that if I really become complete enemies with him, he'll do something to punish me by using our godson and Ingyu. I can't bear that, darling. Jin Liwei scowled at the idea. He's not a man if he dares use his woman and child in that way. She tightened her arms around him. That's why I only banned him here in the penthouse, even though I wanted to ban him from the entire condo building. I'm just worried that if I do that, he'll do something drastic like forcing Ingyu and little June to leave here and to come and live with him instead. He might even retaliate by banning us from seeing them. I don't want that. I want Ingyu and our godson to be close to us. Jiang Ingyu won't go with him. She wants a safe and stable home for her son. The condo is exactly that, Jin Liwei assured her. This is the woman who rejected the stupid idiot's proposal many times before, because I'm guessing that she doesn't think that he could provide her and their son a safe and stable home. You're right. But don't forget that he's still our godson's father. If he starts fighting Ingyu for custody, then things will just become messier. I don't want little June to have to go through something like Liwei. It'll scar him for life. Iris knew what kind of emotional damage a child could suffer when the parents were at odds against each other. Even though she didn't have any first-hand experience of it as Evelina, the memories of the original Iris were more than enough to prove that an experience like that could warp a person for life. Jin Liwei immediately understood what Iris meant. He pulled her from behind him to his front, urging her to sit between his legs on the carpet. Their positions reversed. He was now the one hugging her from behind, pulling her close until her back touched his chest. He embraced her in an almost protective manner. If that son of a bitch decides to fight for custody, we can't do anything to make him and Jiang and you stay together. In fact, I'd rather that your friend stay away from a fucker like him, he told her. But what we can do is to give our utmost support and protection to our godson and Jiang Ingyu. We can't fully shield them from the pain, but we can lessen the damage that stupid idiot could do to them, if ever. Iris looked unsatisfied that they couldn't fully protect little June and Jiang Ingyu in that kind of possible situation. However, she could only nod at Jin Liwei's words. As much as possible, I don't want to destroy little June's relationship with his father, she said. Although that stupid brother of mine isn't a reliable enough man for my friend, he's still a great father to our godson. No, love. We're not going to destroy our godson's relationship with his father. If it's ever destroyed, it will be that stupid idiot's fault, not ours. So don't ever feel guilty about that. You don't deserve to carry a guilt that's supposed to be his. She nodded, feeling better after listening to him. However, she still couldn't stop worrying about little June and Jiang Ingyu. If they weren't in the picture, she would have already declared war against Longhui. Alas, the situation was much more complicated with the mother and child directly involved in the situation. Jin Liwei continued speaking. This is what I was talking about when I said that I see a weakness in Long Hui's character. He just proved that my guess was correct. He's nice and confident when he's secure in his position as the heir, but the moment his top position is threatened, he completely loses his cool. We just saw him crumble from all of the pressure. What's more, he has shifted the blame on you. What a weak man. Sighing, Iris leaned back against his chest. She felt comforted by his strong arms and protective embrace. I agree with you. He's a weak man, but Ingyu still clearly loves him. I just hope that he sees that and adjusts his attitude. If not, he's going to send their little family into a great heartbreak. It's difficult, but it's possible for a man to change. I did for you, he told her in a low tone. A lovely smile lit up her serious expression. I know. Thank you for doing it for me. I love you. I love you too. The lovers were sidetracked by the lovey-dovey moment. They smiled at each other like idiots before Iris made them return to the topic about Longhui. Her worry about her godson and friend because of her fight with Long Hui bothered her like a pest crawling inside her heart. She needed to get it off her system or she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully tonight. A man can change, but not every man can do so, Jin Liwei said. The question is if Jiang Yingyu and little Jun will be enough reason for Long Hui to change himself into a better man. You're right. We can only hope that he changes for the better. But I don't want to bet everything on hope. Iris pursed her lips, not really liking what she was about to say. We need some insurance just in case he continues being a weak, stupid idiot like this. She straightened and turned her body around so that they were facing each other. Darling, I don't have any interest in Long Industries, and most especially not in the matters of the Long clan, but I've decided that I'm now going to fight for control of them. I'll show everyone, especially Father, that I'm the best person to lead the business and the clan, she said in a determined voice. Jin Liwei didn't look surprised at all. He even looked like he was already expecting this. However, he didn't talk yet. He waited until she finished speaking. Our godson, Long Jun, is a rightful member of the Long clan. Our godson shouldn't be treated like an outsider like this. It's unfortunate that his father, that stupid idiot, is too weak to really do anything to fight for him. So I'll do it in that stupid idiot's stead, whether he likes it or not. We'll do it together, he told her. No, he promised her. Iris held his hands and smiled. He clasped them. Together. He's too afraid to clash directly against the elders and the relatives, but I'm not. We're not. She corrected herself. Then she continued. We'll purge all the scum out of the Long clan and make it into a safe haven for our godson. I'll hold the reins for him until he decides if he wants to become the next head when he grows up. If he does, I'll hand everything of the Longs for him to manage. But if he decides that he doesn't want to become next head, maybe one of our future kids would want to do so instead. What do you think, darling? Jin Liwei's eyes lit up hearing her talk about their future children. If our kid is qualified to do so, then why not? Likewise, our other kid could inherit Jin Corporation if he or she wants to and is qualified for the job. But if they don't have the qualifications, they have no business inheriting any of these companies. She giggled and played with his hands. Mr. Jin, our children haven't even been born yet, but you're already so strict on them. My dear future Mrs. Jin, our children need to experience some tough love for them to learn discipline and grow into responsible adults. It's our responsibility as their parents. A blush colored her cheeks at being called future Mrs. Jin. She was already becoming more open about the idea of having children. The fear and insecurity were still there, but she felt assured by Jin Liwei's reliability. She just knew that he would be an amazing father, just like how he was an amazing godfather to their godson. That was why she wanted to do all of these things for little Jun, not only because she loved him and wanted what was best for him, but also because she wanted to prove to herself that she could be a reliable godmother, and maybe a good mother in the future as well. So I guess things will become more chaotic and stressful now that we've decided to do this. We're going to end up making a lot of enemies from the Long clan, darling. Then she sighed before saying, and it's going to be super expensive, too. Those shares are no joke, but I need to buy them to gain more control. The saddest part is that I don't even want them. She sighed again. It seems that someone is forgetting that her fiancé is a global billionaire. But, no buts, love. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is, I'll ask to share. She giggled and then teased him. If you ask very nicely, maybe I'll share with you what's mine. After being distracted by another round of lovey-doveyness, Iris finally agreed to allow Jin Liwei to help her purchase some shares if the price was too much for her. She could still afford minor shares like the 5% she recently purchased, but if it were anything more than 35%, it would really hurt her personal finances. There was no way she would tap into Planet Monkey or Orchidea Beauty's funds. Later, both of them felt better and lighter after talking. They moved to the bed and prepared to sleep, before they could even lay down. However, the sound of the ringing phone interrupted them. It's already so late. Who could be calling me at this ungodly hour? Iris complained as she climbed off the bed once again for her phone. When she saw who was calling, she looked at the ceiling and sighed in annoyance. She was tempted to reject the call and turn off the phone, but in the end still decided to answer it. Hello, Mother. It was Wei Lan. Hello, my beautiful daughter. Mother missed you so much. Wei Lan's dramatic and slightly annoying voice said through the phone. Iris allowed the woman to talk and talk and talk. When Wei Lan continued to chatter without any signs of stopping, Iris began feeling impatient. She was exhausted with everything that happened earlier tonight. She just wanted to sleep, especially since she still had to wake up early the next morning for work. She had no time for Wei Lan's useless chatter. "Mother, did you have something important to tell me?" She interrupted the older woman. "It's already so late. I still have work tomorrow." "Oh, why didn't you say so? Honey, you should have interrupted me sooner." Wei Lan cried. "A lady's beauty sleep is super important. Like the most important ever. But yes, I called because I wanted to tell you something important. Like super important. Oh my goodness. I almost forgot about it." Iris forced herself to be calm and politely urged Wei Lan to speak. "You see, giggle giggle, Mother has finally married again." Wei Lan revealed in excitement. Iris blinked a few times. This would only be Wei Lan's second marriage. Even though she had countless lovers, she surprisingly didn't marry again after divorcing Long Tingfei. She claimed that marriage wasn't for a free spirit like her, more like she wasn't the type suited for long-term commitments. "I see. Congratulations, Mother." Iris greeted her politely. She was surprised, but not too surprised. She figured that if the woman met a man who was several times wealthier and more powerful than Long Tingfei, Wei Lan would marry him in a heartbeat. And Iris assumed that was what happened in this case. "Oh, thank you so much, honey. Mother is so happy right now. I finally met the love of my life. We married in Rio de Janeiro. It was such a small, intimate, but beautiful ceremony. I felt like a blushing girl again." Wei Lan gushed. Then her tone became a bit sad. "I'm sorry that I wasn't able to invite you, honey. I heard about everything that happened to you back there with the car crash actually turning out to be attempted murder and all that. So I didn't want to make it stressful for you by asking you to travel all the way to Rio just to attend my wedding." Iris tilted her head to the side and frowned a bit. Something was off about Wei Lan. Was it just her, or the woman actually sounded nice and considerate? These were words that she would never associate with Wei Lan. She looked at Jin Liwei, who was observing her. She turned on the speaker so that he could also hear the entire phone conversation. "My new husband is a foreigner, so the difference in culture is challenging. But I love him so much. I hope that you'll like him, honey. He's the kindest and understanding man that I've ever met in my entire life. And I've met so many men in my life, including your father. You know that." Wei Lan giggled. Iris' impatience was gradually replaced by curiosity. She didn't give a whit about the woman's new husband, but she was extremely curious about this seemingly nicer and considerate Wei Lan. Even Jin Liwei looked surprised. He had listened in on phone conversations between the mother and daughter before. He also noticed the change in Wei Lan's way of speaking to her daughter. It was as if she really cared this time. "I want you to meet my husband soon. Unfortunately, there are still many things that he needs to finish in South America. He's so hardworking. But I'm really starting to feel homesick, so I decided to return to China ahead on my own. Surprise, I'm coming home soon," Wei Lan happily announced. "I can't wait to see my dear baby girl. I missed you so much. I know that you've become so beautiful, just like me." Iris and Jin Liwei looked at each other. It seemed like it was finally time for the future mother-in-law to meet her future son-in-law. "So, honey, can you have someone pick Mother up from the airport?" Wei Lan asked. "Of course, Mother. Just send me your flight details." "Really? Ooh, Mother is so happy to have such a filial daughter." "Thank you." Iris rubbed her temples, starting to get a headache listening to the older woman's voice. Wei Lan might have become nicer and considerate, but she could still be really annoying, especially when she talked and talked and talked nonstop. Jin Liwei crawled on the bed and positioned himself behind her. Then he started massaging her shoulders and back. She sighed in pleasure and appreciation of her darling's thoughtfulness. "One more thing, honey. Can Mother stay at your penthouse?" "Please." Iris frowned. "Don't you have your own place, Mother?" "Yes, but I want to spend quality time with my beautiful dear daughter. I haven't seen you for so long. I also want to meet your fiancé. Let's bond together. We're familiar." Iris turned her head and looked at Jin Liwei, silently asking him for his opinion. He nodded. "All right, Mother. You can stay at the penthouse. I'll have a room prepared for you." "Oh, thank you so much, honey." After another 5 minutes of listening to Wei Lan's enthusiastic chatter, the phone call finally ended. Iris sighed in relief that it was over. Talking with the older woman was actually quite exhausting. "How do you feel?" Jin Liwei asked her. knowing that the mother and daughter weren't close at all. She shrugged. She didn't really have any other strong feelings besides curiosity and slight annoyance. If possible, she didn't want to trouble herself with Wei Lan on a regular basis. However, she also felt curious about Wei Lan's change. She wanted to know if the woman had truly changed or was just faking it. In the end, her curiosity won over. Jin Liwei nodded, accepting her shrug as an answer. He turned off the lights after they settled on the bed. After a few seconds of getting comfortable in his arms, his baby girl immediately fell into deep sleep as usual. As for him, he thought about all of the things that they had to deal with today. So many things happened in just a few hours, and now his future mother-in-law was coming. It wasn't a secret that a huge part of his baby girl's bad reputation in the past could be attributed to Wei Lan. She was notoriously known as a gold-digging, social-climbing seductress. In high society where many women hated her, she was called a slut. Even Long Hui used Wei Lan to insult Iris earlier, which pissed Jin Liwei off so badly that he beat the motherfucker. If the brother could use Wei Lan to insult Iris, how much more the other people? Jin Liwei couldn't help but feel a little trepidation that Wei Lan chose to return to the country at such an unstable period in the Long clan. His baby girl just decided that she would directly join the battle for succession. She needed to arm herself with the best weapons and also to boost her position and reputation. He hoped Wei Lan wouldn't create trouble for his baby girl, especially at such an important time. Like this, I hope she really changed for the better, he thought before falling asleep while embracing his baby girl. The next day, Long Hui was discharged from the hospital. His injuries looked nasty, but they weren't life-threatening. What relieved him the most was when the doctor told him that his peroneal nerve was only hurt, but not permanently damaged. The doctor warned him that if just a bit more force than what he was hit with was used, he would have ended up with chronic leg pain or numbness. Worst-case scenario would be leg paralysis. Both he and Jiang Yingyu paled when they heard what the doctor said. Now Long Hui had developed a deep trauma for oranges. He would never eat oranges for the rest of his life ever again. It also deepened his resentment towards his younger sister, Iris, and to her fiancé, Jin Liwei. Mixed with the resentment and other negative emotions like envy and insecurity was the feeling of guilt. After getting some sleep, albeit a restless one, he realized just how crazy he acted last night. He totally lost control of himself. He was ashamed of his uncharacteristic behavior. He felt sorry for all the insults he threw at his own sister, but the pride of being the firstborn prevented him from apologizing first. It also didn't help that he was still feeling threatened by Iris' growing prominence and support within the clan. Nevertheless, he didn't want to become enemies with her. After thinking about things more clearly, he concluded that it would be extremely difficult for him to win against her if she seriously began competing in the Long clan's battle for succession. All of these conflicting emotions were stressing him out. It was causing him great confusion. He needed some time to carefully analyze everything before choosing the best course of action. That was why he didn't return to Gold Heights with Jiang Yingyu. The condo unit was given by Iris to his son. Staying there would make him constantly think of her and would only worsen his already troubled state of mind. As a result, he returned to his primary residence at the Long ancestral compound instead. He tried persuading Jiang Yingyu to come and live with him and their son, but she refused. He wasn't surprised, but he couldn't help but be disappointed. He didn't force her, however. The last thing he wanted was to worsen the invisible wall between them. Perhaps this temporary living separation would help cool off the tension between them. He hoped that they could restore their previous happy relationship when they decided to live together again. When he left Jiang Yingyu and his son at Gold Heights, he didn't bring any of his clothes or things with him. This was a clear indication that he still planned on returning to them. The question was, when? He didn't know. ####. Long Ancestral Residence, Eastern Wing. The Eastern Wing was Long Hui's personal residence. Like the rest of the compound, the undeniable ancient aura could also be felt here. However, it had more modern elements compared to the main wing where Long Tengfei and his wife lived. Long Hui opted to use modern furniture, appliances, and decorations instead of using the original antique ones that his ancestors used for centuries. As a result, only the building itself retained the ancientness in this wing. Everything else inside was modern. His father and some of the relatives, especially the elders, disapproved of his interior design choices. However, They couldn't really do anything to stop him because it was his space. Although Long Tengfei didn't like the overly modernized place, he allowed Long Hui the freedom to decorate it as he pleased. The day he returned to the eastern wing, it seemed that the servants reported his pitiful appearance to his father because Long Tengfei and Yang Jiehui immediately visited him. "Who did that to you?" Long Tengfei asked as soon as he saw his son. His darkened with cold fury. "Which stupid person dared to beat up the son of him, Long Tengfei? Little sister Xiulan and her fiancé, that wild man, did this to me," Long Hui replied in a sullen tone. Long Tengfei was caught off guard that he didn't know how to react for a few moments. It was his wife, Yang Jiehui, who reacted first. "What? Xiulan and Liwei beat you up? What?" She looked shocked, then skeptical. It was hard for her to imagine that Iris and Jin Liwei could beat up a family member so badly like this. He deserves it." Mimi's voice sounded from the doorway. The young woman looked pale and exhausted. Her eyes were red, decorated by dark circles and heavy eye bags. She had been working on her webtoon in her room for hours before taking a much-needed break. The servants informed her that Long Tengfei and Yang Jiehui left to visit Long Hui, who just returned to the eastern wing. Mimi already learned what happened from Dom, Clover, and even some tidbits from Jiang Yingyu herself. Needless to say, it angered her as Iris' friend. She immediately followed her aunt and uncle to the eastern wing. Big brother Hui insulted Xiulan, so of course Big Bro Liwei beat him up. "If I was there, I would also beat you up, Big brother Hui." I can't believe you would do that to Xiulan. She and Big Bro Liwei have been so nice to you and your little family, but this is how you repay them. "Ga, I'm so mad." "Xiaomei, calm down," Yang Jiehui told her niece. "You insulted your sister? What did you say to her?" Long Tengfei asked his son in a cold and strict voice. Long Hui didn't answer. Long Tengfei turned to Mimi, silently asking her instead. "I don't know exactly what Big Brother Hui said. All I know is that he insulted Xiulan. That's why Big Bro Liwei beat him up," she answered. Then she turned to Long Hui and challenged him. "Man up, Big Brother Hui. Tell us exactly what you said to Xiulan. Don't be such a coward." "Xiaomei, that's enough," Yang Jiehui warned her. She crossed her arms over her chest. Mimi had no idea that her man-up challenge worked on Long Hui. It effectively pricked his machismo. "I'm not a coward," he hissed at Mimi. "Fine, I'll tell you what I said to her." He told them how he used Wei Lan's reputation as a social climbing, gold-digging slut to insult Iris. All three were horrified after he finished speaking. Yang Jiehui. "Oh no. Mimi, what the hell? Did you really? How dare you say that to your own sister?" Long Tengfei roared. His voice was so loud and fearsome that everyone, including Long Hui, Yang Jiehui, Mimi, and the nearby servants, all flinched and were frightened. Long Tengfei rarely raised his voice in fury like this, so when it happened, everyone shut up and froze. They were afraid to say or do anything that would anger him even further. Long Hui just sat there and accepted his father's harsh scolding. He didn't defend himself. "Go apologize to your sister and make up with her. Then return to your son and fiancé. Stop hiding here." Long Tengfei punctuated his scolding. Then he marched out of the eastern wing with his wife and Mimi, leaving Long Hui alone with his extremely chaotic thoughts and emotions. A few days had passed since Long Hui left the hospital and returned to his wing at the ancestral residence. He took a leave from the company to recover from his injuries. However, he continued working from home. He hadn't seen his father since the day Long Tengfei scolded him. He also hadn't made up with Iris yet, nor apologized to her. At the moment, a physiotherapist was treating his leg in the living room. It still hurt a bit and felt tender, causing him to walk with a limp. As for his other injuries, they looked worse than they felt. The bruises and cuts looked ugly, but they were already healing and didn't hurt as much as before. When the physiotherapist left, a servant entered carrying a basket filled with fruits and pastries. They were sent by Long Ming. Not long after, Long Hui received a call from the elder. He felt paranoid for a moment, thinking that Long Ming was calling to tell him that she would no longer continue supporting him. He was able to catch himself in time before his negative thoughts spiraled out of control again. Long Ming heard that he had returned to the eastern wing and that he was recovering from some injuries. However, she didn't know anything about what kind of injuries he had or how he got them. It seemed that Long Tengfei locked down the information from leaking out of the ancestral compound. Long Hui didn't tell her either. After wishing him to get well soon, Long Ming finally moved on to the purpose of her call. Unsurprisingly, it was about Iris owning 5% shares of Long Industries and how she now owned more than any of them. The rightful heir is you, young Master Hui. You should be owning more shares in the company than any of your siblings, she told him. That being said, I'll sell you my 3% shares so you can add it to the 2.5% that you currently own for a total of 5.5%. This way, you'll own a bit more than the young Miss Xiaolan. Of course, he was immediately tempted. There was just one big problem, however. Grandaunt Ming, thank you for the offer, but I can't afford to buy your shares at the moment. Don't worry about it for now. You can pay me back in installments in the next few years, maybe even decades. If I'm dead by then, you can continue the payments to my children or grandchildren. His eyes lit up. Really? You're willing to let me do that? Yes. I'll even help you purchase some more shares if any were put up for sale. My branch family and several others are willing to loan you money to buy them. He was about to accept the offer, but his father's harsh scolding a few days ago played inside his mind. Guilt filled him once again. He had been contemplating of whether to apologize to his youngest sister or not. His pause saved him because Long Ming added, but on one condition. Condition? He frowned. Although he already expected it, he still didn't like that her help came with conditions. Yes, I'll help you and do all of these for you if you break up with that woman and marry a nice, suitable lady we approve of who also matches your status as an heir. Long Hui didn't answer. He was completely silent. Please think about my offer carefully, young Master Hui. Our allies and I will do everything in our power to help you become the next head. But of course, you also need to do your part and do this for us. Actually, this is for your own good. That's all what I want to say for now, Long Ming told him before bidding goodbye. Although he didn't accept her offer, she was already satisfied that he didn't reject it right away. It meant that he was thinking about it. There was a chance that he would agree to her terms. When the phone call ended, Long Hui felt even more torn than ever before. ####. The summer season would be officially ending soon, but the weather still remained hot. Despite the uncooperative weather, the promotions for upcoming TV shows that would soon be released in fall season were already well underway. One such promotion for a particular romance TV drama was currently trending all over. It was a live-action adaptation based on a popular romance. Although the TV drama adaptation casted young, not-so-popular actress and actor as the main leads, many still looked forward to watching it because of the original. The fans eagerly waited for its premiere to judge whether the drama would do justice to the original work. As a result, Our Love, Our Destiny was one of the most anticipated TV dramas in the fall season. Its teaser previews were watched numerous times both on TV and on the internet. Netizens couldn't stop talking about it. I can't wait for summer to end so that we can finally watch Our Love, Our Destiny. Me too. Although I'm disappointed with their choice of actress to play the female lead, I'm quite happy about the actor playing the male lead. OMG, he's so hot. As a diehard fan of the original, I also can't wait to watch the live-action TV drama adaptation. But putting that aside for now, who else is loving the theme song? LOL. The teaser previews only feature a few seconds of the music. We can't even hear any lyrics. But that few seconds are already enough for me to love the theme song. I wonder who's going to sing it. Some of them made a few guesses, but the topic of conversation quickly changed into something else. Nobody was really that interested in the theme song at the moment. They were more focused about the drama itself and the choice of cast. That was until someone began freaking out online. Holy shit. The full trailer was just uploaded. Watch it right now. I'm freaking out. OMG. Relax, buddy. I'm watching it right now. Although I'm feeling excited, I don't think it's enough to make me freak out. Relax. How can I relax? Do you not freaking recognize the voices singing the freaking theme song? Huh. What the hell? Is this real? Am I dreaming? OMG. Please tell me I'm not dreaming. Jin Liwei and Iris Long are singing the theme song of Our Love, Our Destiny together? The Black Stars and Jin Liwei's army of fans immediately swarmed and took over the internet once the names of their boss Iris and Prince Lin were mentioned. They watched the trailer in droves to confirm whether it was their boss and Prince's voices who were really singing the theme song together. Their collective action resulted in the trailer becoming the most viewed video within a 24-hour period. As diehard fans, they instantly recognized Iris Long and Jin Chonglin's voices. Even if the two changed their faces, their loyal fans would always recognize them by their singing voices. However, it was much easier to recognize Jin Chonglin's singing voice than Iris, because people had already heard him trying to sing in different music styles throughout the years that he had been in showbiz. On the other hand, Iris Long was still astounding everyone with her almost unbelievable musical range and versatility. People were still not sure what her limits were when it came to music. They felt like she hadn't shown everything she was capable of yet. Although there still wasn't any official confirmation that Iris Long and Jin Chonglin were really the ones singing the theme song for the upcoming romance TV drama, Our Love, Our Destiny, their fans were already certain that it was the two of them. Almost everyone was freaking out in great anticipation and excitement. Of course, the ones who were the most overjoyed were the Linris shippers. They considered this surprise music collaboration as proof of their boss and prince's romantic relationship. They still believed that their Prince Lin was the real fiancé of their boss Iris. People demanded an official confirmation from both Jin Chonglin and Iris Long, Bright Summit, their record labels, and even the cast and production staff of Our Love, Our Destiny. However, they didn't say anything. Their silence only heightened the excitement, boosting the attention and interest the upcoming TV drama was getting from the media and the public. After more than an entire day of waiting, the long-awaited official confirmation arrived when JJ's record label made an announcement. It said, "We are excited to announce that multi-award-winning musician Iris Long will be collaborating with superstar Jin Chonglin to sing the theme song of the upcoming TV drama, Our Love, Our Destiny, premiering soon next season." The love song is a duet titled Shining Eyes, composed and written by Iris Long and produced by our very own Mr. JJ. More details will be released in a few days. Please look forward to the release of this dream collaboration and support both Iris Long and Jin Chonglin's new song. Also, don't forget to watch the upcoming TV drama, Our Love, Our Destiny. Thank you very much. The public's reaction was quite predictable. The Black Stars, Jin Chonglin's army of fans, and most especially the Linris shippers all celebrated after this official confirmation by JJ's record label. Kaiwea, I'm so freaking excited. I just know that this will be the biggest love song of the year. It says that Iris Long is the songwriter. From her track record so far after her comeback, she's known for her dark, depressing, and sometimes even twisted music. However, Shining Eyes sounds like a sweet and romantic love song based on what we've heard so far from the teaser included in the trailer. I wonder if her songwriting skills will be as effective in this kind of sweet and romantic song as her usual dark and twisted songs that we're so used to hearing from her. Boss Iris is a brilliant songwriter who has already won multiple awards for her music. So of course, this sweet and romantic love song, as you call it, will also have the same high quality like her previous songs. I bet my precious cup noodles on it. I agree. I bet that this love song is actually Boss Iris' love letter to her beloved fiancé, who I'm super sure is actually Prince Lin. It's so romantic that the engaged couple is singing a love song together to profess their love to one another through music. Hashtag We Love Linris, hashtag Linris Forever. Shortly after, Bright Summit and the TV drama's production both confirmed the music collaboration as well. The TV drama revved up its promotion, using the popularity of both Iris Long and Jin Chonglin in its publicity. Then things went even crazier when Jin Chonglin himself confirmed the music collaboration by means of a simple post on his blog. He posted a photo of himself taking a selfie with an unaware Iris in the background. She was playing the keyboard in a music studio with a big gray cat curled on her lap. It looked like she didn't know that someone was taking a picture of her at that very moment. As for Jin Chonglin, he looked mischievous as he pressed a finger to his lips, a please keep quiet gesture, while secretly taking a picture of Iris without her knowledge. A striped orange cat was balanced on his shoulder, rubbing itself against the side of his head. It was super adorable. The photo was captioned, "A typical working day with Junior Iris. She plays the music while I play with the cats. This is the life, I'm telling you." Just a second after he posted this on his blog, it was immediately flooded with thousands of comments. The Linris shippers were at the very forefront. They all fangirled, fanboyed, and fangayed over their dream couple. Of course, the Black Stars immediately recognized their boss Iris cats. They even knew their names as Ice Cream and Popcorn. The fact that one of them, Popcorn, looked so close and comfortable with Jin Chonglin was making them think that perhaps he was really their boss' real fiancé. They were confused because Jin Chonglin's body build was completely different from the man in the photo shown during Iris' interview with Fengjiu. Although both of their bodies looked hot and fit, Jin Chonglin was much slimmer while the other man was bigger and a bit more ripped. There were also a few people who dug up old photos of Liu Zihao. They couldn't find any recent photos of him. As the photos were from many years ago, nobody could tell for sure whether he was actually Iris' fiancé just based on body build alone. The general public didn't know much about him, but the members of high society believed that he was Iris' fiancé. Despite all of these conflicting guesses, the Linris shippers remained steadfast in their belief that their Prince Lin Lin was their boss Iris' real fiancé. They speculated that their boss was just using another man to pretend to be her fiancé to deflect the attention from their prince. However, their belief was shaken when Iris Long made her own post as an indirect response to Jin Chonglin's earlier blog post. She posted a photo featuring her two cats as well. This time, however, the two cats were lovingly curled all over the familiar body of the mysterious man she was claiming to be her real fiancé. Once again, the man's face wasn't shown, only his body. The simple caption read, "My kids only have one daddy." The Linris shippers were in complete denial. They refused to believe that she was engaged to another man other than their Prince Lin Lin. "Boss Iris, why do you put us in this torture? If you're really not engaged to Prince Lin Lin, please prove it to us by introducing your real fiancé." They cried to her with this plea. Unexpectedly, she replied, "Iris Long, soon." A few seconds of shock. Then another uproar. While the Linris shippers and many other people were freaking out about Iris' promise to introduce her fiancé soon, she put the matter aside for now and continued to work hard. Despite her busy schedule, she didn't forget to spend some time being lovey-dovey with her darling even when they weren't physically together. She had already stopped monitoring Jin Corporation's surveillance system because Jin Liwei's assistant, Su Tian, had begged her not to do so anymore for the sake of the employees' mental health. Almost everyone at Jin Corporation was now afraid of being haunted to insanity by the evil demon with a robotic voice. But one thing that she didn't stop was the lunch deliveries to Jin Liwei. It came to a point that they had to hire an extra chef at the mansion because of the increased workload. Jin Liwei informed her that everyone at Jin Corporation was now enthusiastic about meetings because they knew that his fiancé would feed everyone. It was a good thing for the company because his employees' productivity increased as a result of the anticipation for food. Both Iris and Jin Liwei also started training again in their respective martial arts. Umo, aka Fourth Brother, started coming over the mansion to train Iris once again. Jin Liwei returned to the karate dojo after such a long time. After attaining third-degree black belt years ago, he stopped training because he became too busy running Jin Corporation. He asked his second brother, Wang Yingjia, to accompany him this time. Wang Yingjia was a fifth-degree black belt and continued to train in karate even when the rest of them stopped. Although he wasn't as active in it anymore, he still made sure to go to the dojo at least once a month or so. Their eldest brother, Lin Yihan, reached second-degree black belt but had no interest in karate anymore. He was happy focusing most of his time on his passion, sports shooting. With all of these going on in their lives, it was quite a wonder how Iris and Jin Liwei still managed to spend time together. But they did. Both of them felt very happy. However, Iris felt a faint dread at a certain date that was fast approaching. It was the day that Wei Lan would be returning to the country. If Wei Lan was only visiting, Iris wouldn't think much of it. But this time, the woman would be staying at the penthouse for who knew how long. When Iris informed Yi Mei and the household staff that Wei Lan would be staying at the penthouse for an indefinite period of time, she could sense their horror even when they weren't showing it on their expressions. Clover told Iris that she overheard Yi Mei giving an in-depth doomsday sort of lecture to the penthouse's entire household staff on how to interact with Wei Lan, or more like how to avoid being the target of her wrath. After hearing about her staff's anxiety, Iris was seriously having second thoughts about agreeing to let Wei Lan stay in the penthouse. However, she already gave her promise to the woman. It ended up being quite a stormy day when Wei Lan was scheduled to arrive in the country. Many flights were canceled. In fact, Imei and the others were hoping that Wei Lan's flight would be delayed for another day or longer. Unfortunately, the woman's flight arrived on time despite the bad weather. The driver picked her up from the airport. Imei and the others had no choice but to welcome their dreaded guest at the penthouse. Iris, Jin Liwei, Dom, and Clover were busy working, so they weren't there to welcome Wei Lan when she arrived. Both Iris and Jin Liwei already decided to stay at the penthouse for a few days to spend some time with Wei Lan after work. A sense of uncertainty and trepidation enveloped all of them at the thought of having to regularly interact and even live with Wei Lan. ####. Later that evening, unlike their usual routine, Jin Liwei picked up Iris, Dom, and Clover at Orchidia Beauty. Normally, they went home on their own because they had different schedules. Iris especially had an extremely irregular schedule as a celebrity. Earlier that day, Iris and Dom were busy with her showbiz work. Afterwards, they dropped by Planet Monkey to check on the gaming company. Then late in the afternoon, they headed to Orchidia Beauty to work. Iris and the others were extremely busy preparing for the company's first grand product launch soon. As for Jin Liwei, he originally didn't plan on picking up his baby girl and the others. However, he was informed that his future mother-in-law had already arrived at the penthouse. The two of them hadn't officially met each other yet. He didn't want to arrive home early and meet Wei Lan by himself. He decided that it was best if he met his future mother-in-law in the presence of his baby girl. ####. Gold Heights Condominium. The delicious aroma of food wafted up their noses, making their mouths water when the elevator door opened to the penthouse. Yum yum. Junjun hung why mama. Little June told Iris, being the first one to react to the delicious aroma. Don't worry, little June. We're going to eat soon, she assured her godson. She was carrying him in her arms. Jiang Yingyu and little June waited for them to arrive at the condo lobby. Iris invited them to join the welcome dinner for Wei Lan. Although the mother and son almost always had their meals at the penthouse, Jiang Yingyu was hesitant in joining the dinner because she wasn't personally familiar with Iris' mother. All she knew about Wei Lan was her unpleasant reputation, just like the Iris in the past. However, Iris insisted that she wanted Jiang Yingyu and little June to join the dinner. She wanted to show Wei Lan that Jiang Yingyu and little June were family and that they had every right to go in and out of the penthouse. She didn't want Wei Lan treating the mother and son badly. If she did, Iris would kick the woman out immediately. So all of them entered the penthouse together. Then a tall, gorgeous, middle-aged woman wearing a long, flowy, tailored satin jumpsuit stood up from the couch in the living area. Her beauty was undeniable. She was carrying and petting popcorn in her arms, but in a way that made the cat look like a designer accessory instead of a living creature. Oh, there you are. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you. Come hug and kiss your mother, honey. Oh my. Who's that gorgeous man standing next to you? This was the first time that Jiang Yingyu, little June, and Clover were meeting Wei Lan in person. Dom had already met her before during her short visits to see Iris at the penthouse. Although Wei Lan didn't spend much time with Iris, at least she made it a point to see or call her daughter every few months or so. It was only when Iris went into coma for the second time that Wei Lan disappeared and stopped her sporadic visits. However, Wei Lan reconnected with Iris again later to update her on her latest escapades while traveling all around the world. Perhaps it was a good thing that Iris and Wei Lan didn't see each other often during the latter part of last year. It was the time when the remnant inside Iris was the most volatile. The mother and daughter had a love-hate relationship with each other because they were too alike in their me-first philosophy in life. The original Iris held a strong resentment against her mother. If Wei Lan became much more involved with Iris during that unstable period last year, who knew how much more havoc the remnant would have caused Iris? At the moment, everyone, except Iris, couldn't stop looking at Wei Lan standing in front of them. Wei Lan still retained her youthful, tall, and slim model body, even at middle age. She was much flatter compared to her daughter's shapely hourglass body, but Wei Lan actually looked more seductive despite this. Her face was gorgeous. Iris inherited a big part of her beauty from her mother. The resemblance was unmistakable between the two, but they looked more like sisters than mother and daughter because of Wei Lan's youthful appearance. Despite the resemblance, Iris had a more naturally angelic look than her mother, especially if she didn't put any makeup on. In contrast, Wayland's beauty was devilish with or without makeup. Upon seeing his family finally return, Popcorn jumped out of Wayland's arms and ran towards the newly arrived group. Since his mommy was carrying little June, Popcorn leaped like an orange rocket to his daddy's arms instead. The hyperactive yet affectionate cat meowed loudly, catching the attention of his sister all the way from the cat room. Ice Cream, as always, was suspicious and even hostile to unfamiliar people. Even as Popcorn felt curious and began cautiously interacting with Wayland, Ice Cream stayed away from the woman. If someone could hear the cat's thoughts, she would probably say this. This is my territory. Intruders are unwelcome. Want to become my slave? Work hard to earn my approval first. Everyone in the group gave the cats lots of love and attention, involuntarily ignoring Wayland for a few moments. Surprisingly, she didn't complain like she always did. She just stood back and observed. Everyone. When little June asked to be placed down on the floor so that he could play with Ice Cream and Popcorn, Iris finally remembered Wayland. She quickly let go of the toddler before walking to where Wayland was standing. Mother, please excuse our rudeness, she said. Don't worry about it, honey, Wayland replied. Then she pulled her daughter for a quick hug and air kisses before looking at Iris from head to toe and back up again. She nodded in satisfaction. Yes, you've become even more beautiful, just like me. That's right. It's only natural that my daughter is as gorgeous as me. But oh my goodness, look at that skin. I swear your skin didn't look like that when I last saw you. Which products have you been using, honey? Or did you undergo some sort of cosmetic procedure? Don't be ashamed if you did. It's the responsibility of gorgeous women like us to maintain our beauty for as long as we can. How about you tell Mother your beauty secrets? I'm all ears. Wayland's interest in her skin pleased Iris greatly. It meant that Orchidia Beauty's products were all effective. Yes, I'm using new products, but they're not available on the market yet, she said. What? Not available yet? Wayland exclaimed. Is it one of those exclusive brands that have at least year-long waiting lists? Which brand is it, honey? Tell me. If it can make my skin look like yours, then even if I have to wait 2 years or more, I will. Relax, Mother. The products will launch this coming fall, but you don't have to wait that long. I'll give you some samples to try later. If you like the products, don't forget to buy them when they launch. Ooh, that's wonderful. Thank you, honey. Then Wayland suddenly cupped Iris' breasts, even lightly squeezing them, in front of everyone. Iris froze. She was extremely taken aback by the woman's actions. If this was any other time, her reflexes would not have allowed anyone other than Jin Liwei and her doctors touching her intimate parts. However, she didn't sense any malicious intentions from Wayland, so she wasn't able to react in time. It wasn't only her. The others also froze seeing what Wayland was doing to her. Jin Liwei's eyes went blank, unable to process the sight of his future mother-in-law groping his most beloved breasts. Cough, cough. He meant the most beloved breasts of his baby girl. But Wayland wasn't done yet. After touching Iris' breasts, she reached down and around, and then began lightly squeezing her daughter's butt next. This time, Iris caught the woman's hands and pulled them off. Mother, what are you doing? Oh, don't mind me, honey. I'm just checking whether you had implants or not because your boobs but look bigger than what I remember, Wayland replied, sounding as though it was the most natural thing to say and do in the world. She withdrew her hands, but continued to examine Iris' body. I don't have implants, Mother. Yes, I know that now after feeling them. Let me look at you again. Yes. I think you gained a little weight since I last saw you, honey. Be careful not to gain too much, or your man will leave you if you become too fat. That's not true. Jin Liwei's cold voice cut through the weird atmosphere. He walked forward until he was standing beside Iris. Then he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled him closer against the side of his body. He looked directly at Wayland. Madam, I'll continue to love your daughter no matter what size she becomes in the future. I certainly won't leave her. Likewise, I hope that she won't leave me if I ever get fat. Liwei, you'll always be my darling even when you become a cranky, fat, old man. Iris replied, wrapping her arm around his waist as well. And with that, the two became absorbed in their own little world again. They stupidly grinned at each other like idiots. Of course, Their #1 fan Dom fangirled like crazy in the background with his sister Clover. "So you're my daughter's fiancé? I knew it from the moment you walked in." Wei Lan's annoying voice interrupted the couple's lovey-dovey moment. "Honey, why don't you introduce your handsome fiancé to Mother?" Iris finally introduced the two to each other. Wei Lan didn't have much reaction when Jin Liwei's name was mentioned. It seemed that she didn't recognize him right away. Just like what she did with her daughter, Wei Lan examined Jin Liwei from head to toe and back up again. Thankfully, she didn't grope him like what she did to Iris. She nodded her head in satisfaction as she looked at Jin Liwei's appearance. "Xiaolan is really my daughter. What a great catch. She has excellent taste in men, just like me." Then she started asking Jin Liwei questions about his height, weight, blood type, horoscope, family background, education, career, income, if he was really straight or maybe bisexual, how many lovers he had before Iris, and so many other intrusive questions. Iris shut down the other questions, not hiding her cold displeasure at Wei Lan. Fortunately, and surprisingly, Wei Lan was very nice and didn't push for Jin Liwei to answer her other questions. Jin Liwei answered the basic questions. It was only then that Wei Lan finally realized who he was. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at him like he had suddenly transformed into a king right in front of her eyes. "Why, you're Jin Liwei." "That Jin Liwei, head of Jin Corporation." "Yes, madam. I am indeed Jin Liwei of Jin Corporation," Jin Liwei confirmed in a calm tone. "And I'm going to marry your daughter." Iris tightened her arm around his waist while focusing all of her attention on observing Wei Lan's reaction. Wei Lan blanked out for a few moments as she stared at Jin Liwei and Iris together. Her brain couldn't seem to immediately process the idea that her daughter was engaged to the most powerful man in the country's business world of his generation. Although younger, Jin Liwei was certainly wealthier, more powerful and influential than her ex-husband, Long Tingfei. But this was Wei Lan. Her opportunistic nature allowed her to recover her senses fairly quickly. After the initial shock and disbelief, pride and elation immediately filled her. Her daughter was really her child. She already knew that her daughter would be able to marry well because Iris inherited her beauty. However, even Wei Lan never expected that her daughter would marry the most eligible bachelor in the country. Her daughter had done extremely well, even better than Wei Lan herself, in choosing the best husband. A glint of avarice flashed in Wei Lan's eyes. Then a peculiar thing happened. Realizing the direction of her thoughts, Wei Lan visibly paused and even faintly shook her head, as if forcing the avarice out of her. Afterwards, Wei Lan expressed her excitement at learning that the two were engaged. She congratulated them and gushed about such a perfect match. Everything that came out of her mouth were all very nice and warm words. Although her voice was still annoying, she didn't seem like she was faking her well wishes to the couple. If she was acting, then she was an excellent actress, better than Iris, at least. Iris, who had been closely observing Wei Lan, saw all the changes in her expression. She caught the earlier glint of avarice in the woman's eyes before it either disappeared or was covered up. Iris felt extremely curious and confused at this new Wei Lan. However, Iris remained vigilant. Perhaps Wei Lan was just presenting a good impression to Jin Liwei because they were meeting for the first time. Iris was expecting that Wei Lan would revert to her usual self and start requesting some mother-in-law perks from Jin Liwei, like borrowing his yacht or private plane, for example. Inside Iris, there was a mixture of different emotions. There was a longing for Wei Lan to become the mother figure that she craved, especially this nice Wei Lan. At the same time, there was also apprehension that this good change wouldn't last, that Wei Lan would continue being the opportunistic woman that she was, even to her own daughter. And finally, there was indifference. It was an almost dismissive attitude towards the woman whom Iris didn't really have much of a relationship with, except for the occasional communication whenever Wei Lan had the whim to contact her daughter. Even to the original Iris, Wei Lan wasn't much of a mother. Now that the current Iris was a different soul, the blood connection didn't really apply to them anymore. The current Iris was just being respectful to the previous Iris parent-child connection with Wei Lan, just like how she handled her relationship with Long Tingfei after waking up in this new body. All of these different emotions were a result of the remnant fusing with her. The fusion had greatly slowed down lately, but it had already reached around 90% completion. Despite this, 90% was already enough to completely change Iris' overall personality. She had become a bit more emotional and empathetic and also much better at reading other people. Her range of emotions definitely widened, but she attributed this as the effect of falling in love with Jin Liwei and having the freedom to experience new things. Even now, she had no idea that the remnant was permanently changing her from deep inside. But because the remnant opted for a fusion instead of an aggressive takeover, she still retained her original calm and logical personality as Evelina. It was just not as extreme as before. At least, she didn't act like a cold robot anymore. These two conflicting personalities were balancing each other out. They were melding into one personality, instead of remaining as two separate ones. However, there was still the remaining 10% that hadn't fused yet. Back to the present, Iris requested for Wei Lan not to divulge the truth to anyone else. Mother, we're keeping our relationship a secret for now. We want to be the ones to announce it to the public. Don't worry, honey. Mother understands. My mouth is zipped, Wei Lan promised. Despite this, Iris was already anticipating that a leak would somehow occur because Wei Lan was a known gossip. She was already mentally making other contingency plans if Wei Lan couldn't keep her mouth zipped like she promised. Iris wanted the official announcement to be special, but if others discovered the truth before that, then she would just announce it earlier. Then she planned. After the future in-laws met, Iris introduced the rest of the group next. Wei Lan already knew Dom, so she was nice and warm in meeting his sister, Clover. Then Iris introduced Jiang Yingyu and Little June next, describing the mother and son as her friend and godson. Little June, come here. This is grandmother Wei Lan. She's my mother, Iris explained to the toddler, as she carried him again. Little June looked confused by her explanation. He hugged Iris' neck tightly while staring at the unfamiliar woman. Oh, grandmother. Me a grandmother? Wei Lan clutched her chest in horror. Tell the child to call me Auntie. No, better yet tell him to call me Big Sister. Don't be ridiculous, mother. What Auntie? What Big Sister? Little June is my godson, so of course you're his grandmother. He also calls Liwei's mother as grandma, so it's only natural that he should call you grandmother as well, Iris told her in a no-nonsense tone. Jin Liwei took the toddler from Iris, telling him, This is your grandma Wei Lan. She's your mama's mama. Mama Wei Yan? Little June asked. And Grandma Wei Lan. Jin Liwei replied with a nod. Then he looked at Wei Lan and asked, Madam, would you like to hold him? Oh goodness, no. She looked horrified. The last time I held a child was 2 decades ago when Xiaolan was still a baby. I've already forgotten how. What if I drop him? Nobody insisted on letting her carry little June. What if she really dropped him? But he's so cute. Wei Lan gently poked little June's cheek with a manicured finger. Fortunately, she wasn't wearing any long nails. The poke made little June giggle. It seemed that his innate charm worked even on Wei Lan because the woman was soon cooing at the toddler. Honi, why does this child look a little like you? Wei Lan asked. Don't tell me that he's really your child with dear Liwei? Oh my goodness. If that's the case, then wouldn't that make me a real grandmother? No, mother. Little June is not my child. But it's true that he resembles me a little because we are blood related. He's actually elder brother Huey's son with Yingyu, so that makes him my biological nephew, Iris explained to her. What? Wei Lan instantly turned cold and stopped interacting with little June. Seeing the abrupt change in her expression, Iris' eyes also turned cold. She stepped in front of Jin Liwei carrying little June in a protective manner. Jiang Yingyu and the others also went into protective mode. Even the 2 cats joined in. Popcorn looked alert, while Ice Cream was openly hostile. The big gray cat hissed loudly at Wei Lan and even bared her trimmed claws in a threatening manner. Mother, both little June and Yingyu are members of my family with Liwei. This household is their home, and everyone here knows to treat them with respect like how they treat Liwei and me. Iris told Wei Lan in a cold voice. The rest of her words, they have more right to be here than you, weren't said out loud, but Wei Lan understood Iris' indirect warning. Wei Lan pursed her lips at everyone's protectiveness. As for Iris and the others, they waited with bated breath for Wei Lan's next actions. Would she start creating trouble? Iris' eyes turned even colder at the thought. If Wei Lan dared to do that, she would immediately kick her out. Wei Lan closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. Her struggle in controlling herself was obvious to the others. When she opened her eyes, Her cold expression became warm and nice again. However, she looked past little June and Jiang Yingyu as if she could no longer see the two of them. I see. So that's how it is. I understand, honey. There's no need to be so uptight. I absolutely don't like your father, other children, and anyone or anything related to them. But since you're close to this friend and godson of yours, then they must at least be decent people, Wei Lan said. Then she finally glanced at little June and Jiang Yingyu again. Her eyes may not be very warm, but at least they weren't cold anymore. Then she turned to Iris again. Mother will be good, honey. Don't worry, she tried to assure Iris. The atmosphere eased after that. However, everyone still remained vigilant and protective of little June and Jiang Yingyu. As for Iris, her confusion and curiosity at this new Wei Lan only deepened even more. Since when was the woman able to control her emotions so well? If this was before, Wei Lan would have already exploded and spewed hatred on Jiang Yingyu and little June because of their connection to Longhui. Iris continued to observe Wei Lan, trying to detect whether the woman was really genuine or was just faking this positive personality change. However, Iris still wasn't that great in accurately reading other people's emotions. Shortly after, Ime called everyone to the dining room for dinner. All of the household staff acted stiff and formal, totally unlike their usual comfortable and relaxed behavior when it was just them at home. They were especially cautious around Wei Lan. Iris sighed seeing her staff like this. It was also making her uncomfortable watching them act so unnatural and unlike their usual selves. They reminded her of Jin Liwei's staff at the mansion when she first started living there. They were almost like robots. She was already doubting her decision in allowing Wei Lan to stay at the penthouse for an indefinite period of time. But so far, the woman was being good like she just promised. Only time would tell if Wei Lan would be able to keep this up. During dinner, the atmosphere was a little awkward. It was mostly just Wei Lan and Iris talking, while the rest ate in silence, only speaking when directly addressed to by either Wei Lan or Iris. Of course, Jin Liwei also talked because Wei Lan was very interested in him. Wei Lan asked the couple a lot of questions about their relationship. She also didn't forget to admire Iris' beautiful engagement ring, even asking if she could try it on herself. However, Iris rejected the idea. Wei Lan just laughed the matter off, as if she wasn't even serious about it. Perhaps after getting bored of Iris and Jin Liwei's love story, Wei Lan started talking about her own love story instead. I was in France attending fashion shows and doing my seasonal shopping at my favorite luxury designer boutiques when I decided on a whim to visit Spain. To shop some more, of course. Then I met this tall and handsome Spanish Viscount. That's a Viscount, I was told. He started courting me right away, but I ignored him because I had bad experiences with people from nobilities. Do you have any idea how much grief the Lung clan gave me when I was still married to your father? Oh, the horror of it all. Wei Lan's face twisted into a disgusted expression before she quickly smoothed it out. It wasn't because she was trying to be nice again, but because she didn't want her face to become too expressive for fear of wrinkles. She continued her story. Well, at least the Viscount is an official noble up to this day. Unlike the Longs who still act all high and mighty when they aren't really nobility anymore. What's more, the Viscount is the most humble, kind, gentle, and generous person that I've ever met in my entire life. He was also very patient and continued to court me. It was only a matter of time before he was able to make me completely and hopelessly in love with him. Oh honey, I never imagined that I would ever fall in love so deeply like this. I never hid the fact that I didn't love your father or my other lovers that much. But this time, I really love my new husband. Oh, my heart is beating so fast just remembering him. I'm already starting to miss him so much. Wei Lan gushed while clutching her chest with her manicured hands. And indeed, even with her makeup on, the others could see that she was blushing. Madam, Jin Liwei began to speak, but was quickly interrupted by Wei Lan. Dear Liwei, call me mother from now on. Madam is too formal. You're going to be my only daughter's husband, so we're family now. Jin Liwei hesitated. Wei Lan pouted. Fine, you can call me Annie for now, but I hope that you get used to calling me mother soon. This time, he was more agreeable. I understand, Aunt Wei Lan. Wei Lan looked absolutely pleased at hearing his new form of address of her. She smiled so brightly that it lit up her whole face. Dom and the others gasped at her beauty. except for Jin Liwei, who still thought that his baby girl had the best smile in the world. Now they knew where Iris got her stunning, photogenic smile. Jin Liwei was unaffected by the smile, so he continued what he was going to say earlier before he was interrupted. Aunt Weilon, you say that your new husband is a viscount. Since you're now married, doesn't that make you a viscountess? Weilon giggled. Yes, I'm officially a viscondesa now. Specifically, I'm the Viscountess of Castillo de Estrellas, an official member of the Spanish nobility. Then she suddenly paused, remembering something, before throwing her head back and laughing out loud. Everyone looked at her, unsure of what was going on with her. They thought that perhaps she finally lost all of her marbles and had gone cuckoo in the head. Mother, get a hold of yourself, Iris told her in stern voice. You're scaring my godson. Indeed, little June's face was now buried deeply between his mother's breasts. Soft whimpers could be heard from him. However, he didn't cry loudly this time. Oh, excuse me, ahaha. Weilon tried to control her laughter while wiping tears from her eyes. The tears were from laughing too much. I'm just amazed at how destiny works. Honey, your father's clan. They're all so proud of their noble roots, even though they don't hold any official title anymore. I suffered so much insults from the elders and the relatives while I was still married to your father. They constantly rubbed it in my face that I was just a lowly model and would never be on the same level as your father. But look at me now. Aren't I a viscountess? Aren't I a member of nobility with an official title? I dare them to call me lowly again with my current status. And you, my beloved only daughter who's as beautiful as me, aren't you the daughter of a viscountess now? Is this what they call karma, or what? I dare those Longs look down on us mother and daughter again. Ahaha. Weilon continued to laugh as if she heard the funniest joke in the world. Iris tilted her head to the side, pondering about the bombshell Weilon just dropped. The others looked shocked, even Jin Liwei, when they learned that Weilon was now an official viscountess. They never expected this kind of development at all. However, Iris wasn't very affected or impressed. She didn't care about inherited titles like this. Mother, if you're a viscountess now, why are you staying here at your daughter's place? Does your husband only have a title but no money? He can't even afford to provide his wife accommodations. Iris asked. Oh, honey, not at all. Your mother's husband is very wealthy, but I don't know how wealthy. He came from old money after all, so it's a bit difficult to exactly estimate his entire wealth, Weilon explained. I decided to stay here at your place because I just want to spend some quality time with you, my beloved daughter. Iris gave an unconvinced look. Even the others didn't believe her. Weilon looked wounded by their skepticism. It's true. Honey, believe me. I really want to spend more time with my own daughter. I learned so much from my husband. After becoming lovers, we traveled all over the Mediterranean, exploring many places. Then we traveled to North Africa next, and then to South America. He brought me to some of the poorest places in those regions. At first I hated it, but as time passed, Mother's heart was touched. Oh, honey, I saw so much suffering and poverty during my travels. My heart breaks just remembering all the people I've met. My husband is a philanthropist, so he and his adopted son are using their wealth and status to help the less fortunate. Weilon wiped, invisible, tears from her eyes for effect. Nevertheless, she still sounded genuine enough. Then she continued describing the horrid living conditions of all the poor people she met. Moments later, both Dom and Clover were so affected by her stories that the siblings started sobbing. Whoa, that's so heartbreaking. Now I feel bad that I'm eating so much when there are so many people in the world who literally have nothing to eat. Dom cried while shoving more food into his mouth. I'm so thankful that I'm so blessed. Whoa, I know. So sad. That kind of stories are actually also common in my country, the Philippines. When foreigners come out of the airport, they see the skyscrapers, huge malls, and all the rich parts of the city. But just an hour away, the poorest of the poor are living in conditions barely fit for humans, Clover said next, wiping her tears and blowing her nose. Exactly. My husband and I are actually planning on visiting the poorest places in Southeast Asia next, Weilon said. But since he's extremely busy right now, I'll just wait for him here in China until he finishes all of his matters and follows me. Here. With that, Weilon and the siblings Dom and Clover felt a connection with each other when it came to this topic. Both Iris and Jin Liwei were pushed out of the conversation while Dom and Clover took over talking with Wei Lan. My husband made me realize how shallow of a person I've been. He opened my eyes and mind to the true realities of the world. Traveling with him and doing charity work made me realize my true calling in life. As his Viscondisa, I also want to dedicate my life in helping alleviate poverty in the world and making it a better place for the generations to come. Wei Lan told them with much passion. Dom, oh, we support you, Mama Boss. That's like a perfect beauty queen pageant answer. Clover, that's a very noble cause, Madam Wei Lan. I pray for your success. Iris and Jin Liwei looked at each other, not expecting this kind of development in their dinner conversation. They never expected such a passionate and humanitarian speech from someone like Wei Lan. Despite being a rich Viscount, my husband and his adopted son are pretty secretive and low profile about their real status. They don't like showing off their wealth, opting to quietly do philanthropic works all over the world instead, Wei Lan continued to explain. That's why I decided to start living a low-key life as well, and strive hard to become a capable Viscountess who'll be able to proudly stand beside a great man like my husband. It's not easy trying to become a better person. You know, the struggle is real. I frequently catch myself almost reverting to my old ways. But I'm trying very hard to become a better version of myself. I no longer want to be known as Madame Wei Lan, former model and ex-wife of Long Tingfei. From now on, I want to be known as Viscondisa Lan of Castillo de Estrelas, a philanthropist who's making the world a better place. Dom and Clover both praised her grand, yet noble ambitions. Finding a receptive audience in the siblings, Wei Lan continued extolling the greatness of her new husband. She revealed that her husband owned and funded several orphanages all across the world. Unlike regular orphanages, however, the ones he owned provided high-quality education to the orphans living there. Those who hadn't been adopted by new families actually ended up being more successful than the ones who got adopted. They continued their high-quality education at the orphanage until they grew up as responsible and highly skilled adults. It was extremely easy for them to enter the workforce because their specialized education made them some of the most sought after by employers. Actually, my husband adopted his son from one of his orphanages. I was hoping to matchmake Ren Alejandro with you, honey, so I was a bit disappointed when I heard that you're already engaged. Jin Liwei's expression immediately turned ugly. Iris grabbed his hand and rubbed it, soothing him. But after learning that dear Liwei is your fiancé, my heart is now at ease. I'm sure that dear Liwei will treat you like a queen. Ren Alejandro is also a CEO of his own company, something like making antivirus for computers or something, whatever that means, but he's nowhere near dear Liwei's level. After all, his little company isn't a multinational company like Gene Corporation. Iris' eyes lit up at the mention of what Wei Lan's new stepson did for a living. Oh, a cybersecurity company. How interesting. Mother, do you remember his company name? Cyberwatt. Sorry, honey. Mother forgot what the company is called. Ren Alejandro explained everything to me, but it's all so confusing and blurring that I don't remember anything. Iris looked a little disappointed and was about to ask more questions, but Wei Lan continued speaking. The majority of Ren Alejandro's employees also came from the orphanages like him. As for the other orphans, many of them became honorable soldiers protecting the country they were in, while some began working at government positions. And then some of the more brilliant ones either worked for big companies earning high salaries or started their own companies like Ren Alejandro. Aren't they all impressive? Isn't my husband so amazing to help produce such awesome people like them? Wei Lan looked very proud of her husband's achievements, as if they were her own. Dom, yes. Amazing. Clover, wow. It's like those orphanages are raising geniuses. What's even more amazing is that those successful orphans are now giving back, so that the orphanages could provide more orphans with good life and great education. Now they are sharing the burden of helping fund the orphanages, so my husband doesn't need to shoulder everything like before, Wei Lan added. Jin Liwei unconsciously rubbed Iris' hand, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Those orphanages remind me a little of Cross Academy, he murmured. Iris' eyes widened. She tilted her head to the side. Really? They're like the poor man's Cross Academy, but still provides quality education and produces highly skilled people that are the most sought after in any industry they enter. Also exclusive to orphans. and everyone remains connected and help each other out even after leaving the place. Isn't that like Cross Academy, love? She was silent as she thought over what he said. She agreed, to some extent. For some reason, however, the way he summarized the orphanages was making her uncomfortable. She wondered why. Then it hit her. Gathering orphans, educating them, and then raising them to give back. No, training and brainwashing them for eternal loyalty and subservience. Instead of being similar to Cross Academy, wasn't that exactly how the Vetrovs trained the next generation of subordinates for the family organization? Iris paled once the thought entered her mind. Cold sweat started soaking her. Still holding her hand, Jin Liwei felt his baby girl's skin suddenly becoming freezing cold. He looked at her and was alarmed at how pale she had become. Love? What's wrong? Do you feel sick? His worried tone caught everyone's attention. Mama? Mama. Little June called her several times. When Iris failed to respond to him, the toddler began crying loudly. Iris only regained her senses when he felt little June pulling on her dress while crying hysterically. His pitiful tear-filled face was looking up at her with fear and worry, repeatedly calling her Mama. Ice cream and popcorn were also trying to jump on her lap. Their meows were as loud as little June's cries. Then she felt her hand hurting a little because Jin Liwei was gripping it hard. It was only then that she realized that she was almost sitting on his lap. The anxiety on his face was obvious. Everyone gathered around her, worried. Dom was on the phone. It seemed that he was calling Dr. Ching. Iris cleared her throat because it sounded a bit croaky. I'm all right, really. Dom, no need to disturb the doctor. I just spaced out a little. Despite her reassurance, they still looked worried. Iris lifted little June and sat him on her lap. She needed to calm the child first, and of course, the cats too. Weilon, Honii, what happened to you? Are you feeling sick? Let's go to the hospital. No need, mother. I'm fine. No, you're not fine. Whenever you're like this, you either faint or go into coma, Jin Liwei said in a tight voice. Dom, tell the doctor. We're coming. Ime, call the driver. We're going to the hospital right now. Both Dom and Ime acknowledged his instructions. Ime already warmed up a lot towards Jin Liwei. Ever since seeing with her own eyes how deeply in love he was with Iris and how he was treating her like a queen. However, the old housekeeper would always remain loyal to Iris, not to Jin Liwei. Darling, no. Everyone, please calm down. I said I'm all right. I just spaced out a bit after remembering something. Something scary. Yes, that's it. So don't worry. I'm really fine. Sorry for worrying you. It took some time, but they finally looked like they believed her. They all released sighs of relief. Now, however, Jin Liwei refused to take his eyes off of her. He guarded her like a hawk, ready to rush her to the hospital at the slightest sign that she looked ill. Oh, thank goodness you're okay, honey. Some color has also returned to your face, Weilon said. But I think that you should still take a pregnancy test, just to be sure. What if you're pregnant? Being pregnant is no joke, you knew. And you should also be extra careful of your health, if you are. I suffered so much while I was pregnant with you. I felt sick all the time. Ugh. And when I finally gave birth, worst pain ever. You literally ripped my vagina, and I had to be sewed back. My vagina had never been the same since then. This time, all of them paled after hearing Wei Lan describe how she gave birth to Iris. Only Jiang Yingyu sighed and nodded in complete understanding. However, her eyes gentled when she looked at her son on Iris' lap. Dom gasped in horror and cupped his crotch, as if he also had a vagina that could rip into two while giving birth. Iris, who already somewhat recovered, paled once again. She turned to an equally pale Jin Liwei. Darling. Jin Liwei's hand subconsciously pressed against her flat stomach in a protective manner. Then he mumbled, We'll hire a surrogate. Yes. We should do that. What surrogate? If my daughter is capable of giving birth on her own, then she should. But honey, have a plastic surgeon at the delivery room just in case your vagina ever rips. At least a plastic surgeon can sew everything back together and still make it look nice, even though it would never look the same way after childbirth. Regular doctors don't care. I almost sued my obstetrician back then for ruining my vagina. Ugh. Weilon seemed to revert back to her old vain self, as she blamed her old doctor for her botched vagina. With all of these talk about vaginas ripping and painful childbirth, Iris was able to forget, at least for now. The disturbing memory of the Vetrov's training method being similar to the education system of the orphanages owned by Wei Lan's new husband. Besides, she also didn't want to dwell on such dark memories. The night ended with everyone feeling bewildered by Wei Lan's change, in a good way. Mei and the rest of the household were especially on edge the entire time. They felt so exhausted being cautious around Wei Lan for almost the whole day. They were just waiting for the moment that she would start acting like a diva again and make life difficult for them. Surprisingly, however, she didn't act out and was even nice to them. The younger staff started thinking that Mei and the other older staff members were overreacting or maybe just trying to scare them. The madam might have the tendency of ignoring the staff, but at least she wasn't snapping at them. Their young miss was the best employer ever. Her mother couldn't be that bad. As for Mei and the others, they could only hope that Wei Lan really changed. After all, the young miss already changed for the better as well. They didn't want Wei Lan corrupting her own daughter to revert to her past spoiled and bitchy self. Unlike the younger staff who were already starting to warm up to Wei Lan after just the first day of her stay at the penthouse, Mei and the older ones remained wary of her. Just in case. ####. For the next few days, everyone started getting used to Wei Lan's presence at the penthouse. Because Iris, Jin Liwei, and the siblings Dom and Clover continued to work, Wei Lan was often left alone at the penthouse with the household staff. Still feeling awkward around Wei Lan, Jiang Yingyu and Little June stopped coming to the penthouse. However, Little June started throwing tantrums because he didn't understand why he suddenly couldn't go to the penthouse anymore. He thought that the penthouse was his actual home because he spent the majority of his time there. As for the unit Iris gave him, he just treated it as a place to sleep at night. So Jiang Yingyu had no choice but to bring her son upstairs. Besides, she practically didn't cook meals anymore. They just ate together with Mei and the others at the penthouse. She would also leave little June there with the nanny while she worked as the condo building's head of security. But right now, she felt apprehensive about Wei Lan. She knew that the woman didn't like her and her son because of their connection to Long Hui. Fortunately, Wei Lan didn't create any trouble and just ignored them. While Jiang Yingyu was feeding little June some fruits in the kitchen, Wei Lan suddenly appeared. Wei Lan sometimes spoke to the cook to discuss dinner menus. Their regular home-cooked meals became slightly more refined since then. Jiang Yingyu thought that Wei Lan would leave like usual after instructing the cook on what to prepare for dinner tonight. But surprisingly, the woman turned to the mother and son. "You are the fiancé of my ex-husband's eldest son, correct?" Wei Lan asked. "Why, yes, madam." Jiang Yingyu couldn't look at her directly. "Then why has your fiancé not visited you and your son yet since I've been staying here? Are you two still together?" Perhaps because she was speaking with someone she was cold to, Wei Lan didn't stretch some of her words like usual. She was very terse and direct to the point. Jiang Yingyu straightened her back while desperately trying to find an appropriate answer. "We are temporarily living apart, for now. But I think he'll return. Long Hui, he's recovering at the ancestral residence now." "Recovering? From what? Is he sick?" Jiang Yingyu hesitated. She looked at Mei, the cook, and the other staff present in the kitchen. Impatient that Jiang Yingyu wasn't answering her question, Wei Lan turned to Mei instead. Mei looked at Jiang Yingyu and sighed. Afraid that Wei Lan might explode on them if they didn't tell her, Mei told her about Iris' fight with Long Hui and how Jin Liwei brawled with him right here in the kitchen. After some more prodding, Wei Lan learned from the younger staff how Long Hui insulted Iris using Wei Lan's bad reputation as a gold digger and social climber. Now it made sense why Jin Liwei lost control and brawled with Long Hui. Needless to say, Wei Lan was absolutely furious after hearing everything. That piece of shit is really a spawn of those disgustingly arrogant Longs. He thinks he's better than my daughter just because his mother came from a family who's as self-important as the Longs. Xiaolan and dear Liwei were too nice, sending him to the hospital after beating him up. If it was me, I would have broken all of his limbs, tossed him into a sack, and then thrown him into a dumpster where a piece of shit like him belongs. They're really mother and daughter, Jiang Yingyu thought to herself. She remembered Iris saying very similar words when she fought with Long Hui. Jiang Yingyu covered little June's ears, trying to protect his innocence from the curse words Wei Lan hurled at his father. Mei was very efficient, gesturing one of the younger maids to take the toddler out of the kitchen. Wei Lan didn't stop despite the interruption. She continued cursing at Long Hui, Long Tengfei, and the entire Long clan. Jiang Yingyu felt hurt listening to Long Hui being insulted. After all, she still loved him, not to mention that he was the father of her son. However, she was also starting to resent him because Wei Lan was right. He hadn't visited them once after he moved out and returned to the Long ancestral residence. She knew that he had a high pride, but she thought that it was stupid to not see his own son just because he didn't want to enter the condo building and apologize to his own sister. If he would just say sorry to Iris, then they could at least start rebuilding their relationship again. But Long Hui wasn't totally disappearing from their lives. He still frequently video called them, wanting to talk to his son every other night or so. He also sent toys and other goodies to little June via home delivery. For these alone, Jiang Yingyu couldn't fully resent him. It was just that everything seemed to be for their son. There was nothing for her. Not that she was looking for gifts or anything. Just a simple phone conversation would have sufficed for her, but he seemed to always be in a hurry to end the call whenever they spoke. There was one time that gave her hope. He asked to meet her somewhere nearby. She left little June at the penthouse with the nanny. Then she met him at a parking lot near a children's park in the evening. She thought that he wanted to talk, so she didn't question his choice of place. He stayed inside the car the entire time because his leg wasn't fully recovered yet. There were still some traces of bruises on his body, but they were already recovering. As soon as she entered the back seat of the car, the driver was nowhere to be seen. He pulled her and started kissing her and touching her all over. She was taken aback at first, but after not being with him for days, her desire was quickly reignited. Long story short, they made love inside the car. No, Jiang Yingyu didn't feel like he made love with her. Although it excited her, he was noticeably very rough with her this time. It was only after the deed was done that she realized he wasn't really present while they were doing it. It felt like he was just masturbating and he used her as a toy to relieve himself. So no, he didn't make love with her. He simply fucked her. When she tried talking to him afterwards, he made excuses and started putting on his clothes. Sorry, sweeting you. I still don't feel well. We'll talk next time. Then why did you want to meet tonight? Just to have sex with me? She asked while also putting her clothes back on. I just missed you, that's all. You mean you missed putting your dick inside me? He scowled. Yingyu, I don't want to fight with you. I'm already so stressed at home and at work. Don't add to my problems. She opened her mouth and was about to argue, but thought better of it. She also didn't want to fight with him. Forcing herself to swallow the bad feelings boiling inside her, she sighed instead and kept everything to herself. After he left and she returned home, she didn't immediately head to the penthouse to pick up little June. Instead, she took a shower at their unit first. She washed herself thoroughly, angrily rubbing off Long Hui's traces from her body until her skin turned red. For some reason, she felt like a prostitute. There were no intimate feelings involved that night, just pure sex. And her fee for her services was his promise of a future together. After that night, she became unsure of the status of their relationship. She still had the ring on her finger, but were they still emotionally engaged to each other? She could feel that the two of them were slowly drifting apart from each other as the days passed by. Back to the present, her thoughts were interrupted when Wei Lan directly addressed her. The Long men are no good. All of them. I suddenly feel sorry for you, girl. At least I was smart enough to make sure that the ink on the signed marriage contract had dried before allowing myself to get pregnant with Tengfei's child. This way, I'm assured that my daughter would be born as a legitimate child. But you, Wei Lan dramatically released a heavy sigh while shaking her perfectly coiffed head. Getting pregnant outside marriage and giving birth to an illegitimate child? Oh, I can just imagine the reaction of those higher-than-thou elders. I'm surprised that you're still able to live peacefully. I thought that they would already be harassing you nonstop, especially since your child is that piece of shit's firstborn and could have a potential claim to become the clan's successor in the future based on order of birth alone. Jiang Yingyu froze and paled. A dark shadow dimmed the light in her eyes as she remembered some painful memories. Wei Lan immediately caught the change in her expression. Oh, they really harassed you? I knew it. Girl, you are so stupid. Mei and the cook looked at each other in dismay. This was what they were afraid of. It seemed that the old Wei Lan was back. They felt sorry for Jiang Yingyu. She had become the witch's target. Both Mei and the cook were trying to find the opportunity to interrupt Wei Lan's tirade in order to remove Jiang Yingyu from the situation without incurring too much of Wei Lan's wrath upon all of them. You gave birth to that piece of shit's child outside marriage, automatically making your son illegitimate. Do you know what a big stupid mistake you made by doing that? You just put a big target on your son's forehead for the Longs to bully him for the rest of his life. Even though you were able to make that piece of shit propose to you, at the end of the day, you're still not married yet. What's more, he rarely visits you. You may be engaged, but the way he's treating you is no different from a mistress. You live separately. He only visits you whenever he wants to see his child or wants to fuck you. And when he's done and satisfied, he returns to his own home and disappears until he feels like he should do his duty as a father and see his son or get the urge to fuck you again because you're his woman. Tell me, how is that any different from a mistress? Wei Lan's sharp and unfiltered words felt like brutal arrows being shot straight at Jiang Yingyu's heart. She remembered the night Long Hui called just to have sex with her. He didn't even want to talk, but just to fuck. Before Jiang Yingyu knew it, huge drops of tears were already falling from her eyes. You're all right. He only treats me like a mistress now. I'm so stupid. Jiang Yingyu sobbed. The cook couldn't take it anymore. She went to Jiang Yingyu and hugged her. Jiang Yingyu cried against the cook's chest. No, sweetie. You're not stupid. Your situation is just complicated, but I'm sure the young master still loves you and little June. It's just that he and the young miss fought, and you're caught between them. The cook said, trying to comfort her. Wei Lan snorted. What are you talking about? Of course, she's stupid. If she wasn't, she would have gotten that ring on her finger and made that piece of shit sign the marriage contract first before getting herself pregnant. That way, her son would have privileges as a legitimate child of the Long clan. And if she doesn't want to stay married with that piece of shit anymore, she could divorce him at any time and squeeze alimony and child support from him. Then she would be free to do whatever she wants. That's what I did because I'm so smart. That's not smart. That's being opportunistic and manipulative. Yingyu is a good girl, not like you. Mei thought to herself, but didn't dare say it out loud. I can't do that. I love him. I love him so much that it hurts. I want to be with him and have a happy family together with our son. But I also don't want my son and I to suffer from the Long elders and relatives if we marry. Jiang Yingyu continued to sob. Wei Lan curled her blood-red lip at Jiang Yingyu's loud cries. Look at all those muscles. You look like you could lift 10 of me, but you're actually so weak inside. Then she crossed her arms across her chest. I don't give a damn about that piece of shit you continue to love so stupidly. But since you're my daughter's friend, and you look so pitiful right now, I just can't stand back here and do nothing. Wipe your pathetic tears, girl. Get ready in 5 minutes. We're going shopping. Mei, the cook. What? Jiang Yingyu paused, sobbing in confusion. Everyone blinked several times, unable to comprehend the way Wei Lan's mind worked. The atmosphere was tense, heavy, and emotional, yet she wanted to go shopping. Now, when nobody moved after her instruction, Wei Lan became impatient. She released a long and dramatic sigh. Then she started explaining things while enunciating each of her words, as if she was talking to a slow-witted child. Stop your pathetic crying. It's terribly annoying. Get ready because I'm taking you shopping. You need some new clothes because those rugs are absolutely terrible. How do you expect that piece of shit to stay attracted to you if you don't take care of yourself and make yourself beautiful? Just look at your skin. So rough. Those dark circles and eye bags. Absolutely horrendous. And you act so stiff. Is your spinal cord made up of a straight metal pipe or something? And oh my holy hairspray. That hair. Did a bird build a nest on it? Even though Jiang Yingyu wasn't the type to care about her appearance, all of Wei Lan's harsh and unfiltered criticisms made her self-conscious. She touched her hair and attempted to tame it. Mei and the cook felt sorry for her. The old witch was definitely back, and she was bullying Jiang Yingyu. Mei already decided that she would tell the young miss everything that happened when she returned home from work tonight. Tell me, girl, how old are you? Wei Lan asked. 26. Jiang Yingyu replied. You're so young, but you already look older than me. Wei Lan claimed. Nonsense. You definitely look younger than your actual age, but there's no way you look younger than Yingyu. Mei thought to herself, but of course, she didn't dare say it out loud. Wei Lan. Girl, do you feel beautiful? Jiang Yingyu. No. Wei Lan. Do you feel sexy? Jiang Yingyu shook her head. Her lack of confidence in her appearance was obvious in the way she squirmed on her seat under Wei Lan's judgmental eyes. This is pure tragedy, Wei Lan exclaimed in a dramatically horrified expression. Girl, if you don't feel beautiful and sexy about yourself, then don't ever expect others, much less that piece of shit, to think that you are. Beauty and sexiness come from within yourself. Mei and the cook's eyes widened in amazement at Wei Lan's deep speech about beauty. But of course, a few facials, a good haircut, sexy wardrobe, nice manicured and pedicured nails, regular hair waxing appointments, laser if you can afford it, and the best skincare products make a world of difference. Did Xiaolan not give you any Orchidia beauty samples? I don't know where she gets them, but their ammo is easying. I feel so younger already just by using them for only a few days. I wish it's the fall season already so that I can buy them when they officially launch. Wei Lan didn't wait for Jiang Yingyu to reply. She continued her lecture. Once you feel beautiful and sexy, everyone will also begin to see you as a beautiful and sexy woman. Like me. Oh, and of course like my daughter too. After all, Xiaolan inherited her beauty from me, her Beil mother. Just look at the evidence. She got herself a perfect man like Jin Liwei, not like that piece of shit you got engaged to. Listen to me, girl. The best perfume a woman can wear is confidence. So in addition to getting you a new wardrobe to replace those rugs today, I'm going to give you a makeover. I guarantee that after today, you'll transform into a completely new woman. Beautiful and sexy, like me. Oh, and like Xiaolan too. Don't you want to be confidently beautiful like me and my daughter? Jiang Yingyu already stopped crying. She didn't reply to Wei Lan, but she was listening to the woman's words intently. Of course, Wei Lan didn't need a reply from her. The woman was used to talking by herself and calling it conversation. Once you become confident of your own beauty and sexiness, you'll gain power and freedom. Then maybe you'll finally wake up from your stupidity and realize that you don't need that piece of shit in your life after all. Maybe someday you'll also find the perfect man for you like how my daughter Xiaolan found her Jin Liwei, and giggle giggle. How I found my Viscount who I love very much. Long Hui is the only man that I love. Jiang Yingyu whispered. Like I said, you are stupid. Then Wei Lan shrugged. But at least you gave birth to a cute son. Well, he looks a little like my Xiaolan, so of course he's cool it. Anyway, hurry up, stupid girl. Be ready in 5 minutes, and meet me in the living area. I want us to be back by dinner, so that we can eat with Xiaolan and Jin Liwei. Jiang Yingyu hesitated, and looked at Mei and the cook. The uncertainty was clear in her eyes. Go, Yingyu. A change of pace may be what you just need right now. Mei encouraged her. We'll take care of little June, so don't worry. Yes, it's just a few hours at most. You'll be back here in no time, the cook said. Wei Lan glanced at her diamond-encrusted wristwatch. 4 minutes left. Don't waste any more time, girl. Then she glanced at Mei. Go tell the driver to prepare the car. Yes, madam. Mei nodded. And if my daughter and Jin Liwei come home first before us, tell them that I took this stupid girl shopping, because her clothes are so terrible that my fashionista soul is going to suffer from eternal guilt if I don't do something about it. Mei, yes, madam. Understood. Then Wei Lan swept her eyes at the other staff standing by the corner, examining them. She pointed at a maid and a houseboy. You and you. Come with us. Yes, madam, they replied. But change your outfits first. There's no way I'm going to allow you to walk with me. Wearing those rugs. Wear your best clothes. 3 minutes left. Don't keep me waiting. With that, Wei Lan made a graceful sharp turn and started strutting out of the kitchen like the model that she was, as if she was walking on a catwalk at a fashion show. Later that evening, Iris, Jin Liwei, and the siblings Dom and Clover were finally back home from work. They all came home at different times. Iris and Dom came from an endorsement event. Clover arrived by herself shortly after them from Orchidia Beauty. Jin Liwei came home almost an hour later after them. He was currently busy at Jin Corporation because their chief marketing officer, CMO, would be retiring soon. The shareholders had already chosen the next CMO, but the person was coming from their Singapore branch. Since it was an important executive position, Jin Liwei wanted to ensure that the transfer of responsibilities to the new person would be as smooth as possible. so as not to affect their business. At the moment, they were all relaxing in the living area while watching the evening news. Iris was massaging Jin Liwei's back because he looked so tired. Dom was near her, coaching her on what to do while using his sister Clover as his practice dummy to demonstrate to Iris how to massage correctly. Of course, Jin Liwei felt like he was in seventh heaven while receiving his baby girl's tender loving care. He didn't know what got into her, but she had been putting a lot more effort lately into showing her love for him. It wasn't just the boxed lunches that she kept on sending to his office. She also started sending him sweet nothings on her own accord, which she never bothered to do before if he didn't initiate it. Just a simple, "I love you," or "I miss you" via text message from her was already enough to put him in a great mood for the entire workday. They were interrupted by little June, who ran straight at them after chasing popcorn. Of course, the lazy ice cream was taking a nap on top of the couch's backrest. "Mama." Junjun too, the toddler demanded, showing Iris his back. "Kaya, so cute, Junie boy," Dom exclaimed. Clover already whipped out her phone and started recording little June's antics on video. Iris smiled. "You want a massage, too?" "Yes." Junjun too. She chuckled. "But I'm massaging Papa first." "Little June, you have to wait for your turn after I'm finished with your Papa." "Okay." Little June looked at Iris and then at Jin Liwei. "Papa?" "Not Junjun." "Yes, Papa first." Iris confirmed with a nod. Little June looked sad and even teary. "Little June, a great man is patient and disciplined," Jin Liwei told the toddler, his expression and voice serious. "And don't cry so easily. Your mama is only telling you to wait. Be good and wait until it's your turn." Of course, Jin Liwei wasn't in such a rush to give up his position even to his own cute godson. He wanted to savor his baby girl's loving ministrations for as long as he could. Fortunately, little June seemed like he somewhat understood what they meant. He busied himself playing with popcorn again while waiting for his turn after his papa. "Ooh, I'm so hungry," Dom complained for the 50th time. "Big sis, you and Madam are coming home soon. We can eat as soon as they arrive," Clover told him. While Dom continued to complain to his sister, Iris finished massaging Jin Liwei. She kissed his nape before calling for little June. Of course, the toddler excitedly squeezed himself between his mama and papa. Jin Liwei could only sigh as he was basically pushed out by his own godson. Iris didn't really massage little June. She just played with him, tickling him until the toddler's loud giggles filled the place. Jin Liwei joined in the tickling game. "Ah, they look like the perfect, happy family," Clover commented while taking pictures of the beautiful scene in front of her. "I know, right? I can't wait for Boss and Sir Boss to have their own babies. I'm sure they're going to be so cute, Dom replied. They were interrupted by the sound of the elevator ping. The elevator door opened and Wei Lan, carrying a mini shopping bag, strutted out. "Oh, finally, we can eat dinner," Dom exclaimed in relief. "Little June, your mommy is here," Clover said. "Mommy." Little June immediately climbed off the couch and ran past Wei Lan to the figure behind her. "Mommy." "Hello, little June." "I'm back," Jiang Yingyu's voice said. But then little June suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the unfamiliar woman standing in front of him. He looked at her figure from head to toe and back up again. His expression was utterly confused and uncertain. MMI. The elegant and glowing woman smiled awkwardly and crouched in front of little June. "Yes, I'm your mommy." "Mommy." Little June was finally sure that she was his mother. He threw himself at Jiang Yingyu and hugged her neck tightly. Jiang Yingyu carried her son and stood up. "Jaya, who are you and what did you do to Big Sis Yu?" Dom's dramatic voice exclaimed. "Clover, Big Sis Yu, you're so beautiful." "Wow." The siblings walked over to admire the almost unrecognizable Jiang Yingyu. And used to such attention, Jiang Yingyu felt shy and tried to hide behind her son's small body. "Stupid girl, I just spent a fortune on you today. Don't let it go to waste." Wei Lan snapped upon seeing her timid reaction. When someone praises you, look at them straight in the eyes and say, "I knew I'm beautiful. Thank you." And if it's a gorgeous man, add a wink if you want. That's how to be confident. "Okay, let's practice." "Dominic, Clover." Praise her again. The siblings immediately obeyed. "So stunning. So sexy. Beautiful Big Sis Yu." Jiang Yingyu instantly turned crimson. She wished the floor could open up and swallow her. "Mommy's so pretty," little June suddenly told her with a big smile on his face. Her eyes widened. Really? I'm pretty. Yesh. Pwetty. Oh. Then a lovely smile broke out of her face. Thank you. Iris and Jin Liwei walked while holding hands to also take a closer look at Jiang Yingyu. Hello, honey, hello, dear Liwei. Wei Lan greeted the two of them after instructing the staff to place all the shopping bags and boxes to her bedroom. Apparently, the ones they were carrying were all for her. The ones for Jiang Yingyu were still in the car. More staff were called to help transfer them to the unit they had downstairs. Mother gave your friend a makeover. What do you think, honey? Doesn't she look beautiful? Mother chose her dress herself. Wei Lan bragged. Iris nodded while looking at Jiang Yingyu. Not her usual style and a little too over the top, but yes. Yingyu looks beautiful. Right, darling? Beautiful, Jin Liwei replied. But he was looking at his baby girl and not at Jiang Yingyu. Wei Lan turned to Jiang Yingyu with a smug expression. See, I told you. I know what I'm doing because I'm the queen of fabulous. Oh, I meant, I'm the Viscountess of Fabulous. But since I'm the Viscountess, no one is the queen. Jiang Yingyu put little June down on the floor because he already got bored and wanted to play with his cat cousins again. Thank you for today, madam, she told Wei Lan in a shy but sincere tone. I'll pay you back for all of the things you bought me. Wei Lan scowled. Don't insult me by paying me back, stupid girl. This Viscondisa is a philanthropist now. What I did for you is charity because you're so pitiful. Jiang Yingyu turned even redder at being described as a charity case, but she still nodded, already getting used to Wei Lan's poisoned tongue. Actually, the woman wasn't that bad. Yes, her words were often too blunt and hurtful, but they actually felt empowering as a woman. At least, that was what Jiang Yingyu was beginning to feel after spending a few hours shopping with Wei Lan. Shortly after, everyone headed to the dining area for dinner. Dom almost cried in relief and joy. Finally, hallelujah, Jiang Yingyu looked totally different from her usual appearance. Her typical bodyguard outfit was replaced by a little black dress that fitted her like a glove. It was sleeveless and showed off her impressively toned arm muscles. If one looked closely enough, her heavily defined abs could be seen through the dress black fabric. However, what the dress highlighted the most were her legs. They looked strong and sexy at the same time. The high heels accentuated her entire legs, but most especially her calf muscles. It wasn't only her outfit that was different than usual. Her black frizzy hair was gone. A beautifully blow-dried dark auburn hair made her look like a completely different person. It was straight, shiny, and smooth. Her makeup added more dimensions to her face and made her eyes look bigger and wider. Wei Lan said that they opted for eyelash extensions because she knew that the stupid girl would be too lazy to put on fake lashes every single day. As for her nails, they remained short but were painted a lovely rose champagne color. Wei Lan apparently insisted for some long, fake nails, but Jiang Yingyu didn't want to because she might accidentally scratch her son. Overall, Jiang Yingyu looked like an attractive Amazon warrior princess. Her body alone could already intimidate most regular men because of how strong she looked. It was just that she didn't look confident of herself. Remember this, stupid girl. You're not doing this for that piece of shit, but for yourself. If he continues to treat you like a mere mistress after this, then he's truly a piece of shit, and you should just flush him out of your life, Wei Lan said during dinner. Mother, please watch your language. My godson is here. Iris warned Wei Lan but inwardly agreed with her words. Surprisingly, Jiang Yingyu nodded at Wei Lan. Yes, madam. This is for myself. And that was how Wei Lan became Jiang Yingyu's mentor on how to become a confidently beautiful woman. After that fateful makeover day, Wei Lan and Jiang Yingyu started spending more time together, especially since Iris and Jin Liwei were always so busy working. Wei Lan would take Jiang Yingyu out in her new outfits to help build her confidence around other people outside. Sometimes when the weather was nice, they also brought little June with them accompanied by his nanny and several of the younger staff. Of course, he also wore the most fashionable little outfits bought by his new grandma Wei Lan. Wei Lan would never get caught together with people in frumpy outfits, so everyone in the household staff also got mini makeovers and updated their wardrobes. Even the cats. Now their collars changed every single day. Sometimes, Popcorn wore mini hoodies and even tuxedos. As for Ice Cream, she hated wearing any clothes, barely tolerating having her collars changed. The big gray cat still didn't like Wei Lan, but at least she no longer hissed at her. In contrast, Popcorn loved everyone as long as they were nice to him and his family. Wei Lan advised everyone on their fashion choices. It was one of the reasons why the younger members of the staff warmed up quickly to her. The penthouse's household staff weren't required to wear uniforms, unlike the staff at the mansion. Iris scrapped this requirement after she woke up from her one-year coma, so her staff usually wore their regular clothes while working. Only the driver liked wearing uniforms because he thought that it made him look professional, especially since he was also often photographed by the paparazzi and fans whenever he picked up Iris. But ever since Iris moved to the mansion, he didn't need to drive her around anymore. Jin Liwei had a full staff there ready to serve their mistress. There was a time when the driver felt unneeded. Fortunately, Clover arrived and started living at the penthouse. He now had a purpose again and drove Clover around. Even the driver's uniform didn't escape Wei Lan's interference. Since he liked wearing uniforms so much, she had a professional designer make him a new set of uniforms. Now he looked more like an aircraft pilot rather than a car driver. He secretly loved it, though. Under Wei Lan's influence, Iris' penthouse staff became the most fashionable staff in the area. Whenever Wei Lan, Jiang Yingyu, Little June, his nanny, and the younger staff walked out together, everyone would stop in their tracks and just stare at them. Who are this group of fashionable people? They wondered. And almost always, everyone would become even more amazed whenever the driver picked them up while wearing his customized pilot uniform. The group was so stylish and eye-catching that one day, their photos were published on a popular street fashion blog. Although Little June's face was blurred out because he was a child, everyone else's faces were clearly shown. Soon, a few people quickly recognized both Wei Lan and Jiang Yingyu. Wei Lan was a former model, but her career never really took off. She only became famous because of her high-profile divorce from Long Tingfei, and also because she was the mother of Iris Long. Now people knew her as Madame Wei Lan, the extravagant socialite who changed lovers like she changed her clothes. As for Jiang Yingyu, many recognized her as Iris' former bodyguard turned friend, future sister-in-law, and the mother of her godson. She became well known when Wu Qianxi and her friend influenced people to bully her and Long Hui online. Jiang Yingyu's pictures were spread all over the internet, causing her to receive so much hate until Princess Porkchop helped turn the situation around. After Wei Lan and Jiang Yingyu were recognized from the photos on the street fashion blog and associated them to Iris, the post immediately became viral. ####. Zheng ancestral residence. Like the Longs, the Zheng clan was an old aristocratic family. Their ancestral residents were also as ancient and as majestic. And like the Longs, they were proud of their noble roots, even though they didn't hold any official title anymore. Inside the main house, the servants were serving tea to the master's only sister. Her name was Zheng Suyin. She was Long Tingfei's first wife and Long Hui's mother. Because her husband divorced her to marry a model, she had to return to her maiden family in shame. Her clan considered her as a disgrace because she couldn't even stay married to her husband. But at least she did her duty and gave birth to a male heir. As a result of her shameful fate, she decided to live a reclusive life, barely going out of the ancestral residence. She didn't want to care about anything or anyone anymore. She just wanted to live in peace and not think about what happened in the past. Despite this, her heart still bore a heavy grudge against Long Tingfei and his numerous women and children. However, the one person who she despised the most was Wei Lan, that homewrecker. Zheng Suyin endured it even when she knew about Long Tingfei's other mistresses. After all, theirs was an arranged marriage, and she knew that he never loved her. But at least, Long Tingfei always returned to her after playing around with those prostitutes. Mistresses, prostitutes. What was the difference? Both opened their legs in exchange for something else. However, everything changed with the arrival of that lowly model. That slut, that Wei Lan. That whore was able to seduce her husband so deeply that he divorced his wife. Being suddenly stripped of her title as Madame Long, Zheng Suyin could never forgive Wei Lan. That slut destroyed not only her life and her family, but also her reputation. Despite her deep grudge, Zheng Suyin chose to withdraw from society instead. Even though she was disgraced, at least she was assured by the fact that her son was the firstborn and would eventually become the next head of the Long clan and Long Industries. This knowledge was already enough for her. Lately, however, her brother, the Jing's current master, was telling her something rather troubling. It seemed that her son's position as the Long's successor had become unstable. So her brother had sent some spies within the Longs to learn how the situation became like this. When they heard what really happened, her brother shook his head. "Your son has inherited your former husband's philandering ways," he said. "How stupid to father an illegitimate firstborn with such an unsuitable woman. A bodyguard? What was he thinking?" Zheng Suyin pressed her lips together. "That bodyguard must have seduced my son, like how that slut model seduced my husband. Long Tingfei isn't your husband anymore. Well, it's no wonder that the Longs are suppressing your son. An illegitimate firstborn would never be accepted in their family, just like how we'll never accept it in this family." After that, they dug more information about Jiang Yingyu and her son, Long Jun. By doing so, they discovered the mother and son's close relationship with Long Shilan, that slut Wei Lan's daughter. As they gathered more and more information, the Zhengs also discovered how Long Shilan was actually Long Hui's biggest threat in his position as successor of the Longs. This made Zheng Suyin furious. "Not only did that slut Wei Lan steal my husband from me, her slut daughter is now trying to steal my son's heir position as well. Unforgivable. Curse them." Fueled by grudge and the desire to protect her son's rightful position as heir of the Longs, the Zhengs secretly allied with Long Ming's branch family after learning that the elder was Long Hui's biggest supporter in the clan. In addition to that, they were trying to invite Long Hui to meet them but hadn't been successful yet. Long Ming informed them that Long Hui was injured but didn't know how, so the Zhengs could only wait until he was well enough to accept his mother's summons. Back to the present, Zheng Suyin looked like a lady from the ancient past as she sipped tea. Her maids were well trained in not making any noises. The place was incredibly silent. The silence, however, was soon interrupted when Zheng Suyin's niece, her brother's teenage daughter, ran to her. "Aunt Suyin, look what I found," the niece exclaimed while waving a tablet in her hand. Zheng Suyin looked unruffled and calmly took the tablet. Then she froze when she saw what was displayed on it. Her eyes immediately zeroed in on Wei Lan's arrogant figure. It took a few moments before she recognized the young woman beside the slut. It was the woman who seduced her son. "I knew it. Whores. All of them are whores. Birds of a feather really do flock together." Zheng Suyin was so angry that she threw the tablet on the low table. It crashed against the teapot, spilling hot tea all over it. Not only did the poor tablet crack, it also got soaked by the tea. It sparked a little and made a soft zapping sound before it completely died. My tablet. Aunt Suyin, what? Dad just bought it for me last week." Zheng Suyin closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths to control her raging emotions. After a few moments, she calmed down. Without changing her expression, she told the teen, "Don't worry. I'll buy you a new one." The niece's eyes immediately lit up. "Really? Can I get the latest one? Please." "Aunt." "Sure. Yay. But I need you to do something for me. If you see any more news online about those two women, tell me immediately," Zheng Suyin said. "No problem, Aunt. Even if you don't ask me, I already plan on telling you. I overheard you and Dad talking about these two women plus Iris Longhoff. I don't understand why that bimbo became so popular. I hate her songs. They're so boring. I think her old songs are better, but whatever. I still hate her because you hate her, Aunt." Zheng Suyin nodded. "They're bullying your cousin, your big brother Hui, so they're our enemies." At around the same time in other places, Long Tengfei's past women also saw the recent photos of Wei Lan and Jiang Yingyu online. Sun Jingfei was an owner of a small bookstore that also sold basic school and office supplies. It doubled as a gift shop as well. She was Long Jingjing's mother. She was working at her bookstore when her best friend, who was also her employee, showed her the photos. "Look, that biggest bitch in the whole wide world is back." Wei Lan had been gone from the country for so long that I almost forgot her existence. I wish she never returned. Now that she's back, I guess she's going to make lots of trouble again. I'll never forget how she bullied you before, and how her daughter tormented our sweet little Jin Jing. That little demoness is exactly like her mother. Bitches. Sun Jingfei only sighed and shook her head gently. "Calm down. That was so long ago." Wei Lan was Long Tingfei's wife. Of course, she wouldn't like me, a mistress. You were already in Long Tengfei's life before he even met her. Even so, I was just a mistress. Let's put history behind us where it belongs, in the past. Besides, both Jinjing and Xiao Fei are now friends with Long Xiulan. They're even working together at the same company which Long Xiulan owns. Jinjing already told us that her sister has changed and is now very kind to her. I think this is good that they're finally treating each other like sisters as they should. All of them are friends now, including this young lady here. Sun Jingfei pointed at Jiang Yingyu in the photos. Her best friend still felt skeptical about Iris' good relationship with Long Jinjing. Sun Jingfei didn't pay too much attention to her best friend's complaints. She just looked at all the photos of Wei Lan looking gorgeous, as ever with Jiang Yingyu and an entourage of similarly well-dressed people. Why should we continue treating each other as enemies? Both of us are that man's past now. We shouldn't let him influence our current lives so much anymore, she murmured. ####. A very different scene was playing at Zhu Ning's house. Many of her friends sent her the link to the popular street fashion blog. She went momentarily crazy when she saw the photos online. She and Wei Lan were the ones among Long Tongfei's women who fought each other the most. Their fights weren't catfights. They were violent brawls. There were many instances that they beat each other up so badly that they had to be hospitalized. Of course, they also sued each other many times. They even experienced being slapped by restraining orders by each other. The two hated each other to the core. It didn't help that both of them easily lost their tempers. They treated each other like mortal enemies. Needless to say, the house was wrecked after Zhu Ning saw Wei Lan's recent photos showing that she had finally returned to the country. Fortunately, Long Jian was at work. The maids immediately cleaned up the place so that he wouldn't discover that his mother had wrecked almost everything in their house again. Seeing Wei Lan looking as gorgeous, sexy, and youthful as ever in the photos, Zhu Ning was boiling with envy and hatred. She immediately decided to make another appointment with her dermatologist and maybe her plastic surgeon as well. If I ever see that bitch, I'll pull all of her hair out and scratch her fake face off. Then she finally noticed Jiang Yingyu beside Wei Lan and sneered. What a cunning hoe. Now that her man is losing power in the Long clan, she's ingratiating herself with that little slut Xiulan. Dream on. There's no way that little slut would be able to inherit the Long clan and Long industries. I'll never let Wei Lan's daughter triumph. And neither will I let that swine Long Hui succeed. The one who'll get everything of the Longs is my son, Long Jian. ####. The Long elders and various relatives also learned that Wei Lan was back. Those supporting Iris suddenly hesitated and started second-guessing their decision. They treated Wei Lan as a liability in Iris' chances of becoming the successor. Long Jifeng quickly calmed them down, though. As for Long Hui's supporters within the clan, they were extremely unhappy seeing Jiang Yingyu and her son together with Wei Lan. Long Meng redoubled her efforts in persuading Long Hui to leave Jiang Yingyu and marry someone else. Wei Lan's reappearance made everyone involved in the Long clan's battle for succession restless. Iris supporters were hoping that Wei Lan wouldn't ruin her daughter's chances, while Long Hui and the other candidates' supporters were already thinking of various ways of using Wei Lan to kick Iris out of the battle of succession once and for all. ####. Gold Heights Condominium. While people were stressing out about her chances of winning the battle of succession in the Long clan, Iris wasn't thinking about it at all. Since there weren't any updates from her financial manager about any available Long Industries shares that they could buy, she tossed the matter out of her mind for now. She was more concerned about Orchidia Beauty and her new songs with Jean Chonglin. All of them were set to launch next season, which was very soon. In addition to these, she was also very excited about her plans of finally announcing her engagement with her darling to the public. Surprisingly, Wei Lan kept her promise and didn't tell a single soul about their engagement. It seemed that Wei Lan was really doing her best into becoming a respectable viscountess. Iris had already confirmed that Wei Lan was indeed officially married to a Spanish viscount. The Viscountcy of Castillo de Estrellas really existed, and its current title holder was Wei Lan's new husband. Satisfied by her findings, Iris didn't dig any further. She only did the most basic background check to confirm Wei Lan's marriage to the viscount. She was too busy these days that she didn't really have the interest nor the time to dig deeper into the viscount's background. The orphanages caught her attention at first, but she temporarily dismissed them for now. Perhaps she was just being too suspicious and paranoid, thinking that they were similar to the Vetrov's training program. Besides, she was already starting to treat Wei Lan as family. Iris was pleased seeing the growing confidence in her friend, Jiang Yingyu, under Wei Lan's mentorship. Iris had a new personal policy not to spy on family members without their permission. Jin Liwei was the only one who gave her permission so far, but she didn't want to abuse it. Wei Lan gave her a book titled, How to Keep Your Man Hooked on You for as Long as You Live. One of the main points in the book was that men didn't like women who watched their every move because it would make them feel suffocated. They would think that their women didn't trust them enough, causing resentment to grow. Iris didn't want Jin Liwei to resent her, so even though he gave her permission, she stopped spying on him when there really wasn't any need to do so. Her life was going extremely well right now. She wanted to focus on living a happy and normal life with Jin Liwei and the rest of their family and friends. Music, showbiz, and her businesses were her current career priorities. Hacking would have to take a backseat for now. It was her special secret weapon that she would use if needed. She was discovering that she could survive perfectly fine without hacking regularly. It was already late at night, yet Jin Liwei hadn't arrived home yet. He already called her saying that he would be running late tonight. She trusted him, so she didn't think much about it. After telling him some quick sweet nothings, she prepared for bed. However, as she was about to nod off to deep sleep, her phone started ringing. It was her ringtone for Jin Liwei. "Hello, darling," she answered the call, her tone obviously sleepy. "Sorry for disturbing you, love." It's okay. Love, I need your help." Although his voice sounded calm, Iris still heard the urgency in his tone. She immediately became alert. "What's wrong, darling?" "Jin Corporation is being hacked." Jin Corporation. It was almost midnight already, but sleep was the farthest thing from Jin Liwei's mind at the moment. His expression was grim as he watched his expert employees desperately doing their best to prevent further data breach on the company's system. They were at the company's main computer control room, located half a floor above the massive server chamber. This area was off-limits to most of Jin Corporation's employees. Only the people with the right clearance were allowed inside. Even Jin Liwei himself had only been here a few times in the past, because there hadn't been any major data breaches like this one since he had become the president CEO. The IT and security departments shared the main responsibilities in ensuring and maintaining the company's cybersecurity. The best among them were members of Jin Liwei's personal tech team. At the moment, however, even these experts were helpless against the overpowering hacker currently combing the company's most sensitive data, and he was doing it so effortlessly. Since the hacker had already breached the company's system and they couldn't kick him out with their own abilities, all they could do was to fortify their remaining defenses to at least protect the rest of the data. Earlier that day, everything was still normal. It was just a regular workday like usual. However, at around late afternoon, they started getting reports of other companies getting hacked one after another. These companies were among the top in the country, alongside Jin Corporation. Jin Liwei immediately called all members of the IT and security departments to monitor the company's system and to protect it in case they were attacked as well. A few hours passed, and yet there was nothing. The other companies that were hacked reported no devastating damage, but the fact that their sensitive data were accessed by an unknown entity was still disturbing. There were no damages now, but what about in the future? For multinational companies, data like these were gold. Evening came and Jin Corporation hadn't been attacked like the others. Jin Liwei and his tech team remained vigilant. But when the night started to deepen and nothing still happened, they started to relax. Jin Liwei assigned a small group to work overtime throughout the night just in case. He was about to dismiss the rest so that they could finally go home for the night when it finally happened. Jin Corporation was being hacked. At first, his team of experts were still handling the situation quite well. It was because Iris fiddled with the company's cybersecurity system before and inconspicuously strengthened it. Of course, she asked Jin Liwei's permission first before doing so. On the same day when she started sending him boxed lunches to his office, she complained to him that night at home. "Darling, your company's cybersecurity system sucks. I only intended on taking a quick look at it while checking up on you via the surveillance video feed. But I can't believe a company of Jin Corporation's caliber is still using that archaic system." Archaic? Jin Liwei couldn't help but frown. "Love, my company is using the latest technology." She snorted at his claim. "The latest in the market doesn't always mean that it's the latest in the world. My Planet Monkey's system is 1,000 times, no, a million times more advanced and safer than Jin Corporation's. Darling, how about you let me change Jin Corporation's trash system to the more sophisticated one that I personally developed? It'll be as secure as Planet Monkeys, but of course I'll customize it for Jin Corporation. I'll give you a discount since you're my darling, and it's for your company. Then her eyes widened as she remembered something. Oh, right. I promised to give you a free service as my return gift when you gave me my LX bangle back then. Remember? You can use that promise to waive my expensive fee this time. Jin Liwei almost accepted her offer, but stopped himself. He didn't doubt her claims, but that was also why he couldn't accept her offer no matter how tempting. Jin Corporation is the current #1 company in the country. As such, it's subject to close scrutiny not only by the public, but also by the authorities. If we suddenly get a new security system that is practically impenetrable, but is also unavailable in the market, I'm sure that people will start asking where we got it from, Jin Liwei told her. He held her hands and looked at her. His expression was grave. Love, Jin Corporation's security is very important to me, but I will never endanger your safety for it. So thank you for the offer. But I won't accept it. I'm sure that the security system you developed is amazing. And that's what worries me. Once others see how amazing it is, I'm sure that they'll want it for themselves as well. We have the right to keep it from our rival companies. But if the authorities demand that we give the technology to them, we have no choice but to obey or suffer the consequences. Worse, they might even demand to acquire the person who created it. If that ever happens, even if they kill me, I'll never hand them over to you, love. Iris froze after hearing his reason for rejecting her offer. Why didn't she think about all of these? How careless of her. Fortunately, Jin Liwei had the presence of mind to think about these possible scenarios in advance. She moved and sat on his lap instead. She nuzzled his neck and whispered to his ear, I love you, Jin Liwei. I love you more. So much. He replied, wrapping his arms around her tiny waist. I'll do everything to protect you. She pressed her body closer to him. I'll protect you too. The corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. And we'll protect each other. They continued embracing until Iris straightened and looked at him. But darling, I'm bothered thinking about Jin Corporation's current system. It's trash. I don't think I'll be able to sleep knowing what a trash it is, she told him. Since we started using our current system, many hackers have already tried attacking our company, but none of them had succeeded yet, he replied. They're probably just noobs, she muttered under her breath. He couldn't help but chuckle hearing her words. And they'll never be able to compare to you. She smiled before returning to talk about her concern. How about this, darling? Let me strengthen your current system. I'll plug most of its vulnerabilities. Although it's not the most ideal solution because the system itself is flawed, at least it'll be a little more protected and less likely to collapse if a serious breach occurs. I promise to make the additions as seamless as possible. I guarantee that virtually no one will be able to notice them from the original framework. All right. Do what you want, he finally agreed. But make sure to be careful, love. Don't let anything be traced back to you. I want you safe at all times. Okay, darling. And with that, she immediately strengthened Jin Corporation's system in the next few days. She worked on it during her free time. All the system's vulnerabilities were plugged, and an extra layer of defense was even added. The coding of these additional features were almost identical to the original that, indeed, nobody noticed anything after she was done updating the system. Even Jin Liwei's team of experts who regularly monitored the system didn't notice anything different. What they did notice was that everything seemed to be running faster and more efficiently than usual. However, they credited that to their own continued hard work. It was thanks to Iris' unknown hand in strengthening the system that these experts were able to protect Jin Corporation's system for longer against the hacker attacking them now. When things started to get out of hand with more data being accessed by the hacker, Jin Liwei excused himself from the computer room and immediately called his baby girl. Although he didn't really want to get her involved, she was the best person he could think of who could help them right now. So he called her, and she agreed to help him. Back to the present, Jin Liwei was back at the main computer control room. No matter how hard his team of experts tried to protect the remaining data, it seemed that the hacker had no trouble whatsoever in accessing them. For a multinational company like Jin Corporation, this was a nightmare. The hacker might not be causing them harm right now, but just the fact that a data breach occurred was already enough to damage the client's trust in the company. In addition to this, There was also the concern that the hacker might use the data he gathered for malicious purposes in the future. It had already been 15 minutes since Jin Liwei returned to the computer control room after calling his baby girl. However, there were still no signs of any activity from her. "President, this hacker's skills are too superior for the likes of any of us here," a member of the IT department said. "It's like he's not even concerned about us and accesses all the data in his own sweet time, since he's just checking everything out and not really causing irreparable damage. Why don't we just let him do whatever he wants? It's not like we can do anything to stop him anyway. We're just wasting our time." His colleagues all froze after hearing his words. Many of them glared at his stupidity. "Of course we have to do everything in our power to stop this hacker at all costs. It's our duty," one of them hurriedly said. The others echoed this statement. Jin Liwei's expression turned cold and extremely intimidating. The room's temperature was already low to keep all the computers and other equipment running in their optimal state, but it became even colder, especially around Jin Liwei's immediate surrounding. "I see," he said in a tone that could freeze even hell itself. "Since you think that you're wasting your time here, why don't you leave?" The employee finally realized that he fucked up. He panicked and tried to appease Jin Liwei. "President, that's not what I meant. I was just joking, His colleagues were already mentally lighting a candle for him. Jin Liwei was merciless. "You're fired." After he said that, some of the senior employees immediately escorted the horrified employee out of the room. They didn't want to anger their president any further. What if he started firing them next? Everyone returned to their hopeless battle against the hacker after that. By this time, the data breach was almost nearing the alarming 50% mark. The other companies hacked earlier reportedly had 90 to 100% of their total data compromised before the hacker stopped. As much as possible, Jin Liwei didn't want Jin Corporation to suffer the same fate as these other companies. Not only would it lower the trust people had in the companies, but it would also seriously damage the overall reputation of the country's business industry. If the country's top companies weren't safe, how much more the smaller businesses? This would discourage both local and foreign investments in the country, which would, of course, affect the economy. The potential repercussions from this seemingly harmless hacking incident were just too concerning to dismiss. Suddenly, someone in the room exclaimed, "What the hell? We have another breach. Fuck me. This son of a bitch is more aggressive than the first motherfucker. He's quickly stealing the system control from us. Why is this happening? We can barely do anything against one of them. Now we have to fight against two. Shoot me now, please." "Calm down, bro," his colleague told him. We can do this. We can shit. The bastard stole my access rights." Jin Liwei frowned and observed the second hacker's actions. Before everyone descended into full-blown panic at the newly arrived hacker who was aggressively taking the system control from them, a senior member of Jin Liwei's personal tech team noticed something weird. "Shut up," he yelled at everyone to catch their attention. When everyone stopped, he pointed at several of the computer screens. "Look, the first hacker is now having trouble accessing the rest of the data. What the? Someone's rewriting the system codes. Motherfucker. Those codes are worth millions. Don't you dare start rewriting them, asshole." Jin Liwei's frown deepened. There was uncertainty, but also a glint of hope in his eyes. Although he didn't fully understand the things flashing on the computer screens, he still had enough experience to get a general understanding of the current situation. His hands tightened into fists, and he looked determined. "No, wait. Look at that. This coding, holy shit. This second hacker is fortifying the system and securing the rest of the data. Oh. The first hacker can't access them anymore. Not only that, the breach parts were also being rapidly repaired. This is amazing. Who is this second hacker? Is he helping us? He's helping us, right?" All of them looked at Jin Liwei, who now had a faint smile on his face. "President, do you know this second hacker?" someone asked him. Jin Liwei confined with a nod. "We'll be okay now. The second hacker is on our side." Jin Liwei felt very excited inside. His baby girl had finally come. The most senior member of his tech team looked slightly taken aback at seeing his boss' full confidence in this second hacker. However, as he continued to observe the swift fortification of the system and